The Liu family's long-lost daughter has been found. She was abducted by human traffickers for over a decade, and her life has been irrevocably altered. Upon their first encounter, Liu's parents sensed something was amiss with their daughter. They did not seek her to achieve great success, but only wished for her happiness. Liu Wan lived like a weed, embodying a 17-year-old boy. Even her household registration listed her as male. Then one day, she became a wealthy heiress wandering the streets. Liu Wan found this quite agreeable. She merely wished to lead an ordinary life, to study diligently, to enjoy the tranquility of life, to refrain from fights and harsh words. Her scientist father reassured her, "My daughter, do not worry, poor grades are of no consequence." Liu Wan replied, "I have survived through my studies since childhood, scraping by on scholarships." The popular older brother exclaimed, "What the heck? This is my sister? Her hair is even shorter than mine." Liu Wan retorted, "So that pretty boy in the class magazine is my elder brother. I have yet to express my disdain for you." An old acquaintance from her past remarked, "Boss, you actually wore women's clothing to avoid us? Wow, your pecs are even bigger than before." Liu Wan responded with silence. After some time, family members filled with compassion and guilt, as well as those waiting to see the underdog stumble into a wealthy family, began to sense that something was amiss. Eventually, her family discovered the truth of the girl who had disguised herself as a boy for 17 years, believing her to be a mere victim, which she was not. Chapter 1. The ancient camphor trees on either side of the playground stood tall and verdant, while the warm wind enveloped the sound of cicadas. Today marked the midterm examination at school. Students in the examination hall were diligently scribbling away. The moment Liu Wan opened her eyes, her pupils contracted slightly. She looked around. Everyone else was still engrossed in their answers. Nothing had transpired. She had already completed the mathematics paper, but the teacher did not allow early submissions, so she simply rested her head on the desk to catch a brief nap. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that only 15 minutes had elapsed since she last checked. Indeed, it was yet another dream. And her dreams, she perpetually fell, the sensation of weightlessness akin to ice-cold water flooding her lungs, tearing at her chest. For some time now, she had experienced this same dream countless times, leaping from heights over and over. It felt like a relentless free-fall ride. She also dreamt that the world she now inhabited was the setting of a Mary Sue campus novel titled Domineering School Hunk, Love You Deeply. In this narrative, she was the antagonist, the malicious female foil. The archetype of a villainous mandates a tumultuous psychological journey, paving the way for a sharp and frenzied jealousy towards the protagonist. Liu Wan's parents, or rather her adoptive parents, favored sons over daughters. Regrettably, the couple had only one daughter, leaving little room for their biases to manifest. After all, daughters were bought with money. The couple was unable to conceive and had plotted to purchase a son 15 years prior. At that time, they were supposed to receive a boy from the traffickers, but upon returning home, they discovered they had been given a girl instead. The traffickers had vanished into the crowd, leaving them with no choice but to begrudgingly raise their loss. Liu Wan was uncertain whether her adoptive mother raised her as a boy to compensate for her regrets or to please her husband. Her household registration had always indicated male, perhaps due to lax regulations at the time or the couple's connections. Fortunately, pretending to be a boy was not challenging for her. In fact, she found it rather advantageous, saving her from various troubles, as the likelihood of encountering odd individuals was significantly reduced. Throughout her childhood, Liu Wan was often chased around the house by her adoptive father wielding a broom, while passers-by frequently warned her of shoe prints on her back. Before starting school, she assumed all children experienced similar treatment, only to realize later that this was not the case. Other children's fathers did not indulge in drunkenness and abuse, and other children did not get beaten when they were hungry. Thus, Liu Wan decided to resist. She began to fight back, escalating to a mutual brawl with her drunken adoptive father. In this protracted free-for-all, both parties sustained injuries. Liu Wan accumulated a wealth of practical experience. She was daring and bold, unafraid to confront older children even in elementary school, and she would brawl with dogs at the age of 10. She was a formidable force capable of subduing dogs. As she grew older, during her rebellious phase, she gained notoriety for her shoe-sole massages for her father. Neighbors often lamented that if only Liu's son focused on his studies, he might have avoided becoming a delinquent. This was a prelude to prison. If there was one commendable trait Liu Wan possessed, it was her academic prowess. She consistently ranked first in every examination. She had never cost her family a single penny for her education. By high school, her tuition was entirely waived, and she received several thousand yuan in bonuses each semester, effectively earning money. If not for this, she would not have been able to continue her studies. Her adoptive father would never spend money on her education after all. That drunkard had not worked for over a decade, and the family's income relied solely on the woman. Luan's adoptive mother was a submissive woman. She set up a stall at the corner to sell pancakes, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, a small business. Her income was relatively decent, yet her earnings were squandered by her drunken husband on alcohol and gambling. Each time he pillaged their meager finances, it was accompanied by insults and physical violence, turning their home into a chaotic scene. Luan often pondered whether her adoptive father would kill her first or she would end him. Fortunately, fate was not entirely cruel. That man died before her. When she was 13, he drank too much and fell into a river. He perished before reaching the hospital, saving the cost of resuscitation. However, after years of familial strife, her adoptive mother's spirit crumbled upon the drunkard's death. After lingering for several years, she passed away 3 months ago. Following that woman's demise, Luan began to have these absurd dreams day and night. Yet, being merely dreams, Luan did not take them to heart, until 3 days ago, a man came knocking at her door. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair claimed to be sent by her grandfather. He stated that she was the long-lost granddaughter of the Zhao family and was there to take her home. It was then that Luan discovered her biological parents were someone else entirely. Suddenly, everything aligned with her dreams. Luan recalled the plot of domineering school hunk, Love You Deeply. The heroine was a bug in an elite school. Though born into poverty, her charisma was off the charts, and her unconventional style attracted countless quality men. Despite being schemed against by various rich girls and seductive vixens, the heroine triumphed due to her inherent advantages, becoming invincible in various respects. Meanwhile, her character in the book, a mere cannon fodder who dared to vie for the hero's affection, met a tragic end. Driven by her infatuation with the male lead, she constantly sought to provoke the heroine, only to fail each time, inadvertently advancing the heroine's relationships with various men. After fulfilling her role as a plot device, she was left with a tarnished reputation, succumbed to addiction, and ultimately leaped from a great height. She received the poor quality tool treatment. Luan thought, damn, this plot is toxic. Seriously, with the male and female leads caught up in their melodramatic antics, was there even time to study? They were all high school students, yet in contrast, her life revolved around attending classes, completing assignments, and working the monotonous cycle akin to a dull silent film. Though she could not grasp the appeal of that novel, she resolved to keep her distance from it. Luan had no intention of becoming a mere supporting character, used to highlight the heroine's goodness. Everyone should mind their own business. The female protagonist, determined to excel academically, finds herself entangled with a rebellious male counterpart who seems to relish in his own bravado. Despite her aspirations of achieving the top rank in her class, she is constantly confronted by the school bully, who insists on asserting his dominance over her. As Luan steps out of the examination hall and crosses the school gate, she spots a friend waiting across the street. However, before she can reach the sidewalk, a car halts beside her. The window rolls down, revealing the driver none other than the man with the slicked back hair who had sought her out just days before. Zhang Weidong has been in Ning County for 3 days, tasked by the Zhao family to retrieve their long-lost granddaughter. Upon first seeing Luan, disappointment washes over him. The environment profoundly shapes a person, and she hardly resembles a wealthy heiress, more like an oddity raised as a boy for over a decade. He wonders if she has psychological issues, believing her life is effectively ruined now that she is being acknowledged by her family. Nonetheless, Luan accepts his proposition with surprising calm, not displaying the shock one might expect. After enduring a life of hardship, the prospect of becoming a wealthy heiress must surely bring her joy, akin to winning the lottery. The Zhao family has instructed Zhang to expedite her return, but Luan insists on waiting until after her midterm exams. Zhang Weidong, growing increasingly impatient, expresses his frustration, questioning her intentions. Luan, taken aback, suggests postponing their departure until tomorrow, as she has yet to pack. His dismissive comments about her belongings only fuel her annoyance, and she asserts her independence, insisting she can travel by train if necessary. Just then, Su Yao, concerned about Luan's delay, approaches and overhears Zhang's condescending remarks. Enraged, he confronts Zhang, challenging his entitlement. Zhang, recognizing Su's formidable presence, holds his tongue, realizing he cannot afford to engage in a confrontation. After Zhang leaves, Luan turns to Su Yao, proposing a meal at her usual barbecue spot to lighten the mood. Despite the earlier tension, she is eager to enjoy a treat she had reserved. Su Yao, momentarily distracted from his anger, inquires about the delicacy she mentioned, leading to playful banter between them. As they reach the bustling street filled with vendors, Luan's gaze follows the beautiful girls passing by, prompting Su Yao to tease her. She retorts, clarifying her admiration is for their attire, not their figures. Su Yao reflects on Luan's striking appearance, noting her unique blend of charm and masculinity. Despite her modest clothing, her features shine through, and he can't help but compare her to the disdainful figure they encountered earlier. With their conversation flowing, Suyao expresses concern over Lu Wan's family situation, noting the absence of her parents at such a pivotal moment. Lu Wan, undeterred, decides she must meet them, confident that she can navigate this transition without sacrificing her education. After all, she reasons, how could they deny her the opportunity to study? As the evening draws to a close, Lu Wan bids farewell to her friend, returning home at 10:30, passing a newly opened shop adorned with flower arrangements. She plucks a yellow carnation and tucks it behind her ear, a small gesture marking the beginning of her new chapter. She regarded her reflection in the glass door, even twirling around for a better view. As a young woman, she deemed herself not unattractive. At this hour, all the shops along the street had shuttered, and the path was devoid of streetlights. However, a colossal advertising sign illuminated the surroundings from several meters away. The sign flickered intermittently, its lights malfunctioning in a strobe-like manner. Lifting her gaze, Lu Wan observed the celebrity featured on the billboard. It was the shared boyfriend of the girls in her class, a topic frequently discussed among them. They would buy magazines, endorse products, and acquire merchandise, often caught up in a whirlwind of admiration. As the chatter increased, Lu Wan found herself well acquainted with his background. Lu Yu rose to fame at a young age, making a remarkable debut upon returning to the country, and after starring in his first television drama, he unexpectedly became a sensation. He has steadily maintained his popularity, not only becoming a top-tier star but also receiving a newcomer award at a film festival, in addition to being a guest performer at the Spring Festival Gala for 2 consecutive years. In the eerie, dim lighting reminiscent of a horror film, the handsome visage of this young man remained unperturbed. With rosy lips and a bright smile, he was indeed quite striking, which explained his soaring popularity, even in a small county town where billboards adorned the streets. Lu Wan averted her gaze and continued her path, oblivious to the young man lurking in the shadows, where the advertising light could not reach. He pressed his lips together, his eyes fixated on her. He possessed a countenance strikingly similar to that of the model on the billboard. Lu Wan's silhouette swiftly vanished at the entrance of the corridor. The call was from his assistant, who, a few hours prior, had seen this ancestor dash away from the rehearsal site, merely stating that he had pressing matters to attend to. The assistant was taken aback, refraining from further inquiries. Yet his curiosity deepened. After Lu Buyu ended the call, he dialed another number. "I've located her. She hasn't been taken by the Zhao family? That is reassuring. I shall handle this matter." Earlier, Lu Buyu had spotted a young boy approaching from a distance, initially believing he had been mistaken. However, as the figure drew nearer and he discerned the familiar features, his heart skipped a beat. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's. There could be no doubt. Lu Wan possessed scant belongings, having packed merely 2 sets of clothes and her textbooks into a bag, leaving little else. Additionally, there was her pet, a small turtle, which she had acquired for a mere 5 yuan from a roadside vendor 5 years ago. The individual who was supposed to collect her had claimed he would arrive in the morning, yet by 9 o'clock, she had seen not a single soul. In truth, it was evident that the person was female. The slightly ajar door was pushed open, revealing Su Yao. "What has happened to your hair? It resembles a dragon fruit." Su Yao had hardly slept the previous night. The thought of Lu Wan's departure weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, in a fit of madness, he had rushed out in the middle of the night to dye his hair a fiery red. "This is to send you off. Look how festive my vibrant hair is." After a brief pause, Su Yao pointed at the flower adorning Lu Wan's head, remarking, "You, a man, wearing a flower like a girl." In a buoyant mood, Lu Wan leaned in, asking, "What do you think? Isn't it stunning?" Su Yao scrutinized her for a couple of seconds, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, before he roughly yanked the flower from her head. "Men ought to embody masculinity. This is utterly ridiculous." Lu Wan covered her head, exclaiming, "Has this fool gone mad? My hair." Su Yao opened his palm, revealing not just the flower but also several strands of hair. He felt somewhat awkward, muttering, "It's just a few." Lu Wan rolled her eyes. "A few? You, who neglects your studies, clearly have no understanding of how significant hair is." Many of their classmates in the science class often discussed issues of hair loss and receding hairlines during their breaks. Although Lu Wan was not currently plagued by such concerns, she was aware that one day she might find herself as barren as a field after an unseasonal spring breeze. Therefore, every strand was of utmost importance. "Su Yao, what's that?" quietly asked. "Hey, you like women with ample bosoms. What about well-defined chests?" Lu Wan did not quite catch his words, instinctively asking, "What?" She was mourning the loss of her hair, recalling how her desk mate had asserted that every hair was precious and could even possess a name. Common names thrive easily. She lamented for the strands lost to the foolish hands of Su Yao, Zuehua, Aqiang, and Dogdan. Su Yao replied, "It's nothing." Luwan's preference for well-proportioned women stemmed entirely from the fact that her own secondary sexual characteristics were rather subdued, leading her to suspect that she had deceived her own body into adopting a masculine guise. Hence, she sought out a few exemplary figures to subtly suggest to her own body what the proper growth of flesh should resemble. Zhang Weidong, from a distance, could hear the lively chatter emanating from within the house. He approached the doorway and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, I never realized you had so many friends. Yesterday, there was a white-haired one, and today a red-haired one. Is there not a single ordinary person among them? Indeed, like attracts like." Su Yao turned, his face etched with displeasure, and retorted, "Are you looking for trouble? I am indeed that white-haired one from yesterday." Zhang Weidong paused, startled. It truly was that ruffian from the previous day. Upon locking eyes, he recognized the futility of challenging him. Feeling a pang of unease, he muttered, "You should hurry up. I'll be waiting for you downstairs," and swiftly departed. Su Yao extended the small jar he cradled in his arms, saying, "This is for you." It was quite a challenge to obtain. "What?" Su Yao cleared his throat and continued, "It's a folk remedy, reputed to be effective for many men. 10 whips revitalizing wine." He added, "Don't feel embarrassed. I had stored it in my room, and when my mother found it, she assumed I was drinking it myself and advised me to take care of my health and to spend less time with my girlfriend." Luwan replied, "Yes. Your mother is correct. You should keep it for yourself." "I refuse. I am a virgin, you know."
Su Yao insist vehemently.
Luwan replied softly, "I believe you will remain a virgin for your entire life." Su Yao nodded, initially agreeing, but moments later realized the underlying implication. Was that a compliment? He insisted that she take the wine, and Luwan had no choice but to carry the jar while balancing a fish tank for her pet turtle as they boarded the vehicle. Zhang Weidong rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a disgraceful sight. Due to the unpleasantness between them, Zhang Weidong's mood soured further, but Luwan was indifferent. She preferred solitude and welcomed the peace. The car glided smoothly down the road, but after a mere 15 minutes, several vehicles suddenly emerged from all directions, forcing them to halt by the roadside. Luwan sensed something was amiss. What was happening? Zhang Weidong, already in a foul mood, was now seething with rage. Upon exiting the vehicle, he placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? Do you even know whose car this is? The Zhao family is nothing. We are here specifically to block you," a bald man with an intimidating demeanor declared as he emerged from a black Land Rover. Ignoring Zhang Weidong's protests, the bald man strode directly to the Audi and knocked on the window. Flashing a smile he believed to be amiable as he addressed Luwan in the back seat, "Miss, kindly step out and switch vehicles." Luwan was taken aback. The imposing bald man, even while smiling, was still frightening. Confused, she wondered what was unfolding. Zhang Weidong was momentarily stunned. Where had this man come from? Just as he prepared to speak, he was effortlessly subdued by the bald man. With a grim smile, the man warned, "It would be best if you remained silent." Zhang Weidong, pinned against the car, fell silent. The muscular man then directed his attention back to Luwan, stating, "All right, miss, please exit the vehicle." Luwan felt a surge of anxiety. Were these adversaries of the Zhao family? Surely, they wouldn't harm her in their rage? Zhang Weidong, bewildered, questioned the bald man's intentions. Unmoved, the bald man insisted, "You are quite humorous, but it is best if you step out now." Surveying the scene, Luwan noticed 3 Land Rovers, each occupied by 2 burly men. The disparity in their strength rendered any resistance futile, akin to striking a rock with an egg. She suppressed her smile, reluctantly cradling the turtle, and climbed into the nearby Land Rover, resigning herself to the unfolding circumstances. Zhang Weidong wore a look of astonishment. Was it not audacious to abduct someone in broad daylight? The bald man, noticing Zhang's defiance, chuckled and said, "I'll be frank with you. She is the eldest daughter of the Liu family." The name Liu suddenly sparked a memory in Zhang Weidong's mind, and disbelief washed over his face. Could it be possible? The bald brute interjected, "You are not mistaken, so keep your distance." What nonsense! Luwan's heart raced, perplexed by the situation. These individuals seemed to harbor a genuine disdain for the Zhao family, yet they displayed no intention of confronting her. The muscular man in the passenger seat initiated a video call, and upon connection, he boisterously announced, "Boss, we've successfully picked up the young lady." "Moment latte." A deep male voice resonated from the phone. "That's wonderful. How is she? The bald man responded. The young lady is quite courageous, beautiful, and intelligent. She bears a striking resemblance to you. Is that so? Hand her the phone. I wish to speak with her. A wave of trepidation washed over Lu Wan as she accepted the phone. A mere glance at the screen shattered her composure. The figure in the video was another muscular bald man, his physique exuding strength, his fierce countenance accentuated by well-defined facial muscles. In short, he possessed a body akin to iron. How could they possibly resemble each other? No, while she refrained from criticizing others' appearances, the disparity was glaring. As a young girl, she found it hard to accept such an appraisal. The camera shifted, revealing another man. This one donned a linen shirt, with thick brows and large eyes. Though etched with a few fine lines, he maintained a dignified presence, exuding the grace of a seasoned gentleman. It was challenging to ascertain his precise age, yet he emanated a calm authority that spoke of life's experiences. Lu Wan estimated him to be around 45 years old. Comparisons to this man were more palatable. Lu Jinya smiled warmly. Hello, Wan, I am your uncle. Lu Wan stammered. Oh, his brother was attending an academic conference in France, while his sister-in-law was on a business trip in Australia. Lu Wan replied, I see, that's all right. Doubting her own hearing, she queried, Did you say you own 2 private jets? Understanding her skepticism regarding the number, Lu Jinya chuckled and explained, We typically utilize only one. The second serves as a backup during maintenance. If you fancy, I can even gift you a helicopter, as your new school has a helipad and the surroundings are quite pleasant. Each word registered clearly, yet the overall meaning eluded her. Surely, this wasn't akin to gifting virtual aircraft to streamers. What perplexing behavior was this? Unfazed by her bewilderment, the man in the video continued cheerfully. Do you enjoy yachts and sports cars? Lu Wan couldn't help but interject. Actually, I'm still a high school student. Were these the same yachts and sports cars associated with streamers? However, she had heard that even virtual items could be exorbitantly priced, ranging from hundreds to thousands. Lu Jinya fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. I suppose I was inconsiderate. I'll provide you with a supplementary card. You may purchase what you desire. However, this card has a daily spending limit of 5 million for overseas transactions. If you wish to purchase something extravagant, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall procure it for you. The bald man in the front seat extended a card towards her. Miss, please accept this. Were it not for the man's serious demeanor, Lu Wan would have suggested he consult a psychiatrist. How could he continue to utter such perplexing statements? Under the persistent urging of the muscular man, Lu Wan reluctantly reached out to take the card. The co-pilot, Biao, turned his head, wearing a smile that he deemed benevolent, though it appeared quite menacing to others. Miss, rest assured, Biao is absolutely reliable. Lu Wan responded, I can see that. Lu Jinya then conveyed some additional matters, considering that his niece would likely feel dizzy after prolonged video calls in the car, and promptly concluded the conversation. After hanging up, Lu Wan breathed a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating. She felt somewhat dazed. Uncle? In the narrative, her character, a mere pawn, would inevitably intersect with the protagonist for a pivotal reason. Lu Wan is the fiancé of the male lead. Although the male lead harbors no affection for Lu Wan, he has not taken the initiative to dissolve the engagement. Meanwhile, he has taken in the impoverished female protagonist, allowing her to reside in his home. The self-assured female lead publicly claims to be exchanging labor for rent, maintaining an entirely innocent relationship with the domineering landlord, resolutely rejecting any slander. However, living under the same roof, those two are quite the pair. Their interactions sweet enough to elicit envy from Lu Wan, the fiancée, prompting her to undertake numerous reckless actions. Ultimately, as the pawn, she fell from grace, leading to the dissolution of the engagement, while the male lead stood on the moral high ground, suffering no loss. Lu Wan collected her thoughts. Perhaps due to her role as a mere tool in the narrative, much of the background was hastily sketched over. Reflecting now, the male lead's aversion to the female antagonist, coupled with his reluctance to actively dissolve the engagement, beyond the plot's need for misunderstandings and melodrama, could there also be a connection to her formidable uncle? The male lead, considering his own interests, might not wish to offend the Lu family. This line of thought suggested that he was no fool. Lu Wan's resolve to distance herself from the affectionate duo strengthened. She gazed at the card in her hand and curiously inquired, What does my uncle do? Does he harbor a dislike for the Zhao family? Lu Wan felt that something was amiss. Biao briefly recounted the past dealings of the Zhao family to the young lady. Lu Wan's mother was the youngest daughter of the Zhao family, with 2 older brothers. However, combined, the 2 brothers possessed less intellect than the third sister. Zhao San, having graduated from university, was assigned by her father to manage a poorly performing sector of the group. Surprisingly, within just 2 years, Zhao San reversed the performance, garnering widespread admiration. Yet, such commendable achievements did not receive the recognition they deserved. Her father handed the projects she diligently developed to her elder brother for management, while he relegated his daughter to a nearly bankrupt subsidiary, leaving her to languish in obscurity. The injustice of her parents' favoritism towards their son left Zhao San utterly disheartened. She departed from the Zhao family and established her own company, seeking investment independently. Miss Zhao San is remarkably capable within just a few brief years. She has flourished and risen to prominence. This time, she refused to entrust her company to the Zhao family for management, resulting in a conflict between the parties. Nevertheless, the Zhao couple still sought to arrange a marriage for their daughter, aiming to maximize their own benefits, even if the suitor was 15 years her senior and had a tarnished reputation. In a fit of defiance, Zhao San married a handsome yet impoverished researcher with whom she had only been dating for a month. Unexpectedly, shortly after their marriage, they welcomed a child, and their love blossomed, eventually leading to the birth of a second child years later. Zhao San's company continued to expand, growing to a scale that incited envy from the Zhao family, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Lu Wan had gone missing from the Zhao family 15 years prior. This incident nearly severed the ties between Lu Wan's mother and her family. A decade of fortune can shift dramatically. Once, two men feared their sister's competence might threaten their inheritance, prompting them to conspire against her. However, circumstances have changed over the years. The Zhao family has experienced a decline, while the sister's company has thrived, prompting desires to partake in her success. Consequently, the Zhao family withheld information from the child's parents, opting instead to keep it secret. They devised a clever strategy, intending to leverage Lu Wan's connection to mend their fractured relationship. Due to the Zhao family's intention to conceal the truth, Lu Jinia received the news a day late, which led to the earlier incident of forcibly stopping the car to see someone. Upon hearing this, Lu Wan felt a whirlwind of emotions. However, she at least came to realize that her biological parents loved her. Biao remarked that it was fortunate Miss Zhao was astute enough not to follow the Zhao family's scoundrels. Lu Wan smiled faintly, saying, "My uncle must be quite intelligent." The Zhao family had deliberately suppressed the news, and her uncle, being far away in America, was only informed a day later. It seemed rather remarkable. Biao scoffed. Of course, the Zhao family lacks even the right to speak before the boss. Lu Wan then recalled her uncle's perplexing remarks. Airplanes, yachts, 5 million. What exactly does my uncle do? Has he always been abroad? Biao explained, the boss is a businessman, primarily engaged in electronics, finance, and manufacturing. The domestic market is thriving, and he has numerous ventures here. The Lu family conglomerate was established half a century ago, with deep roots and industries spread across the globe. Currently, Lu Jinia, the third generation, commands significant respect. Looking at the two bald men in the car, Lu Wan felt something was amiss and inquired, "What did he do before?" Biao hesitated. He could not deceive the young lady, yet he couldn't disclose that the Lu family had humble beginnings. Besides, that was all ancient history. They now conducted legitimate business. Rubbing his head, Biao replied, "It's nothing much. He was involved in martial arts organizations, international logistics, and large-scale fireworks, though on a relatively grand scale." Lu Wan nodded, genuinely impressed. He has done so much. That's truly remarkable. Thinking of it this way, my uncle is indeed an inspiring and hardworking businessman worthy of admiration. After concluding the call, Lu Jinia loosened the collar of his shirt and smiled, asking his subordinate beside him, "How did I perform just now?" "Boss, you're just like my late grandfather. That old man was full of chatter and always forced upon me things I didn't need. Yet, I miss him dearly," the subordinate candidly replied. Lu Jinia. This seems to be a display of self-importance, perhaps intended to showcase the presence of one's elders. Very well, let us entertain this notion. He has grown older. His temperament has matured, and he still wishes to leave a favorable impression on the children. Lu Jinia has an elder brother who tragically perished, along with his sister-in-law, in an accident many years ago. The Lu family has dwindled in numbers, and in this generation, only he and his brother's son remain to support one another. It was only a few years ago that Lu Jinia unexpectedly discovered he had a younger brother. His father had once been involved with a Chinese woman, resulting in a child. The woman, an esteemed student dedicated to her research, raised the child alone and never disclosed this to the Lu family until her passing. It was many years later that Lu Jinia stumbled upon this revelation. When reunited with his brother, Lu Wan's father was already in his 40s. having transitioned from a once-impoverished researcher to a university professor who still lacked financial means. The Liu family seems to be under a spell of producing sons, not only few in number but across generations filled solely with males. The Zhao family's business has faced numerous obstacles in recent years, all of which can be traced back to Liu Jinia's machinations. With wealth and power at his disposal, he can act as he pleases. The incident of the lost child is undoubtedly tied to the Zhao family. He cannot simply let this matter rest. Arriving at the shooting range, Liu Jinia spoke while loading bullets. Raising a girl is certainly more demanding. What if someone dares to bully Wanwan? The bald man beside him paused for a moment before responding with a fierce countenance. I will assign a few individuals to discreetly follow the young lady. Anyone who dares to confront her will be dealt with severely and disposed of at sea. How many times must I remind you? We live in a society governed by law. Furthermore, having someone follow her could hinder her ability to make friends. As Liu Jinia spoke, he swiftly emptied the entire magazine. The target before him bore but a single hole, indicating the marksman's extraordinary skill, each shot hitting the same precise spot. He continued to load his weapon, casually remarking, "We could discreetly administer a lesson, then have a few individuals, accompanied by a lawyer, legally visit the opposing family to clarify their intentions." "Boss, you are indeed astute." Liu Jinia cast a sidelong glance at the individuals nearby, frowning as he said, "And you lot, looking as if you've just emerged from prison, frightened the young lady earlier. Everyone must start growing their hair. The longer, the better, to appear more approachable." "Understood." The man rubbed his bald head, pondering that it was quite refreshing in the summer. After a moment, he added, "Our young lady appears healthy and vibrant, though she does possess a timid disposition. In the initial video footage, she seemed on the verge of tears." "It is natural for a girl to be timid," Liu Jinia replied dismissively.
To him.
His niece is undoubtedly the finest in the world, devoid of flaws. Timidity can be easily resolved by eliminating anything that might frighten her. With a swift motion, Liu Jinia emptied another full magazine. Once again, the target displayed only the previous bullet hole, though it had expanded slightly. 2 magazines, and every shot had struck the same point. As the car descended from the expressway, twilight had already enveloped the sky. The furthest Liu Wan had ever ventured was to the city, 2 hours from the county town. During that time, her adoptive mother was in poor condition, residing in a psychiatric hospital for treatment, and Liu Wan would visit her on weekends. The cityscape outside the window, adorned with twinkling lights, exudes an air of both splendor and unfamiliarity. As the vehicle glides into the residential community, the towering edifices begin to dwindle. Luxury homes often embody the essence of seclusion. Steering clear of the clamor, this villa enclave nestles against a mountain, with a vast lake stretching before it. Each villa is gracefully positioned at the foot of the hill, ensuring remarkable privacy, embodying the auspicious symbolism of being close to both mountain and water. "Thank you," Liu Wan replied.
You are too kind, Mississippi.
A Biao scratched his head, donning a smile that he deemed friendly, yet under the streetlight, it appeared rather menacing. The other burly men mimicked him, their expressions quickly turning fierce. "All right then, as long as you're happy," Liu Wan said, accustomed to the scene, yet startling the Liu family's maid who had come out to greet her upon hearing the commotion. Oh my, that was truly terrifying. Once the 3 black Land Rovers departed, the maid felt emboldened to approach. "No, this is just a little turtle. I keep it as a pet for fun." As for the 10 bottles of restorative liquor that had to be forcefully thrust upon her, she had yet to devise a plan for their disposal. Liu Wan observed the other person discreetly, noting their age to be around 40, with a kindly demeanor. She smiled slightly. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. These aren't heavy. I can manage them myself." "I am Wang. Allow me to assist the young lady with her luggage," she continued. "You are quite tall indeed." "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang had been working for the Liu family for 5 years and had cultivated an excellent rapport with her employer. A family that has lost a child is undeniably pitiable, regardless of circumstance. "Your room is on the right side of the 2nd floor. It has been regularly cleaned. So it's nice. Won't be left empty anymore. Take a look and let me know if you need anything added," Aunt Wang said, pushing open the door to the room. Not quite hearing, Aunt Wang inquired again. "What did you say you needed? By the way, I wasn't sure about your preferences. So, I prepared a bit too much food. If you're hungry, I can heat it up right away."
All right.
"I'll put my things away and come down for dinner." She had eaten a meal while resting at the service station, but with 8 stern-faced burly men shadowing her. The atmosphere in the dining hall felt quite oppressive. To avoid disturbing others, Liu Wan had hastily taken a few bites before leaving. She hadn't even satisfied her hunger. Typically, while strolling down the street, She would often catch the furtive glances of girls, with some daring enough to approach her for contact information. However, during the May Day holiday, with throngs of pedestrians, the number of girls stealing glances at her had significantly diminished, and none dared to strike up a conversation. Instead, many gathered around the Land Rovers. Lu Wan recognized the brand of the vehicles. Ning County is rich in mineral resources, attracting numerous affluent individuals and luxury cars. She discerned that these particular vehicles were somewhat distinct, yet she could not pinpoint the exact differences. A Biao, noticing the young lady as confusion, proactively explained, "These are the highest-grade bulletproof vehicles. Not even a .47 caliber bullet can penetrate them. They can withstand a 33-pound bomb from a distance of 7 feet. Unless it's a close-range mortar attack, other firepower is inconsequential." Lu Wan felt a sense of unease. To purchase such a high-level bulletproof car, one must be exceedingly wealthy and have countless enemies, right? Her uncle, a gentle businessman, seemed an exaggeration in this context. Could it be that he enjoyed mystifying conversations? In that case, it was indeed prudent to prioritize his safety. Lu Wan set down her backpack and took a stroll around the room. Inside her bag were a change of clothes, a few of her favorite albums by the Planet Band, and a single lipstick, which she had purchased secretly and never used. Throughout high school, many beautiful girls had worn light makeup, their lips adorned in a glossy, vibrant red, which had looked rather appealing. As Lu Wan descended the stairs, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Approaching the dining table, she was utterly astonished. Aunt Wang mentioned that she was unsure of her tastes, hence the ample preparation, but this was an extravagant spread indeed. The table was half covered with an array of dishes, resembling a festive feast. Just as Lu Wan sat down and picked up her chopsticks, the doorbell rang. Aunt Wang said, "I'll answer the door. You eat first, Mississippi." Due to a slight familial connection with the Zhao family, this task had been entrusted to her. As the eldest in the family, Zhao Kuei was infuriated upon learning of the situation. "Tell me who did this, and if I don't twist his head off, I won't bear the Zhao name." It seemed to involve the Lu family, specifically Lu Jinya. Just mentioning this name made Wang Weidong shudder. Twisting heads was out of the question. Only feigning amnesia could help maintain the facade of normalcy. "I have no idea." The Lu family refers to her as Miss. "Miss? That can't be right. You must have misheard."
Indeed, came the reply.
Zhao Kuei frowned, recalling that his sister had married a poor fellow with the last name Lu. But what connection could a pauper have with the Lu family? There had been no whispers of such ties in the past. Could it be that his sister had sent someone deliberately to create a smokescreen? The more Zhao Kuei pondered, the more plausible this seemed. That woman was always rather calculating. Calculating the time, Zhao Kuei realized that Lu Wan had just arrived as he departed from his home. He brought along his wife and child, the entire family partaking in the mission to extend warmth to their niece. When Aunt Wang saw the three individuals at the door, she took a step back. Hesitating to speak, "The master of the house is not home." Zhao Kuei, visibly impatient, retorted, "Since when is it your place to speak?" As he spoke, he stepped forth, crossing the threshold with ease. The security in the villa complex was exceptional. Every corner was monitored. To avoid obstructing the homeowner's view of the lake, the courtyard was semi-open, with a lattice wall and gate standing less than half a meter tall, offering no real defense. Displaying a complete lack of decorum, the maid dared to give orders? "Mrs." Zhao scoffed disdainfully and followed suit into the house. "Get out of the way." The last to enter was Zhao Yan. The family had brazenly invaded the space. Aunt Wang, having previously encountered the troublesome nature of these individuals, knew she could not stop them and promptly informed Lu Buyu. Meanwhile, Lu Wan was still contemplating whether to indulge in the lobster or the pig's trotters when she was interrupted by these unwelcome guests. Fixated on the figure seated at the dining table. Over the phone, Wang Weidong had already informed him that Lu Wan had been raised as a boy, lacking sophistication and worldly experience. Yet, upon seeing her in person, he was somewhat taken aback. At first glance, she did not appear to be a girl. Her brows and eyes resembled those of her impoverished father, while her nose bore a slight resemblance to his sister's. "You are Lu Wan? I am your uncle. I am your aunt. I am your cousin, Zhao Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Yan greeted while discreetly scrutinizing Lu Wan. Quite handsome. She couldn't help but glance at him again. Indeed, her uncle was exceptionally attractive, a true gentleman, which was why her aunt had defied all odds to marry him. Lu Wan nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting, as she reached for the shrimp. The three members of the Zhao family waited for several minutes, but he was solely preoccupied with his meal, uttering not a single word. Zhao Yan pondered for a moment and spoke, "I apologize, cousin. It was because you went missing that the Zhao family took me in, seeking solace in my presence. I have usurped your place.
Luan replied, Ah,
It's no problem. After all, we were never truly related. Zhao Yan, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. In the radiant narrative of the heroine's life within the campus, Luan was a relentless force, while Zhao Yan served as a catalyst for romantic entanglements. Yet, even as mere pawns in the story, they stood on disparate grounds. Years ago, when Luan had gone missing, the Zhao family swiftly adopted a child from the orphanage to console the grieving Miss Zhao. Such a maneuver was audacious. Zhao Yan was the adopted daughter of the Zhao family. As nominal cousins, the two inevitably became subjects of comparison at school. However, compared to the meticulously nurtured Zhao Yan, Luan became merely a backdrop, and in her self-doubt, she found herself growing closer to others due to Zhao Yan's persistent overtures. Conversely, Zhao Yan was far more astute. Luan resented the heroine for taking away her affections, while Zhao Yan despised her for usurping her status as the campus goddess. Initially, Zhao Yan viewed Luan as a pawn, inciting her to confront the heroine. However, after Luan's defeat, Zhao Yan personally entered the fray, encountering repeated setbacks, ultimately leading her to leave the country, though it was significantly less humiliating than the former's predicament. The attitude of the other party infuriated Zhao Kui, who furrowed his brow and asked, "What does this mean? When the elders arrive, you simply sit there eating." Luan took a sip of tea, finally able to speak, and calmly responded, "Then I can eat while standing. It would aid in digestion." However, upon standing, she immediately reconsidered, returning to her seat and sincerely stating, "No. If I stand, I can see the dandruff on your scalp, which truly affects my appetite. Really, if only you were a bit taller." The Zhao family was taken aback. Zhao Kui erupted in fury. "What do you mean by that? Look at you with such short hair. You're neither male nor female. I've heard you associate with individuals sporting white and red hair. You truly lack decorum." Luan replied, "I've been hungry all day. Can we discuss this after I finish eating?" Zhao Kui, visibly impatient, was restrained by Madame Zhao, who kept her composure. They had not come to quarrel. Madame Zhao feigned a smile. In that case, please eat. Your parents are not home, and we are concerned. We specifically came to take you to your grandfather's house. How long can eating take?" "At most, 20 minutes. The smile at the corner of Luan's mouth was hard to suppress as she observed this family, quite clever indeed. While Zhao Kui disparaged her, this mother-daughter duo feigned affection. This was a united front. Unfortunately, she was not a mere pawn in a story. This meal was far more than a matter of 20 minutes. As 20 minutes passed, Luan was devouring her food with great gusto. 40 minutes had elapsed. Yet Luan was still fervently devouring her meal. An hour passed, and the three members of the Zhao family wore expressions of incredulity. Luan held no particular demands regarding food. However, this did not imply a lack of appreciation for culinary delights. Each time, she savored something she relished. She made a concerted effort to memorize the flavor, for she was uncertain when she might next encounter it. Luan harbored no desire to contend with anyone, nor was she interested in proving her prowess. She had never set her sights on grand ambitions. Her modest plan revolved around completing her daily studies, while her larger aspiration was to gain admission to a prestigious university. Beyond that, she had yet to contemplate her future. Nevertheless, it appeared there was a misunderstanding. For both her uncle, a Biao, and the three individuals before her perceived her as a remarkably docile person. Wealthy families often find themselves embroiled in disputes, yet the struggles of the less fortunate are marked by calculated maneuvers and cautious steps. The former seeks to live with dignity, while the latter fights for mere survival. Zhao Kui, having lost his patience, could not refrain from exclaiming, "Why are you still eating? Surely, it is time to leave now. You hardly resemble a child of the Zhao family in this manner." Luan set down her chopsticks and replied, "I have not consumed your family's rice." The trio, having watched an hour of eating broadcasts, was taken aback. Mrs. Zhao's smile faltered, and she stiffly remarked, "Is this how you treat your elders? Did your parents not teach you better?" "Oh no. My demeanor towards my elders is certainly not as such." Luan paused before continuing. "Do you truly believe you are unaware of my parental guidance? Had my mother not been on a business trip that day, she would have never consented. If it weren't for those individuals claiming that it was the elder's birthday and that having a granddaughter and grandson present would complete the occasion, my father would not have acquiesced either." But what actions have the Zhao family taken? They deliberately concealed the two children, using this half-truth to intimidate my mother. I was taken to a nearby park, where the individuals responsible for watching over the children were neglectful, and it was there that I was abducted by human traffickers. The Zhao family sought to exploit the situation, yet they did not anticipate losing the child and were thrown into disarray. Regardless, this incident remains inextricably linked to them. It seems they possess no sense of guilt. Well then, it is now 11 o'clock. I am full and intend to retire for the night. I have no desire to summon the community security and disturb the neighbors, revealing how you bully a child left unattended by their parents. With that, she rose, ignoring those in the living room, and ascended the stairs. This residence was occupied by individuals of stature, even if they were mired in disgrace. These individuals still valued their reputation. The Zhao family could not afford to lose face. Perhaps there was a slight resemblance to a boy. How about purchasing a wig? Lu Wan opened Taobao, but her previous experience with inexpensive wigs had been less than satisfactory. Quality wigs, however, cost several thousand, and she was reluctant to part with such a sum. On her 16th birthday, she treated herself to a wig and a lipstick. She spent a considerable 60 yuan online to acquire a long, straight hairpiece akin to that of Lu Yifei. Prior to receiving the package, Lu Wan had been anxious, fearing she would resemble Lu Huan rather than Lu Yifei. Not that she held any disdain for Lu Huan, but she felt their temperaments and appearances were of entirely different types. Upon receiving the delivery, Lu Wan realized her worries had been unfounded. The hair was made of nylon, resembling a garbage bag atop her head, starkly contrasting with the seller's promotional images. Lu Wan had sent a photo of herself wearing the wig to question the seller's misleading advertisement. Infuriated, she found herself wishing she could physically confront the seller, teaching them the virtue of honesty. Thus, aside from the wig, she pondered if there were other methods to expedite hair growth, preferably at little to no cost. Closing Taobao, she searched online forums and discovered a folk remedy suggesting a mixture of beer, ginger, and eggs to stimulate rapid hair growth. Intrigued, she decided to try it, confident in her ability to execute the plan. After combining the ingredients, she poured the mixture over her head and massaged her scalp for 10 minutes before rinsing. The sink, equipped with a touch panel, proved challenging for Lu Wan, accidentally setting the temperature to maximum. With her hair too short and the mixture too abundant, it dripped uncontrollably, obscuring her vision with egg liquid. Receiving a phone call, Lu Buyu hurried home, concerned that Lu Wan might struggle alone. Upon his arrival, he found that an unexpected guest had already departed. Ascending the stairs, he noticed the door to the neighboring room ajar. After knocking, he stepped inside. The bathroom door was wide open, water running, and a figure stood before the sink. Stunned for a moment, Lu Buyu chuckled. "Are you making egg soup in there? A sprinkle of pepper and scallions would enhance it." Lu Wan, hearing the knock, initially thought it was Aunt Wang, but the voice was unmistakably male and rather irritating. Turning her head, she peered through a narrow gap in her eyes at the man leaning against the doorframe, finding him vaguely familiar. Shared boyfriend? She thought. Before she could finish her thought, a series of shudder sounds interrupted her. Lu Buyu, capturing the moment on his phone, remarked leisurely, "This is the funniest thing I've encountered this year." Lu Wan retorted, "Some people exist, yet their demise is already predetermined. Today, she would ruthlessly and resolutely shatter the dreams of countless young girls." Lu Buyu approached, adjusting the water temperature before asking, "What are you staring at? Are you saving that egg flour for breakfast tomorrow?" The room was spacious, furnished with a sofa for guests, and he comfortably took a seat outside the bathroom. Lu Wan inhaled deeply, calming herself for a moment before deciding to address her hair. After rinsing the mixture thoroughly, she quickly dried her hair and rushed out, only to find that the scoundrel was amusing himself with her turtle. Lu Buyu looked up, chuckling at the earlier scene. "Did you attend a two-person show school? You woke me up laughing in the middle of the night." Lu Wan shot back, "You're the one who's funny. Your whole family is hilarious." Realizing that she had inadvertently included herself in the jab, she walked over, snatched the turtle from the table, and scolded, "How dare you play with my pet? You, delete that photo immediately." She has now deduced the identity of this fellow, surname Lu, appearing here at this hour. How unfortunate it is to have such a brother. Not only did he fail to pick her up, but upon their first meeting, he also took an unflattering photo. Lu Buyu remarked, "I will delete the photo. Don't be upset. You currently resemble an inflated pufferfish." Lu Wan retorted, "A pufferfish is already quite unattractive. Why add the word inflated?" She unilaterally declared the termination of their sibling relationship. From now on, they would be mere strangers sharing the same parents. "I have deleted it," Lu Buyu said. Lifting his gaze from his phone, Lu Wan extended her hand. "I don't trust you. I truly deleted it. Would I deceive you?" He tossed the phone toward her. "See for yourself." Lu Wan scrolled through several images, all selfies of this narcissist. It appeared he had indeed deleted the photo, At least he possessed some sense. Or she would have resorted to violently destroying the evidence. As she swiped further, she stumbled upon a group photo and froze. Were the two individuals in the picture her parents? The man, clad in a shirt with bright eyes, exuded the charm of an intellectual gentleman. The woman he embraced wore a subtle smile, radiating a cool intelligence and a certain distance. This couple bore no semblance of individuals over 40. They exhibited no signs of the fatigue that age typically brings. Lu Buyu teased, "Have you discovered that you are the least attractive in the family?" Luan felt a surge of anger, but found herself unable to counter his remark. Judging by the photograph, she bore a stronger resemblance to her father. As for Lu Buyu, he seemed to have inherited only the best traits from their parents, though ultimately, neither of them resembled their progenitors. His ability to stand out amidst the multitude of beauties in the entertainment industry was undoubtedly attributable to his striking looks. Luan returned the phone to him, firmly stating,
You may leave now.
"Hurry up and go. What are your WeChat and phone numbers? I need to save them."
I want to tell you, she replied.
"You're still angry even after I deleted the photo? Then how about this? I'll gift you something. What would you like?" Lu Buyu pondered for a moment, recalling that girls often fancy bags. Last year, apart from distributing year-end bonuses to his studio staff, he had gifted each of them one, which had received positive feedback. Lu Buyu operated without a signed agency, managing his own studio with a 30-member team dedicated to handling his affairs. He had achieved remarkable success in recent years. According to his fans, other celebrities should not dare to infringe upon my idol. While they are just fleeting seasonal trends, my idol remains an unshakable top-tier star. Initially, Luan had intended to dismiss him, but since he was sincerely apologetic, she decided to tolerate him a little. "All right, then, you can gift me a wig." Lu Buyu doubted his ears. Looking up to see her serious expression, he chuckled. "What a coincidence. I'm the only one in the house who has one. I want a long one. It should be a women's style." "Wow, are you this peculiar in private?"
Don't speak carelessly.
Lu Buyu retrieved the wig from the closet. Luan had seen him wearing this wig before, on a poster on the desk of their music teacher. Many male entertainers adopt cross-dressing styles, and Lu Buyu had even been ranked among the top few for his impressive female disguise. But what use is being handsome if one possesses such a wretched character? The wig, cascading to her chest, was remarkably smooth, clearly a luxurious piece. Luan was quite satisfied with it. Lu Buyu remarked, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your brother?" To which Luan replied, "Good night, you may leave." Regardless of the circumstances, they had nonetheless added each other as friends on WeChat. Lu Buyu rose, contemplating before inquiring, "By the way, I've scheduled a health check for you tomorrow. Your gender was incorrectly entered, so the hospital will need to issue a certificate for the change. Would you like me to accompany you?" Luan responded, "No need. Just provide me with the address and the procedure. I can manage on my own." She had no desire to be in the company of that individual. "All right, also, our parents will likely be home tomorrow evening." "Understood." After a brief pause, Lu Buyu noticed the other party's dismissive demeanor and turned to exit. Upon arriving home, he reflected on their pleasant interactions. Lu Buyu then called his agent, getting straight to the point once the call connected. "By the way, could you purchase some clothing for girls?" "Girls' clothing? What do you need that for?" The agent was bewildered. "Address it to my home. She is quite tall, neither too thin nor too plump, and please avoid anything overly mature." The agent, as if struck by lightning, was momentarily stunned. He was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Was there a girl staying at Lu Buyu's home? "May I ask, who are you buying for?" Lu Buyu replied, "My sister." The agent was further perplexed. To his knowledge, Lu Buyu had only one cousin. That cousin had visited the set previously, and Lu Buyu had been rather aloof, suggesting a lack of closeness between them. Thus, the clothing could not possibly be intended for her. So, who could it be? Brother and sister? That sounds a bit off. Disregarding the agent's confusion, Lu Buyu continued, "By the way, my personal schedule for tomorrow morning has been cancelled, so I can participate in a magazine shoot. But I still need to free up my afternoon. Please reschedule half of my recent work." "Half? Are you looking to take a break?" the agent queried. Lu Buyu had always been diligent about her work. Her sudden absence 2 days prior, and now her request to reduce her workload suggested something unusual was afoot. "Yes, there's a child at home." The agent was taken aback. Another sister, and now a child? His mind briefly stalled, conjuring bold headlines. Shock. Lu Buyu is in big trouble. The truth about her giving birth is revealed. Stunned. The top male artist is actually a father. Deceiving fans to earn money for baby formula, idol weeps behind bars for fraud. Taking a deep breath, the agent recalled how well their collaboration had fared over the years. 5 years ago, when Lu Buyu had the choice of numerous formidable agents, she had selected him, a fresh graduate. He had anticipated a journey marked by triumph, yet it seemed he was now facing a career crisis. With a forlorn expression, the agent lamented, "Well, dating an idol could lead to dire consequences." Lu Buyu paused, then softly clarified, "Don't overthink it. She is my biological sister."
Ah?
Your biological sister? Your parents must have a loving relationship. The agent's emotions were akin to a roller coaster ride. Lu Buyu was almost amused to the point of laughter. Yet he refrained from saying anything further. He never mentioned his family in the context of work. His fans were only aware that their idol came from a well-off background, as evidenced by his designer attire upon debut. Beyond that, they remained largely uninformed. The next day, Luan set out early. When Lu Buyu offered to send a car for her, she politely declined. The city's public transportation was highly developed. She could easily take the bus or subway, especially since her irritation had not yet subsided. The hospital had already made arrangements. It was merely a matter of going through the necessary formalities, and soon enough, Luan obtained the documents. The May Day holiday was particularly bustling. It was her first time encountering such a throng of people. She had initially intended to buy a few items, but upon witnessing the overwhelming crowd, she reconsidered, especially when she realized that even paying at the register required standing in line. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture out at a less crowded time in the future. The subway car was filled with passengers. Wearing her headphones and listening to music, she looked up to see a man deliberately brushing against a girl beside him as the train swayed. Without uttering a word, Luan walked over, positioned herself between the two, and shot a glare at the man. Those who engage in such behavior often feel guilty when confronted, and he quickly moved to another car. She turned to the handsome stranger who had assisted her and expressed her gratitude. Lu Buyu swiftly completed his magazine shoot. He had a natural flair for the camera and posed effortlessly, capturing numerous stunning shots without a single wasted frame. Coupled with his strict body management, minimal retouching was required in post-production. This made him a favored collaborator among photographers, as he was always photogenic. After finishing work, Lu Buyu drove to the school where Luan was transferring. Although it was the holiday period, he had confirmed via phone that there were still teachers on duty. By finalizing the transfer paperwork now, Luan could directly attend classes once the break concluded, eliminating the need for unnecessary trips back and forth. By the time he wrapped up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Luan glanced at him and asked, "Just how much did you buy? There are 7 or 8 of your packages at the door, and you're carrying so much." Lu Buyu replied, "These are items for the puppy."
Ah?
You have a dog? I didn't notice. What I have here is your school uniform. The packages contain your everyday clothes. Suddenly, Luan leaped from the sofa. Disregarding his teasing, her face alight with joy as she inquired, "Are there really that many uniforms?" Lu Buyu placed the paper bag on the coffee table. Inside were formal wear, skirts, short-sleeved shirts, hoodies, and sportswear, all suitable for summer. Additionally, there were winter coats and knitwear. Luan was astounded. So many uniforms. At her previous school, there was only a single set, and students were not required to wear them daily. After all, practicality was prioritized, favoring comfort over aesthetics. One glance at the clothing from the new school suggested that the tuition was quite expensive. The summer uniform featured white shirts for both boys and girls. With different bottoms, boys wore long pants while girls donned skirts. However, they were aesthetically pleasing, exuding both elegance and youthful charm. Luan exclaimed with excitement, "I'll open the packages, and we can try them on together. Go find a pair of scissors." "No need, just use your hands." She tore at the seams of the packaging with strength, and the box split open effortlessly. Luan possesses remarkable strength. She is responsible for carrying the bottled water in her class, effortlessly ascending 5 flights of stairs with a single hand. The homeroom teacher remarked that if her academic performance were not commendable, it would be a pity for her not to pursue a career in security. Lu Buyu, taken aback, genuinely questioned the accuracy of his perception. Luan decided to try on the school uniform, as it would be her daily attire. After changing into the dress, she dashed into the living room and inquired, "How do I look?" "Quite lovely, right?" Lu Buyu glanced up and, a moment later, replied, "You've made me quite hungry." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luan scratched her head and chuckled, "Hee, isn't it a feast for the eyes?" The man rose, pulled a blanket from the nearby sofa, and wrapped it around her legs, exclaiming, "You resemble a Jinhua ham, thicker than I am. Cover up." Upon reflection, Lu Buyu considered the dress excessively short and contemplated suggesting alterations to the school's uniform policy. Luan's expression darkened. To be fair, even if she wasn't particularly slender, It was unkind to label her as thick. The school uniform skirt was of standard length, resting about an inch above the knee. The largest size available for women's clothing was 175, yet Luan exceeded this height and possessed long legs. The skirt, therefore, barely reached the middle of her thighs and needed to be adjusted further. Luan believed there was still hope for a solution. If the skirt is too short, I could wear a pair of denim shorts or leggings underneath. Lu Buyu replied. Perhaps you should just opt for pants designed for boys. No way. Absolutely not. Luan protested vehemently. Noticing her silence, Lu Buyu suggested, then for now, wear pants. The skirts can be custom-made longer, and I will inquire about it. With no other options available, Luan nodded in agreement. Lu Buyu instructed the stylist to avoid overly mature styles, resulting in a collection of youthful designs. However, these adorable styles rarely accommodated taller women. As they did not consider those above 175 centimeters, lace denim trousers fell short, while the standard length dresses could only be worn as tops. The lengths of the skirts and shorts were all ill-fitting. Finally, there was a long dress available which on the model in the catalog reached the ankles, elegantly concealing the shoes and exuding an ethereal quality. However, when Luan tried it on, the hem barely reached the thickest part of her calves. Gazing into the mirror, she mused that while the model appeared angelic, she looked rather ordinary. Unable to resist, Luan asked, "Do I resemble a cross-dressing gentleman?" Lu Buyu, preoccupied with the shortcomings of the stylist's choices, recalled several tall female models he knew who looked splendid in their attire. Some were even quite fashionable. Setting aside biases, Luan did possess a slightly superior demeanor. However, her consistent choice of masculine clothing rendered her boyish, yet without appearing effeminate, a rare quality. She wasn't unattractive, and her figure was commendable. Logically, Luan should not look unappealing in women's clothing. Their family lineage assured that. Luan sighed, feeling a sense of unreciprocated emotion. She unilaterally declared herself an only child from that moment forward. Previously, when she donned casually purchased shirts, sporty shorts, or even canvas shoes, many complimented her, stating that her beauty made anything she wore look good. Yet that was far from the truth. Charming, flamboyant, and sweetly reminiscent of Japanese style, her height was quite remarkable. It must surely be an issue of hairstyle. Luan dashed upstairs in search of a wig. Indeed, long hair would suffice. Last night, she had washed the wig, and now it was drying outside. Rushing to the balcony, she found it utterly barren. Was it swept away by the wind? A sudden misfortune had compounded the struggles of her already modest household. The setting sun appeared even more glaring than usual. Contemplating, Luan reasoned that if it had been blown away, it must have landed nearby. She mentally calculated the wind direction, approximate speed, and height before leaning over the railing. Straining her neck to look, in the grass of the yard to her right, a dark mass seemed to be the target. Without hesitation, Luan sprinted outside, leaving Lu Buyu's inquiries about her whereabouts far behind. Upon reaching the destination, she paused. It seemed devoid of inhabitants. The house had not been illuminated the previous night. Thus, a pressing question arose. If the owners were absent today, would her precious wig be left alone outside for the night? How pitiable! The villas in the neighborhood featured semi-open yards with lattice walls and gates barely half a meter high, offering little in terms of security. After surveying her surroundings for a few moments and finding no passers-by, she stepped inside, reasoning that she would only be there for a brief 10 seconds. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she halted. In the corner of the yard stood a large pear tree, casting a substantial shadow, beneath which rested a lounge chair occupied by a slumbering figure. The angle of the person's position was such that she had not noticed them from either the upper floor or outside. The individual appeared youthful. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, their long legs sprawled on the grass, adorned with a few white petals upon their knees. With the sun setting, the fiery hues of the evening sky illuminated them, and it took Luan a few moments to discern that their shirt was white, not pink. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, and before she could decide on her next course of action, the figure beneath the tree abruptly opened their eyes. Their gazes met, and Luan momentarily froze. She resolved to approach and confidently said, "I live in the house just ahead. I apologize. My belongings were blown into your yard, and I only wish to retrieve them." With that, she hurried over to collect her wig from the low shrubbery. Once outside, she breathed a sigh of relief, thankful not to have been mistaken for a thief or scolded. At that moment, a woman descended from a car, dressed in a gray trench coat, wide-legged jeans, and black heels. Luan recognized her from photographs, but in person, her aura was even more distinctive, exuding a subtle yet pleasant sense of distance. Clad in a dress and holding her wig, Luan hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Lu's mother soon noticed the girl a few meters away. With a single glance, she rushed over and embraced her.
Child.
Luan's face nestled into a soft embrace. Wait, why was the other person's figure so well defined? It seemed that to disguise as a man, one needed only to wear a thick tank top, making it somewhat excessive. Many boys on the sports team had chests larger than hers. A mix of exasperation and relief washed over her. Well, this was hardly the time for such thoughts. Luan anticipated that she might feel awkward, yet instead of discomfort, an indescribable warmth enveloped her. Perhaps this was the bond of blood ties? She raised her hand and embraced the back of the other person. Mom, although it may seem a bit dull, why must we stand at the doorstep embracing the wind? Aren't you coming in for a meal? Lu Buyu crossed her arms, gazing at the three individuals before her. A little. The family gathered around the dining table. Lu's mother continuously watched her daughter, while Lu's father, with reddened eyes, similarly fixed his gaze, unable to look away. Shushu, you should eat first. This is your home. Your father and I have not cared for you well in the past, and we deeply regret it. From now on, we will take care of you for a lifetime. Lu's mother spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. Lu Buyu turned her attention to the girl beside her. Shushu, if you feel accustomed to it, you need not change. Luan, it is rare for anyone to use the character Wan, making it quite special, Lu's mother said thoughtfully. In truth, her adoptive mother treated her well, but that woman, timid and struggling to secure her own well-being, hardly had the capacity to care for her. They commenced the meal. The bowls at home were particularly small,
Holding only a handful of rice.
Luan was not a shy person, yet after finishing her third bowl, she felt slightly embarrassed to serve herself again. Lu's mother, perceptive and considerate, noticed and proactively helped her daughter refill her bowl, cheerfully saying, Shushu, you must eat more. You are still growing. Lu Buyu snickered, recalling the image of a food-loving entertainer with great strength. In the presence of the girls in the Lu household, such matters seemed utterly trivial.
Growing taller?
Is she aiming to touch the sky? Just as the words left his mouth, Lu's father playfully gave him a light smack on the head. Is that how you speak of your sister? Have some decency. Lu Buyu cradled his head, silencing himself. Luan wholeheartedly agreed, thinking well done. A few more hits. Teach him a lesson. After finishing their meal, the couple engaged Luan in conversation, while Lu Buyu browsed his phone nearby. Luan took out a bank card. This is from Uncle. You keep it. There is no need to return it to us, Lu's mother replied with a smile. But I can't make use of it. Can I return it to him? Though Luan had an affinity for money, she still felt it improper to spend another's funds. Before drifting off to sleep, Luan vaguely thought, such days are truly wonderful. In the room on the third floor, the couple sat on the bed. However, before that day arrived, she was gone. In the blink of an eye, they had grown so much. Had she not, witnessing the child grow a little each day, learning to roll over, sit up, and by 9 months, walk. Shushu did not recognize anyone, smiling at everyone she encountered, relishing the moments spent resting her head against Luan's shoulder, affectionately rubbing her face. Even that mischievous Lu Buyu insisted on hugging and kissing his sister every night before he would go to sleep. By the time she was over 6 months old, Shushu weighed 20 pounds. When her brother accidentally dropped her, she remained on the ground giggling, refusing to let go. We must take good care of her. Indeed. The couple embraced each other. The next morning, as Luan descended the stairs, her parents were discussing her schooling. Shushu, the textbooks you used previously seem different from those at the new school. Do not worry. Try reading for a few days, and if it doesn't work out, we can consider other options, such as repeating the first year or selecting a different school altogether, Lu's mother deliberated kindly. Luan's interregional transfer to a new school involves more than just a change in textbooks. The private high school she is joining aligns its curriculum with international standards, and Lu's mother harbors concerns about her adaptability. However, Luan feels a sense of assurance. If there is any commendable quality she possesses, it is her academic prowess. Her previous institution focused solely on preparing for the college entrance examination, neglecting competitions and extracurricular enrichment. She anticipates needing some time to adjust. Last night, Luan's former homeroom teacher messaged her to inform her that the math papers from the recent midterm exams had been graded. This was the first major examination since the division of disciplines, and the mathematics paper for the science track was exceedingly challenging. Luan scored 149, a remarkable feat, though it was tempered by the teacher's assertion that the test was so difficult that achieving full marks was nearly impossible. Ironically, the only student who did achieve a perfect score had transferred out. In a fit of indignation, the teacher deducted 1 point. To put it into perspective, the student who placed second scored only 109, a full 40 points lower. Luwan's approach to studying is straightforward. She listens attentively in class and diligently completes her assigned homework without wasting energy. She even works on weekends, never opting for extra tutoring. However, circumstances have changed. The tuition at her new school exceeds her earnings from 3 years of work. There is no point in continuing to work. Her focus must now be solely on her studies. Seeing his daughter lost in thought, Luwan's father mistook her silence for worry and offered words of encouragement. "Don't fret, the head of the physics department is one of my former students. He tends to boast, but his abilities are quite average. Who dares to compare themselves to you? Let them challenge me instead." Luwan replied, "I am not afraid." Her father, a distinguished professor, has adorned their home with numerous trophies and certificates, and as a prominent figure in his field, he wields considerable influence. "You are truly remarkable. My brave daughter, I am so proud of you," he said with genuine delight. Luwan, however, thought to herself, this praise feels somewhat exaggerated. I have done nothing to deserve it. To align with such expectations, she resolved to improve herself. She decided to wear a skirt to school, pairing it with denim shorts underneath for modesty. Yet, she could not locate her school uniform skirt. Frowning, Luwan pulled out her phone and sent a message. "Did you take my skirt?" "Yes, it has been returned to your school."
Why? Came the reply.
Thus, the new version of the school uniform had altered the skirt's length, making it an inch shorter above the knee, which did little to flatter the girls' figures. Leaving them in despair, Luwan rolled her eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Lu Buyu. With no other options, she donned her long pants, grabbed her backpack, and rushed out the door. The new school was vast, and Luwan, with her long legs, took over 10 minutes to walk from the entrance to the academic building. The brochure boasted that the campus spanned several 100,000 square meters, and along the way, she spotted various laboratories and gymnasiums. Following the signs, she quickly found her classroom, Class 4 of the second year. On her first day, she decided to wait in the corridor for her homeroom teacher. According to the plot of the story, 2 transfer students were set to join Class 4 today, herself and the novel's protagonist, Lin Yan. This reminded Luwan of another matter. This school had recently launched a charitable initiative. Students excelling in their studies were granted the privilege of attending this school with tuition and miscellaneous fees fully waived, alongside additional living expenses. Lin Yan was the inaugural recipient of this assistance and, regrettably, the final one, as the school board, for various reasons, abolished the charitable program. While the protagonists were indifferent to such trifling matters, the opportunity for genuine assistance held profound significance for those in true need. Unfortunately, subsequent candidates were deprived of this chance. Luwan harbored little sentiment towards the female lead. Lin Yan was not inherently malevolent, yet Luwan had been instilled with values of independence and self-reliance from a young age, making her unable to accept the narrative of a naive flower unintentionally causing chaos. Regardless of gender, these concerns bore no relevance to her. In the realm of fiction, the delicate flower often finds favor with the school bully, a brooding and aloof male lead who, contrary to his usual disinterest in the opposite sex, becomes captivated by the female protagonist. Beyond the male lead, the female character also attracts a plethora of male supporting characters, their diversity ample enough to warrant a festival of admiration, evoking jealousy in the male lead, who finds himself pressing her against the wall for a kiss, grasping her waist in fervor. An array of convoluted and melodramatic entanglements. Such is the nature of the story. Since the charismatic and domineering school bully appears to be under some enchantment, fixated solely on the female lead, it seems that the supporting female character has no place in this narrative. Luwan's singular focus remained on her studies. Knowledge gained equated to wealth earned. The more she learned, the more she profited. Given the exorbitant fees of this institution, Luwan, a frugal and financially savvy individual, calculated the costs with precision. Standing in the corridor for approximately 10 minutes, Luwan spotted a teacher leading a girl towards her. The female lead, not donned in school uniform, stood out distinctly. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, she attracted the attention of numerous students. Luwan recognized her immediately as the protagonist. The homeroom teacher paused to appraise Luwan, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, and she smiled, saying, "Luwan, is it? Come along, I will escort you inside." "Certainly, teacher." The homeroom instructor guided the 2 transfer students into the classroom, which fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a cacophony. The boys directed their gazes toward Lin Yan, while the girls turned their attention to Luwan. "A new beauty has arrived. Indeed, she is quite attractive, so pure." "Wow, She's stunning.
I'm all in.
Goodness, you're in again, are you? I can join too. Silence, please. The homeroom teacher wrapped her fingers on the podium, then turned to the newcomers. Why don't you introduce yourselves briefly? Luwan, you go first. Luwan nodded and approached the podium. Hello, everyone, I am Luwan. A girl. The entire class. The classroom was engulfed in bewilderment. The boys, who had previously felt indifferent to handsome boys, were utterly confounded. What on earth? So, we have a girl who is even more handsome than us? The girls, on the other hand, thought that if one could look like this, being a girl was certainly not a disadvantage. Luwan, you're tall. For now, please sit at the last seat in the third group. The homeroom teacher indicated an empty space. Luwan, clutching her backpack, made her way down. Just as she settled in, her desk mate on the left leaned in and said, I was staring at you while you stood in the corridor, and if you were a boy, my spring would have arrived. What a pity. Luwan. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed classmate extended his hand. Hello, I am Zhang Harry in Chinese. A male by gender, with a penchant for the same. Harry's father serves as a corporate representative in China, and he has grown up domestically, excelling in his Chinese studies even more than in English. By the age of 14, he had already openly declared his sexual orientation to those around him. Luwan. Zhang Harry, you are truly handsome, and quite tall. If I weren't so firmly inclined, you might have straightened me out. Luwan had no words to respond. Lin Yan stood hesitantly for several seconds before making her way to the podium. She took a deep breath and softly introduced herself. My name is Lin Yan, and I am delighted to be here to learn. I hope to enjoy pleasant interactions with everyone. The girl at the podium had fair skin, and her white dress accentuated her slender figure. It seemed as if tears were poised to fall from her eyes, yet her expression bore a hint of stubbornness. This stark contrast instantly evoked a sense of protectiveness. The homeroom teacher's gaze softened as she spoke gently. Lin Yan, please take the empty seat in the fourth row. Your desk mate is the class monitor, so feel free to ask him if you have any questions. The class monitor of Class 4 had been observing Lin Yan since she entered. The boy spoke softly. If you encounter any difficulties, you can confide in me. Lin Yan remained silent, but nodded gently. The boy's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as he secretly glanced at his new desk mate, filled with joy. Luwan was reluctant to speak. Indeed, Lin Yan was the protagonist of the story. Although she hailed from poverty, her complexion was remarkably fair. Just moments ago, while writing her name at the podium, her hands appeared particularly graceful. She glanced down at her own hands, marked with calluses from writing and scars from part-time jobs. Beside Lin Yan sat the class monitor. In the narrative, this monitor harbored a secret affection for the female lead, assisting her with studies and caring for her silently. However, his appearance was rather ordinary, rendering him merely one of her admirers, not even a backup option. Luwan looked again at her desk mate, realizing the psychological disparity she felt was undeniable. Harry happened to glance over as well, smiling as he asked, Wongo, may I boast to my friends that you're my new boyfriend? They would surely envy me. Luwan responded coolly, absolutely not. Harry, you're really heartless, yet somehow even more handsome. Luwan, can I request a change of desk mate? They must be students aided by a charity program, right? Zhao Yan, seated in the front row, was about to explain but then reconsidered, saying, perhaps so. She enjoyed considerable popularity at school, partly due to her cousin, the top idol Lu Buyu. This connection garnered her favorable treatment from the girls at school. Zhao Yan's ascension to the position of president of the most popular drama club and vice president of the student council was influenced by this factor. Luwan was Lu Buyu's sister, and she did not wish for her own radiance to be overshadowed by Luwan. Furthermore, Lu Buyu possessed a notoriously difficult temperament and was rather aloof. No matter how much she endeavored to be amiable, it had little effect. It was likely that even Lu Buyu did not regard the sister, whom he had not seen for over a decade, with much importance. While Luwan preferred to remain silent, she had her own means of addressing the situation, even if it was brought to light by Luwan herself. She is truly striking. The girls from other classes might even mistake her for a boy. One girl beside her rested her chin on her hand and remarked. Zhao Yan's mind shifted, and she pondered aloud. Why not declare her a boy to the outside world? Wouldn't it be amusing for everyone to eventually realize they had been deceived? It indeed seemed quite entertaining. Zhao Yan subtly hinted at her close relationship with Lu Buyu, suggesting that perhaps she could invite her to school in the future. The girls were all eager. As long as Zhao Yan didn't go too far, they would agree to anything she proposed. The boys were even more enthralled, as Zhao Yan was the campus goddess. Moreover, this jest appeared innocuous in the eyes of the collective. At noon, after school, she took Luwan to the cafeteria. As Luwan stepped out of the classroom, Someone called out to her. Lin Yen Yen hurriedly approached, timidly saying, "We are both transfer students. I am not familiar with this place. So, I would like to accompany you." She presumed that Luan had also received sponsorship to attend. Furthermore, Luan's demeanor posed no threat to the girls, making her seem more approachable. Luan replied, "The cafeteria is the building on the far right. I apologize, but I have arranged to meet Harry." With that, she briskly walked ahead, leaving Lin Yen Yen behind. When Harry caught up, he unexpectedly asked, "Having another person is no issue. Do you not like her?" Luan replied, "Not at all." However, knowing the storyline, Luan naturally wished to distance herself from the protagonist. In the book, she and Lin Yen Yen transferred on the same day. While she was unpopular among classmates, Lin Yen Yen was pursued by various affluent suitors and was quite popular. The primary reason for Luan's unpopularity in school was her title as the male lead's fiancée. Everyone questioned what right she had to be there. Coming from a small town, the male lead even approached her with a disdainful attitude, insisting that they were incompatible and she should stop dreaming. In the narrative, Luan served as the scapegoat, enduring the brunt of disdain, while Lin Yen Yen's melodramatic entanglements with a school bully went unnoticed. Reflecting on this, it is no wonder that the character Luan in the book would struggle with her self-esteem, with her as a contrasting foil. Others later concluded that Lin Yen Yen was not as perfect as she seemed. Lin Yen Yen, endowed with the protagonist's halo, could naturally turn misfortune into fortune. But those around her were undeniably unfortunate. Luan certainly wanted to avoid such circumstances. She had no desire for a fiancé. Thus, Luan was disinclined to share her identity as the daughter of the Lu family, finding it distasteful. The mere thought of it made her cringe. She was there to study. Should that school bully, the male lead, dare to approach her with any peculiar remarks, she would not hesitate to deliver a resounding rebuttal. The cafeteria was a standalone building, 7 stories high, complete with an elevator. As Luan contemplated her destination, a group of girls suddenly burst forth, standing directly in front of her.
Ah,
Jiang Boyang is so handsome. So cool. I heard his family is incredibly wealthy. Oh my, he really is so aloof. The girls' piercing voices assaulted her ears. Luan felt bewildered. Jiang Boyang? Oh, the one who exudes a blend of mockery, dominance, charm, and arrogance? The author certainly had a grasp of elementary mathematics. He has finally arrived with his pie chart. Luan is a transfer student, and Harry naturally assumes he is unaware. Explaining, Jiang Boyang is the campus heartthrob, reputed to be quite fierce. He often engages in fights, yet he looks incredibly handsome on his motorcycle. Luan in the novel. This character is always accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of several admirers upon his entrance. Just look at the girls ahead. The resemblance is strikingly high. It is simply suffocating. Harry, unfortunately, he is a straight guy. I actually quite like him. Luan had nothing to retort and turned to walk ahead. Harry followed suit, exclaiming, "Why did you just walk away? You are far too composed. Don't you have any thoughts?" "Indeed, I am pondering the variety of dishes at school. I can switch them up daily and still not finish them all in a semester."
what?
Harry paused, then inquired, "You have no other thoughts?" Though the textbooks differ, the core knowledge points in high school remain largely the same. This school had just had an exam before the break, and there remains a full month until the next monthly test. There are many exceptional students here. Although they are either from wealthy families or affluent backgrounds, they work incredibly hard. She cannot afford to let her guard down. Harry grasped Luan's arm, raising his voice. "Luan, you are far too calm. You exude such charisma. If you were a guy, you would undoubtedly be a formidable one. It's truly a pity." He was genuinely distressed, not only for her, but even more so for himself. "Luan, oh, thank you for your compliment, but there's really no need, my friend." Harry's voice was loud enough for Jiang Boyang, who was approaching, to hear. However, he did not catch the entire exchange, only the name Luan. He glanced at the figure that had already walked away, furrowing his brow. Earlier that morning, his mother had instructed him to take care of a transfer student named Luan, stating that she was the niece of Mr. Lu and was highly regarded. Jiang Boyang dismissed it from one ear to the other. He was most annoyed by troublesome girls. Did they really think that parental admonitions would earn them special treatment? Fortunately, that girl did not gravitate towards him. Otherwise, he could not guarantee his attitude. In the afternoon, as school ended, Luan walked briskly towards the school gate. Harry approached, saying, "Wongo, are you going to the bar tonight? To celebrate your transfer?" He seemed quite familiar, as if he had already considered her a good friend. "Luan, the type of bar you go to may not be suitable for me. Is this guy perhaps a bit too wild?"
Harry, no, no, no.
We're going to a place where both boys and girls can enjoy themselves, with plenty of handsome guys and beautiful girls. Many handsome boys? Harry, although the handsome guys may not strike up a conversation with you, I assure you, many beautiful girls will eagerly offer you a cigarette. Despite having a straight female deskmate, he declared, "You are far too dull." Lu Wan continued onward. A girl carrying a cardboard box passed by, her center of gravity shifting unsteadily to the right. While glancing at her phone, Lu Wan instinctively reached out to steady her without looking up. "Thank you." The girl restabilized her box and, upon speaking, froze in surprise, exclaiming, "How is it you?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Lu Wan wondered if they were acquaintances and turned to face her. The girl blinked and reminded her, the other day on the subway. "Lu Wan, I remember now. What a coincidence. You've helped me once again, but how come I have never seen you at school before?" "I am in class 1 of the second year, Su Rao." The girl replied with a smile. "I transferred today to class 4 of the second year, Lu Wan." Su Rao scrutinized her and then remarked, "I have materials for the upcoming debate competition. By the way, this Friday at 4:30 in the afternoon, I'll be hosting a debate in the auditorium. You're welcome to come and watch." "All right, I'll attend if I have time. I hope you can make it." As Lu Wan stepped out of the school gate, she was greeted by an array of luxurious vehicles, more extravagant than a car exhibition. She promptly entered the car sent by the Lu family, loosening her school uniform tie. In the front seat, Mr. Lu smiled and asked, Shu, how do you find your first day at school? Are you adjusting well?" "It's quite good, though the volume of information is a bit overwhelming." Mr. Lu paused, taken aback by her comment. "Overwhelming? Does that imply you're struggling with your studies?" Having been a prodigy throughout his life, Mr. Lu felt a surge of affection for her. It was understandable that Shu, who previously studied in a county town, might find it challenging. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, even if she were to fail every subject and rank at the bottom, she would always be his most exceptional daughter. Shu, don't worry. Grades are not important at all. They don't define anything." Lu Wan replied, "Actually, I think they are quite significant." Mr. Lu firmly asserted, "They are not." "All right then, they are not." Lu Wan thought something felt amiss. A professor dismissing the importance of grades seemed contradictory, yet she chose not to argue. After attending school for several days, she had somewhat adapted. Her rather outspoken desk mate initially left a strong impression on her, but she had since grown accustomed to it. Harry, with his striking features, azure eyes, and long eyelashes, though of mixed heritage, leaned more towards a European appearance. He was a remarkably handsome young man, exuding vivacity and charm, well-liked and surrounded by numerous friends. However, his exuberance often crossed the line. Yesterday, as Lu Wan walked with Harry, they encountered a handsome fellow who greeted them, prompting Harry to say, "I used to date him." Moments later, they encountered a refined gentleman who also greeted them, and Harry remarked, "My ex-boyfriend." At last, a beautiful girl approached, and Lu Wan inquired, "This one doesn't concern you, right?" After a brief contemplation, Harry blinked and replied, "She pursued me once, but I turned her down." Lu Wan quipped, "If you were to pursue me, I might consider it, but let us be clear. I only engage in certain matters." "Please spare me the show-off routine," Lu Wan interjected. Harry was somewhat lackadaisical about his studies, preoccupied with ways to present himself like a peacock and attract handsome suitors, surpassing her in that regard. Every Friday, school concluded at 4 o'clock. As Lu Wan tidied her desk, she was intercepted by Harry. "Honestly, we're quite familiar now. Can I flaunt your photo to my friends?"
No.
"I'm just a charming girl," Lu Wan replied. "Clearly, you are not," Harry countered, leading to a breakdown in their conversation. Lu Wan maneuvered around him, stating, "Don't block my way. I'm heading to the auditorium to watch the debate." "How did you learn about the debate competition?" Harry inquired, crossing his arms and scrutinizing her. "Someone invited me. Is that all right?"
You know someone from the debate team?
"Who?" "Su Rao," Lu Wan disclosed. Harry's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. "You actually know Su Rao? When did you meet her?" "Just these past few days. Is that not acceptable?"
No.
"That is not true. Su Rao is the goddess of the school." Lu Wan interjected, "Didn't you say Zhao Yan was the goddess? Aren't there numerous deities in your school?" Harry shrugged. "Well, with so many people, aesthetic preferences inevitably vary. Unity is not feasible. There are a few goddesses in the school, and as for the male gods, there are 2. One is Jiang Boyang, whom you met last time, and the other is quite low-key. I'll point him out to you when I see him again." He paused for a moment and then raised his voice, however. "Among the girls, Su Rao holds the highest divine status. She is the president of the student council, excels academically, is stunningly beautiful, and possesses no flaws or shortcomings." Lu Wan, uninterested in the idle chatter, unilaterally concluded the conversation and briskly made her way to the auditorium. Although it was a holiday, the auditorium was bustling with people. The debate was exceptionally captivating, with Su Rao serving as the second speaker for the affirmative side, earning the title of Best Debater. The audience erupted in applause. Luan seemed to grasp why Harry held her in such high esteem. While on stage, Su Rao searched the crowd until she spotted Luan, at which point she focused intently on the competition. As soon as the debate concluded, Su Rao hurried over to Luan. "I'm so glad you could come. Did you find it boring?" Luan replied candidly, "Not at all. I found it thrilling, especially your debate." "Thank you," Su Rao said, cradling a bouquet gifted by someone, which softened the blush on her cheeks. With poise, she continued, "Our debate club is relocating shortly. If you have time, would you like to accompany me? If you enjoy debating, I can teach you some techniques." Luan considered for a moment, realizing she had no other commitments, and nodded, "Sure." The school had announced that the debate club's office, originally on the 6th floor, would be moving to a larger room on the 1st floor this week. Everything had already been organized, trophies, materials, and various odds and ends filled over 10 boxes. Every month, the school designates a weekend for a thorough cleaning and disinfection of the teaching building by a cleaning company. Today was a disinfection day. In addition to cleaning, the workers were responsible for moving the debate club's boxes downstairs. The two chatted amiably along the way. The members of the debate club were surprised to see Su Rao bringing a boy along, as they had never seen him before, yet their rapport appeared quite strong. The cleaning staff had already organized the boxes. 10 boxes were stacked together, secured with ropes, and the workers prepared to carry them down. This building lacked an elevator. Luan observed that the boxes contained many books, likely making them quite heavy. The worker, whose hair was gray and who was not young, replied, "Sir, why not make several trips? It wouldn't be good to strain your back." "No need, I'm in a hurry and I'm used to it. I can manage." The worker smiled, approaching to tighten the rope before attempting to lift the heavy stack of boxes. Indeed, it was quite heavy. After failing the first time, he bit his lip and tried again. Luan stepped forward. "How about this? You unload the 2 heaviest boxes and I'll carry them down for you." The worker wiped his sweat. "Thank you, but those are too heavy for you to handle." His sentence trailed off as Luan had already untied the rope and lifted the heaviest box filled with books. "Everything is fine. It's not heavy at all. And I am young." Luan smiled, not waiting for anyone to respond, and carried the items outside. Having worked at a barbecue restaurant previously, she was often called upon by her boss to lift heavy objects due to her height and strength. The members of the debate club in the office exchanged glances. The box filled with books had proven quite burdensome for 2 people to lift earlier. How could she manage it so effortlessly? "Where did you find such a strong person?" "President? It's quite impressive," one girl remarked. Vice President Fu Wenjia had always harbored feelings for Su Rao, and seeing her enter with a boy, laughing and chatting, made him uncomfortable. Now he felt even less at ease. He scoffed. "It's not as if she's doing it for free. She doesn't need to pretend to be kind." His words were rather sharp and excessive, causing an abrupt silence in the office, with no one willing to respond. Su Rao frowned, displeased, and said, "I do not expect you to have compassion, but when someone is willing to help, refraining from making sarcastic remarks is a basic courtesy." Quickening her pace, she encountered Luan on the 1st floor. After taking a few seconds to compose herself, she approached and said, "Thank you for your help. You're incredibly strong. I usually struggle when my bags are too heavy." "It's nothing. You excel in debate, and I have strength. Everyone has their strengths." Luan replied casually. Su Rao chuckled. "You have a humorous way of speaking. How about I teach you debate next time?" "That sounds good." The two walked side by side toward the school gate. Earlier that morning, Luan had informed her driver not to pick her up, as she had some matters to attend to. Lu's father, realizing that his daughter needed her own space and time to make friends, had readily agreed. However, he called half an hour later to ensure her safety. "It's nothing, my dad just tends to be a bit chatty," Luan said. "I can tell. Perhaps he feels that boys aren't entirely safe these days," Su Rao replied. They arrived at the school gate, where several boutique shops awaited. Luan glanced around, intrigued. "I'm not in a hurry. Perhaps you could help me choose something?" Su Rao picked up a green hair tie and asked, "Does this look good?" Luan, examining a pink hair clip, replied, "You're beautiful. Anything you wear looks lovely." Su Rao blushed, despite frequently receiving compliments about her looks. Looking at the clip in Luan's hand, she smiled and said, "Your choice is lovely as well. Is that for me?" Luan placed the clip atop her own head. "I like it too. Once my hair grows a bit longer, I should be able to wear it." Su Rao felt a warm sweetness in her heart. It was rare for a boy to accompany her to such places. And Luan's playful demeanor while trying on hair accessories was utterly charming. After purchasing 2 hair ties, Su Rao noticed Luan paying for the pink clip, her ears turning crimson. Even after leaving the boutique, Luan showed no intention of gifting her anything. Su Rao was somewhat surprised. Did he plan to give it to her next time? Nevertheless, that was perfectly fine. Before parting ways, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Luan's WeChat name is merely a period, with no moments shared on her timeline. She has identified her gender as female, which is quite reasonable. Su Rao thought for a moment, recalling how she, in an effort to evade unwanted attention, had filled in her online accounts with male identifiers. Perhaps the two women unknowingly shared this sentiment, bringing a sense of joy to Luan at their unspoken understanding. Luan was also delighted by her newly purchased hairpin. The woman had been lingering around the campus for several days, feeling utterly lost. Fortunately, someone advised her to seek out Professor Lu's daughter to confide her troubles. That young lady might exhibit compassion. After all, if the situation escalated, Professor Lu would be compelled to take responsibility and confront his own feelings. For days, Luan had been escorted to and from school, leaving her with no opportunity to approach. However, with Friday's holiday, the chance finally presented itself. Her target was alone at the bus stop. She approached Luan with swift determination. Luan, having sensed something amiss, reacted quickly and evaded the woman's grasp. Attempting to deceive her for money? Not a chance. The woman lost her balance and fell to the ground. The adage wealth should not be flaunted rang true. She had never encountered such a situation before. Dressed in an expensive school uniform, who would presume she was both impoverished and frugal? Nowadays, even on the street, one could encounter opportunists. The middle-aged woman, having fallen hard, disregarded her injury and clung to Luan's leg. Luan exclaimed, "Wait, ma'am, you've already failed once. How can you persist?" Such audacity in her profession, coupled with poor acting skills and greed, was bewildering. You might just put your fellow con artists out of work. The woman hung her entire weight on Luan's leg, making it impossible for her to free herself after several attempts. The woman began to wail. Luan questioned, "Why are you crying now?" Passers-by glanced over, some not hesitant to grab sunflower seeds, eagerly watching the unfolding spectacle. A young man clad in an elite high school uniform stood in stark contrast to the disheveled woman on the ground. Two individuals from completely different worlds were entangled in this commotion. What a spectacle it was! Luan quickly realized that the woman was not merely seeking to extort money. She likely intended to strike a lucrative deal. She had certainly chosen the wrong target. Beneath her composed exterior lay a history. Had it not been for that fateful day years ago, her love for learning, and her eventual discovery of a hefty tome titled Criminal Law, she might have become a leading figure in the world of scams, lamenting her brilliance behind bars. As the crowd grew, it became clear that this situation could not continue. Luan knelt down, sighing. "It seems you have something to discuss with me. Shall we find a quieter place?" Wang Hui nodded, finally releasing her grip. She quickly gathered her hair and stood up, murmuring, "Please don't call me Mom. I'm only 32. "Very well, older sister," Luan replied, contemplating a more secluded location. Wang Hui closely followed, anxious not to be left behind. With traffic bustling and no park in sight, Luan walked several hundred meters before finally spotting a CAF at the end of the street. Upon seeing Luan enter, Wang Hui let out a sigh of relief. Finally able to pause after her brisk chase, the server approached with the menu, prompting the two guests to place their orders. Luan furrowed her brow slightly, aghast at the price of water. 15 per glass? Nevertheless, this could be deemed a legitimate extortion. Once one enters an establishment, it would be impolite to refrain from consumption. "I would like a glass of water," she stated. "I too desire a glass of water," Wang Hui added, having licked her lips, after crying and running for a while. Her throat felt as though it were ablaze. Once the server departed, Luan leaned back slightly and cut straight to the point. "Sister, what brings you here?" The composure of her interlocutor left Wang Hui somewhat perplexed, yet having finally cornered her target, she could not afford to relent. Summoning her courage, she declared boldly, "I am in love with your father, but he has abandoned me." Luan doubted her own hearing, thinking, she must be delusional. "If you're ill, you ought to seek treatment," she remarked, disinterested in further engagement as she prepared to leave. Wang Hui, in a panic, quickly added, "It's true. Professor Lu is merely afraid to confront his feelings and refuses to meet me." Recalling moments shared with the man in question, a smile emerged on Wang Hui's face, her voice growing more resolute. "He loves me." Through her exaggerated narratives, Luan managed to glean the crux of the matter. "You work at the research institute?" It seems you haven't seen Professor Lu lately, so you resorted to seeking me out. Have you been dismissed? This audacious interloper was unlikely to be a researcher. So, you wish for me to persuade my parents to divorce? Lu Wan queried. Wang Hui hesitated. While she hoped for such an outcome, she recognized its improbability. Her aim was merely to draw the man's attention through this means. You are disrupting another's family, Lu Wan stated, pausing before adding. Though you lack the standing to do so. Wang Hui's demeanor shifted sharply, her eyes flashing with resentment as she retorted, You know nothing. Professor Lu and I are truly in love. A woman insistent on entangling herself with a married man must either be seeking thrills, genuine affection, or material gain. This woman seemed to thrive on excitement, making the prospect of true love even more unlikely. It could only be for monetary reasons. Wang Hui paused, shaking her head. You have no idea.
Ido, Lu Wan replied.
A single woman with a child faces considerable hardships. If she could find a man of economic means who possesses a good temperament, her life would undoubtedly improve. Wang Hui was caught off guard by the starkness of this observation, biting her lip as anxiety crept in. His annual salary, including bonuses, exceeded 1 million, which was substantial. But such an amount was barely sufficient for his own sustenance. You lie. How could he possibly earn so much? Wang Hui protested loudly, disbelief evident in her tone. Professor Lu often purchased expensive books, and the equipment in his university laboratory was all procured at his own expense, down to the stirring sticks, which were of a quality far superior to that provided by the school, incurring significant costs. He frequently supported students from less fortunate backgrounds, akin to how he might assist you, resulting in considerable expenditures. Wang Hui, taken aback, admitted, I was unaware of that. Professor Lu possesses exquisite taste. Does he not? His coat alone is worth a small fortune. Thus, after covering his own expenses, he barely earned enough to pay the property fees at home. Lu Bianian was certainly not impoverished. However, the income of a leading researcher should not be equated with that of a top-tier businessman. He is not particular, content to reside in a dormitory and dine at the cafeteria. However, his wife possesses refined tastes, and after years of cohabitation, Professor Lu inevitably found himself influenced by her preferences. Now, he has evolved into a connoisseur, adept at discerning the most exquisite pieces among a collection of furniture. When Lu Bianian married, he was merely a 22-year-old researcher, while his wife, for years his senior, was the proprietor of a company. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their instant attraction. After a month of courtship, his wife proposed marriage, to which he thoughtfully acquiesced. He is an intelligent yet uncomplicated man. And even in his 40s, his gaze remains clear, embodying kindness and purity. Yet, this world is never short of those who seek to exploit others, such as the individual before him. Wang Hui struggled to process this information, her voice heavy with ambiguity. He may not be suitable for your mother. Is that so? Lu Wan replied, opening an album to reveal a photo she had surreptitiously taken the day before. She placed her phone on the table, sliding it toward the other person. Everything was conveyed in silence. The woman in the photograph, clad in silk loungewear, sat beside a floor lamp, engrossed in documents. Her posture was graceful, her expression serene. Devoid of makeup, her skin luminous and fair. Lu Wan couldn't resist capturing that moment. She was perplexed as to how mother and daughter could appear so dissimilar. Naturally, if she were to claim resemblance to her father, it would somehow tarnish Professor Lu's image. Wang Hui gazed at the photograph, her face a portrait of shock. It differed vastly from her expectations. She had envisioned Professor Lu's wife as a disheveled, demanding older woman, yet the reality was that the other woman appeared far superior. She felt a pang of envy. Professor Lu spoke to her with such tenderness, even though she merely handled logistics.
Wang Hui, possessing considérable allure,
had received attentions from several men, leading her to fantasize countless times about raising a daughter together and forming a family. Lu Wan interjected, Stop dreaming. This would undoubtedly be a nightmare. You have a daughter. Do you have parents? What do you intend to do? My daughter is innocent. She is only 4. Wang Hui sensed something amiss. Lu Wan continued, Oh, I am innocent as well, yet you have come to me. I am equally helpless. Wang Hui's voice grew hoarse. Since you speak so boldly, you must believe you are in the right. If you are not in the wrong, what is there to hide?
Yes, you.
As your daughter progresses through elementary school, middle school, and even into her career, there will be those who inform her friends and colleagues of your actions. Do not think that time will erase this. I will continually remind her. On what grounds do you take such a stance? Wang Hui's expression turned frantic, her inquiries lacking conviction. Her daughter was her lifeline. Now you understand that your arrogance cannot improve their lives. It will only add to their burdens. Wang Hui was left speechless. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang without warning. It was a call from Lu's father, evidently another check-in. Luan raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence before answering the call. After hanging up, she noticed the discontent etched on Wang Hui's face. Wang Hui had once contemplated making a significant stir to draw the attention of the caller, yet in the end, she had refrained from acting, paralyzed by fear.
Luan.
Having discerned the other party's choice, spoke with a calm demeanor. Professor Lu's companionship will not surpass your current state. Placing your bets on him will lead to a lamentable defeat, particularly as he harbors no affection for you. You have never possessed a chance from the outset. Wang Hui fell into silence, her psychological defenses having crumbled. Let us consider today as if we have never met. Do not appear before me again. My forbearance this time is not born of pity for you, but rather for the plight of your daughter. Luan rose from her seat, feeling as though she had encountered a specter. Why did everyone perceive her as someone easy to manipulate? Did she possess an innocuous visage? It seemed implausible. In the narrative, Luan not only maintained a close relationship with Zhao Yan but also shared amicable ties with the Zhao family. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that some incident must have transpired. With over 2 hours until the end of school, the aunt was still waiting at the school gate for her. It was hardly surprising that no one had alerted her. The other party's fervent demeanor suggested they had been thoroughly indoctrinated. Who orchestrated this was abundantly clear. The incessant thoughts of her. Luan simply yearned for a tranquil environment to focus on her studies. Ning County No. 1 High School aimed solely for college entrance examinations. Yet the current institution emphasized not merely academic scores, but also the holistic development of its students, boasting even a golf course. With such exorbitant tuition fees, Luan was determined to excel in every aspect of her education. She could hardly contain her eagerness to corner her teachers, urging them to schedule supplementary lessons on weekends. Of course, had her educators been privy to Lu's formidable aspirations, they would undoubtedly have kept their distance. At the front desk, Luan settled the bill. 30 yuan for 2 cups of water, the most expensive she had ever consumed. Wang Hui, her mind in disarray, slumped helplessly in her chair, uncertain of her next steps. Upon seeing someone returning, she straightened up, anxiety etched across her face. What did they intend? To threaten her into silence? Or did they intend physical intimidation due to their height? Luan seized the cup before her, finishing her drink, then took the one in front of the woman and drained it as well. I paid for this. You should consume what you bought. Luan refrained from informing her family about her encounter with the lawless Wang. Wang Hui misconstrued the professor's cordiality as interest, and after her confession was rejected, she continued to harass him repeatedly. Lu Bainian, perceiving Wang's struggles with her daughter, had given her a few rides home on rainy days. However, he eventually reached his limit and dismissed her. He did not dwell on the matter. Lu Bainian had dealt with the situation too leniently, failing to speak firmly. And Wang Hui, undeterred, fancied she still had a chance. Under the guidance of others, she sought out Luan, only to be thoroughly frightened by her, nearly inducing nightmares that night. How could the gentle and refined Professor Lu have such a venomous daughter? Had it not been for the hearsay that Professor Lu and his wife were estranged, she would not have taken such a desperate gamble. Now, amid her fears, the thoughts of this middle-aged Mary Sue of lawlessness were utterly extinguished. Having not seen each other all weekend, the classroom on Monday morning buzzed with chatter as everyone recounted their recent escapades. As Zhao Yan entered the classroom, she was immediately intercepted. Luan propped her foot against the door, blocking her path. Do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with you. Luan's long legs rested against the door, towering over Zhao Yan by a significant margin. In an instant, all the students in the class turned their gazes toward them. Although the reason for their confrontation remained unclear, the sight of those legs was undeniably captivating, absolutely stunning. Whispers filled the classroom, with one student expressing disbelief. Are Luan's legs even real? I would love to experience being supported by them just once. Another boy, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in.
Why not?
I could do that too. Zhao Yan, feeling slightly uneasy, furrowed her brow and retorted, Don't go crazy this early in the morning. I have nothing to discuss with you. Luan regarded her with an air of leisure. Are you truly unaware? Zhao Yan's mind raced. Had Luan discovered something? She had no evidence. Perhaps she was merely trying to assert that they were cousins, that she was a daughter of the Lu family, seeking to bask in the limelight? Regardless of the truth, it was not the outcome Zhao Yan desired. Suppressing her panic, Zhao Yan made an effort to speak calmly. Let us just talk outside. There's no need for that. Just a few words can suffice here, Lu Wan responded, releasing her legs but not relinquishing her grip on Zhao Yan's tie. This was to ensure that her words would not go unspoken while the other party fled. Lowering her gaze, Lu Wan smiled, though her eyes remained unyielding. In a tranquil voice, she stated, "Your actions do not concern me, nor do I find them interesting. However, I ask that you refrain from disturbing me. My time is precious and I have no leisure to engage in games with you. It would be prudent to clarify some matters before the entire class." As her words hung in the air, Lu Wan pulled Zhao Yan a little closer, whether intentional or not. "Do not let your actions affect me, or I shall not hesitate to sever ties and show a lack of kindness to my classmates." The classroom fell into a profound silence. A few of Zhao Yan's plastic friends, who had rushed to mediate, found themselves speechless, instead fixating their attention on Lu Wan. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Wan's assertiveness was remarkable. A part of them wanted to shout, "So incredibly cool." They even wished for Lu Wan to tug at their ties. A thought that felt absurdly shameful. Zhao Yan's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, her lips moved, but she could not articulate her retorts. She had not anticipated Lu Wan's directness, leaving her with no face to save, concerned that further harsh words might follow. She sat down and pulled out a book to read, her demeanor seemingly calm, as if the fierce words had not come from her moments before. The class was left in stunned silence, their attention shifting back to the other party involved. Zhao Yan's face was crimson, as if she were desperately holding back something, yet remained silent. Given her usual temperament, how could she endure such a situation? Was there a hidden truth? Curiosity rippled through the students. To be fair, although Lu Wan had only transferred last week, she was not the type to stir up trouble. In contrast, the girls in the class frequently hovered around her desk, their enthusiasm bordering on excessive. This reminded everyone of an incident from the previous week. A group of girls, led by Zhao Yan, had clashed with another transfer student, Lin Yan. Just last Friday, they had nearly caused a significant uproar. This group of girls was known for their ostentatious behavior in class, often directing their classmates to run errands for drinks. The conflict had arisen when Zhao Yan's faction commanded the boys to make 3 trips to the shop in the span of a single morning. Lin Yan remarked that it is not appropriate to constantly trouble others. With her opening statement, the others swiftly echoed her sentiment, suggesting that she might be overstepping boundaries. Thus, a verbal exchange ensued between both parties. Moreover, if one desires a beverage, why not procure it all at once, rather than making others run back and forth multiple times? Most students at the school hail from prestigious families, and even those of lesser means come from scholarly lineages. Consequently, Lin Yan, appearing delicate yet possessing a resilient character and strong sense of pride, stands out as a struggling flower amidst this elite crowd. Though she had only transferred a week prior, she had already garnered considerable attention from the boys, which only served to exacerbate Zhao Yan's discontent. The public embarrassment inflicted upon her by Lin Yan was particularly irksome. That very afternoon in the cafeteria, a girl from a small clique deliberately extended her leg to trip Lin Yan, who was carrying a tray. However, by sheer coincidence, Jiang Boyan happened to pass by and caught Lin Yan as she stumbled toward him. Belonging to a distinguished family and known for his volatile temperament, no one at school dared to confront him. His involvement startled not only Lin Yan, but also the other girls from the clique. Onlookers collectively held their breath, anticipating the impending storm. To their surprise, the school bully merely frowned and muttered about the tedium of the situation before walking away. Thus, the matter subsided without escalating further. Lin Yan typically exhibited a hint of the spoiled princess demeanor, yet one could tolerate the occasional antics of a pretty girl. However, one might wonder if this instance was indeed excessive. Lu Wan had also heard about the incident from the previous Friday. In the realm of Mary Sue novels, it is customary for the female protagonist to inadvertently collide with the male lead when trouble arises. With no particular thought, she promptly took out her math exam paper and began working on it. Feeling unfulfilled, she then retrieved a set of science papers to continue her studies. As Lu Wan was engrossed in her reading, a boy in the front row suddenly turned around, his expression a mixture of complexity and hesitation. "Lu, may I pose a question?" he inquired. "What is it?" Lu Wan raised her head. The boy, summoning his courage, asked, "Do you prefer boys or girls?"
"Boys," she replied.
Upon hearing this, the boys in the class collectively exhaled in relief. The boy who had asked the question sighed in relief as well, muttering to himself, "Actually, I could also be an option. After all, it feels quite secure. He's really handsome." Lu Wan was taken aback by this puzzling comment. The school aims to cultivate well-rounded individuals, providing a rich extracurricular life. In her previous high school, the only club available was a broadcasting club that played music during lunch, with nothing else to offer. Faced with the various clubs now, she found herself quite intrigued. Yesterday, Su Rao had sent her a WeChat message, inviting her to join the skateboarding club. Luan agreed, uncertain of which club would suit her best. Besides excelling in academics, she possessed no other notable talents. Fighting certainly did not count. Harry followed closely behind Luan, eager to explore the skateboarding club together. Upon her arrival, she found many students already engaged in activities on the open ground. Spotting Luan, Su Rao glided over. With her legs crossed, she skated forward and executed a flip just before coming to a stop, the hem of her skirt tracing a graceful arc as she landed smoothly on her longboard. Su Rao's long, slender legs and flowing black hair, combined with her background in dance, made the entire sequence of movements visually captivating. The members of the skateboarding club erupted in cheers, for despite Su Rao's proficiency, she seldom attempted such challenging maneuvers. Harry is a socialite, well known to all, and this gentleman here is rather handsome. Su Rao planted one foot on the ground, bringing her skateboard to a halt, and cheerfully inquired, "So, what do you think? Can I be your coach?" Luan replied, "That would be quite something, but I fear I may not grasp it."
Su Rao restored her. No worries.
We shall enjoy skateboarding and, if need be, a cheerful visit to the hospital. Luan responded, "Is that truly the case?" "Just joking." Su Rao laughed. "You needn't worry. I will protect you. Since you've never skated before and lack equipment, feel free to use my board for today." Luan asked, "And what about you?" "I will teach you," Su Rao declared. "I suspect you possess some innate talent. Start by trying to stand on the board. You can hold on to me." The jaws of everyone in the skateboard club nearly dropped to the ground. Su Rao's longboard was custom-made and rarely lent out. As Luan stepped onto the board, the atmosphere suddenly erupted with excitement.
"Ah,
it's him. Jiang Boyang is absolutely remarkable. He comes from a good family, is handsome, and exudes coolness." Luan was taken aback by the enthusiastic comments from several girls, simultaneously gripped by a premonition of dread. Sure enough, upon raising her eyes, she spotted Jiang Boyang. It was as if he had stepped out of a novel, always accompanied by a narrative upon his arrival. He approached, brandishing his pie chart of popularity. Jiang Boyang, adorned with a white headband and clad in black athletic wear, carried his skateboard with an aloof expression, though he still managed to appear quite dashing. His athletic prowess encompassed various sports, including skateboarding. However, Jiang Boyang was notoriously reclusive, shunning collective activities. He refrained from joining the skateboarding club, preferring to engage in solitary practice. The school's most suitable venue for skateboarding was this open space. Though Jiang Boyang occasionally visited, he typically did so when no one else was around. Su Rao found it surprising that he had come today. With a smile, she greeted him, "Hi, hello." In school, Jiang Boyang generally ignored female classmates. Yet Su Rao was fortunate enough to exchange a few words with him. Jiang Boyang responded coolly, his gaze sweeping over Luan, who stood on the skateboard. Without pausing, he set down his board and began his preparations. Su Rao turned to Luan and suggested, "Shall we give it another go?" Jiang Boyang's attention remained fixed on the girl atop the longboard. Earlier that morning, his mother had once again reminded him to look after Luan, as she was the niece of Lu Jinya, a person of notable standing. Jiang Boyang was thoroughly annoyed. He wondered why he should be responsible for her. He despised his mother's tendency to meddle whenever she appeared, particularly when it involved Luan, whom he held in low regard. Jiang Boyang cast a disdainful glance at Luan. Did she know he frequently visited this spot to skateboard, prompting her to deliberately come here? Quite the audacious move, especially with Su Rao teaching her. He was aware that Su Rao's board was never lent out, making her concession to Luan quite significant. But so what? He had no intention of conceding to anyone. With a cold demeanor, Jiang Boyang declared, "In my presence, you are nothing." Luan thought to herself, "I knew this guy would be insufferable." Meanwhile, Su Rao was preoccupied with a troubling matter. Last time, she invited Luan to watch her debate competition. This time, she asked him to see her skateboarding, and next, she planned to invite him to witness her dance performance. Would this come across as overly proactive? She yearned to showcase her finest self, hoping to capture his affection and prompt him to confess his feelings. After all, it was rather unseemly for a girl to break the ice. Yet, she wondered when Luan would finally gift her that hairpin. As Su Rao waited anxiously, she mused that Luan's innocence was indeed charming, unlike other boys who would crowd around her. She had never felt such nervousness, nor such a sense of uncertainty.
Now.
Observing the confrontation between the two individuals, Su Rao was taken aback. How could Lu Wan know Jiang Boyang? Their demeanor suggested a conflict, and given Jiang Boyang's temperament, she felt a pang of worry for Lu Wan. As Lu Wan stepped off her skateboard, she was not at all keen to encounter that fellow. If they did cross paths, it would be best to pretend they were strangers. To her surprise, he launched an attack. This insufferable pie chart. Jiang Boyang, don't think I'm your fiancé. Without warning, Lu Wan seized the boy's collar, interrupting him. I need to speak with you. Come with me. Their relationship must remain confidential. She felt utterly embarrassed and wished to dissociate herself from this insufferable creature. Jiang Boyang was momentarily stunned. No one dared to grab his collar, especially not a girl. In his surprise, he forgot to resist. Her strength was formidable, and he was thus dragged to a secluded path devoid of onlookers. The bystanders remained in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why was Jiang Boyan creating trouble for Su Rao's friend? And that other individual was quite audacious. How dare she tug at the collar of the school bully? My goodness! That new student was surely in for a rough time. Su Rao felt a surge of concern. She wanted to follow and see what was happening, but Harry held her back. Although we cannot hear their conversation, we can see their silhouettes and observe the situation. If anything arises, we can intervene later, Harry noted, sensing that the two had much to discuss. He was not surprised. From the very first glance, he recognized that Wan Go was no ordinary person, and her charm transcended gender. Aside from not being particularly aggressive, she was flawless. Harry even fancifully thought that some individuals were destined for greatness. The narrow path was flanked by hills, devoid of passers-by. Lu Wan confirmed that it was an appropriate place for a conversation and released her grip on Jiang Boyang's collar. She took a step back and fixed him with a cold gaze. Jiang Boyang, now regaining his composure, wore a face full of fury. Are you looking for death? What do you mean? He was taken aback by her words. Lu Wan, growing impatient, noted his lack of comprehension. This was the downside of neglecting one's studies. How could he not grasp her clear intent? She slowed her pace and reiterated. What I mean is, if you dare to speak of me as your fiancé before others again, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Boyang. Having had his lines preempted, the school bully found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After several seconds of hesitation, he finally asked, visibly displeased, Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan glanced at the empty space a few meters away. The skateboard club members are observing the situation. In school, one cannot act impulsively. One must not allow a mere pie chart to tarnish their reputation. She endured and endured, gradually loosening her rigid fists. Remember this, we are strangers. If you dare to speak recklessly, you will regret it. Those despicable rascals, finally free from the incessant thoughts of making money, Lu Wan hoped for a more joyful existence. She merely wished to focus on her studies. Why must they trouble her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her previously relaxed fists clenching once more. According to the school rules, fighting on campus is strictly prohibited. If she were to engage in a brawl, it would not be at this moment. Jiang Boyang, taken aback by the audacity of the situation, pondered what the other party intended. How dare they threaten him? As he was momentarily stunned, the instigator had already departed. He kicked the nearby tree in frustration, which stood unwaveringly. Jiang Boyang could not help but mutter under his breath, what a lunatic. The school's music room, designed for tranquility, was situated on a hill. Although it was referred to as a mountain, the ascent took less than 10 minutes, making it more accurately described as a gentle slope. The right side window was crowded with numerous heads, and any student passing by outside would undoubtedly be startled. This commotion stemmed from a girl's exclamation moments earlier. Oh my! Jiang Boyang is fighting down there. Students in the music room rushed to witness the spectacle. The window provided a clear view of the path below. However, the two individuals were not engaged in combat. Once they left, the curious crowd dispersed, still discussing the incident. Yet, a youth remained steadfast by the left window, observing intently. Just moments ago, a throng of students had clamored at the right, yet none had approached him to share the view from the left. President, are you still watching? Do you know them? A junior inquired, puzzled, as the president typically showed little interest in such matters. Oh, I see. The boy trailing behind scratched his head. It made sense. Since Chen Nianqing and Jiang Boyang were the two most popular boys in school, it was natural for them to be acquainted. However, the president was quite different from the bold and flamboyant Jiang Boyang. Despite his low profile, the president enjoyed immense popularity. Even as a male, One could not help but admire how incredibly handsome and exceptional the president was. He was truly remarkable. Su Rao asked with concern, "Are you two all right?" "Yes. We were just exchanging a few words. Nothing is amiss," Lu Wan replied nonchalantly. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Boyang emerged from the wooded path, his gaze piercingly fixated on Lu Wan. She, undeterred, met his stare with equal intensity. Everyone held their breath. The tension in the air was palpable, suggesting that this encounter was far from a mere friendly reunion. Zhang Boyang's voice was icy. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Wan retorted, "A delinquent who fights, skips class, and fails every exam?" Everyone gasped. The new student was undeniably audacious. A warning siren sounded in the atmosphere. Su Rao sensed impending trouble and positioned herself between the two, urging, "Please, let us discuss this calmly." Zhang Boyang picked up the skateboard lying on the ground and warned, "You better watch out. If you weren't a girl, I would have knocked you out. If it were not for the confines of the school, I would have confronted you immediately." Initially, it seemed a confrontation was imminent, yet to everyone's surprise, the school bully simply departed with his skateboard. While relief washed over the crowd, an unsettling sense lingered, prompting them to glance towards another figure. Lu Wan, however, remained largely unfazed, continuing her attempts to master the skateboard. Naturally, Su Rao took on the role of her instructor. Yet in her heart, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Lu Wan, who had unwittingly crossed paths with Zhang Boyang. Perhaps she was oblivious to the implications of this encounter. As a novice, Lu Wan displayed remarkable physical coordination. After a brief period of trial and error, she managed to stand steadily on the board without assistance. Her good looks worked to her advantage. Merely standing on the board without falling made her appear skilled. The boys in the skateboard club were disheartened, as their rigorous practice and efforts to master various tricks paled in comparison to the attention Lu Wan received. All eyes were on her, the novice who occasionally glided a bit on the board. The school gate was a 10-minute walk from the classroom building, and it was not uncommon for students to use skateboards for convenience. Harry trailed behind Lu Wan, feeling increasingly frustrated as she dedicated the afternoon to practicing skateboarding, leaving him neglected. "You're so handsome. But you did just offend Zhang Boyang." "How could you?" he exclaimed, referring to the school as heartthrob and bully. Lu Wan halted her progress. "What's the big deal? Who hasn't he been a heartthrob or a bully at some point?" Harry paused in disbelief, then erupted. Say that again." "I want to marry you." "Not a chance," she replied nonchalantly. "Oh," he shrugged, accustomed to being rejected. Only Lu Wan had the audacity to turn down this adorable panda. "By the way, don't you think Su Rao treats you differently? She seems to like you," he continued. Lu Wan candidly responded, "I like her too." Su Rao was undeniably the goddess of the campus, beautiful, academically gifted, warm-hearted, and multi-talented. Not only was she an excellent debater, but she also excelled at skateboarding and was rumored to be a fantastic dancer. Lu Wan pondered the heights of achievement that seemed unattainable, realizing how universally adored Su Rao was. Just as Harry was about to elaborate, he noticed a post on a social media feed that left him stunned. The school had an unofficial public account run by students, which was widely followed. It was often used as a confessional wall, where students shared various grievances. Harry frequently scrolled through it to stay updated. However, this time, he stumbled upon a sensational story involving Lu Wan. Among the onlookers from earlier, some audacious individuals had taken photographs and submitted them to the public account. The student moderators recognized the significance of the event and quickly published a post featuring 6 striking images capturing the confrontation between Lu Wan and Zhang Boyang, showcasing the intensity of their exchange. The images vividly depicted Lu Wan gripping Zhang Boyang's collar, the fierce glances exchanged, and the moment he departed with his skateboard, leaving a lasting impression on the crowd. On a day when classes were suspended for club activities, the students were particularly lively, with many quickly scrolling through the latest updates. Within just half an hour, the post garnered 5,000 views and over 800 comments. "Where I fell, I shall sit and play," someone remarked, magnifying the image to scrutinize its flawless edges, confirming its authenticity. "My goodness, who is this formidable person?" exclaimed another. "I can't believe I was there." "The new student is incredible," commented a third. "Class 4 of the second year, the school has brought in a charity student, Lu Wan," noted yet another observer. "Don't turn on the lights. I'm just a humble monk. This beautiful youth has captured my heart. I wish to pursue him. And I am willing to embrace both the mundane and the divine in my life." Although, doesn't this seem reminiscent of an idol drama? However, idol dramas typically feature one male and one female lead, mused another. Hee, nowadays, idol dramas can also showcase two males, replied another cheekily. I declare my admiration for Luan, proclaimed another. You are mistaken. Luan is actually a girl, countered a commenter. Does it really matter? Handsomeness is all that counts, came the response, with comments spanning a wide array of opinions. Harry glanced at those around him, affirming his discernment. I truly did not misjudge. Congratulations, Wanga. Your popularity rivals that of the two most handsome students. Bored, he remarked, perhaps I still have too few assignments. Hey, don't be so cool. If I weren't so resolute in my preferences, you might have swayed me, he teased back. Zhao Yan, having seen the public accounts update, was seething with anger. What on earth was Luan doing? How had she become entangled with Jiang Boyang? This was not the turn of events Zhao had anticipated. She had instructed her classmates to keep Luan's gender a secret, merely to enjoy the spectacle. What was happening now? The student managing the public account received a new submission. Her private messages were flooded, primarily with inquiries about Luan. Among them was a particularly revealing note, disclosing that Luan was indeed a girl, accompanied by her enrollment form, with the gender section clearly marked as female, an irrefutable piece of evidence. The administrator, devoid of emotional nuance, disseminated the submission without hesitation. Luan possessed a full, expressive gaze and a face that melded roundness with angularity, which softened her delicate features and lent her an air of vigor. In a world dominated by narrow faces, her strong jawline was notably distinctive, appealing to those who appreciated such attributes. Though her hair had grown long, some classmates were convinced she was a girl. However, the students of Class 4 staunchly insisted she was male. Her height transcended conventional gender identification, and her usual attire of school trousers left little room for debate. The school's largest uniform skirts reached only a height of 175 centimeters, while she stood at 177 centimeters, accentuated by her long legs. Thus, the skirt would be ill-fitting, lending her a somewhat unconventional appearance. Such instances had occurred before, as the school occasionally hosted exceptionally tall girls, albeit rarely, prompting the administration to commission custom uniforms. After a week of anticipation, the tailored skirt finally arrived, and the homeroom teacher notified Luan to collect it from the office. Tomorrow, she would finally don the school skirt. As Luan stepped through the front door, Zhao Jianing waved her over. Little Wan, I've bought you new clothes, chosen according to your measurements. I hope you like them. She had observed the disastrous choices made by Lu Buyu for his sister, a perspective so lacking in finesse. The garments were not necessarily unattractive, yet they were utterly unsuitable for petite young women. It would be peculiar for Luan to wear them. However, for girls with smaller frames, dresses that skim the ground would indeed flatter Luan beautifully. The Lu family, towering in stature, often saw Zhao Jianing's adeptness in selecting clothing. To her, her daughter's physique and grace were beyond reproach, allowing her to effortlessly don the designer ensembles showcased in high-end boutiques. Those outfits, however, required a height of at least 175 centimeters to truly shine, as the runway models were hardly diminutive. Thank you, mother. Luan set down her backpack, delighted not only by the school uniform but also by the new dresses. Her earlier displeasure over the pie chart swiftly dissipated. She hurried to her room to try them on. The army green jacket paired with a mustard yellow floral skirt struck a perfect balance of coolness and youthfulness. The knee-length brown skirt, alongside a simple white square-neck top, beautifully accentuated her long legs and elegant neck. The additional few outfits, with their minimalist yet stylish designs, also suited her splendidly. Luan needed no further contemplation. Her attire should accentuate her height and leg length, making her a designer's dream client. She effortlessly wore floor-length trousers that many would shy away from, her legs appearing almost ethereal, exuding an undeniable charm. Zhao Jianing gazed upon her daughter with affectionate pride. It was not merely the bias of a mother, for Luan looked exquisite in whatever she wore. She could hardly contain her excitement to introduce Luan to her friends. Luan felt a sense of fulfillment, though she had never owned a pig. She had certainly seen one run. She had encountered numerous beauties and maintained a keen eye for aesthetics. At last, she no longer resembled a cross-dressing gentleman. The little turtle was a gift she had bought for herself at 13. Eager for a pet yet unable to afford a cat or dog, and lacking the time to care for one, she was nonetheless thrilled to have a turtle. Like her, turtles were omnivorous. Suddenly, her phone buzzed on the table, and Luan picked it up. Su Yao had sent a video invitation. Recently, Su Yao had shown little enthusiasm for anything, feeling inexplicably disenchanted with games. Food lost its appeal, and everything seemed bothersome. His friends remarked that he appeared as if he had been visited by an ant for half a month. Su Yao and Lu Wan had been classmates since primary school, and although she had advanced to the elite class in high school, he remained in a parallel class due to his less-than-stellar grades. Nonetheless, they were still in the same school, often crossing paths and frequently spending weekends together. He seemed quite busy. Was he grappling with some troubles? As Su Yao focused on his phone, he straightened up and smiled the moment the video call connected. Lu Wan stared at his face on the screen, momentarily taken aback before asking, "I recall your hair was red when I left. Why have you dyed it again?" Su Yao coughed lightly. "It's a purple vibe. Purple auspiciousness is coming." Lu Wan replied, "Ah, so that's one way to explain hair dyeing, I concede." He recalled a few years back when someone remarked that Lu Wan looked like a young girl, prompting her to defiantly shave her head. Lu Wan retorted, "How can I not look like myself? This is me." Su Yao quipped, "You are not. You are a tough guy." Lu Wan responded softly. Su Yao scrutinized the person in the camera. Not only had Lu Wan's hair grown long, but her complexion appeared unnaturally pale. Was it a sign of poor nutrition? In reality, it was merely the lighting that cast a stark illumination upon Lu Wan's face, giving her a ghostly hue. Su Yao, having formed a preconceived notion, found everything amiss. He suspected that Lu Wan might be enduring some form of mistreatment. Lu Wan reassured him, "I am perfectly fine. You are overthinking." It had been a long time since Su Yao had referred to her as boss, and he genuinely believed her words. Ning County boasted several types of mineral reserves ranking among the nation's top, and Su Yao's parents had been the largest mine owners in the county over a decade ago. However, with the emergence of new energy sources and a decline in mining profitability, they had ventured into business elsewhere. Su Yao, a child of privilege, had indulged excessively in imported chocolate during his youth, resulting in a stout and short stature. There was an incident when he was bullied, and Lu Wan avenged him. At that time, she faced 3 opponents alone, and though she shed tears, the other 3 boys wept even louder. It was then that Su Yao acknowledged Lu Wan as his older sister. Upon entering middle school, Su Yao experienced a sudden growth spurt and slimmed down, gaining a following of younger peers. Both he and Lu Wan gained notoriety across several nearby schools, particularly Lu Wan, who excelled in both academics and brawls, consistently achieving top marks. She often found herself celebrated at school opening ceremonies only to be reprimanded shortly thereafter. Typically, only elementary and middle school students engage in gang-related antics. Those who advance to high school tend to possess greater intellect. Consequently, Lu Wan viewed Jiang Boyang as immature, a behavior she had long outgrown. In middle school, Lu Wan had grown taller than her adoptive father, who, frightened, would avoid her at all costs and cease to lay a hand on her, no longer daring to strike her adoptive mother in her presence. Even if he resorted to domestic violence behind closed doors, he had considerably toned it down. Reflecting on her past, Lu Wan noted that many of those she had fought had either dropped out of school or ended up in juvenile detention, which served as a stark reminder. Having studied criminal law, Lu Wan understood that education was the path to a bright future, and Su Yao, heeding her wisdom, followed her to high school. Both chose the right path. Once in high school, referring to her as boss felt somewhat juvenile, prompting Su Yao to simply call her by her name. Their bond remained as strong as ever. Su Yao sighed, "I know you're struggling. Don't you have an older brother? How is your relationship with him?" After a moment of hesitation, Lu Wan replied candidly, "It's just SSO. Our relationship is neither good nor bad." Su Yao's excitement surged, "I knew it. I recently watched a Hong Kong drama about family rivalries. Have you heard of it? It's terrifying. There are plots where brothers sabotage each other's cars, kidnap one another, and even sleep with each other's girlfriends." Lu Wan responded, "That seems a bit exaggerated." "Quite realistic, I assure you." "Don't dismiss it," Su Yao exclaimed. He refrained from disclosing to Lu Wan that he had not only watched the drama, but had also clicked on an advertisement that led him to a female-focused novel website. He had read several gripping stories about mistaken identities and familial strife, which left him utterly exasperated. He was grateful that his brother was not a woman. Unaware of Su Yao's musings, Lu Wan chuckled and said, "All right, stop overthinking. I still have some homework to finish. Can we chat more next time?" She turned off the video and continued with her exam paper. Su Yao was glued to his phone, utterly distressed. After much deliberation, he finally conceived a brilliant idea. Without hesitation, Su Yao dialed his father's number and expressed his desire to transfer to Lu Wan's school. His father chuckled and inquired, "Didn't you say you liked the tranquility of the county town? Have you changed your mind?" He had also heard that Lu Wan had found her biological parents, which did not surprise him, as Lu Wan bore no resemblance to her adoptive parents. That couple could hardly have produced such a beautiful child. "That was in the past. You never allowed me to strive for excellence. You must help me find a way." All right, I will help you, Sue's father replied, displaying remarkable tolerance towards his son and generally accommodating his requests. He understood that his son was not particularly academically inclined and had initially planned for Sue Yao to study for a few years before joining him in business. Thus, he did not impose strict academic expectations. Sue's father held Lu Wan in high regard, believing her to be intelligent and sensible. With such a friend, his son was less likely to stray into mischief. Furthermore, no parent could dislike a child who consistently excelled academically. Lu Wan had longed to wear a school uniform. Yet when she finally donned it, she felt strangely ill at ease. The bottom felt empty and a bit chilly. She scrutinized her reflection in the mirror for 10 minutes before finally descending the stairs with her backpack. For the past few days, Lu Wan had been commuting to school on her own. The subway was considerably faster. And with the subway station right at the entrance of her community and a high level of safety on the route, Lu Wan insisted and her parents acquiesced. Lu Buyu was having breakfast when he noticed her coming down and clicked his tongue. Lu Wan halted and asked, "Do you think I look strange in this school uniform? Do I resemble a freak? You can say whatever you like. I cannot argue with you." After a pause, Lu Buyu added, "However, I must warn you. Do not engage in early romance in high school. I mean, perhaps some boys may find your uniqueness intriguing, but do not entertain them. What kind of peculiar person would be attracted to me? I'll treat you to an apple," Lu Wan replied with a smile. "No, I don't like apples," Lu Buyu countered. "But you do," Lu Wan asserted, picking up an apple from the table and effortlessly splitting it in half with her bare hands. Lu Buyu was taken aback, feeling a chill breeze sweep across the back of his neck. Lu Wan offered him one half, saying, "Eating more apples will sweeten your speech and help you communicate better, which may extend your life." "That is a blatant threat," Lu Buyu remarked as he cautiously accepted the apple and took a bite. "It's actually quite good. You are rather attractive." Lu Wan smiled and stepped outside, saying, "See, after just one bite, you can speak more eloquently." As Mr. and Mrs. Lu descended the stairs, Lu Buyu was attempting to split an apple but failed, and then tried to split a pear. His hands were red, yet the pear remained unyielding. Zhao Jianing pointed out, "There's a knife nearby you can use." She suddenly felt her son lacked intelligence. Professor Lu frowned and remarked, "He needs to study more. His sister cannot follow in her brother's footsteps. That would set a poor example. By his 20s, his intelligence has already begun to decline. Why the sudden attack on him?" Lu Buyu retorted. "Apologies, but I got accepted into Stanford," he added. "You dropped out without finishing. Your education is still at the high school level," Professor Lu replied. "The critiques from one's father are undeniably irrefutable." Lu Buyu attended elementary school in Singapore, a decision imposed by his father. At that time, Lu Buyu insisted he was merely in the 3rd grade, to which Professor Lu replied that he had considered the matter, hence this book is not the original version. After sobbing for 2 days of study, he fled to Singapore, coincidentally where his mother was working. He could understand, after all. His father had taught students who were the cream of the crop, provincial science champions, winners of national physics competitions, and prodigies who entered university at the tender age of 15. When faced with such pressure, it was wise to seek refuge. While studying in the UK for high school, Lu Buyu's grades were rather average. However, his athletic prowess shone through, earning him 3rd place in the youth division of an archery competition, significantly enhancing his resume. With his father's extensive connections and influential figures writing recommendation letters, he gained admission to a prestigious university. In his 2nd year, Lu Buyu chose to withdraw and pursue a career as an idol, finding the path of stardom far simpler than blending in among a sea of academic elites. From being perpetually dismissed to receiving accolades from fans for whatever he did. Upon entering the subway, Lu Wan sensed something was amiss. She felt several pairs of eyes upon her. 10 minutes later, as the train arrived at a major station and a dozen office workers boarded, her feelings intensified. Was her attire truly so peculiar? At the other end of the carriage, 3 young women were whispering, "Did you see that girl? It's my first time encountering such legs in real life." They mused. "Our legs are merely for locomotion. The crux lies in having a beautiful face. She looks so cool. I envy her. Her legs are as long as my entire body. Do you think if I touched her, I would get slapped? Maybe not." Most passengers were observing her. The girl in the school uniform sported toned, smooth legs. Her thighs were strong. And her calves were longer than her thighs, not the kind of long legs that raise health concerns due to excessive thinness. It was a healthy beauty, slender, yet not bony. The attention made Lu Wan increasingly uncomfortable. Surely, they couldn't think she was a transvestite? She awkwardly pressed her legs together, attempting to diminish her presence. The onlookers were discreetly scrutinizing her. Goodness, standing with her legs together. There is no gap. Indeed, they are long, straight, and fair. This was Luan's first time wearing a short skirt. She had worn shorts the previous summer but was ridiculed for lacking leg hair, looking too much like a girl. Henceforth, she opted for long pants. While her complexion wasn't excessively fair, her legs had never seen the sun, resulting in skin that was both pale and smooth. At long last, they arrived at her stop, and Luan felt a wave of relief. However, as she exited the subway, she paused after taking only a few steps. Turning around, she grasped the collar of a man's shirt. "It is quite rude of you to stare at me so intently, do you not realize?" Even if there were an air of discord, surreptitious glances could be overlooked, as one cannot control where another's gaze falls. Yet, the man's gaze was particularly direct, unbearably so. As if she were an oddity, he sought to scrutinize thoroughly. The man, slightly abashed, murmured an apology. With his contrition acknowledged, Luan released him. "Next time, refrain from such behavior. Even if you harbor disdain, maintain a semblance of decorum." Once Luan departs, the man remains perplexed. Why express hatred? As a leg enthusiast, he has been fixated on her, utterly entranced. In reality, she surpasses even the most exquisite images of legs, leaving a profound impact. He harbors no animosity whatsoever. Luan, feeling somewhat irritated, allows her temper to surface. What if she chose to wear this dress? Is it a crime? The penal code does not prohibit such attire. Even if she was deemed unattractive, she would feel no remorse. As she approached the school gate, she stood tall. To hell with it, she will dress as she pleases. After the school's gossip account revealed that Luan is indeed a girl, the ensuing discussion continues to thrive. Lin Xiaoming, who had witnessed the entire affair yesterday, gazed at Luan's photo and felt a rush of infatuation, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water, realizing she had experienced heartbreak instead. How infuriating! "Master, please turn off the lights. Luan is utterly excessive. Whether intentional or not, I cannot bring myself to forgive her." Lin Xiaoming, having completed her comment, looked up just in time to see someone approaching and gasped, covering her mouth. This long-legged figure, could it really be Luan? Luan, feeling a twinge of disbelief, thought, "What an absurd reaction. Am I truly that terrifying? Even if she were a transgender individual, it would be of no consequence. After all, being transgender is a legitimate profession." Moreover, she sensed someone surreptitiously capturing her image. This was crossing the line. Must her laughter be shared for all to enjoy? This was genuinely inappropriate. Humanity has evaded the law of hypocrisy, as the comment section of the public account witnessed a stark reversal. "Master, please turn off the lights. I have forgiven her." "I have forgiven her." The crowd perusing the comments thought. 3 minutes elapsed between comments. How swiftly did this classmate's attitude shift? Such bewildering behavior. Luan has entirely transcended the situation. Let them look, for there exists a term that states the law does not punish the crowd. She cannot possibly confront everyone. Gradually, Luan's emotions stabilized as she absorbed the various gazes cast her way. In this world, one less joyful individual exists, yet a multitude finds happiness. So be it. Consider it entertainment for the masses. The revelation from the gossip account that Luan is a girl has ignited a surge of comments. Mere moments ago, discussions revolved around the developments surrounding this matter, especially as many girls faced heartbreak as a result. Who could have anticipated that Luan would arrive today clad in a dress, and moreover, that she would wear the school uniform so beautifully? "Master, please turn off the lights. My Wanga is truly versatile, both sweet and fierce, stunning and captivating. With her presence, who needs those clumsy oafs? I am smitten once again. I have decided, for the first half of the month, while my Wanga wears a skirt, she is my girlfriend, making those boys green with envy. For the latter half, while she dons pants, I shall still be her girlfriend, leaving those girls wide-eyed. Where I fell, I shall sit and play. Oh my, those long legs. I am still determined to pursue Luan. Green pastures, I just saw her. Currently, I am still a bit off course. If she were to ask me to be her girlfriend, I would be a mere mosquito coil." 2333, with legs measuring 2 meters and an aura of 3 meters. The boy, who often finds himself gaining weight, expresses his acceptance of this reality. Each day, he struggles to wake up, pondering whether this is a grand display of shifting allegiances. Just moments ago, he chastised her as a perpetrator of emotional deceit. Yet here he is, bemused by the fickleness of certain young women. In a world fraught with treachery, even young men feel vulnerable. He yearns for the protection of a long-legged sister, lamenting his plight. As the conversation unfolds, images begin to surface in the comments, revealing several audacious individuals who, at great personal risk, surreptitiously captured photographs. The evidence is undeniable. Although the angles may be peculiar and the camera slightly unsteady, the elegance of those long legs is strikingly apparent. They are not only lengthy but also fair and straight. Remarkably, these are unedited, unfiltered snapshots. One wonders how stunning her real-life appearance must be. To the rivals, it is time to unveil your weapons. Those legs are quite the transgression. Luan is undeniably crafty. Yet what can be done? Naturally, one must choose to forgive her. After finally achieving a desired effect, how could things take such a sudden turn?
No, no.
This is not the outcome she envisioned. How could Luan dare to don a skirt? She fantasizes about wrapping those legs in a curtain. That fellow, who usually feigns nonchalance, must be doing so deliberately. Upon arriving in class, Luan finally breathes a sigh of relief, though it feels misplaced. Seated in the last row, her position is fully visible from the corridor outside the window. In less than 5 minutes, a dozen curious classmates gather by the window. Exasperated, Luan approaches them with a half-serious warning. Enough already, scram. If you keep staring, it'll cost you. If you're so bold, then do it. One of the boys retorts, pulling out his phone. I'll apply for a yearly membership. Another boy refuses to back down. What's your WeChat? I'll set you up with intimate payments for future purchases. Wow, you're quite the schemer, trying to get my WeChat. Luan responds, all right then. You rich kids can do as you please. Harry, on his way to school, stumbles upon the photographs and rushes to the classroom. He circles around Luan before exclaiming, wow, the wrench has evolved. Not only did it nearly straighten me out, but now it seeks to bend others.
What are you talking about?
Luan retorts. Harry, with a look of mock sorrow, laments, why must fate treat this adorable panda so harshly? A beauty in her prime, yet not fierce. Ignoring his theatrics, Luan rolls her eyes and asks, are you laughing at me? Darling, please acknowledge your own allure. She extends her legs from beneath the desk, propping them in the aisle. It's nothing much, just a bit long. A collective gasp escapes the classmates surrounding her. Is that really nothing? Luan quips. Fine, but if you touch them, I'll have to hit you. I was just joking. The boy replies, turning away once more. Su Rao, upon encountering the news, is taken aback, struggling to believe it until she sees Luan in her school uniform. Initially, her attraction was purely physical, an obsession that lingered. However, through their subsequent interactions, she discovers a genuine affection for Luan. Most importantly, no boy possesses such a level of understanding and tenderness, devoid of aggression, and is willing to accompany her on shopping excursions. She has always believed that the other party was excessively charming, and now reflecting on it, she realizes that it is improbable for the boy to resonate so well with her, as their conversations seem to flow endlessly. Luan, being a girl, had already sensed the signs. Su Rao glanced at the message from Luan, who was inquiring about what skateboard a novice should purchase. Her emotions became increasingly complex. Before receiving her school skirt, Luan had been eagerly anticipating it, but once she wore it, she felt it was merely average. While walking around the school, she inexplicably noticed people staring at her legs, which was rather odd. During physical education class, she had to change into pants ahead of time, which was quite cumbersome. Luan walked with long strides, often causing the hem of her skirt to flutter, forcing her to deliberately slow her pace. The journey from the school gate to the classroom took 4 more minutes in a skirt than in pants. Just 3 days in, and with the novelty wearing off, Luan began to find it bothersome. The other party even touched her twice. Luan could hardly believe that she would ever find herself in such a situation. The man immediately let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Luan dragged the offending hand to find the subway police, and the arm of the rogue was promptly broken by her as he lamented about the flesh on his leg being injured. After the kind-hearted citizen, Luan departed. The subway police, alarmed by the suspect's agonizing cries, conducted an inspection. They soon discovered that a portion of his thigh had been bruised to a deep purple. This must have been quite painful. Although he deserved it, it was difficult to imagine that such damage could be inflicted by a young girl unaided. Today was yet another day for club activities. Luan had not seen Su Rao for several days, only spotting her today. She didn't dwell on it much. Perhaps Su Rao was simply busy, as she was the student council president and had many responsibilities. This week, many new students had signed up for the skateboard club, and the previous racks for members' belongings suddenly appeared insufficient. The president and vice president deliberated on whether to apply to the school for a new one. However, the approval process was lengthy, and it would likely take until the end of the term to acquire a new rack. Upon hearing this, Luan pondered briefly and suggested, "Actually, we don't need to. Aren't there a few unused racks? We could just modify them." The two wooden racks nearby were too small to accommodate skateboards and could only hold small miscellaneous items, making them rather impractical and underutilized. Modify them? How would we do that? Isn't it too troublesome? The president asked, puzzled. Not really, a skateboard rack is simple. I should be able to create a few during lunch. If I could borrow a chainsaw, it would be even quicker. You can't be serious. The president thought it sounded fantastical. Of course not, I've done it before. Everyone. Wow, Luan can actually do woodworking? One of the girls laughed and said, "You're amazing, Luan. What else can you do?" "I can fix headphones and power strips, as well as perform basic repairs on phones and computers, though anyone good at physics could probably do that too." Everyone. This is truly impressive. In fact, not many people possess such skills. Su Rao, observing Luan surrounded by the crowd, felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Did Luan truly understand that many of the new members were not entirely pure in their intentions? She seemed particularly oblivious to matters of the heart. Yet her sincerity towards others was unmistakable, which inevitably stirred feelings in those around her. Luan casually mentioned her ability to repair small electronic devices, and by afternoon, she had received over a dozen pairs of headphones and 2 mobile phones. Her classmates encouraged her not to rush the repairs and to inform them once she was finished, adding her on WeChat in the process. During a break, Luan examined a pair of headphones and discovered that the wiring was intact. Upon further testing, she was astonished to find they actually worked. Harry shook his head, remarking, "It's not that others want you to fix their headphones. They wish to capture your attention." Luan retorted, "Don't say such things." She had grown accustomed to Harry's sharp tongue and remained composed. Throughout her life, she had been pursued by girls who mistook her for a boy, which had never seemed significant. Now that everyone recognized her as a girl, such attention had ceased. Moreover, she believed her persona was not the type that would attract boys. Her classmates likely regarded her as a brother. They probably favored someone like Su Rao instead. Harry remained silent, deciding to let her radiate her charm. Zhao Yan felt an ache in her head. The presence of Lin Nian already vexed her. And now Luan added to her irritation. Compared to Lin Nian, her disdain for Luan was even greater. While Lin Nian was popular among boys, she was impoverished, and many girls disdained her. In contrast, Luan was well liked by both boys and girls. If others were unaware of her background, what would happen if they found out? What kind of spell had Luan cast on them? In the past, most classmates who sought her out had their own agendas. Now, half of them were approaching Luan instead. Among them were several prominent figures in the school. Was Luan casting a charm on everyone? It was truly baffling. Zhao Yan feared that if this continued, Luan would eventually overshadow her. Luan had already humiliated her once before, in front of the entire class. A memory that still lingered. This time, she intended to settle both old and new scores. Zhao Yan was not inclined to confront Luan directly. She had other methods. She subtly hinted to a boy who had been pursuing her lately that she was feeling down. The boy persistently inquired, expressing his willingness to resolve any issues for her. Having kept him on a string for several days, she felt it was time to put him to use. As Luan observed a boy carrying a bucket of water approaching, she deliberately moved to the right. Yet, despite her efforts, some water splashed onto her shoes. "How embarrassing," the boy said, unable to suppress a smile. Luan replied, "Was that intentional? I've already apologized. What more do you want?" This time, he didn't even bother to feign concern. Luan fixed her gaze on him. This was not the first incident. The day before, a boy nearly spilled a tray onto her, and only Harry's quick reflexes saved her. Someone had drawn a turtle on her locker. While turtles were undeniably cute, the act itself was far from endearing. Luan was certain someone was targeting her. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop with these childish antics. It's tedious. Li Daoyuan was taken aback by her directness. He raised his chin defiantly, warning, "I advise you not to be too arrogant. If you offend my brother Bo, be wary of the consequences." If it weren't for Luan being a woman, she would have been dealt with long ago.
Luan paused. Bugay? Oh.
Is he the one sent by the sector chart? I must warn you, this is the last time. I will no longer tolerate this. What can you do if you can't tolerate it? Li Daoyuan asked with a smile. If I can't tolerate it, my fists will be quite hard. Luan understood. This person was not planning to let things go easily. The man before her exuded arrogance, appearing to be the leader. Luan had never wished to compare herself with others or prove her worth. She simply desired to live each day steadily, ensuring her substantial tuition fees were not wasted. She disliked trouble, but if it came her way, she was not afraid. Luan contemplated her current state of tranquility. Thus, these individuals believed she was an easily manipulated soft target. I need to change my shoes for gym class now, so I don't have time to chat with you. How about this? After school today, I'll be waiting for you in the alley on the right side of the school, and we can clarify matters. Luan spoke calmly. Fine, you said it. Whoever doesn't show up is a dog. The alley on the right side of the school was a common venue for students to resolve conflicts, as some matters were not convenient to address within the school premises. Luan nodded. Then we shall meet there. After school, Li Daoyuan stood at the school gate, waiting for someone. He hadn't mentioned a one-on-one confrontation with Luan. Having more people would bolster their confidence, so he had called 2 friends to join him. However, after 10 minutes of waiting, the third person had yet to appear. Li Daoyuan frowned. Forget it, let us go. We wouldn't want her to run away out of fear. One of the boys hesitated. Maybe we should wait a bit. Luan is quite tall and dares to challenge Bogo. She doesn't seem easy to deal with. Li Daoyuan grew somewhat impatient. What are you afraid of? It's 2 against 1. How could we lose? As long as we intimidate her, we might not even need to resort to violence. Don't hold back just because she is a girl. I understand, let us go then. The boy was quickly persuaded, casting aside his doubts. During the weekly gym class, Jiang Boyang would never attend. He found the training too tedious and foolish. Jiang Boyang's mother was a member of the school board, so the teachers turned a blind eye to his absence. There was a CAF near the school that Jiang Boyang had reserved the second floor of for the long term. Whenever he didn't want to attend class, he would come here. Frequently accompanying him were 2 friends, all from prominent families, belonging to the type no one dared to provoke at school. They were naturally present today, engaged in a card game. Upon hearing his friend's words, Jiang Boyang approached. Leaning over to look, he realized it was indeed that girl in a skirt. The others knew this was a forbidden zone and ceased to mention it. It seems something is happening. Should we go take a look?
One of the boys suggested.
What does it have to do with me? Jiang Boyang frowned, recognizing that this girl had quite a knack for stirring trouble. Chun Mianqing tidied her desk. Just as she was about to leave, she overheard a discussion among her classmates. Li Daoyuan dashed out of class to trouble Luan from class 4. Is that true? Meeting in the alley on the right side of the school. They must be fighting by now, otherwise, I wouldn't dare say anything, especially since Luan has a good reputation among her peers. Upon hearing those words, Chun Mianqing swiftly seized her backpack and dashed out of the classroom. The students within were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning what had transpired. How could such a composed individual like Chun Mianqing suddenly vanish like a gust of wind? Su Yao, having only just arrived in the city that afternoon, found himself restless and eager to seek out Luan. He resolved to locate her school, intending to make a surprise appearance that would undoubtedly startle her. Su Yao waited by the school gate for quite some time, yet he saw no sign of her. Nearby, however, there seemed to be a commotion, as if a brawl were unfolding in the adjacent alley. He clicked his tongue, reflecting that despite the school's prestigious reputation, altercations still occurred. He grappled with the decision of whether to continue waiting or to join the fray. Ultimately, he chose to remain, lest he miss Luan's arrival. Despite his curiosity about the unfolding fight, Li Daoyuan stood with his arms crossed, already concocting a plan to intimidate Luan. Don't think that just because you're a girl, I will. Before he could finish his thought, Luan seized his collar and struck him with a resounding slap. What is wrong with being a girl? Are you simply looking for trouble? Another slap followed. If you have nothing better to do, why waste my time? A third slap resounded. I just want to focus on my studies. Tuition is rather expensive. She lifted him and delivered yet another blow. Why are you behaving this way? Forcing me to act tough? Another slap landed. Is this what you find entertaining? Another strike followed. Li Daoyuan endured 6 consecutive slaps without the opportunity to switch sides, leaving him utterly dazed and his face ablaze. In that moment, he experienced a ringing in his ears, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Observing the unfolding chaos, Wu Yu sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene. This girl was silent, skipping negotiation and going straight to violence. They had not anticipated her ferocity, and he would not hesitate to retaliate with equal intensity. As Luan noticed the approaching figure, she pressed down on the already stunned boy's shoulder, pivoting gracefully. Her school uniform skirt creating an elegant arc as she delivered a powerful kick that sent the newcomer sprawling 3 meters away. If they were foolish enough to charge in, they would find her more than capable of handling them. Luan had neither trained in taekwondo nor practiced systematic combat. Her skills were forged in childhood skirmishes with her adoptive father, laying a solid foundation. As she matured, she began to engage in group fights with peers, thus accumulating a wealth of experience. Previously, people had remarked upon her prowess, that Luan fights fiercely and with great strength. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from curiosity to astonishment as Luan approached the dazed boy on the ground, seizing his collar once more and delivering another slap. Did you collide with me in the cafeteria? Another slap. You didn't notice such a wide corridor? Are you blind? Yet another slap. I don't know you. Why trouble me? A fourth slap. Regardless, it's best not to disturb others. Another slap. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yet another slap followed. After receiving 6 consecutive blows, Wu Yu is utterly dazed, yet the instinct for self-preservation compelled him to nod vigorously. This girl struck with unparalleled ferocity. Was she employing a technique that rendered her blows so agonizing? At last, the third member of their small group made his entrance. Wang Jiahe, noticing the crowd gathered at the alley's mouth, hurried towards the scene. He was delayed due to a bout of diarrhea and hoped to catch up. Wang Jiahe pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front, where he spotted Lu Wan fiercely scolding her companion. The girl unleashed a torrent of words, leaving her friend defenseless, while another companion seated on the ground appeared utterly defeated, seemingly offline for the moment. Oh dear, he sensed trouble brewing and quickly turned to retreat. Lu Wan was truly furious. All she desired was to be an ordinary student. Why did these people have to stir up trouble? It had been a long time since she had felt this angry. Lu Wan noticed the classmate attempting to escape, realizing he was the one who had defaced her locker. She sprang to her feet, took a few running steps, and leaped, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The onlookers gasped, marveling at her long legs and the force of her kick, imagining the pain it must have caused. However, they also noted her skirt flying up. Had she completely abandoned all sense of propriety? Wang Jiahe lay on the ground, and after a few seconds, he finally regained his composure and burst into tears. Why was he being chased and beaten even when trying to flee? His bones felt as if they were shattering, and his entire body ached. Lying there, he sobbed, "You are being too harsh. My parents have never treated me this way. You are going too far." Lu Wan approached him and placed her foot on his back. "Now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave, artist classmate." Wang Jiahe's body stiffened, and he momentarily ceased crying, as if caught in a dream, afraid to move. Lu Wan crouched down and lightly tapped his face. "Your parents expect you to study diligently. Are you listening to them?" Wang Jiahe was on the verge of tears again. "I understand my mistake. I will study hard from now on." Lu Wan remarked. "Your turtle drawing was quite good. What was your rank in the last exam?" "Second to last," he admitted. "Next time, aim to be within the bottom 10. Be cautious. Don't think you can neglect your studies and pursue chaotic antics." Wang Jiahe trembled. "I understand. Please don't hit me anymore. I promise I will try my best." The crowd murmured, recognizing the benefits of submission. After all, it seemed the least painful option for survival.
Wow.
This girl is quite the fighter. She's practically a warrior. They whispered, impressed by her prowess. "It's Lu Wan. Incredible." This is a classic case of troublemakers being met with their own reckoning. The trio on the second floor of the CAF was stunned. "Can you believe how powerful she is? ABO, did you know?" Jiang Boyang furrowed his brow, confused. How could he possibly know? He had barely noticed her features until today. Her hair was a bit short, and she was not unattractive. Her legs were somewhat appealing. Yet, what was she thinking, fighting in a skirt and leaping to kick someone? Was she out of her mind? With so many witnesses, this was utterly chaotic. Did she even realize she was a girl? Jiang Boyang felt displeased. If others discovered this was his fiancée, the woman he might marry, where would he hide his face? He frowned and descended the stairs. The other two exchanged glances and followed suit. In merely a few minutes, the battle had concluded. 3 individuals lay on the ground. Lu Wan adjusted her skirt and was somewhat taken aback upon seeing 3 boys approaching. The pie chart was also present, as per the novel's narrative. The friends of the dominant male protagonist must possess exceptional fighting skills, come from prestigious backgrounds, and be strikingly handsome. They certainly cannot be ordinary. The 3 approaching were of a different caliber than the previous trio. Regardless of her current agitation, she could not afford to be overly concerned about her image anymore. "Lu Wan, Jiang Boyang, did you send someone to trouble me?" If the answer was affirmative, she would certainly respond with a shoe sole massage to the head. Jiang Boyang let out a cold snort. "Do not flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? You are not worth my time." "Lu Wan, all right then. You are quite impressive." Chu Chong, fearing a conflict between the two, quickly intervened. "So, you must be Lu Wan? This matter truly does not concern Brother Bo. We merely happened to be above and came down to see what was happening. Also, You're quite formidable. Luan felt a flicker of doubt. Could it truly be unrelated to him? She did not trust this individual's character. Jiang Boyang, visibly irritated, wondered what Luan's gaze meant. He would not shy away from his actions. With one hand in his pocket, he approached and kicked Li Daoyuan, who lay on the ground. Did I instruct you to do this? Li Daoyuan paused, his expression flickering with panic. Brother Bo, I was trying to help you teach her a lesson. Jiang Boyang frowned. What do you think you are? My affairs do not require your intervention. Li Daoyuan dared not speak further, and lowered his head. Luan shrugged. It appeared that the pie chart was not responsible for this. However, she was not familiar with these troublemakers and saw no necessity for confrontation. Had she offended someone else? Luan walked over, looking down at her classmate Wang Jiahe. You should know why you are troubling me. Wang Jiahe hesitated, his eyes darting. I don't know. Luan nodded and lifted her leg. Wang Jiahe quickly exclaimed, Li Daoyuan asked me to do it. He likes Zhao Yan. He was avenging Zhao Yan.
Please don't hit me.
It has nothing to do with me. Although he spoke rapidly, his words were clear and articulated. The onlookers observed, so this guy merely offered symbolic resistance. He truly is the champion of surrender. Luan frowned slightly. Yet, each time her plans fell through, the protagonist's halo was undeniably potent. Was Zhao Yan unwell? To be at odds with her? She had made her position abundantly clear last time. Jiang Boyang sneered. Now you understand, do you? Do not associate everything with me. I hold no interest in you. And you need not exert yourself to deliberately flaunt your presence before me. In his eyes, Luan had intentionally come to the skate park he frequented. Everyone knew he attended this place during every physical education class. This woman must be here on purpose. Luan was nearly infuriated to the point of laughter. She looked at him. Are you out of your mind? Rest assured, even if every other man in this world were to perish and you were the last one standing, we would still remain strangers. The surrounding girls fervently agreed. Indeed, one need not be with a man. Jiang Boyang felt a surge of indignation within. Luan, you cannot utter such words. Our brother Bo possesses unparalleled charm, incomparable to the average person. Your remarks are somewhat excessive, verging on hypocrisy. Chu Chong promptly defended his friend, sensing that the atmosphere between the two was decidedly off, as if they were not merely adversaries. It was peculiar. Why did Jiang Boyang maintain such a complicated relationship with both transfer students, Lin Yan and Luan? Luan scoffed, finding the arrogance of this individual rather unpalatable. Her gaze swept across the room and suddenly landed on a pie chart that was, in all fairness, quite appealing, surpassing the looks of those surrounding her. Her attention then fixed on a boy standing amidst the crowd. Do you see him? I prefer that type 100 times better than you, so spare me. As if I'd be insincere. This boy, by the standards of science students, had features that were well-defined and striking. Moreover, Luan had encountered him before, and her disdain was almost spirited. The onlookers were initially concerned that Luan had irreparably offended Jiang Boyang, but once they discerned whom she was indicating, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd. The atmosphere turned oddly charged. Jiang Boyang's temper ignited. Damn it, Luan. Do not push your luck. Chu Chong found himself at a loss for words. This woman had a remarkable talent for inciting animosity. It had been a long time since he had seen Bo so enraged. It seemed entirely deliberate. Luan, unfazed, faced the boy she had just selected, adding fuel to the fire with a light-hearted compliment. I appreciate someone like you. You exude depth and intelligence. Your academic performance must be commendable. Chen Yinqing regarded the boy, hesitated for a moment, and gave a subtle nod. The crowd gasped, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. What trajectory was this? The information was overwhelming. Luan had just insulted Jiang Boyang and then turned her attention to another campus heartthrob. Chen Yinqing concurred with Luan's sentiments. Each of these scenes was inconceivable, yet transpired simultaneously. Luan recognized this classmate, but had yet to connect him with the name Harry had mentioned. Jiang Boyang was known for his volatile temper, prompting others to keep their distance for fear of offending him. In contrast, Chen Yinqing embodied the essence of aloofness, showing little concern for others' affairs. Their personalities were starkly different, yet their popularity in school was evenly matched. Luan smiled and continued, in truth, academic excellence isn't a strict requirement. Just avoid being a loudmouth who prattles on without any substance. The crowd murmured in surprise. Is the loudmouth referring to Jiang Boyang? Luan, you truly are audacious. It appeared that Luan was unaware of Chen Yinqing's stature. If he were only of mediocre academic prowess, what of the others? This was not their first meeting. Chun Yinqing's distinctive appearance was not one to be easily forgotten, and Luan's memory was sharp enough to keep it intact. What a coincidence. The young man she encountered while picking up a wig turns out to be from the same school as herself. He had been awakened by the noise but said nothing, displaying a commendable temperament. He is quite handsome, far surpassing the aesthetics of a pie chart. One could say he belongs to the heavens while the other remains on the ground. Luan, do not regret, Jiang Boyang remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Chun Yinqing. His acquaintance with Chun Yinqing was superficial, having exchanged only a few words, typically maintaining a distance akin to water from the well not encroaching upon the river. Thus, what did it mean that Chun Yinqing had just nodded in agreement? In Jiang Boyang's eyes, Chun Yinqing had an air of pride about her. Her presence here seemed rather unusual. Did Luan actually know her? From the outset, Jiang Boyang had harbored a strong dislike for Luan. However, the latter's disparagement of him, coupled with the elevation of another male, left him quite displeased. Su Yao had been waiting at the school gate for quite a while, his attention on the boys exiting rather than the girls in skirts, lest he inadvertently miss an opportunity. Glancing around, he noted that the school boasted quite a number of beautiful girls. As the students trickled out, Su Yao grew increasingly uncertain. Had Luan already left, or was she still inside? He approached a girl walking towards him. "Excuse me, do you know Luan?" The girl, eager for gossip, rushed to the scene. Not only was Luan present, but so were Jiang Boyang and Chun Yinqing. The mere thought sent a thrill through her. Luckily, she hadn't hurried home after school today. She scrutinized the purple-haired individual before her, who did not appear to be a menace, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, "She's in the alley up ahead." But wasn't there a fight happening in that alley? He hadn't anticipated that Luan would be among the fools engaged in such a brawl. This was unexpected. Luan had considerably tempered his temperament since entering high school. He should have arrived sooner. The moment had passed, and he wondered if Luan could handle the situation without suffering harm. Su Yao picked up a stick from the roadside to wield as a makeshift weapon, feeling its weight in his hands, and hurriedly pushed through the crowd, ready to join the fray. "I'm here to help you, Luan." Su Yao questioned his own vision when he noticed the figure in a skirt. Who was this? Luan had never mentioned a twin sister, and after all these years of acquaintance, he could not have mistaken her. Why, then, was Luan dressed as a girl? The skirt was crumpled and disheveled. Luan was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to see Su Yao here. After a brief pause, he asked, "What brings you here?" He had not yet disclosed to Su Yao his own gender, and now their unexpected meeting would surely surprise him. Su Yao held back for several seconds, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I arrived too late. Otherwise, how could you have faced such humiliation?" This was an utter disgrace. His eyes reddened as he exclaimed, "Boss, who forced you to wear a skirt? I swear I'll take them down." This outburst was typical of him. His intellect had never let her down, consistently performing with unwavering stability. The crowd murmured, "What is happening here? Who was this suddenly emerging figure with the purple hair?" Luan abandoned everyone and dragged him away. Could the purple-haired individual become the unexpected victor of the day? "Hey, do you know Luan?" Chu Chuang seemingly asked casually, drawing the attention of everyone around. Chun Yinqing responded with a simple acknowledgement, "I know her." Chu Chuang, smiling and probing, noted their apparent familiarity. "She seems quite supportive of you." Given Luan's earlier remarks, which had embarrassed Abo, he felt compelled to clarify the situation. "This does not concern you," Chun Yinqing replied in a flat tone, turning to walk away, completely unprepared for further conversation. The trio led by Jiang Boyang were formidable figures at school, not easily challenged by anyone. Yet, Chun Yinqing stood as one of the rare exceptions. "Now that those two have departed, what are your thoughts, Abo?" Chu Chuang shrugged and turned to his companion. Jiang Boyang surveyed the crowd of onlookers and barked, "Aren't you lot going to disperse? Do you wish to be on the receiving end of a beating?" The students quickly scattered, unwilling to witness the antics of such a notorious figure. However, Jiang Boyang himself had come to partake in the spectacle. It was indeed a display of dominance, yet there was little they could do but retreat hastily. Individuals like Luan hardly required his extra attention. Just moments ago, the alley had been lively, but it fell into an unexpected silence. Meanwhile, another area buzzed with excitement. Many students felt compelled to share the juicy gossip, believing that withholding it would diminish their enjoyment. The school's official social media administrator, noted for her ruthlessness and efficiency, promptly disseminated a report within 15 minutes of the incident. This time, there were no photographs, only a textual account. Everything had transpired so rapidly and with Lu's fierce demeanor. Who would dare to take pictures? The absence of images allowed for an imaginative interpretation. What's going on? I can't believe I missed it, exclaimed a student. The troublemaker got a taste of her own medicine. Lou struck first with 12 slaps that left those two dazed, and I was left in shock. Another chimed in, expressing admiration. She kicked him several meters away, her skirt flying, revealing pink underwear. I was wrong about Lou, commented another student. Has she lost her mind? Does she truly speak to Jiang Boyang like that? Mused another. If any other girl behaved that way, I would certainly scold her. I can't help but imagine my brother saying ugh, and it makes me laugh uncontrollably, one joked. This woman is irresistibly enchanting. I hereby declare Lu Wan the new school heartthrob, proclaimed another. Enough of this nonsense. Lu Wan can only be a goddess. The boys disagree, someone teased.
Wow.
This is bound to get even more entertaining. I hope Lu Wan can hold her ground and not drop out, another added. Is it too late for me to dye my hair purple? Am I really envious of that favored one? One lamented. Wake up. Even green hair won't help you. Another retorted. Though Jiang Boyang was typically untouchable at school, many were silently critical of his methods. Numerous students quietly applauded Lu Wan while also feeling a pang of anxiety for her. After dragging someone several meters, Lu Wan released her grip. Su Yao, regaining composure, asked, "Why did you pull me away?" Lu Wan considered her response, deciding that honesty was the best policy. She brushed off her skirt and stated, "Well, as you can see, I am a woman." Su Yao replied, "You have serious psychological issues. Haven't you seen a doctor?" Doubtful. He questioned her sanity. Su Yao, isn't this nonsense? To be honest, I resemble a woman more than you do. If you're going to say that, then the conversation is over. Lu Wan turned and walked away. He realized, albeit belatedly, that something was amiss. After all, Lu Wan was wearing a dress, and the onlookers remained remarkably calm. Su Yao, stunned, exclaimed, "You're a woman?" Lu Wan replied, "Yes, indeed, dear brother. Would you like me to provide you with an experience report?" Su Ji was utterly bewildered. He took several minutes to compose himself before asking, "But why didn't you tell me before?" Lu Wan retorted, "You're just too foolish. Had you discovered it sooner, I would have informed you." Su Yao, No, I need to take a moment. He felt as though his entire perception and worldview had been shattered. Lu Wan was a woman? A girl? Goodness. Lu Wan had convincingly disguised herself as a boy, a ruse that began in her childhood. Girls mature faster than boys. And she was notably taller than her male peers, making her deception even more effective. During school, Lu Wan would minimize her water intake to reduce trips to the boys' restroom. Su Yao was still in a state of mental turmoil, recalling countless memories of their interactions. Previously, aside from working at a barbecue restaurant at night, Lu Wan also acted as a gaming coach on weekends. Su Yao, on the other hand, could only change light bulbs, living alone. He relied on Lu Wan to fix any plumbing issues or repairs around the house. Lu Wan's ability to repair things using manuals was nothing short of extraordinary. Her gaming skills were decent, but not exceptional. It was her excellent service attitude that drew customers, especially with the explosion of online gaming in recent years. Eventually, she discovered that female coaches were in higher demand, so to earn more, Lu Wan would occasionally pitch her voice higher and pretend to be a girl during voice chats. At the time, this left others astonished, while Su Yao found himself intrigued, suddenly thinking that having Lu Wan as a woman wasn't such a bad idea. The thought frightened him, making him feel guilty towards his good friend, questioning his own sanity for imagining his buddy as a woman, and not just once. Now, he finally understood. Lu Wan was indeed a woman. Lu Wan had also borrowed money from Su Yao in the past, promising to repay him when she had funds. Su Yao felt indifferent about her not returning the money, as he had friends who borrowed without repaying. And he thought it was no big deal, but Lu Wan always returned the money. Reflecting on an incident from a month ago made Su Yao even more emotional. It was a weekend when Lu Wan was at his house coaching someone in a game. He had invited two other friends over, and the three of them decided to watch an adult film. Lu Wan was right there, engrossed in her game, seemingly unfazed. They joked that Lu Wan was hardly a man, being completely unresponsive. Lu Wan scoffed and said, "You have the audacity to criticize me." The film's audio tracks from the 18th to the 30th minute and from the 40th to 52nd minute were identical. Didn't you notice the repetition? Furthermore, it was evident that the scenes were stitched together. The action frequency was virtually the same. How fake could it be? Who was really the fool, engrossed in such poor effects? The three of them fell silent at that moment. The academic prodigies are indeed formidable. They leave others with no choice but to concede their own shortcomings.
Su Yao,
overwhelmed by embarrassment, feels a flush creeping across his face. Lu Wan's actions are truly excessive. Could such a thing possibly be accomplished by a gentlewoman? It is no wonder she never engages in comparisons. Others simply do not possess the requisite attributes. Furthermore, before departing, she had generously gifted a bottle of potent restorative liquor. Mistakenly believing he was lacking in strength, Su Yao, feeling completely defeated and devoid of any semblance of dignity, resolved to adopt a more carefree attitude. Glancing nervously at his companion, he shyly inquired, "So, on go. Do you prefer ample bosoms or well-defined pectorals?" Lu Wan furrowed her brow. "Who told you I favor large breasts?" The essence of humanity lies in its inherent contradictions. At times, she found the convenience of being flat rather appealing, though on occasion it felt excessively convenient. Thus, she would occasionally compare herself to well-endowed women. It didn't require anyone to mention it. She often caught herself gazing at ample busts. The intriguing aspect was that when Lu Wan observed, the other women did not perceive it as lewdness. Rather, they smiled in return. The bolder ones even approached her for her number. Women, such creatures that judge by appearances. Just as Lu Wan was about to clarify, her phone rang. It was her father calling, inquiring why she had not yet returned home. A guest was present today. Her industrious and ambitious uncle, who had come from America to visit her. He was currently at their residence. Su Yao glanced at his fingers, then lowered his head, murmuring, I'm not leaving." Initially shocked to learn that Lu Wan was a girl, he had struggled to believe it, but now that he had accepted it, a sense of delight began to bubble within him. He could hardly suppress a smile, striving to maintain his composure. They had grown so familiar with each other. Surely, it was his turn now. However, Su Yao reminded himself that he had come specifically to find her, and he could endure a little longer. "All right then. See you tomorrow." As Lu Wan entered the community, she spotted 4 black cars parked outside her home and several tall men standing by the roadside. As she approached, she recognized them as the few bald, muscular men who had picked her up last time. This time, however, they sported wigs that were longer than the lady of the house's hair, which was rather intimidating. Lu Wan remarked, "So you think donning wigs longer than your young mistress's hair is a splendid idea?" Nevertheless, she deemed such trivial matters inconsequential. With a nod, she said, "Looks good, excellent." "Hee, that's wonderful. Please do come inside," Abayu said, revealing a smile he believed to be gentle, though it could easily frighten a child. Upon entering, the occupants of the living room all turned to look at her. Among them was an unfamiliar face. Zhao Jianing waved cheerfully. "Xiao Wan, come over here. Your uncle and cousin are here." Lu Wan recognized her uncle from the video. He appeared refined on screen, yet in reality, he bore a more rugged demeanor. It was evident he was not young, yet he was remarkably well-preserved, not at all resembling someone over 50. Lu Jinya approached and affectionately ruffled Lu Wan's hair, speaking softly. "Finally, I get to meet you, my dear." His smile dissipated any hint of ruggedness, rendering him gentle. Lu Wan suppressed her inner doubts. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. He was merely a kind-hearted elder. "Hello, uncle." Lu Jinya, Xiao Wan, to be precise, I am the second eldest in the family, while your father is the third. We also have an elder brother, but he passed away many years ago. This is his son, Lu Lin, whom you should refer to as your cousin. The Lu family has a sparse lineage, and we are left with only a few blood relatives. Both nephews are doing well. Yet as the sole girl in the Lu family, you should have been cherished like a precious gem, but instead, you have endured hardships outside. This thought pains me the most.
"Cousin."
Lu Wan surveyed the man with a fresh face, who was looking at her with a warm smile. He appeared to be considerably older, well-built, and his exact age was hard to discern. Sporting a beard, he had quite a distinctive personality. The members of the Lu family, aside from Lu Buyu, all shared a fullness in their features, making their kinship unmistakable. "Lu Lin, it's our first meeting. Allow me to present you with a gift."
I
don't want an airplane, a yacht, or a car." Lu Wan interjected. Lu Lin was taken aback momentarily before responding. "Oh. Then I'm at a loss for what you might like. How about I don't want a card either," Lu Wan preempted him. Here we go again. Is this a family trait of perplexing remarks? "Lu Lin, then I truly don't know what you desire." It struck him as odd that his sister seemed to anticipate his words. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wan decided that it would be impolite to reject his kind intentions too bluntly. She proactively suggested, "I am still in school and genuinely have no use for extravagant gifts. If you wish to give me something, perhaps some stationery would suffice. I am in need of it. Just ordinary pens will do, nothing too expensive. As a high school student, I use them quickly, making it a necessity, without waste." The atmosphere was pleasant until Zhao Jianing arrived to remind them it was time for dinner, bringing their conversation to a close. Lu Jinya held a less favorable opinion of his third brother, yet he admired his sister-in-law. She was engaged in research, earning a modest salary, but benefiting from excellent welfare and extensive networks. His younger brother had been well cared for, later marrying a good wife. Perhaps the greatest misfortune in his brother's life was the loss of his daughter. Lu Jinya held his sister-in-law in high regard, having discreetly supported Zhao Jianing's flourishing company over the years. Meanwhile, Zhao's family business faced a string of setbacks, which he surmised were partly due to his own influence. Given the sensitivity of his status, it was prudent to remain low-key. As the family gathered around the dining table, Lu Jinya smiled and encouraged Wan. Do not be shy, eat more. Lu Wan devoured 3 bowls in succession. Lu Jinya observed thoughtfully, Wan is indeed gracious and poised, showing no signs of restraint. Quite remarkable. Lu Bu retorted, your perception is a bit skewed. Isn't she just a glutton? How can one commend that? He was well aware of the family's origins. Unlike his father, he had not inherited their values. Instead, it was Lu Wan who had embraced the family legacy. After the meal, Lu Jinya called Lu Wan aside for a private conversation, as he had something significant to discuss with his niece. Earlier in the afternoon, he had conferred with Lu Wan's parents. Although Zhao Jianing was not in favor, the matter needed resolution. Professor Lu was quite displeased, believing that contemplating personal matters after the age of 30 was not premature, and discussing marriage at this stage was utterly absurd. When Lu Jinya initially approached his brother, the Jiang couple had offered their assistance. Lu Jinya was profoundly moved. Despite his astuteness and experience, he held familial bonds in high regard. Even aware of Madame Zhang's ulterior motives, he willingly made concessions in their collaboration. Jiang Boyang, being the sole heir, would undoubtedly inherit the Jiang family's legacy. Madame Zhang's commitment, made before meeting any daughters from the Lu family, even if wrapped in self-interest, reflected a degree of sincerity. The two families shared a long-standing friendship, and a union between them was nothing short of customary, serving as a common method to strengthen their collaboration. Additionally, it would involve their children. At 17, while still young, they were not too immature either. With their growing familiarity, an engagement could be arranged by the time they reached university, culminating in marriage upon graduation. Madame Jiang herself had married at the tender age of 20. However, privately, Lu Jinya harbored reservations about his niece marrying too early. There was no pressing need for that. Fostering their acquaintance would suffice. He had met Jiang Boyang before. Though he had heard rumors of the young man's temper, it was quite typical for someone of his age. Lu Jinya had been more audacious in his youth. Lu Wan pondered for a moment before saying, I am not particularly inclined to attend. I do not get along with Jiang Boyang. Lu Jinya replied, Have you already met? Yes, and we almost came to blows. Lu Jinya nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Very well, I shall help you decline the invitation. His prompt agreement left Lu Wan feeling uneasy. Sensing her hesitation, Lu Jinya smiled and reassured her. What could possibly be the issue? Your uncle would never compel you to do something you dislike. I merely wish for your happiness. All right, thank you. As the clock struck 9, Lu Jinya bid farewell to the gathering and departed. Lu Lin did not accompany his uncle as he had momentarily stepped away to the restroom. The more Lu Wan contemplated the situation, the more it seemed amiss. She grasped her cousin's arm and asked, Is it truly acceptable if I do not attend the engagement? Lu Lin, ever the carefree playboy, chuckled and replied, You need not worry about that. I also believe it unwise for women to marry too early. You should date a few more boys and choose a suitable one when the time comes. Brother will help you discern. There are few good men out there. Lu Wan retorted, I am asking whether we suffer any loss from this? A trivial sum, perhaps tens of billions. Lu Wan gasped in shock. What did you say? I did not catch that.
A trivial sum.
It's the latter part one need clarity on.
Ah,
She exclaimed, rushing out, only to find that the vehicles outside had already departed. Lu Lin, left standing in bewilderment, wondered what had just transpired. Why the sudden exuberance? Lu Wan was nearly beside herself with frustration. Why hadn't this been mentioned sooner? This was the crux of the matter. Tens of billions, she could never amass such an amount in her lifetime. The mere thought felt searing.
goodness.
It would be better to end her life than to face such a financial loss. As a miserly guardian of wealth, her heart felt as though it were being sliced. Back when Lu Wan worked at a barbecue restaurant, she occasionally encountered customers who reserved tables but failed to show, wasting their deposits. There were also instances where they ordered takeout and abruptly canceled, with the restaurant naturally refusing refunds. Each time she encountered such situations, She thought the individuals must be rather foolish, with money to burn. Now, however, she found herself a combination of both types of imbeciles. Tens of billions, not mere tens of dollars. Luan dashed up to her room on the second floor, seized her phone, and dialed her uncle's number. The call connected swiftly. On the other end of the line, Lu Jinya remained unfazed, calmly stating that if he did not wish to meet, then so be it. After all, his earlier stance had been resolute, rendering any coercion unnecessary. Luan felt an urge to eliminate Jiang Boyang entirely. Had she known, she would have kicked that fellow to his demise earlier that afternoon. Was Jiang Boyang deliberately targeting her? What audacity! According to the narrative's progression, she was supposed to have encountered Jiang Boyang prior to Lin Yan's transfer to another school. Lin Yan, having experienced a disagreement with her relatives, found herself wandering the streets alone at midnight, only to be rescued by Jiang Boyang, who happened to be racing his motorcycle nearby. Although Jiang Boyang typically exhibited indifference towards women, he unexpectedly displayed compassion and offered refuge to the homeless Lin Yan in his home. The school tyrant, with his cool and audacious demeanor, was, in fact, an innocent virgin, and as they cohabited, their feelings gradually deepened. After all, Jiang Boyang was not unlike other school bullies. His parents frequently traveled the world, neglecting their child's emotional needs, which distorted his psyche. Lin Yan's arrival filled the void within him. However, Luan had no desire to concern herself with such melodrama, provided it did not involve her. Yet, according to the storyline, Jiang Boyang already resided in the same building as Lin Yan. Why should she, merely a pawn, be compelled to compensate? Not only was she expected to act as a plot catalyst, but she was also to present gifts to the couple. It was no wonder that in the novel, Jiang Boyang harbored no affection for his fiancée, yet did not proactively seek to annul their engagement. After all, this was a transaction worth billions. Luan was utterly unsettled. She was determined to dissolve this engagement. She would not part with a single penny. While her uncle appeared affluent, wealth was not simply blown in by the wind. Even if he seemed prosperous now, considering his diverse involvements in martial arts, fireworks, and logistics, none of which were related, one could surmise that he had endured hardships. Why should she allow others to benefit? However, the pressing issue remained. No matter how she expressed her feelings, her uncle insisted it was inconsequential. If he did not like her, then so be it. Luan felt as though she might faint from frustration. How could she possibly deceive him into believing she actually harbored feelings? That was a sentiment she could not voice. Just then, Lu Jinya finished his breakfast, and Abayo entered with a bag in hand. "Boss, here are the pens you requested. Choose some for the young lady." Lu Jinya poured the pens onto the table. They were all of ordinary specifications. After testing each one, he selected 3. Abayo remarked, "I see. Shall we acquire the production line for these 3 pens?" Lu Jinya replied incredulously, "Have you lost your mind? We don't need so many. Aside from these 3, the rest are decent enough. I'm uncertain of Wanwan's preferences. How about this? Let's send 1 box of each model." Abayo contemplated whether a single box might be insufficient.
Indeed.
He would need to find a larger box. Meanwhile, Luan, preparing for school, remained unaware that she was about to receive a truckload of pens, albeit a small truck. After all, many classmates had witnessed her kicking someone while wearing a skirt the previous day and found it rather peculiar. Moreover, she might have to kick someone again today, and pants would be far more convenient. The events of the previous afternoon had become the topic of conversation before class. There are indeed numerous explosive points to discuss. One could engage in lengthy conversation from any angle. Lin Yan followed the school's official WeChat account and took note of the happenings. However, it is quite unnecessary for Luan to persistently clash with Jiang Boyang. Lin Yan harbors disdain for many students at the school, who often adopt an air of superiority. Luan likely shares her sentiments, yet confronting one another head-on is evidently not a sagacious approach. After all, they are young ladies, and impulsiveness may lead to unfavorable outcomes. Casting a glance at Zhao Yan, Lin Yan lowered her head to continue her vocabulary practice. Zhao Yan appeared to harbor animosity towards transfer students and had targeted her several times already. As Lin Yan noted her 10th word, she heard the sound of a desk being moved. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of Luan. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Luan entered the classroom and surveyed her surroundings before striding directly towards an empty seat behind Zhao Yan. Without warning, she seized the back of Zhao Yan's collar. "Are you insane?" Zhao Yan exclaimed, her head tilting back as she caught sight of Luan. A foreboding sensation washed over her. Luan exerted pressure, forcing Zhao Yan's shoulder to press against the desk in front of her. "I have told you whatever you do is none of my concern." But do not interfere with my affairs. Let go of me. Why are you so barbaric? I know nothing. Zhao Yan's voice trembled. Even in previous disputes, the most she had done was to exchange veiled insults. Never had anyone resorted to physical confrontation as Luan did. Was there no sense of shame? I am indifferent. They claim to be avenging you, so naturally, I seek you out for trouble. Luan replied with an unsettling calmness. The surrounding students were bewildered, and a few, who were usually on good terms with Zhao Yan, rushed forward to intervene. Luan, however, would not allow for any bias. Stay back. I gave her 12 slaps yesterday. I might as well make it an even number, and I do not discriminate. Several girls halted at a distance of half a meter, refraining from advancing. What exactly do you want? You're hurting me, Zhao Yan exclaimed, now feeling a surge of anxiety and fear. Can you guess how many slaps it would take for your face to swell? Zhao Yan fell silent, her face turning crimson. This lunatic had instilled in her a profound sense of dread. The thought of being struck made her breath catch in her throat. Though she wouldn't admit it, she had already begun to capitulate. Will you remember my words this time? I am saving my slaps for you, despite your annoying behavior. I do not condone bullying my classmates, Luan said with a smile. She certainly would not resort to violence within the confines of the school, as that would lead to disciplinary action. However, instilling fear was permissible, and it seemed this individual was beginning to exhibit some sense of caution. What is happening here? The homeroom teacher stood at the doorway. Luan released her grip, her expression serene as she replied, We are merely chatting. Zhao Yan's face was flushed, the distinct white imprint of fingers glaringly evident. She swallowed hard, forcing out a strained smile, and muttered, It's nothing. We are just talking. Neither wished for the teacher to learn of the previous day as events. Zhao Yan wanted to avoid escalating the situation for her own sake, while Luan found it troublesome. After all, if a fight were to be reported, the school would hold both parties accountable. Moreover, she had emerged victorious, so there was no loss on her part. The parties involved have spoken, and naturally, the other students chose to remain silent to avoid trouble. As long as there was no issue, it was fine. Class was about to commence, and everyone was preparing. After the homeroom teacher concluded her remarks, she cast a suspicious glance at Luan before turning to leave. She had noticed the student rising to depart, glancing in her direction a few times prior to leaving. The teacher's unexpected presence must have been prompted by someone's notification. Momentarily taken aback, Luan refrained from speaking and resumed her vocabulary practice. Earlier, having witnessed a dispute between two individuals, she sought the homeroom teacher's assistance, yet she never anticipated that Luan would deny the events. Wasn't she afraid? If the teacher were to learn of this, the matter could be addressed, and Zhao Yan would not trouble them further. Regrettably, she had not spoken the truth. Luan did not share a common animosity with the other party. Lin Yan was not a malicious individual, but her talent for creating trouble was unmatched, and her antics were incessant. Yet, to be fair, her adversary was not entirely devoid of intelligence. If her actions were purely driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, then why did she endure her own mistreatment without reporting it to the teacher, instead opting to seek the class president as help? Often, informing the teacher is not the optimal choice. Yu Shuai, the class president, managed to keep the girls who troubled Lin Yan somewhat restrained, as they respected his position. Unfortunately, Yu Shuai was not particularly handsome, failing to qualify as a backup option, and remained merely one of the loyal followers. Nevertheless, the two remained good friends. Luan pondered. If her son were to squander his entire fortune for a woman, it would be astounding if he did not unleash his wrath upon the troublesome children. However, the backups did not share this perspective. True love was invaluable, and they were always ready to charge into battle for love, disregarding their wealth and familial ties. Recently, Luan had also noticed that among Lin Yan's backups, aside from Yu Shuai, none were boys from their class. Whether this was intentional or accidental, it aligned perfectly with the strategy of forging close ties with those nearby while attacking those farther away. She maintained friendships with the boys she interacted with daily, while the more distant ones were the ones with whom she engaged in flirtation, thereby avoiding any mishaps. The boys, of course, saw nothing amiss, but the girls likely did. Lin Yan's rapport with other girls was quite poor, often finding herself ensnared by various female antagonists, likely for this very reason. Yet, in the presence of the protagonist's halo, such matters were trivial. Regardless, the delicate flower relied on her skills for sustenance, a profession not suited for everyone. In the afternoon, as school dismissed, Luan contemplated how to clarify her relationship with Jiang Boyang without incurring financial loss. If she were to pay compensation, that was acceptable, but anything exceeding 50 cents was off the table. Anxiously, she realized her uncle had a rather vague understanding of money. Yet she soon discovered that someone else was evidently even more anxious. Upon encountering a well-dressed man before her, Lu Wan halted. "Miss Lu, greetings. Our lady has a few words she wishes to convey to you. She awaits in the car ahead. May I inquire if you have a moment?" The secretary respectfully inquired. "If you have time, please to go." Lu Wan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Very well." Indeed, an opportunity had presented itself. She followed him into the long black car, and upon lifting her gaze, she encountered a displeased Jiang Boyang. Beside Jiang Boyang sat a woman dressed with remarkable poise. She was none other than the formidable matriarch of the family, a mother who paid little heed to her son amidst her fervent devotion to her work. Due to her aversion towards Lin Yinyan, the already strained relationship between mother and son had plummeted to an icy abyss. However, it must be said that this woman was indeed ruthless, willing to wield her son's marriage as a bargaining chip. During a conversation the previous day, Lu Jinya revealed that Lu Wan was not particularly fond of Jiang Boyang, leading to the cancellation of their planned meeting. Jiang Foreign was taken aback, but also concerned, for an alliance with the Lu family was of paramount importance. Lu Wan was highly regarded, and cultivating a rapport with her would bring significant advantages. Jiang Foreign quickly deduced the reasons behind her son's reluctance. She had previously instructed Jiang Boyang to take care of the Lu family girl, and it seemed he was deliberately resisting. Thus, she found herself at the school today. Initially, she worried whether Lu Wan was unattractive or harbored other shortcomings that might dissuade her son. However, upon seeing her, she felt a wave of relief. Lu Wan possessed both grace and beauty, and any deficiencies in etiquette could be remedied over time. What Jiang Foreign valued was not Lu Wan herself, but the status of being a young lady from the Lu family. With a smile, Jiang Foreign approached Lu Wan, saying, "So, you are the little one? It seems my Boyang has offended you. I am here to extend my apologies on his behalf, so please do not take it to heart." She grasped Lu Wan's hand and gently patted the back of it, adding, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I took a liking to you. If Boyang ever misbehaves in the future, do not hesitate to inform your aunt. I shall ensure he is reprimanded." Lu Wan replied, "Oh, then please do hit him."
Right now.
Jiang Foreign turned to glare at her son. "You must refrain from provoking little Wan in the future." Lu Wan retorted, "Just a scolding? Is that how you discipline a dog?" Jiang Boyang was thoroughly displeased, wondering what Lu Wan was truly thinking, as she had previously been so adamant in severing their ties. Could it be that she secretly desired an engagement with him? This thought cast a peculiar mood over Jiang Boyang. Lu Wan, lost in her own thoughts and silent, led the others in the car to mistakenly assume she was simply shy and reserved. The assistant in the front seat chuckled. "It appears Our Lady and Miss Lu are quite compatible. Perhaps she finds you endearing." Lu Wan replied, "Oh, if billions were placed before her, let alone affection, she might even bow in reverence." Jiang Foreign interjected, "I do have an affinity for little Wan. It is time for dinner. Let me take you out to dine. As an apology, if you feel uncomfortable, you could invite your uncle along, which might help you relax a bit." Jiang Boyang was astonished. She was genuinely going to do it? Observing Lu Wan's silence as an implicit agreement, Jiang Foreign promptly called Lu Jinya. With a cheerful tone, she explained that while picking up her son from school, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Wan, and to her delight, they seemed to hit it off. Hence her desire to share a meal together. She could not help but praise Lu Wan's beauty and charming personality, declaring her to be a true lady of refinement. Lu Wan was left speechless, pondering whether it would have been more convincing to compliment her resemblance to currency instead. This woman wielded her words with the finesse of a master, spinning fabrications with utmost sincerity. It was no wonder the mother-son relationship was fraught. The mother was astute, while the son was rather dim-witted, making their discord all the more bewildering. In the narrative, the secondary female character exhibits an unyielding obsession, and one of the reasons lies with Madame Jiang. She insists that Jiang Boyang's interactions with other women are merely frivolous, asserting that her true daughter-in-law is Lu Wan. Additionally, she encourages Lu Wan to confront Lin Yinyan, resulting in Lu Wan becoming a scapegoat while they, in turn, form a cohesive family unit, culminating in a grand reunion. On the other end of the line, Lu Jinya states that he will arrive shortly. Madame Jiang instructs her assistant to reserve a restaurant. After Lu Wan takes her seat, 10 minutes pass without the arrival of any other guests, leaving her somewhat surprised. Observing Lu Wan's unease, Madame Jiang smiles and remarks, "I feared you might be disturbed. Hence today, we have the entire restaurant to ourselves." She strives to portray herself as a considerate elder before Lu Wan. However, Lu Wan's mind races with foreboding. The woman has gone to great lengths to secure the venue, undoubtedly intending to extort a significant sum from her uncle. The trio waits for 15 minutes until Lu Jinya strides in. He appears displeased with Madame Jiang's private interference with Lu Wan. Nonetheless, given the situation, he decides to assess matters, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face. Wan, did you have a pleasant day at school? Lu Jinya greets his niece first, addressing the other two only after taking a seat. Lu Wan replies it was acceptable. Jiang Boyang, previously sulky, visibly adjusts his demeanor upon Lu Jinya's entrance, revealing his apprehension towards him. She cheerfully suggests, let us dine while we converse. Glancing at the dishes on the table, the caviar and roasted duck nearly overwhelm her senses. Yet she recognizes that it is not the appropriate time for dining. With utmost seriousness, she states, it is better to clarify certain matters. I am merely 17, a high school student, and have no need for a fiancé. My sole focus is on my studies, striving to achieve the top rank in my grade. The three at the table react with silence. Lu Wan casts a glance at the academic underperformer across from her, pondering what he could possibly provide, considering his own lackluster performance. Madame Jiang interjects, however, I will encourage him to progress alongside you. The engagement shall remain intact for now. After all, you are both young. Boyang seems quite fond of you, and if you still feel it unsuitable by the time university arrives, we can discuss it then. Jiang Xiang lets out a cold snort but refrains from speaking. Lu Wan senses an unusual quietness from Jiang Boyang today, evidently influenced by his mother's counsel. It appears he is not entirely reckless. She contemplates how to clarify their mutual disinterest, deciding against discussing compensation, yet recognizing the other's inclination to shift blame. Thus, Lu Wan resolutely declares, Jiang Boyang has a girlfriend, and she resides in his home. Given that we are all still minors, this situation seems rather inappropriate. Should you attempt to deceive me, do not expect me to remain passive. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly falls silent. Madame Jiang, eager to clarify that this must be a misunderstanding, insists that such a possibility is inconceivable, as she was entirely unaware of the situation. Jiang Boyang suddenly sprang to his feet, his fist striking the table in indignation. Lu Wan, how dare you investigate me? My relationship with Lin Yinyan is not what you think. Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan, initially concerned that Jiang Boyang would vehemently deny everything, felt a wave of relief wash over her as he inadvertently confirmed the matter himself. Although his words often lacked coherence, this particular statement resonated with clarity. Why are you berating me? Go pursue your love. I am not forcing you. She rolled her eyes inwardly. Indeed, their relationship may be tenuous now, but the future held uncertainties. The narrative's unassuming fiancé, upon discovering this situation, confronted them, with Lin Yanyan defiantly asserting that they were merely friends, accusing the other of harboring malicious intentions. At that moment, she felt justified, as there was indeed nothing amiss. However, from another perspective, it was entirely natural for the fiancé to feel jealousy, being engaged to a man she adored. Only to have another woman residing in her home and receiving preferential treatment was a bitter pill to swallow. Unless one possessed a saintly disposition, the likelihood of succumbing to darker emotions was high. Lu Wan eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Given that they both claimed to be innocent, she saw no harm in voicing her thoughts. Her vexation was not solely directed at Jiang Boyang, but also at the scheming Mrs. Jiang from the story. Mrs. Jiang was taken aback by the turn of events. No matter how astute she was, she found herself speechless, her gaze fixed furiously on her son. She had purchased a villa near the school for Jiang Boyang's convenience, not to condone his reckless behavior. And now, Lu Wan had revealed this in front of Lu Jinya. This was the worst possible outcome, rendering any resolution unattainable. Lu Wan felt the moment was ripe and turned to her uncle, subtly indicating, see, this is the situation. Let us swiftly dissolve the engagement and demand compensation. Quickly, a few billion. Lu Jinya, catching the innocent look from Lu Wan, felt a surge of tenderness. His niece was truly endearing. However, such charm should not be subjected to harm. He turned to Jiang Boyang, his expression darkening. You dare to slam the table in my presence? Jiang Boyang remained silent. Mrs. Jiang's heart sank. Mr. Lu, this must be a misunderstanding. Lu Jinya's voice was cold and firm. It seems you do not fully understand your son. I believe Wan has made herself quite clear. There is no need for dinner. He stood up, addressing her. Wan, let us depart. Lu Wan hesitated. We can forego the meal. But what about the compensation? Are we leaving without discussing the amount? Lu Jinya beckoned her. Come, Wan. Why do you look so dazed? It's truly charming. Lu Wan complied. albeit uncertain. All right. Will they really not renege on this? A few billion, is it fine to leave like this? One. Lu Jinya had already reached the restaurant's entrance. Oh. Luan reluctantly took a step forward. She had been too hasty. It was clear that they would not simply dismiss the matter with a check thrown in her direction. One, are you upset? If you are dissatisfied, how about I give Jiang Boyang a few punches? After all, he started this, he mused, who would dare intervene in disciplining a junior? Luan did not take her uncle's words to heart, thinking they were merely a jest. After all, he appeared to be a genteel businessman most of the time. Though she occasionally felt a pang of doubt, Luan was quite troubled. If she did not clarify things, she might find it impossible to sleep that night. Her cousin mentioned that whoever first proposed the dissolution of the engagement would owe over $1 billion. Was that true? Why was it not mentioned? Was she the only one feeling anxious? Lu Jinya chuckled softly, casting a fond gaze upon Luan, unable to resist gently ruffling her hair. Darling, how can you be so adorable? Luan replied, quite seriously, I am serious. She spent the entire day preoccupied with thoughts of billions. How many parcels would her uncle's company need to ship, and how many fireworks would they have to sell to earn such a sum? Even if he were wealthy, such extravagance seemed unfathomable. After firmly resolving not to give any money to the Jiang family, Luan began to daydream in the afternoon, imagining herself with billions. She pondered whether to invest or to travel the world, ultimately deciding to save half in the bank for interest and use the other half to purchase properties to become a landlord. This way, she could collect rent while comfortably seated at home. For someone as frugal as her, the most unrealistic fantasy in the past had been winning 5 million. Now, it was billions, and even daydreaming felt constraining. Luan even began calculating the elusive billions. A 100 yuan bill weighs approximately 1 gram, meaning a billion yuan would weigh around a ton. One could envision a billion yuan as a rectangular prism measuring 155 by 77 by 0.1 millimeters. Such a sum could fill a small room. If piled up at home, how long would it take to wear down a corner? It was quite possible that it would be devoured by pests before it could be fully utilized. Perhaps it was best to keep the elusive billions in the bank for now. Several times, Luan found her thoughts drifting, forcing herself to refocus on her studies. Lu Jinya laughed heartily, his shoulders shaking, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. He had not laughed so freely in a long time. You need not worry. For that billion is not cash, but the benefits that would arise from collaboration. If the Jiang family were to become relatives, I would naturally be willing to concede. Their share would be significant. Over $1 billion, indeed. However, since Jiang Boyang seems unappreciative, we need not maintain excessive ties moving forward. The Lu and Jiang families share a long-standing friendship. The so-called engagement is merely a verbal agreement made decades ago by the elders of both families. At that time, both sides had sons, and were thus compelled to wait for the next generation. They intended to unite again when the opportune moment arose. The two elders have since passed away, and by Lu Jinya's generation, the connection had waned considerably. He hardly regarded the matter with any seriousness. If it had not been for a few years prior, when Madame Jiang learned of his long-lost niece and proactively suggested that if the Lu family could locate the child, they would be willing to unite. Both parties are astute. Neither is foolish. Lu Jinya was fully aware that Madame Jiang had ulterior motives in her proposal. Nevertheless, he acquiesced and promptly provided her with benefits. A parent's love for their children is profound and far-reaching, although she was his brother's daughter. She was no different from his own. Lu Jinya certainly hoped that his niece, while lost, was thriving. Yet, one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. In the event that a child does not fare well, marriage may serve as a woman's second chance at life. The Jiang family is considered a respectable household, one that will not be looked down upon. However, a little extra compensation is all that is required. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly significant. Naturally, since this matter was initiated by Madame Jiang, it is her daughter who may ultimately have the right to retract, while the other party lacks any such qualification. Lu Jinya, with his formidable influence over the Jiang family, undoubtedly wields greater authority. Thus, when Luan expressed her desire to avoid meeting Jiang Boyang, he found it entirely inconsequential. This was merely one of the alternative plans. Lu Jinya, ruthless yet valuing blood ties, adopts a different demeanor towards his own kin. Luan inquired, so they are not required to compensate us? Lu Jinya chuckled softly. Oh, they certainly will. Everything shall be entrusted to you, Wan. When the proposal of a union was first broached, Madame Jiang extracted numerous benefits from him, and now it was time for her to repay with interest. Luan felt a bit awkward. No, I would rather not. "Uncle, your money does not just fall from the sky." Lu Jinya replied, "Oh, but it does. I happen to have invested in a wind power station." Luan responded, "Well, that is quite impressive." She had always felt that her uncle had endured much hardship and had faced numerous entrepreneurial failures before achieving his current wealth. Yet, observing his ongoing puzzling remarks, he seemed like a nouveau riche flaunting his fortune. Thankfully, he was not adorned with ostentatious gold chains. Though Lu Jinya exuded a certain arrogance, he was not typically so brash. He merely perceived his niece as delicate and felt the need to project strength to assure her of his support. "Have you not eaten yet, dear? Allow your uncle to take you out for a meal," he offered. "But you have plans, don't you?" "I believe you have arranged to meet with friends," she countered. Lu Jinya received several phone calls mid-conversation, and Luan caught a snippet of the discussion. It appeared that the other party had initially had prior engagements, but was summoned by Madame Jiang at the last moment. "You have plans with friends?" "My dear, I shall have a Biao send a few people to protect you." "No need for that," Luan insisted. "This is the city center. It is quite safe.
Besides,
I am already 17. Please do not call me baby. 17 does not preclude being a baby. Your cousin at 37 still considers himself one. I choose to ignore him. But you, Wanwan, will forever remain my baby." 17 years old and standing tall at 177 centimeters, Luan bid her uncle farewell, feeling a sense of relief. She took out her phone to make a call. Having spent the entire day at school, she had left Su Yao hanging for the whole day. Now that the matter was resolved, she decided to invite him out for dinner. Luan harbored no fondness for Madame Jiang. In the novel, Jiang Boyan clearly had no affection for the female antagonist, yet engaged in flirtations with the female lead daily, failing to proactively annul the engagement. Madame Jiang, aware that her son did not love the female antagonist, intentionally misled her for the sake of profit, feigning kindness. The two of them drained each other, and ultimately, the female antagonist's madness would lead to her tragic demise, an outcome from which they could not extricate themselves. Luan began selecting a restaurant. Su Yao had traveled a great distance to find her, and it would be unthinkable to dismiss him with a mere bowl of spicy hot pot. In good spirits, she decided to indulge generously. If, in a few months, Jiang Boyang and Lin Yinyan grew closer, he would surely stand up against his mother for the girl he cherished, prompting Madame Jiang to reassess her position entirely. However, at this moment, Lin Yinyan felt inadequate in front of Mrs. Jiang. Luan had chosen a hotel restaurant, featuring a buffet that promised to satiate one's appetite. The ambience was enhanced by live music, and the guest count was sparse, mostly couples. Su Yao glanced around, pondering whether Lu Wan had ulterior motives for bringing her to such a place. Lu Wan, engrossed in her meal, looked up when she noticed Su Yao not partaking and exclaimed, "Eat. Why aren't you eating? I've already paid 498 per person. It would be a waste not to indulge." Su Yao thought to herself that perhaps she was overthinking the situation. I understand," Su Yao continued after a moment's reflection. "Ever since you left, I've felt quite out of sorts."
Ugh.
"Do you want me to die? Did you really think I would take on the role of your caretaker? If something breaks, I'll fix it. If there's a mess, I'll clean it. And on weekends, I still have to cook for you." After a brief pause, Lu Wan added, "We're currently distanced from each other, so try not to be overly competitive out there. Some individuals are quite mad. Just endure it, and it will pass. I certainly don't want to see your photo in the news one day." Su Yao felt a surge of emotion. "Boss, you are truly kind to me." Initially, Lu Wan's ability to pursue her studies was thanks to Su Yao as parents' assistants. They were the ones who encouraged her when her husband would strike her and their daughter. That man had never contemplated sending his daughter to school. Instead, it was Su Yao's insistence, rolling on the ground in protest, that led to Lu Wan's enrollment. He mistakenly thought Lu Wan was off enjoying herself. Filled with envy, Su Yao's parents eventually discovered that Lu Wan had not been attending school, and with their good hearts, they helped her complete the necessary enrollment procedures. Although Lu Wan's adoptive father was despicable and her adoptive mother ineffective, she managed to grow up successfully. Many neighbors would gossip about her, speaking unkindly. Yet some compassionate residents, seeing that she lacked supervision, would occasionally share a meal with her. During middle school, Lu Wan befriended numerous individuals, including some delinquents who urged her to abandon her studies in favor of earning money. In her rebellious phase, she harbored intense resentment towards her adoptive father, contemplating his demise or her own. She was akin to a hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness, and seriously considered a life of delinquency. At that time, her math teacher frequently sought her out for conversation, confiding that he, too, was an orphan who had endured a difficult childhood but now led a happy life with a wife and children. He assured her that hardships would eventually pass and that things would improve, praising her intelligence and potential for a bright future. Luan was deeply moved, gradually severing ties with her unsavory acquaintances and dedicating herself to her studies. She continued her education at the same high school, occasionally crossing paths with that teacher, who, concerned about her straying from the right path, would seize every opportunity to offer her guidance. Luan grew weary of his admonishments but felt unable to dismiss him. Towering over him due to her height, the teacher, balding, would lose his composure and resort to reprimanding her, prompting Luan to make a swift exit. Throughout her experiences, Luan encountered numerous misguided individuals, yet she also met many kind-hearted souls. This realization led her to understand that while she may not be among the luckiest, there remained a glimmer of hope. The world may not be ideal, yet it held its own merits. Su Yao opened her arms. "Go. Can I have a hug?" Uncertain of when they might meet again, Luan offered a perfunctory embrace. "Is that sufficient?" Su Yao exclaimed. "No. I still want to embrace you." Luan retaliated with a swift kick. "Get lost. Are you tired of living, daring to take advantage of me?" Su Yao, realizing he had been discovered, chuckled to himself, thinking, "I want to go anywhere. We are bound to meet again tomorrow and continue as classmates." In the past, Luan was a boy, and the girls at school who fancied her were utterly infatuated. Some even went so far as to inscribe Luan's name on their uniforms.
Now,
With her hair grown long, she looked rather appealing, and he felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of Luan attracting suitors at school. Having known each other for so many years, surely, if Luan were to pursue a relationship, he would be her first choice. As soon as the two members of the Lu family departed, Zhang Boyong rose with visible displeasure, muttering, "I shouldn't he have come?" Zhang's mother called out to her departing son, "Aren't you going to offer me an explanation?" Zhang Boyong retorted, "This is all you're doing. What is there to explain? Disappointed that your plans didn't come to fruition?" Zhang's mother pressed her fingers to her temple, pausing for a moment before responding, "Boyong, I've been too busy with work to spend time with you. Yet you've always had everything you wanted since childhood, and I've never made any demands of you." Zhang Boyong furrowed his brow, suppressing his discontent, and declared loudly, "What does this have to do with me? You only care about making money." Zhang's mother managed a weak smile. "You think I only want to make money? You're unaware that our family's business has faced difficulties in recent years. We may have a vast enterprise, but if one day the bank refuses to extend credit after an assessment, our financial chain could break, leading to severe consequences." After a brief pause, she continued, "The Lu family is an excellent partner. If there were any other way, I wouldn't resort to using my son's marriage as a bargaining chip." Zhang Zhang was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, his mother had always been assertive. Had she scolded him now, he would have retorted loudly. Yet her current tone of submission left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. "It has nothing to do with me," he insisted, though unease lingered within him. Zhang's mother sighed, hoping her conciliatory approach would yield results. Lin Yan had finished tidying up and was seated at the dining table, doing her homework while glancing at the soup simmering on the stove. The light illuminated her face, accentuating her fair complexion. Upon seeing the person enter, she looked up and smiled. "You had a bit of a cough yesterday, so I bought some pears and made you pear soup." Zhang Boyong, observing the girl before him, felt a stir of emotion reflecting on their interactions over the past half-month. But then he recalled the weariness his mother had shown and spoke. "You need to move out of here tomorrow." At that moment, he merely felt a fondness for her. He had yet to fall in love. Lin Yan dropped her pen onto the table in disbelief, gazing at him. "But why? We agreed that I would clean and cook in lieu of rent. Where am I supposed to go?" Zhang Boyong, unwilling to elaborate, turned his head away, saying, "Regardless, you cannot stay here. I can give you money to find another place." Lin Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she picked up a book from the table, forcing back her emotions. "I understand. I will leave tomorrow. You needn't insult me with money." After Lin Yan ascended the stairs, Zhang Boyong sank into the sofa, feeling a sense of defeat. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, and his thoughts drifted to Luan. Initially, he believed that the fellow intended to compel him to honor their engagement. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of making such remarks in the presence of both families. Luan arrived rather early today, with half an hour remaining before class commenced. As soon as she settled down, Harry beside her eagerly began to share his spoils from the previous day's shopping excursion. Harry exclaimed, "Look at this necklace I just bought. Isn't it stunning?" "It's all right, more or less," Luan replied, unable to discern the difference. Lacking any sense of aesthetics. "Truly, you possess a straight woman's taste." This chain is clearly thicker than the previous one. I, for one, prefer the bulkier design. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered and rapped on the desk for attention. Everyone, please quiet down. We have a new student joining our class today. All eyes turned toward the podium, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of a transfer student midterm. Could it be another student benefiting from charitable assistance? Luan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the new student. She had encountered myriad individuals with vibrant hair colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, but it had been so long that she nearly forgot how a person with black hair appeared. Yet, what could this individual be doing here? As Su Yao introduced himself, his gaze remained fixed on Luan. Once the homeroom teacher assigned Su Yao a seat, he departed. The students of Class 4 scrutinized the newcomer, noting his appearance did not suggest a background of poverty. Harry leaned toward Luan and remarked, "Wow. He's a muscular guy with a healthy complexion. I'm intrigued. But he seems rather straight. Is he approaching us to say hello? Is my radar malfunctioning?" Su Yao paused before Luan's desk, turning to the petite student beside her and declared, "I'm sitting here. You need to switch seats with me immediately." Harry, momentarily taken aback, fearlessly wrapped his arm around Luan's, gazing up at Su Yao.
Wow, how intimidating.
"Wan Ge, quickly protect me, this adorable panda, and give him a good beating." Luan.
Su Yao.
What the hell is going on? The class bell rang. Su Yao shot a glare at the troublesome little panda, reluctantly making his way to his designated seat. Harry, somewhat surprised, noted how this fierce individual seemed to heed Luan's words. He smiled and asked, "Wan Ge, do you two know each other?" Luan replied, "Yes. An old acquaintance." Harry observed the back of Su Yao's head, sensing something amiss. The transfer student had just arrived today and was not in uniform. While he lacked a jacket, he wore a new release from the prestigious Blue Blood brand, an item he had tried on during yesterday's shopping trip and knew to be quite expensive. It was not unusual for classmates to be unfamiliar with him, as they were high school students, and few had a flair as pronounced as his. This individual was certainly not a charity case, nor did he possess the demeanor of an academic prodigy. Over 2 weeks ago, Luan and Lin Yan Yan transferred on the same day. Everyone knew Lin Yan Yan was a recipient of charitable aid, leading them to assume that Luan was as well, especially considering the class had received 2 sponsored students previously. Harry chuckled and asked again, "Oh, Lu Zong, you're not a recipient of school assistance, are you?" "No," she replied. Upon receiving his answer, Harry was even more astonished. If she were not a sponsored student, then her late transfer could only indicate that she hailed from an extraordinary family. Luan did not intentionally conceal her background. No one had inquired whether she was a charitable individual. Classmates had delicately asked if she hailed from a southern county, to which she nodded in affirmation, as it was indeed the truth. Coincidentally, the charity school designated by the School Board for Poverty Alleviation was located in that very southern county. It would be rather peculiar for Luan to disclose her familial connections unprompted. Furthermore, her purpose for being there was solely for her education, which bore no relation to her family circumstances. When others questioned her, she would respond, but remained silent when not asked, thereby avoiding a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, should it come to light that she was betrothed to Jiang Boyang, it would be exceedingly embarrassing and troublesome. Hallie remarked, "Wan Ge, you are quite the enigma. Yet I am not prepared to enter into a wealthy family just yet." Luan shrugged, accustomed to her situation. Su Yao felt quite troubled. He had never sat so far forward and felt uncomfortable in every way. The homeroom teacher had taken special care to place him in the 5th row. Su Yao's grades were insufficient for admission to the school. However, the land rented by the school was owned by his father. The year Luan met Su Yao, his parents were borrowing money from everywhere to acquire a mine, becoming heavily indebted and facing dire circumstances. Surprisingly, after merely a year of operation, the Su family struck it rich. Su Yao, now enjoying imported chocolates, left Luan envious. 2 years later, Su's father became the wealthiest mine owner in the county. By the time Luan commenced elementary school, the abundance of new energy sources rendered mining unprofitable, prompting his parents to venture into business. The Su couple, having gained wealth, observed others profiting from factories and decided to invest in one themselves. Unfortunately, they misjudged the product choice and, after a year, found their profits equivalent to mere interest accrued in a bank. Essentially, they had labored in vain. Their capital became locked in, compelling them to continue for several more years. 7 years prior, the government designated Su's factory to the development zone, offering a one-time compensation of 500 to 600 million due to its size. Sue's father chose a remote location to construct a new factory for $30 million, opting not to engage in further ventures. He prudently invested the remaining funds in real estate before property prices surged. 4 years ago, Sue's factory was again relocated to a renovation zone. This time not only receiving compensation but also a newly constructed factory at no cost from the government. Consequently, the couple purchased numerous plots of land. As their business endeavors were less than successful, investing in real estate seemed the most secure option. Sue's father smoothly enrolled his son in the school, as it would not accept him next year if he did not lease land. All the teachers in the sophomore group were aware that the transfer student was the son of the landlord. Su Yao's attire, flamboyant as it was, had been purchased by his rather ostentatious father. After taking a seat, Su Yao turned to observe the last row. What was Luan discussing with that little panda? Had she already made a new friend so quickly? Were they sitting so close together? Lin Yan sat to the right of Su Yao, separated from him by an aisle. She initiated a greeting. Hello, my name is Lin Yan. I just transferred here 2 weeks ago, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Her desk mate Yu Shuai chuckled and said, Nian, you are truly enthusiastic. Su Yao was indifferent to his new classmates, though he had many questions and exclamations to express. What was the strange fellow sitting beside Luan? Su Yao is the kind of person who can wear socks for a week, turn them inside out, and still wear them for an additional 3 days. Therefore, he finds it hard to comprehend Harry, this refined boy who meticulously applies eyebrow makeup, lip balm, and sunscreen. Lin Yan whispered, are you talking about Harry? He is openly gay and rather unique. However, if you cannot accept him, you may choose to distance yourself. Truth be told, Harry is quite well liked. Harry, noticing the gazes directed at him, playfully winked. Su Yao quickly turned away. He had never encountered such a situation and found it somewhat overwhelming. Lin Yan inquired, how do you know Luan? Were you acquainted before? Oh, yes, Su Yao replied. He had spent the previous night excitedly awake, resting his head on the table to catch up on sleep, leaving him disinterested in chatting. Lin Yan observed that the transfer student did not seem particularly warm towards her. Usually, Harry and Luan would accompany each other to the cafeteria, but today was different with Su Yao joining them. Harry intentionally nudged Su Yao and asked with a smile, what would you like to eat, Yao Ge? Anything will do. Su Yao quickly maneuvered to the other side of Luan. This guy seemed a bit flamboyant. Was it because he was foreign? He had a decent rapport with Luan, and thankfully, he liked boys, which relieved Su Yao. Harry, sensing Su Yao's thoughts, maintained his smile but internally mused that the Na'vi straight boy was too quick to let his guard down. Little did he know if it were Wan Ge, he wouldn't be entirely opposed either. Lin Yan trailed behind the two boys, her emotions somewhat complex. After class, she invited Su Yao to join her for lunch, concerned that he might not know the way as a new student. However, he declined and instead sought out Luan. Lin Yan sighed. She had been more popular when she and Luan first transferred to this class. Yet now, Luan seemed to enjoy greater popularity. Zhao Yan and her group of girls dared not confront Luan but always found ways to make things difficult for Lin Yan. Even after Luan had severed ties with them, he never bothered to defend her. That morning, she mustered the courage to approach teacher Zhao. But the two adversaries remained silent before the teacher. Yu Shuai noticed that Lin Yan appeared troubled and asked, are you feeling down? She bit her lip and shook her head, taking a moment before softly admitting, the new student seems to dislike me. With a wry smile, she added, I really don't know. Of course. The mock test paper I gave you yielded a commendable score. You could make the top 100 in the next monthly exam. Yu Shuai asserted confidently. Achieving a rank within the top 100 would open doors to prestigious universities. Is that so? I hope so, Lin Yan replied. Absolutely. I will also explain things to Zhang Yijia's side. Thank you. I truly did not mean any offense. I hope she does not misunderstand. Her expression was melancholic, which only heightened the protective instincts of the boy beside her, who resolved to assist her in resolving this matter. Lin Yan's spoken English was not very strong, so she joined the school's speaking club, proactively adding the president on WeChat to seek regular guidance. Their private conversations were typically for language practice. However, the club president's girlfriend was quite overbearing and confronted Lin Yan today, insisting that she refrain from sending voice messages to her boyfriend at night. It is often said that when two individuals are in a romantic relationship, their parents are invariably aware, as if to assert their claim. Lin Yan felt a sense of injustice. After all, she and the president shared nothing more than casual conversations. Even if their voice exchanges were made public, it would not be of any consequence. With a slight furrow in her brow, she noted that Zhang Yijia and Luan had a good rapport, as they both belonged to the skateboarding club. However, Luan had not uttered a single word in her defense. Luan was quite close to Harry, who was well-liked throughout the school, as friendships in high school often blossomed through mutual acquaintances. Harry would jovially refer to her as Won-go, and soon enough, many at the school came to know Luan. Lin Yan had attempted to approach Luan, hoping to foster a better relationship, yet the latter consistently evaded her. She was perplexed, but sensed that Luan did not harbor fondness for her. Of course, Luan had her reasons to keep her distance. When Lin Yan addressed her as Won-go, it had taken Luan by surprise. She was utterly terrified. After all, the protagonists in stories often surround themselves with characters that merely serve to propel the plot forward, and few are fortunate enough to escape such roles. Given the foreknowledge of impending misfortune, it is only natural to seek avoidance rather than await calamity. Moreover, it was evident that the two were ill-suited for each other. In truth, extreme personalities are seldom found, and had Lin Yan been a tad more observant, she would not have garnered such animosity from her female peers. In the school cafeteria, after a brief discussion, Sue suggested they try the stir-fried dishes. Luan had no objections. It was easier to order for 3 than for 2. And she had yet to sample the cafeteria's offerings. However, scarcely had Luan taken a seat for 5 minutes when she noticed Jiang Boyang entering with 2 of his friends. The trio of young men moved toward her with deliberate ease. Jiang Boyang, whether intentionally or not, chose to sit at the table directly behind hers. Luan thought to herself that this was fortunate. At least she would not have to see his face, and could enjoy her meal in peace. Lin Yan, meanwhile, was acutely aware that she would be moving out that very afternoon. She harbored a lingering suspicion that Jiang Boyang and Luan's relationship was more complex than it appeared. Despite their previous disagreements, how could they sit so close? Shouldn't they be keeping their distance? Jiang Boyang was casting glances at Luan, seemingly with intent. Lin Yan's emotions were tumultuous as she approached Luan. Stopping to take a deep breath, she inquired, her gaze drifting towards Jiang Boyang behind Luan. I would like to ask if you have any grievances against me? Luan lowered her head to unwrap her chopsticks, remaining silent. Lin Yan felt a lump in her throat, her eyes fixed on Jiang Boyang, before turning back to Luan. We are both here on scholarships. We ought to support one another, shouldn't we? Although the second floor was sparsely populated, a few students were scattered about, and upon witnessing the scene, they leaned in to listen. The girls were adopting a humble demeanor, having heard that a new transfer student had arrived in their second year. Was it possible that Luan had befriended the newcomer, thereby isolating Lin Yan? Such disputes typically involved either couples engaging in bitter quarrels or friends drifting apart. Several boys who had been friendly with Lin Yan now regarded Luan with eyes full of resentment. Luan lifted her gaze and said, I believe you are mistaken. While I hold no grievance against scholarship students, I must inform you that I have not received any funds. The fact that you are unaware of this indicates that we are not well acquainted. Friendship is founded upon mutual assistance. Many extend their hands to you. Yet have you ever offered your support to others? Luan surmised that Lin Yan had likely been expelled, and her remarks were not intended to solicit aid for herself, but rather to convey a message to the audience. If that were the case, direct communication between them would suffice. Why involve me? It seems this individual is unaware that they themselves are the instigator of their expulsion. Lin Yan appeared taken aback. What? Everyone? What transpired? A sensational development. Luan disclosed that she is not a student receiving aid? Well, now there is no need to worry about her transferring. However, a question arises. If she has not released herself from constraints, what background does she possess that grants her the audacity to challenge Jiang Boyang? Seated beside Jiang Boyang, Chuyu smiled and remarked, Luan is, in fact, Jiang Boyang's fiancée. He had only received this news yesterday, discovering that Luan hailed from the illustrious Lu family, which elucidated much. Throughout the morning, Bo appeared troubled regarding their relationship. It seemed that Luan had proposed to dissolve their engagement, yet Bo, considering various factors, was reluctant to comply. Fortuitously, he disclosed this now, hoping for a change in circumstances. Luan found the situation quite exasperating. Even a simple meal had become so convoluted. Su Yao widened his eyes and inquired, Is this true? Luan responded, Let me clarify, there is no such relationship. Su Yao stood up and marched towards Chuyu, giving a kick to his chair. You're talking nonsense. Chuyu, who had been smiling and awaiting the unfolding drama, was instantly taken aback, losing his usual composure. Jiang Boyang sprang to his feet, glaring at Su Yao. Are you seeking death? Su Yao struggled to accept the audacious demeanor of the school bully, turning to Luan and asking, Lu, should we deal with him? The crowd was left in stunned silence. questioning if they had misheard. Luan found Su Yao's impulsiveness rather tiresome. On the day she departed, she had already caused someone to stumble, and today was proving to be just as tumultuous. Perhaps it would be best to avoid further conflict. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It was 3 against 3. But the adorable little panda seemed to possess little combat prowess. The onlookers wondered, is everyone so reckless now? Luan directed her calm gaze towards Zhang Boyang and stated, if you are the one seeking trouble, I would prefer to enjoy my meal in peace today, without any disturbances. Chu Yu stood up, eager to charge forward. But Zhang Boyang restrained him. Moments later, the trio departed the cafeteria, and before leaving, Zhang Boyang cast a glance at Luan, who had already begun her meal. The few spectators were left in disarray, unable to fathom how Luan's presence had completely overshadowed Zhang Boyang. Did you see the revelations on social media? Luan is Zhang Boyang's fiancé.
No.
Lu said it is not true. Clearly, she intends to oust Zhang Boyang and seize his position. My goodness. This is shocking for my entire family. Luan had sought confrontation with Zhang Boyang multiple times. My friend, Zhang's subordinate, is also quite formidable. Is there any way to become her boyfriend? I, as a young man, feel a great sense of security. Beside Luan stood 2 formidable companions. One was a transfer student with bronze muscles, and the other was our handsome, young Harry. This combination is delightfully creative. Can Harry also hold his own in a fight? He ought to seek assistance from his ex-boyfriend and close friend. However, he truly is a striking gem. If there were a few more like him, what would become of us women? As the ladies chatted and walked away, the 3 nominated individuals came to a halt, exchanging glances. The new campus leader, Luan, wore an expression of exasperation. I told you not to act impulsively. Fighting will lead to expulsion. She merely wished to be an ordinary student, diligently pursuing her studies, yet any association with that couple of affectionate fish could only lead to trouble. Those 2, disregarding the narrative, pressed against the wall to kiss, and gripping each other's waists. What were they doing to her? It wouldn't matter if I were expelled. My father would refuse to lease land to the school, and you would have no outdoor tennis courts left. The bronze-skinned, muscular man frowned, expressing his displeasure. Gossip aside, those women who claim to want to be your girlfriend are utterly shameless. Fighting can only rely on the beauty of men. What's the big deal? An anonymous public account is where the real drama unfolds. Harry, with his narrow eyes, prominent double eyelids, and vividly red lips, possessed a strikingly delicate appearance as a biracial individual leaning towards Caucasian features. His physique was slender, yet he exuded the refined aura of a young beauty. Thus, even when he acted out, he maintained a good rapport, for those enamored with aesthetics could hardly harbor resentment towards such a face. Su Yao inquired, what public account? Harry poked his arm. Hey, give me your phone, and I'll help you follow it. Su Yao stepped back, creating distance, her face filled with wariness. No. That's unnecessary. Just tell me, and I'll handle it myself. Harry shrugged, finding amusement in this naive yet easily provoked straightforward boy. Once they grew more familiar, the fun would inevitably wane. Under Harry's guidance, Su Yao followed the public account. Today, several updates were posted, with most being confessions, while the last one featured gossip from the cafeteria at noon. This particular post garnered the highest views and comments. As Su Yao read, she unconsciously recited the initial entries aloud. How can I make Luan take responsibility for me? Today, my Valkyrie has succumbed.
Goodbye.
And wasn't she still unacquainted with romance? The key was that others looked far more charming in skirts than I did. I thought I liked boys. But it turns out I am attracted to beauty and handsomeness, irrespective of gender. Have I developed feelings for a girl? Oh no, but I truly feel a flutter. Luan couldn't help but interrupt Su Yao's recital. Enough already, as if you're the only one who can read. Just be quiet. Su Yao retorted. But haven't you already transitioned into a girl? Why do they still behave like that? Harry seized on the pivotal point, raising his voice. Is she a girl now? Wasn't she before? Luan is even more manly in her remarks.
Goodness.
I missed out on the period when one was fierce. Why treat this adorable panda like this? Are there any photos? This is potentially my greatest regret before reaching adulthood. Su Yao thought. What on earth is this guy rambling about? What is the situation? Is he not only competing with men, but also contending with those previous women, who seem to have diminished in number? The city's schemes run deep. Had I known, I would not have ventured into this wretched place. He and Luan would fare much better in their small county town. In a closed environment like school, gossip spreads rapidly. Within a single afternoon, it became common knowledge. Luan is indeed the fiancée of Jiang Boyang, and she is not a person to be trifled with. If this is true, her connection to Jiang Boyang must indicate that she hails from a distinguished background. This school is filled with the scions of the affluent, and since there are traces to follow, by the afternoon, Luan's family background was thoroughly investigated. The Lu in Luan's name is the same as that of Lu Jinya, the chairman of Yuanzheng Group. The Jiang family has collaborated extensively with Yuanzheng Group in recent years, publicly declaring that the two families are deep partners and will further solidify their relationship through marriage in the future. However, this is where the inquiry ends, leaving her specific identity shrouded in mystery. One can only speculate that she is either Lu Jinya's daughter or niece, although no prior mention of her existence has been made. Many were astonished. Did they truly believe that Luan, who appeared to be a charity student, was actually a young lady of privilege? In truth, Jiang Boyang's domineering presence at school stems from his substantial background, unmatched by few. The Jiang family even seeks to curry favor with Lu Jinya, making Luan's forthright demeanor towards Jiang Boyang all the more understandable. It is no wonder she carries herself with such confidence. If it weren't for Chu Yu's revelation, the majority would remain oblivious to this matter. Today's gossip is far from exhausted, and soon someone submitted these speculations based on circumstantial evidence to a public account. The account's administrator, a ruthless aggregator, finally gasped in astonishment before releasing the submission. Not to mention, because the Lu family's direct relatives are few, unlike most wealthy families that are bustling with members, it is said that every member of the Lu family holds shares in Yuanzheng. If Luan possesses any, she would indeed be a wealthy heiress. School let out at 4 o'clock on Friday, 2 hours earlier than usual, and the students, already restless, were now engrossed in the unfolding drama. They sat idly, reflecting on their previous misconceptions. How could I have dreamed that I could support her financially? If it weren't for today's uproar, we would have remained oblivious. Someone humorously noted the absurdity of the rumors regarding Luan being a charity student. Luan has been remarkably discreet. Had Chu not disclosed the truth, no one would have known. As the day progressed, the students continued to share their thoughts, with one noting that the girl seeking out Luan was fortunate to have her, as otherwise they would have remained in the dark about their own financial misconceptions. Lin Yan, the charitable student from Class 4, was also mentioned as being quite attractive. However, Luan claimed not to know her well. Despite the lighthearted banter, Lin Yan was not an impulsive person, yet, after being asked by Jiang Boyang to move out yesterday and experiencing trouble this morning, her mood inevitably soured, prompting her to confront Luan. It is not so much dissatisfaction with Luan as it is a desire for her words to be heard by Jiang Boyang. She once had a place to stay, allowing her to study with peace of mind, and had even made new friends. Yet, suddenly, life became arduous. At that moment, Jiang Boyang departed without uttering a word to her, inadvertently exposing the engagement between Luan and himself. Would they truly marry in the future? Just the thought of it made Lin Yan feel disheartened. Although she and Jiang Boyang held differing statuses, and to outsiders they might not seem a perfect match, Luan's temperament suggested that the two were even less suited for one another. Today at noon, Yu Shuai was also present, witnessing the entire ordeal. From his perspective, Lin Yan was blameless. Luan was somewhat excessive, deliberately emphasizing her unfamiliarity with Lin Yan. After all, they were classmates. Was it truly necessary? Don't feel upset. Yan, this matter does not concern you. We all believed Luan was a student supported by charity, and it was she who failed to clarify that. He comforted with a smile. Lin Yan forced herself to remain calm. In just 2 weeks, the monthly exam would arrive. Since Luan had not accepted charitable assistance, it implied that she was not an outstanding student. At the very least, Lin Yan could achieve higher scores than her. Gently shaking her head, Lin Yan replied, "I'm not upset. A student's duty is to study, and I do not wish to compare myself to others in matters beyond that." Yu Shuai nodded appreciatively. "It's wonderful that you think this way. I am relieved." The next day was Saturday. Although school was on break, Luan still needed to go in. She had promised to construct a shelf for the skateboarding club, and with the short lunchtime breaks, progress had been minimal. With an entire day to devote to the task, she planned to complete it all at once to alleviate any lingering worries. Today, she could forego her school uniform. Yet upon trying on the new clothes her mother had bought her, she found them unsuitable. While they were indeed beautiful, their high price and quality rendered them ill-suited for woodworking. She needed to find some durable and affordable attire. "Mom, do you have any old clothes you could give me?" Zhao Jianing, upon hearing her daughter's request, replied, "My clothes would surely be too small for you. Why not wear something of Lu Buyu's instead?" The mother and daughter had a height difference of 10 centimeters, making the sizes somewhat mismatched. Can I really wear them? Luan inquired. Lu Buyu has been 175 centimeters since middle school. They should fit well. He still has his old clothes, Zhao Jianing reassured her. Lu Buyu's former garments had been kept, not discarded, and now they would serve a purpose. He had always been flamboyant and stylish, even a decade ago, so his clothing had not gone out of fashion. Initially, Luan doubted their suitability, but was soon proven wrong. While other girls might sneakily don their mother's high heels during their youthful infatuations, she found that her older brother's old clothes fit her perfectly. Lu Buyu had always been flamboyant. His clothing was vibrant and colorful, far more appealing than her previous attire. Once she changed, Luan saw that Lu Buyu was already awake and sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Lately, he had not been working much and spent his days idly wandering around the house, leading to intermittent bickering between them. Typically, when Luan showcased her ability to bite into an apple with her bare hands, he would quiet down. Lu Buyu surveyed the individuals around him, asserting, "You are undoubtedly suited for a style that soars like a great eagle." Luan retorted, "Are you looking for a fight?" Sensing the impending danger, Lu Buyu hastily clarified, No, you have misunderstood me. Do you not agree that not every young woman is fit for a sultry aesthetic? Girls are not merely delicate, there are myriad styles. Akin to flowers or chocolate, for instance. What is granite? Luan inquired, fiddling with her fingers. Lu Buyu admonished, "Do not resort to violence so readily. You hardly embody the spirit of a lady." "I do not resort to violence, but you shall face consequences today," she declared. Just as Lu Buyu was about to remark that if she refrained from brute force, he would not fear her, he was swiftly silenced by her retort. Luan raised her voice, exclaiming, "Father, brother just insulted me. He called me a rock. He said, I am granite." Lu Buyu was taken aback. What a despicable act to tattle. Professor Lu, hearing the commotion from above, hurried downstairs. "Why would you speak such of your sister? Do not presume that because you are 25, I shall not discipline you," he stated, as he searched for a suitable implement. Luan thoughtfully handed her father a pair of slippers, smiling, "Do not strike the head. It may lead to foolishness, and avoid the face, as my brother's livelihood relies on his looks." Lu Buyu was rendered speechless. Luan continued, "A strike to the posterior would suffice. The fat and muscle there are ample, with an abundance of nerve endings, ensuring a painful yet harmless experience." "Go ahead, father." Lu Buyu was bewildered. Is this even human speech? As Luan exited her home, she heard Lu Buyu's wails echoing behind her. The mischievous child received a deserved reprimand, much to her satisfaction. Today, Luan donned a crisp, white work ensemble. The short-sleeved top and knee-length trousers revealed her calves entirely. While this length could perhaps diminish her height, Luan's well-proportioned calves mitigated that effect. She stood 2 centimeters taller than Lu Buyu during their middle school years, though her shoulders were not as broad. This outfit fit her impeccably, as if custom-tailored. The soft white hue softened the rigidity of the work attire, imbuing it with a youthful vibrancy. Luan was quite fond of wearing feminine clothing, however, in domestic malls. The largest sizes typically catered only up to 175 centimeters. She found it quite challenging to procure ordinary garments, often leaving her despondent after fruitless shopping excursions. Realizing that women's clothing did not accommodate her aspirations, men's apparel, on the other hand, proved far more convenient. Luan wished to convey to retailers the importance of not overlooking taller girls. They are, after all, human too. Zhao Jianing's purchases were commendable, and Luan admired them. Yet she felt compelled to wear something more ceremonious given the price tags. Although she lacked an occasion to showcase such formality at present, she deemed her work attire unsuitable for the day. Upon entering the subway, she felt a sudden disquiet. The weekend crowd was dense, and while the young women were aware that excessive gazes were impolite, how could one resist the allure of a striking young man? Not only was his visage handsome, but he also possessed a remarkable sense of style and an admirable physique. He stood out starkly amongst the others in the subway, as though he were enveloped in a protective aura. At a loss for words, Luan turned away, facing the subway door. The scene shifted, revealing the enigmatic allure of a figure whose gender remained uncertain, yet whose countenance bore an undeniable charm. Why does it matter? One mused, what you admire is handsomeness, not masculinity. This sentiment resonated. Luan reflected, albeit she had previously received compliments on her beauty. Through the observations of those around her, it was evident that attractive individuals seldom remain oblivious to their appeal. Yet, the aura she encountered was unlike any she had previously witnessed. In her quaint hometown, A small county with merely 10,000 inhabitants, public transport was limited to 4 bus routes, rarely frequented by many. The daily routine allowed for leisurely strolls to any desired destination, fostering a sense of calm familiarity among the townsfolk. However, this city was a different realm altogether. On the second day of her arrival, Luan found herself on a bus to the hospital to obtain a gender confirmation certificate. For the first time in her life, she was surrounded by a multitude of people. The subway boasted several exits, each teeming with thousands, creating a vibrant tapestry of life that illuminated the bustling world around her. The local girls exuded warmth, while the boys were equally engaging. Handsomeness was not solely an attraction for girls. Even boys found themselves captivated. Yet, few lamented about the absence of the truly striking, as most ordinary boys simply acknowledged the charm without further contemplation. As May progressed, the weather turned sweltering, and today the sun shone with fervor. Luan adorned herself with sunglasses scavenged from Lu Buyu, whose excessive vanity had led to an astonishing collection exceeding 200 pairs, an unfathomable number for mere mortal eyes. Just before her departure, she overheard Lu Buyu vociferously lamenting about how one could not treat the dreams of countless girls so lightly, only to be met with the firm reprimand of Professor Lu wielding a slipper. Luan made her way directly to the skateboard club's office. Adjusting her sunglasses, she quipped, "Of course, I'm here to show off. Otherwise, why would I come?" It was true. Expensive sunglasses carried an air of superiority, offering comfort that eclipsed the pair she had previously worn while working at a barbecue stall.
Wow.
Luan, where did you get that outfit? It looks fantastic. You're really pulling it off. It seems your fashion sense has improved since you stopped pretending to be poor, a friend remarked. Luan, taken aback, replied, "This? Just my work uniform. How about I sell it to you? For 20,000. In recent years, vintage clothing had surged in popularity, with many high-end brands from a decade past being refurbished and resold. Due to their rarity and unique designs, well-preserved pieces often retained or even exceeded their original value. Luan's attire fell into this category. While this cultural nuance might elude the average person, the skateboard club was frequented by trendsetters who understood the importance of eye-catching outfits during competitions. "Your outfit today is simply stunning. I wish I could have it," another exclaimed. 20,000? Fine, I'll have it cleaned and ready for you tomorrow. Although Luan lacked understanding of the fashion market, the prospect of quick money was enticing, and she eagerly facilitated the transaction.
No.
"I disagree. I've already taken pictures," Zhang Yijia interjected as she entered, brandishing her phone to capture Luan's striking appearance. The boy interested in purchasing the outfit pondered for a moment and, realizing the truth in her statement, could only shrug in resignation. Zhang Yijia glanced down at the freshly taken photograph, smiling as she remarked to the girl beside her, "Lu, you truly suit white. I implore you to wear it more often. It would undoubtedly uplift the spirits of numerous girls. Wouldn't you agree, Su Rao?" Su Rao looked at the photo, then at Luan, and gave a slight nod. She had refrained from chatting with Luan recently, hoping to maintain some distance. However, despite the passage of time, she found it difficult to achieve emotional tranquility. Zhang Yijia playfully pushed Su Rao towards Luan, cheerfully declaring, "See, these two are the face of our skateboarding club. Just their presence here is enough to attract many students. Do you all believe it?" The items students could sell were largely limited to handcrafted goods, and the skateboarding club had rather unimaginatively opted to sell handmade sushi. Yet competition in this arena was fierce, with several clubs also vying to sell sushi, given its straightforward preparation. Thus, the skateboarding club needed a unique strategy to entice customers. Su Rao, momentarily taken aback, shyly replied, "Please don't say such things. It's not true." The club president did not quite agree with her modesty. "Goddess, if you lack self-awareness, then it's settled. You must skip the debate club that day and stay with us." Zhang Yijia added, "Lu, you could wear a skirt too. Those long legs are simply stunning. However, I believe a complimentary look is preferable. Let's keep you looking as dashing as you do today." She then lifted 2 discarded racks as materials and began measuring dimensions, swiftly sketching a simple design while marking the new rack sizes. Zhang Yijia shared the picture in her sister group, inviting those who wished to be mesmerized by Lu's charm to come immediately. The photo quickly circulated among various club groups. Su Yao, having risen a bit late that morning, knew Luan was constructing wooden racks at school and decided to drop by, as he had nothing else to do. This was not unusual. Luan had crafted the wooden flower stand at his home as well. That guy claimed he could save a significant amount by purchasing wood and finding designs online to create it himself. Upon spotting a crowd in the hallway, Su Yao was initially puzzled about the commotion. "Excuse me, Please make way, he urged as he navigated through the throng. Upon reaching Luwan, the reason for the gathering became clear. He stared at Luwan for several seconds before exclaiming, "Wan, you look exceptionally handsome today." Luwan had always stood out, even in casual attire, thanks to his striking physique and looks, but he had not anticipated that dressing well could yield such an impressive effect. Su Yao's father was quite wealthy, a fitting description of someone both ostentatious and flashy. He had a penchant for luxury brands, often splurging hundreds of thousands in stores. Yet his father, with a round belly and modest height, favored oversized gold chains, transforming high-end fashion into a rather comical style that would leave designers in tears.
Consequently,
Su Yao regarded expensive clothing with indifference. However, seeing Luwan dressed so well, he felt a twinge of insecurity. He had originally reassured himself that they were equally handsome, albeit in different styles, but now he realized Luwan's allure was markedly superior. Luwan, upon seeing Su Yao, smiled and said, "You have arrived just in time. Please assist me in locating a saw, preferably an electric one. A sharp ordinary saw would suffice as well. The one borrowed from the school's logistics department is quite unusable, having succumbed to rust." I shall fetch it for you," Su Yao replied. As he stepped outside, he noticed a group of individuals loitering in the corridor. A sense of unease washing over him. Most were females, but there were a few males as well. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Yao inquired, "What are you all doing standing here? Don't you have your own affairs to attend to?" "Oh, we are in no rush. We wish to observe before departing. Constructing a frame is rather intriguing," one responded. "Indeed, we are not hurried. Please, do not mind us as we attend to our own matters," another added. Su Yao thought to himself, "I believe President Lu's charisma must be cultivated over time, embodying both steadfastness and vitality, coupled with an understated strength. It is not merely a matter of sporting a trendy haircut or dressing handsomely." A girl fixated on Luwan remarked, "This is undoubtedly true. After all, she is the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, and her heritage speaks volumes." The boys could not suppress their laughter. I am quite fond of such poise. It resembles the image of my ideal boyfriend or girlfriend, for that matter." Su Yao interjected, "You speak nonsense. Luwan grew up in the county town. What heritage does she possess? All this talk merely reflects an attraction to her appearance." The girls, lost in their blissful reverie, suddenly felt a chill behind them. Turning around, they caught sight of the boy who had just exited, now facing away. They dismissed the feeling and continued to watch President Lu's live stream as she constructed the frame. Girls adept in craftsmanship possess an irresistible charm. One could easily watch them for an entire day without losing interest. The school typically prohibits such vehicles from entering. However, maintenance work today allowed for increased traffic. Su Yao refrained from disclosing his status as a student. His sun-kissed complexion bore a resemblance to that of a laborer. He smoothly followed the tricycle ahead into the premises. It was the weekend, and the gatekeeper was somewhat lax. Recognizing the familiar driver of the vehicle in front, he naturally assumed that Su Yao was part of the same group. Coincidentally, both vehicles shared the same model and color, leading the gatekeeper to forego any inquiries. After all, a criminal would not brazenly drive a tricycle to the school for theft or troublemaking. With the electric saw in hand, efficiency soared, and Luwan completed the frame by midday. The skateboard club members were astonished. They had merely wanted Luwan to give it a try, never expecting her creation to be so robust and aesthetically pleasing. It exuded a sense of professionalism, far from being a mere pastime. The young lady truly excelled, and the boys were thoroughly impressed. Harry was also present at the school that day, having been invited by the drama club to play a cameo role as an elven prince. With his striking blue eyes and golden hair, complemented by prop long ears, he left the audience in awe. Many classic depictions of elves feature strikingly handsome Caucasian boys. Harry held no particular interest in theater, but the invitation came from a former boyfriend, now a friend, making it difficult to decline. Furthermore, he was aware of his own appeal. Leveraging his looks to gain a following was indeed advantageous. He possessed a clear understanding of himself, recognizing that his greatest asset was his appearance. After the rehearsal concluded, Harry hurried to find Luwan. It was noon, and the school cafeteria was closed for the weekend, necessitating an outing for lunch. Su Yao had also joined the skateboarding club, and since everyone recognized him as Luwan's friend, they decided to gather and celebrate his transfer to a new school on this weekend. Su Yao readily offered to treat everyone. As Luwan descended the stairs, he paused momentarily upon spotting a small tricycle. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such a vehicle? He certainly knows how to make an entrance. Su Yao exclaimed, "Hey, hop in quickly. Isn't this great?" It saves us from walking. He then glanced at the members of the skateboarding club. These individuals appeared amicable on the surface. Yet there was an undeniable air of mischief about them. This tricycle can accommodate 3 people. Come on, Luan, you can join, and Su Rao and Harry. You two can hop on as well. Luan felt exasperated. This guy was far too unpredictable. You should be the one getting off. Have you forgotten the last time you crashed the tricycle? You ended up paying 500 yuan. Su Yao looked sheepish. Why bring up old grievances? That was an accident. I drove a bit too recklessly. If you're worried, why don't you take the wheel? He jumped off the tricycle and told the chosen Su Rao and Harry. Let us go. We'll take the ride, and the rest of you can meet us at the dining place. We'll see you later. Harry maintained his smile. I've never been in one of these before. This is cool. Su Rao hesitated for a couple of seconds before joining him. Everyone thought this transfer student is something else. Letting Lu drive the tricycle while he takes the handsome Harry and the campus goddess along? Goodness, why did Su Rao decide to join? She is a goddess. This is utterly incongruous. How can a goddess descend to such earthly matters? This is preposterous. It's simply unacceptable. The son of the school's landowner, that wealthy brat, is causing quite the stir. Su Yao settled in the middle, contemplating for a moment before lowering his voice. Can you guess why I invited you all? In his perspective, although Harry exuded flamboyance, he was a pretty boy with an affinity for men. Su Rao was the only student who hadn't approached Lu Wan for a conversation. She seemed like a refined and demure girl. Su Rao and Harry exchanged glances. Truth be told, not everyone was eager to ride in this tricycle.
Oh.
But that was a flawed assumption. When Su Yao drove, no one seemed interested, yet when Luan took the wheel, many clamored for a seat. Harry mused, is that so? Internally, he was rolling his eyes, realizing Su Yao was rather naive. You're too optimistic. Su Rao replied, well, it's not necessarily a bad idea. The tricycle gradually rolled away under the watchful eyes of the skateboarding club members. Students passing by paused to gaze at the scene. Though the composition was somewhat dissonant, it must be said that the long legs of the student in front were remarkably suited for pedaling the tricycle. As the music club's rehearsal concluded and the members emerged, they coincidentally spotted the tricycle, which seemed oddly mismatched with the school's architecture, chugging by. Their gazes instinctively followed. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Is that my goddess, Su Rao, in the back? Is it really her? The boys looked utterly bewildered. The handsome driver was none other than Luan. Indeed, I have seen her photographs from today. The captivating Mr. Liu, adorned in sunglasses, is undeniably enchanting. Oh my husband is so handsome, a girl exclaimed. Song Qianqian. Do rein it in a bit. And pray tell, how has Luan become your husband? Is she aware of this? Zhao Yihong could not help but question. Though he found it rather irksome, he conceded that the fellow was indeed quite handsome. Song Qianqian, unfazed, replied, she is my husband, since it is a fact. Why must she know? It suffices for me to be aware. Zhao Yihong felt her logic was somewhat flawed but found himself unable to retort immediately. He inquired further. Yesterday your husband was Lu Buyu, and today it has changed? Are girls so fickle? Song Qianqian asserted confidently. Lu Buyu is my husband outside of school, while Luan is my husband within school. I support Lu Buyu on Weibo, endorsing him with my financial contributions. Should Luan require assistance, I am more than willing to tutor her. I genuinely cherish each husband. While girls may appear capricious, we are also earnest. Even if female celebrities attract devoted female fans, male fans merely vocalize their admiration without spending a penny, merely seeking to benefit without cost. So, could you kindly refrain from speaking? Zhao Yihong found himself utterly speechless. Shrugging in silence, Song Qianqian maintained her position within the top 10 of her grade, clearly qualified to tutor others, particularly excelling in her science subjects, with only Chen Yinqing being her equal. Oh, I do not wish to sit on my family's steed and laugh. I desire to weep upon Mr. Lu's tricycle. I do not wish to laugh in my family's Volvo. I long to sit on Mr. Lu's tricycle and have him bring me to tears. Well, I do not wish to sit in my family's Rolls-Royce either. I too wish to ride on a tricycle, a boy declared, unwilling to be outdone. Zhao Yihong replied, that is acceptable, but it is unnecessary. A tricycle cannot accommodate so many. Why? Among the girls, were there several boys who appeared pensive and touched. Zhao Yihong found this perplexing as he turned to the expressionless Chen Yinqing, who remained composed. Zhao Yihong harbored a poor impression of Luan. Although there were conflicts with Jiang Boyang, it was excessive for it to affect the president. Luan had pointed at Chen Ge, claiming, this is the type I like. leading to rumors circulating for several days. Eventually, when everyone realized the two had no connection, the gossip gradually subsided. Zhao Yihong remarked, recently, Luan has gained quite a bit of popularity at school. Chen Yinqing replied, yes, I have noticed. Song Qianqian shook her phone, smiling as she said, after the skateboard club's gathering, we should go sing. Surely we will run into each other. That sounds splendid. It has been ages since we last convened. Count me in. Zhao Yihong scoffed, enjoy yourselves. The president and I shall refrain from attending. Chen Yinqing responded, I have no commitments this afternoon. Let us go together. Zhao Yihong. Everyone turned to the president, astonished. The school's music club is a veritable treasure trove of talent. Many students skilled in instruments possess exceptional gifts. Having trained under esteemed mentors since childhood, resulting in a clash of prodigies when gathered. Each member is fiercely competitive, constantly vying for trophies, showcasing superior skills, and engaging in playful rivalry. Chen Yinqing was reluctantly appointed president by the teachers, just managing to maintain order within the restless music club. However, he typically remained uninvolved, merely serving in name, as all matters were handled by the vice president, Zhao Yihong. Song Qianqian. Is the president going too? That would certainly make it more enjoyable. The other students chimed in agreement. Zhao Yihong, filled with doubt, chose to remain silent. Since Chen Yinqing was going, he naturally could not be absent. As the skateboarding club's gathering concluded, the clock struck 2. They had reserved a private room for the afternoon, and they were just in time. Su Yao felt a pang of regret. He truly regretted it. There was nothing worth celebrating today, and these individuals were merely using the pretext of welcoming him. The vibrant lights in the room reminded him of the webs in Journey to the West. Luan was akin to Tang Sung. Su Yao glanced to the left, where a female spider spirit seemed to beckon, saying, come play, Wanga. He looked to the right, where another female spider spirit appeared to taunt, Lu Zong. I've ensnared you, aha. If he looked up, he would notice a male spider spirit attempting to engage Luan in conversation, not willing to be outdone. Su Yao, no way. He had to come up with a plan. This was utterly infuriating. He was truly upset, having known Luan for over a decade. How could these people cut in line? Harry turned to ask, Lu Zong, let me help you choose a song. What would you like to sing? Let us start with yours. Luan pondered for a moment and named a song. You like the Planet Band too. It seems we are even more in sync now. Harry said this, while observing the fuming Su Yao beside him. He had no other intentions towards this simple-minded straight guy. He merely enjoyed teasing the honest ones. It was the perfect way to pass the time. Most members of the skateboarding club hesitated when it came to singing. Except for a couple, the others began to decline. President Tang Tang suggested, the music club is here too. Why not invite them over to join us? They sing beautifully. Of course, that sounds great. But is it even possible? A boy asked. Everyone knew that the music club was quite proud, filled with handsome boys and beautiful girls. The most sought after for socializing among clubs. It's possible, I'll call them over. Tang Tang immediately messaged Song Qianqian. 3 minutes later, over a dozen members of the music club streamed in. Today, they weren't in uniforms but in casual attire, looking vibrant and cheerful, contrasting sharply with the skateboarding club style. Fortunately, a large private room had been booked, accommodating everyone. The skateboarding club members were somewhat bewildered to see Chen Yinqing from the music club had also arrived. Luan later learned that it was indeed Chen Yinqing from that day. However, they hadn't crossed paths again, and she hadn't had the chance to speak with her. With 4 or 5 people between them, Luan looked over and happened to meet her gaze. Their eyes met, and she smiled, saying, welcome. Chen Yinqing calmly asked, are you going to sing? Harry quickly interjected, she has chosen a duet. Just now. Our Lu Zong mentioned she wants to both sing and perform. How about you? School heartthrob. Help her out with the duet. Chen Yinqing pondered for 2 seconds. Sure. Everyone was taken aback. What did sure mean? The members of the music club were utterly perplexed, as their president rarely sang popular songs at school, let alone duets. What was happening today? It is somewhat abnormal, excessively so, how one has become particularly affable. Su Yao furrowed his brow at Chen Yinqing, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why does Luan appear so familiar with that pretty boy? Su Yao exclaimed, duet? What duet? Let each sing solo. Harry interjected, but everyone is eager to listen. Indeed. We all wish to hear. Luan and Chen Yinqing singing? Good heavens, what a divine spectacle. Su Yao approached the karaoke machine, stating, then let us change to another song. Sing Free to Fly, which is Luan's favorite. Luan replied, that is not my favorite song. What do you like? I know you enjoy this. Su Yao turned to another individual and asked, "Can you sing?" Chun Yinqing responded, "Well, she sings who is singing, and you?" "When she sings Warming the Loneliness, you just respond, this song is quite popular and the lyrics are few, making it easy to sing." Chun Yinqing added, "You have never heard it." The others chimed in, "You don't go shopping? This song plays everywhere on the streets. You must be a bit of a homebody." After a brief pause, Su Yao reluctantly stated, "Well, it seems I must duet with General Liu." Everyone reacted with surprise. Luan retorted, "You can leave. I refuse to sing this. Nor will I sing with you." It is common to hear off-key performances, but to encounter someone like Su Yao, where every word is out of tune, is indeed rare. Su Yao nodded and remarked, "Luan has declared her desire to sing alone. No duets." Harry was somewhat astonished. This foolish straight man was exhibiting unexpected intelligence. Luan took the microphone handed to her and selected an old Cantonese song. Her voice was not particularly sweet. It carried a cool timbre and was of good quality. In the music club, there were no untalented singers, and they found her rendition quite commendable. The song had a lively beat, distinctly different from contemporary Cantonese music, possessing a hint of jazz. Strangely, it conjured images of a man clad in a retro leather jacket from the 90s, riding a motorcycle on a breezy day. This was the theme song from a film that had not gained much popularity, one Luan had watched and listened to countless times. It was the only Cantonese song she could sing, and her pronunciation was impeccable. Once Luan finished, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Although everyone was taken aback by her choice, it was undeniably captivating. This individual, who often defied expectations, held a certain charm. One might say she is a remarkably intriguing person, evoking the feeling that friendship with her would bring daily joy. Coughing to draw everyone's attention, Su Yao shyly remarked, "This song, when I heard you sing it a decade ago, I was still a virgin, and now, I remain one." The crowd responded in disbelief. "Who the hell cares if you are a virgin? What a lunatic." Luan face-bombed, exasperated with him. Calmly, she replied, "It's all right. You can always take pride in being a virgin." The group responded, "That may be true, but it is unnecessary. Otherwise, it would be quite pitiable for a spirited young man." Su Yao said without a second thought, "What if I have always been that way? What will you do?" Luan replied, "What does it have to do with me?" Su Yao retorted, "Does it not concern you?" Everyone looked on, bewildered. Luan raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that this audacious person dared to take advantage of her. Su Yao was about to clarify that it was merely a slip of the tongue, yet he recognized the subtle expressions Luan exhibited before she took action. It was precisely the same now. The situation was dire. It was imperative to prioritize self-preservation. Some matters could be addressed later. Su Yao swiftly turned to leave, believing that once he stepped outside, he could escape this predicament. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Unfortunately, the person ahead suddenly stood up, blocking the passageway. Chun Yinqing, with an impassive expression, seemed to stretch his limbs as if unaware that his actions could jeopardize another's safety. Su Yao's eyes widened, but it was already too late. The incident unfolded so abruptly that in the next moment, he felt a solid impact.
"Ouch!"
he exclaimed, crouching on the ground while clutching his head. The classmates in the private room sighed inwardly, realizing that some thoughts and actions are best left unspoken, as voicing them may lead to consequences. Observing Su Yao's youthful face, rich in expression, one could only imagine the pain he must be enduring. After receiving the blow, Su Yao dared not confront Luan. Instead, he turned away, tears brimming in his eyes as he glared at the obstruction. Chun Yinqing glanced at him, his voice barely above a whisper. "Oh,
Su Yao that ponde, oh hat?"
what does that mean?" Su Yao, now cradling his head and seated off to the side, finally settled down. Luan initiated the performance, and the music club members took the stage. A pair of students began a duet, their voices harmonizing flawlessly. The expressions of the skateboard club members gradually transformed, culminating in them kneeling to witness the performance. They were astonished to discover that beyond instruments and singing, there existed such a plethora of artistic displays. How impressive! No wonder it was said that the music club had high entry standards, a sanctuary for the so-called masters. Their talent was undeniably professional, worthy of ticket sales. However, these individuals did not seem as aloof as the rumor suggested. They were quite warm and welcoming. The music club, indeed, put forth a commendable effort, especially since Luan's singing was quite admirable and sincere. They were professionals, and it was crucial not to be outshone. Not for the sake of others, but to uphold their reputation in front of Luan. As the performance reached its peak, Song Qianqian illuminated the room by turning on the overhead lights, brightening the previously dim space. She approached Luan and said with a smile, "You sing quite well. Why not join our music club?" The skateboard club members gasped, taken aback by the audacity of her invitation, yet they dared not voice their objections. Luan replied, "Me? But I only know a few songs. I'm not familiar with any other instruments. It may not be suitable. You are all too talented." Song Qianqian thought to herself that Luan was indeed a perfect fit. Her very presence was fitting. However, since Luan expressed such reservations, there was no need to press further. With a smile, she encouraged Luan to consider it thoughtfully and suggested, "How about we exchange WeChat contacts?" Luan responded, "All right." The members of the music club eagerly pulled out their phones, expressing their desire to exchange WeChat information with Luan. Upon witnessing this collective eagerness, the skateboard club decided they too wished to partake. Thanks to Luan, the boys from the skateboard club successfully added the girls from the music club on WeChat, each of them elated, convinced that Luan would henceforth be their guiding light. Song Qianqian then inquired, "By the way, do you have Weibo? Let us follow each other." To which Luan replied, "No, I rarely use Weibo." Song Qianqian opened her Weibo and, showing her username, enthusiastically said, "This is me. What's your name?"
I'll follow you.
Taken aback by her enthusiasm, Luan hesitated for a few seconds before retrieving her phone. "I hardly use Weibo and find it quite dull," she confessed. Luan's Weibo was filled with pictures of food. She had been using this account since the beginning of high school, over a year ago, as she occasionally wished to document her life. She had observed other girls on Weibo sharing photos of food, pretty trinkets, and various musings, all appearing rather charming. Initially, she had chosen a very feminine username, but later changed it to "Today, I am also binge eating." Each post on her Weibo consisted of her meals, sometimes updating 5 times a day, consuming 5 meals daily. Working at a barbecue shop provided her with free meals, and the school cafeteria offered generous portions, making her photos quite striking. Compared to the salads and fruits showcased by other girls, her posts certainly gave the impression of daily indulgence, although for her, it was merely a normal quantity. Luan's life used to be quite monotonous, revolving around 3 points: school, home, and work, leaving her with little to share. Gradually, her Weibo transformed into a medium for documenting her daily meals, resembling a torrent of food imagery. Despite finding it rather mundane, she unexpectedly garnered a modest following. Eventually, she amassed nearly 10,000 fans who eagerly anticipated her daily culinary adventures, claiming it brought them a sense of happiness. "Isn't that a bit dull?" Luan shrugged and asked. Song Qianqian, engrossed in browsing through Luan's Weibo, looked up and replied, "Not at all. Doesn't your family say you're adorably charming?" Luan pondered for a moment. "No. My brother says I'm the ugliest in the family." "Nonsense. With such a mean mouth, he must have no friends," Song Qianqian retorted, expressing her disdain. Luan glanced at the phone strap on Song Qianqian's device, which was merchandise from the Lu Buyu fan club. Her former deskmate had one too, cherishing it dearly. While Luan thought to herself that she would never be disliked, she remained silent. The music club members gathered around, surprised to discover that Luan's Weibo was such a stark contrast to her appearance, exuding an inexplicable charm. A circle of friends subsequently followed Luan on Weibo. Zhao Yihong skeptically asked, "Do you really eat that much?" Luan replied, "It seems a bit excessive." She was not picky with her food but insisted on being full. If she didn't eat enough, her mood would plummet, and if she remained hungry for too long, it felt as though her mind could scarcely function. It is uncertain whether it is due to the negligence of her adoptive mother during childhood, often forgetting to provide her with sustenance, that she has developed a fear of hunger. Zhao Yihong remarked, "How is it possible that you consume so little yet remain so slender? It is simply infuriating." Luan responded, "Perhaps it is because I am frequently active, thus expending more energy." Song Qianqian shot a glare at Zhao Yihong, exclaiming, "You are insufferable. Where is the excess? I have not even consumed any of your rice." Zhao Yihong furrowed his brow. Although the members of the music club held Luan in high regard, there were certain truths he felt compelled to articulate. After careful consideration, he spoke, "Luan, let us put the previous incident behind us. However, I urge you to exercise caution in your speech henceforth, and refrain from making remarks that could lead to misunderstandings. Our president does not appreciate such behavior." The previously relaxed atmosphere underwent a subtle shift. Luan immediately grasped what he was alluding to. She had been provoked by Jiang Boyang last time, which led her to make an offhand comment without much thought. Reflecting on it now, she recognized its inappropriateness. "My apologies, I shall be more mindful," she replied. The group then turned their attention to Chen Nianqing, awaiting his reaction.
As he was the one involved,
Chen Yanqing stated, I was indeed misled. However, after you spoke, you did not approach me again, which made it clear to me. The others were taken aback, pondering the unexpected turn of events. Zhao Yihong, bewildered, quickly clarified, no, I did not mean to imply that you misunderstood, President. Rather, I meant to caution against misunderstandings regarding your relationships with others. Song Qianqian sensed an unusual atmosphere and inquired Luan, are you quite familiar with our president? Did you know each other prior? Luan responded, I encountered him once before transferring schools. She was equally astonished that they were from the same institution. Chen Yanqing confirmed, yes, we have met. Not just once, but likely twice. However, during the first encounter, the other party either forgot or never truly remembered me. That was last year, at a hospital in a southern city. Both of Chen Yanqing's parents are esteemed doctors in their respective fields. Last summer, his mother was invited to a municipal hospital in the south for a consultation, and he decided to accompany her, having heard the scenery was lovely. The lush vegetation of the south was captivating. In front of the hospital's inpatient building stood a colossal camphor tree, its sturdy trunk and dense foliage offering excellent shade during the summer. While his mother attended a meeting upstairs, Chen Yanqing waited beneath the tree. The sound of conversation from the other side of the trunk piqued his curiosity. On that day, Luan visited the hospital to see her adoptive mother. A child in the same ward had parents who were preoccupied and asked her to watch over their 3-year-old for an hour. The child, unable to distinguish genders clearly, called Luan sister, believing that all pretty faces were sisters. Despite the parents' attempts to correct her, they could only smile awkwardly at Luan and let the child continue. The little girl insisted on hearing a story, and Luan flipped through the storybook provided by the parents, ultimately deciding to improvise. For a child of such tender age, tales like The Little Match Girl, with its disheartening conclusion, were unsuitable. Thus, she altered the narrative, telling the story of The Little Bomb Girl, where the girl attempted to sell bombs but ultimately failed to sell any. In a dramatic turn, she ignited them all, sending the entire town's inhabitants to meet their heavenly grandmother. Chen Yanqing was just about to take a sip of water when she nearly choked. What a peculiar tale to share with a child. Luan continued with 2 more stories, improvising as she went. The second was the story of Cinderella. Cinderella, who was not favored at home, wore crystal shoes to the ball in hopes of finding an opportunity. Ultimately, the ladies admired her beautiful shoes and clamored to purchase them. With her shoemaking skills, Cinderella became the nation's leading supplier of high heels, amassing a fortune and eventually marrying a handsome prince, living happily ever after in a castle. The last story was about the Little Mermaid. Upon reaching the shore, the Little Mermaid discovered that the prince had affections for someone else. Consequently, she turned to performing in a bar to earn a living. Her sisters, missing her dearly, came ashore to search for her. All the mermaids found employment. Some sold skewered lamb, while others sold fruits, each thriving in their respective trades, driven by their dreams. In the end, Luan summarized that whether one is human or fish, it is essential to maintain an open heart. The little girl nodded, saying, I understand, sister. Chen Yanqing remarked that one was bold enough to speak, while the other was brave enough to listen. Both shared a hearty laugh. After they departed, Chen Yanqing noticed something glimmering on the bench. Upon closer inspection, she found a hairpin that the little girl had gifted to her sister, left behind in haste. Adorned with artificial crystals, it reflected the sunlight and sparkled brilliantly. He casually tucked the hairpin into his pocket, intending to return it the following day. However, the next day, the 2 girls who had promised to return with more stories did not show up. At the time, Chen Yanqing did not dwell on the matter. It was not until half a month later, when he donned the same coat, that he unexpectedly felt the hairpin and recalled that day. The crystal hairpin refracted the light, vividly illuminating the face of the short-haired girl with bright eyes. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to harbor a fondness for her. He remembered the little girl's unclear words as she called her sister Lulan, and that she was in her first year of high school. Chen Yanqing enlisted someone to procure the student roster for the city. With over 20,000 first-year students, he could not find a single girl named Lulan, nor any name phonetically similar. He began to understand that his feelings were more than just a fleeting interest. He had indeed taken quite a liking to her. He assumed it would be challenging to locate her, yet she appeared before him. Upon awakening in the courtyard, he opened his eyes to see her standing there. For a brief moment, he doubted his own senses until she spoke. Although they had crossed paths, the girl did not recognize him. Chen Yanqing stood up and followed her outside, gazing from a distance at the Lu family embracing one another. It turned out her name was Lu Wan, the daughter of Professor Lu. He had found her. To provoke Zhao Yihong, Song Qianqian casually mentioned to Chen Yanqing, you should pay attention to Lu Wan. It's quite entertaining.
Alright.
Chen Yinqing took out his phone, opened Weibo, searched for the name, and followed the account titled Still Overindulging Today. Song Qianqian remarked, "You're really following her?" Zhao Yihong responded, "It feels as though my house has collapsed. Everyone is aware their president's Weibo account has long been exposed. And nearly all the girls in the school have followed him. Yet, his list of followers consists of merely 9 users, 6 of whom are musicians, along with 3 science communicators. Finally, he has managed to accumulate 10 followers. Lu Wan's Weibo account appears at the very top of this list, creating quite a striking contrast. After Chen Yinqing followed him, she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Wan's eyes. Lu Wan paused for 2 seconds, then came to her senses and followed Chen Yinqing's Weibo account in return, without a word of reminder from the other party. She casually glanced at Chen Yinqing's profile, which featured a cosmic image as her avatar and a username composed of a string of numbers. There seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. Today, fortune has smiled upon them. Such good fortune is rare indeed. The skateboard club members were somewhat excited, rubbing their hands together in preparation to follow Chen Yinqing back. This person doesn't seem as aloof as the rumors suggest. The skateboard club collectively mused, well, the rumors do hold some truth. She is indeed a bit distant. Song Qianqian discerned the situation and remarked, "By the way, Lu, this wouldn't be your alternate account.
Would it?
Will you be using it frequently from now on?" Lu Wan replied, "Alternate account? This is my only account. Aren't you all the same?" Song Qianqian chuckled. "Of course, this is my only one." Her alternate account is a fan page for Lu Buyu, who would spread rumors about that. Yes. I'm in the same boat. Other classmates echoed her sentiments, who would want their average acquaintances and parents to know about their online escapades. An alternate account is a necessity. However, now that they have mutually followed Lu Wan, this account has taken on a different significance and will certainly be used more often. Lu Wan replied, "Oh." The atmosphere at the gathering was quite harmonious, save for 2 individuals who were decidedly displeased. Zhao Yihong and Su Yao had become aware of each other's presence. They exchanged glances from a distance, nearly recognizing each other as kindred spirits.
See?
It's not just me who finds this situation unsettling. Zhao Yihong frowned. The president has always been his idol. What on earth is happening today? Is Lu Wan some sort of enchantment, ensnaring even the president in its web? He felt the wave of unease. Su Yao pressed his lips together. This guy seems to harbor ill intentions, and, to make matters worse, he is somewhat handsome and arrogant. Surely, Lu Wan wouldn't be attracted to this pretty boy. Would she? He felt a sense of urgency. As the gathering concluded, the music club members felt they had truly struck gold that day. After all, they had obtained Lu's Weibo account. Despite Lu's cool exterior, he turned out to be unexpectedly charming upon interaction. Not only was he down to earth, but he also seemed to possess a nurturing nature and was skilled in household chores. Who wouldn't he desire such a partner? In any case, it was unclear whether it was the allure of his intriguing soul or if they had simply placed Lu under a flattering lens. They scrutinized their classmates' Weibo accounts. Lu's posts were remarkably distinctive compared to others. The posts from their peers read, "Wow, so handsome. This is so beautiful. Haha, a fully automated screaming chicken." Or perhaps, "Wow, I'm confused by the gossip, and here comes a new one." They might also say, "Sony's products are excellent. This game just tries to scam money without upgrades." An official account portraying a stubborn, straightforward male or female. Perhaps it will be the newly purchased dress image, sharing a selfie image, clearing inventory image, the master of exquisite photo editing, Meitu Xiuxiu. It cannot be denied. During the day, laughter abounds, yet at night, life becomes arduous, rendering existence seemingly devoid of meaning, a philosopher of disillusionment. However, Lu Zong is different. Her Weibo resembles a little train chugging along. Devouring. This dish is generally palatable. This one is somewhat tasty. This one quite delightful. This one extraordinarily delicious. Every morsel she encounters seems delectable. The value of chicken, duck, fish, and goose remains significant, regardless of their price. The mundane tone, paired with the photographs, possesses a certain allure, igniting one's appetite. Undoubtedly, during a weight loss journey, such images must be avoided. Today, she has followed many classmates on Weibo. On her homepage is a new update from Song Qianqian, a pure-colored fairy. 5 minutes ago, from the mobile client. Today brings joy. In the future, gatherings among the giants should occur frequently. Accompanied by 9 photos taken today, the lighting in the private room is dim, rendering most images blurry. It seems as though focus was intentionally neglected, creating an ethereal style. In just 5 minutes, there are 8 shares and dozens of likes. Luwon also liked the post. The atmosphere at school is pleasant. Although extracurricular activities abound, many classmates are impressive, creating a sense of being surrounded by luminaries. Everyone frequently refers to each other as Thai or Giant. Naturally, they uniformly call Luwon Luzong. Chun Yanqing is perusing Luwon's Weibo. He notices her homepage, where she liked Song Qianqian's update, and he casually gives it a like as well. Chun Yanqing scrolls for 2 minutes, still encountering food. He even stumbles upon the Weibo she posted on the day they first met 6 months ago, which is also about food. Not a word was mentioned about himself. Indeed, it seems she has completely forgotten. Chun Yanqing recalls that day when Luwon pointed at him and said she liked him just like that. He chuckled for quite a while. Waiting patiently, a week has passed, yet she never came. It was merely a casual remark. On Monday, during lunch break, Luwon ponders that the cafeteria is crowded after class, deciding to finish the test paper in hand before heading over. Harry is not hungry either, waiting to accompany Lu Zong. He glances at his phone. Lu Zong's Weibo has gained over 3,000 followers today. Oh, and there are numerous new comments. Harry turns his head, smiling, and says, "Wow, seems quite impressive. The male idol's influence is substantial." Many of these new followers have come from Chun Yanqing. Chun Yanqing's Weibo updates are sparse, mostly consisting of shared medical knowledge. His father is the director of a top-tier hospital, while his mother excels in her field, ranking among the best, and also runs a popular science Weibo account. He has 7 or 8 followers, which is considerable. Chun Yanqing began learning the cello at the age of 7. Although he started late, his talent is remarkable. 3 years ago, he participated in a prestigious international solo competition and clinched first place. The second-place winner was a blind Japanese beauty, exceptionally skilled at the piano, possessing a delicate charm. Many domestic media outlets reported on the blind beauty, and in the process, they unexpectedly discovered that the first-place winner was also extraordinarily handsome. Netizens unearthed Chun Yanqing's Weibo, and numerous curious onlookers flocked to follow him. After all, that photograph of a youthful boy with a cello, despite its low resolution, struck a chord with those enchanted by beauty. Although he had never shared a selfie on Weibo, Chun Yanqing regarded the cello as one of his hobbies, eschewing the path of a professional soloist. Since then, he has not participated in any other competitions and rarely graced the stage. The trophy he received 3 years ago carried significant weight, earning him the respect of his peers in the music society. If it were anyone else with such musical talent and skill, it would indeed be a pity for them to stray from a professional path. However, in Chun Yanqing's case, such sentiments do not arise. His academic achievements lead others to believe that whatever choice he makes is undoubtedly the right one. Chun Yanqing's followers on Weibo, aside from those who initially joined out of curiosity, include several students from local high schools. The idol's popularity transcends school boundaries, garnering considerable attention from high school girls throughout the city. There were even instances when girls from other schools attempted to wait for him at the school gate. Yet, due to his reserved nature and low profile, he has managed to avoid much of the ensuing chaos. Over the weekend, fans began to notice that the list of accounts he follows, which had remained at 9 for several years, had increased to 10. Curiosity piqued. They discovered he had begun following a food blogger. Well, no further comments are necessary. It seems that the platform has subtly purchased followers for my idol. However, upon further reflection, it appeared there might be more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps the followers were not bought. Students from Shangda High School were the first to realize that the new addition was likely from their own institution. Based on Chun Yanqing's likes on social media, many of the initial onlookers found the Weibo of Song Qianqian. The so-called food blogger was identified as a 17-year-old female. It was impossible not to take notice. While most inquired with a calm demeanor, a few extreme voices emerged, questioning who this alluring stranger was and why she garnered the idol's attention. Song Qianqian, known for her fiery temperament, did not hesitate to confront the critics in the comments. "What business is it of yours that my boyfriend is with me?" This statement carried substantial weight, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Subsequently, other prominent figures from Shangda joined the fray. Of course, there is nothing wrong with beautiful people associating with one another. There is no need for jealousy. If you possess the charm of our Lu Zong, you too could catch the idol's eye. Someone even shared a photo of Luwon, showcasing her in both school uniform and white work attire, deliberately avoiding a full face reveal. Many who were merely spectators soon changed their tune. Her legs are slender, fair, and straight, with well-defined calves, not the kind that are merely skinny. I adore those muscular lines. With legs like that, I would praise myself for 2 hours each day and refuse to wear pants. Those legs can easily compensate for looks. Not just her legs. Our Lu Zong's face is also exquisite, though she prefers to keep it under wraps. That is indeed our Lu Zong. Alright, I shall refrain from envy. Beautiful people associating with each other is entirely acceptable. I must say, this lady's waist and collarbone are also stunning. Last week, when she posed, her waist was revealed, so slender with a hint of definition that I nearly fainted. It's Lu Zong. Go follow her, everyone. On the other side, today, the old fans indulged in gluttony, witnessing the blogger suddenly gain a plethora of new followers, leaving them somewhat bewildered. The top Weibo post featured a comment accompanied by a photo showcasing Lu Wan's long legs from behind, with many expressing their protests. Lu, you are infuriating. How can you eat so much and still maintain such a splendid figure? Consequently, many of the old fans experienced a mental breakdown. Why is this so? Blogger, are you even human? Consuming double portions daily, indulging in various barbecues, rice noodles, and pancakes, they found themselves irresistibly compelled to follow suit. After all, carbohydrates bring joy. To hell with body management. Over the past 6 months, they have nearly gained 20 pounds, initially finding solace in the belief that the blogger, who never revealed her photos, was a hefty individual. To their dismay, it turned out she had deceived everyone into eating so much while remaining slender. The thought alone was enough to unnerve them. Lu Wan, while tackling her homework, mused, Chen Yinqing is indeed surprisingly popular. Naturally, if not for his low profile, his influence would likely be even more extensive. He and Su Rao share a similar caliber, devoid of significant flaws. Pausing momentarily, Harry retrieved a mirror, applying lip balm as he remarked, "It's a pity he is straight. Although the male deity appears amiable, I can sense his intensity. You know I possess a discerning eye for men." Lu Wan responded, I don't know. Su Yao approached just in time to overhear the praise directed at the pretty boy, suddenly feeling displeased. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Zhang Harry, as a man, is your mind solely occupied with grooming?" Harry set down the mirror, winking at him. "Of course not. I have other thoughts too, you know." The foolishly straightforward man dared to speak to her in such a manner. Why does he insist on using her full name? Are you a weirdo? Shut your mouth. Su Yao shivered, rubbing his arms to dispel the goosebumps, and took his leave, conceding defeat. Lu Wan, along with the 2 others, ventured to the cafeteria after the peak hours, and as expected, it was much less crowded. Today, they were having steak, and Lu Wan happily resolved to indulge in 3 pieces, accompanied by a cold cola. She meticulously cut her meal, smiling as she prepared to dig in, when her gaze fell upon an unexpected guest. Zhang Boyang had not been faring well lately. Although he harbored no affection for Lu Wan, he could not accept being rejected. Additionally, there was another matter. He had initially taken Lin Yan Yan under his wing, but circumstances forced him to let her go. Every time he encountered her at school recently, a pang of discomfort overwhelmed him, as he had not fulfilled his promise. Aware that Lin Yan Yan was being bullied by classmates, Zhang Boyang intervened to resolve the situation. He could not accept being cast aside by Lu Wan, and naturally, the Jiang family felt the same. Recently, Madame Jiang had been troubled. Since news of her discord with Lu Jinya surfaced, the Jiang family had lost numerous stable partnerships. Although Lu Jinya had not spoken out, it was evident he was forcing her to relinquish the benefits she had previously acquired. Lu Jinya was not someone to be trifled with. Even the slightest action on his part had left her feeling cornered. Madame Jiang contemplated that the most effective strategy moving forward was for her son to reconcile with the young lady of the Lu family. She had thoroughly investigated, discovering that Zhang Boyang and that impoverished girl only shared a commonplace relationship, devoid of any transgressions. Lu Wan found herself devoid of any romantic inclinations towards the boys at school, a circumstance that was not entirely implausible. Naturally, Zhang Boyang was unyielding when it came to the art of pleasing women. Lady Jiang laid aside her pride and confided in him about her predicaments. Yet Zhang Boyang no longer exhibited the explosive reactions he once did. He remained silent, still withholding his consent. Lu Wan was not particularly surprised by this. Had Zhang Boyang been as foolish as to be beyond redemption, given his usual temperament, he would have taken the initiative to annul their engagement long ago. In the cafeteria, it was not just Zhang Boyang who was observing Lu Wan. Lin Yan Yan, who sat beside him, wore an expression that suggested she had much to say. She wished to clarify that she had heard the reason for his anger was her cohabitation with Zhang Boyang, but they were innocent. Lu Wan had no desire to entangle herself with either of the 2 protagonists. She would rather be a ruthless bulldozer than a mere tool. Alas, she would rather rid herself of both of them at once. The aroma of grilled steak wafted through the air, and she could hardly bring herself to waste a glance. Su Yao, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain himself. He cracked his knuckles. That guy was eyeing you last time. Can we deal with him today? Harry glanced at the spirited youth beside him. This fool truly had a hard head. After all, he was the school bully. What was all this fuss about? Ever since Luan transferred, he felt Jiang Boyang's stature had diminished. With Su Yao now on the scene, his aura seemed to be fading fast. Not to mention that this fool had quite a few admirers amongst their classmates. The school was predominantly filled with wealthy young ladies and second-generation heirs. All maintaining an air of decorum, Su Yao's vibrant persona was a refreshing contrast. Having dined on extravagant seafood feasts, everyone relished the novelty of a spicy hot pot from time to time. Moreover, dealing with straightforward individuals required little mental effort, which was quite agreeable. Most high school boys, aside from the athletic crowd, were of the bookish type with unimposing physiques, while Su Yao's healthy, muscular build was undeniably attractive. Suddenly, Jiang Boyang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Do you want a beating? I've tolerated you for long enough." The atmosphere grew tense, yet no classmate dared to intervene. Aware that it could easily escalate into a misfortunate incident, Luan continued to observe while savoring her steak, as her time was limited. Lin Yan, noticing the imminent confrontation, rushed to shield Jiang Boyang. "Su Yao, what are you trying to do? Jiang Boyang, hasn't he wronged you?" Luan scoffed inwardly and continued to enjoy her meal. Su Yao frowned. "Step aside. This has nothing to do with you." Lin Yan spread her arms wide. "I won't let you fight, unless you come to hit me first." Jiang Boyang, too, pushed her aside. "Move out of the way. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Luan hastened her consumption of steak, relishing its exquisite taste. Su Yao grumbled, "This is such a hassle. Don't think I hit a woman. He offended my Lu Zong. Last time, he had the audacity to spew nonsense. Isn't that right, Lu Zong?" The onlookers turned their attention to Luan, who was fervently devouring her meal. The mealtime concluded, and Luan discreetly extracted a piece of paper to dab her lips. She cast a glance at Su Yao and, with an air of tranquility, remarked, "What are you fussing about? We are in school, you are a student. Should you not exhibit a semblance of student decorum?" This wretched fellow, could he not wait until she finished her meal to voice his concerns? Luan had grown accustomed to this behavior. Su Yao, perhaps due to his childhood of being short and chubby, had endured much bullying. After experiencing a growth spurt, he had developed a bit of a rebellious streak, akin to a firecracker ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Her transformation into a school bully during middle school had much to do with him. At that time, Su Yao was formidable in fights, generous in his gestures. Surrounded by a throng of boys who referred to Luan as boss, and thus, she was perceived as one. Luan was fierce and skilled in combat, earning the respect of her peers. However, she had to balance her studies and assist her adoptive mother at their stall, which precluded her from participating in every brawl. Unlike the other boys who engaged in fights full-time, gradually, some individuals began to voice their discontent, suggesting that Su Yao should not allow Luan to retain her title as boss, but should instead seize it for himself. Each time such sentiments were expressed, Su Yao would erupt in anger, and after a few incidents, everyone recognized the strength of their bond, refraining from further attempts at discord. Su Yao's impulsive nature doubled Luan's involvement in fights. Nevertheless, there was a time when her adoptive father had laid hands on her, and Su Yao, terrified yet resolute, had charged in, using his weight to pin the man to the ground. 2 8-year-old children had managed to hold their own against a drunken aggressor. Su Yao's parents had supported her significantly, having once offered to adopt her as their son upon witnessing her plight, but her adoptive parents had declined, leaving the matter unresolved. Su Yao's parents had entrusted the more composed Luan, who was older than him, with the responsibility of looking after their son. Luan had consented and endeavored to fulfill this duty. Furthermore, despite his fiery temperament and competitive spirit, Su Yao had never bullied ordinary, earnest classmates. Thus, Luan felt compelled to intervene. Su Yao exclaimed, "I did not instigate this. He has been glaring at you. I believe he deserves a lesson." Lin Yan stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it not permissible to simply glance at someone? You are being rather domineering. After all, they once had an engagement." Upon discovering their prior engagement, she found it utterly absurd. Could feelings be bartered for personal gain? Although she had resolved to clarify her stance with Luan, asserting that she had no connection with Jiang Boyang, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Luan chuckled softly and interjected, "Hold on, dear classmate, one may eat freely. Yet words must be spoken with care. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Are you aware that you are spreading rumors? Lin Yan appeared bewildered, asking, you mean, there is no relationship? That cannot be true. Jiang Boyang, upon observing Lu Wan's calm demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. He had always been proud, surrounded by peers who adored him, and had never before experienced such public humiliation as today. Lu Wan's disregard was not a first for him. With a cold smirk, Jiang Boyang raised his voice. Are you so afraid to acknowledge it? We indeed had an engagement. Upon hearing this, Su Yao was ready to charge at him. But Lu Wan swiftly restrained him. This is school. Are you seeking punishment or expulsion? You have just transferred. Are you here for a vacation? Do not be disheartened, she began. Oh, but he speaks nonsense. His ramblings should not trouble you. Lu Wan walked calmly to Jiang Boyang, gazing at him with an unruffled demeanor. I have reflected upon our previous conversation, which I believed was quite clear. To my astonishment, you possess such audacity that you fail to comprehend plain language. Thus, I must inquire. Do you believe yourself worthy? Damn it, I refuse to acknowledge it, he retorted. Weren't you the one who wished to keep our engagement a secret? Now the tables have turned. I desire no association with you, Su Yao declared loudly. You are undeserving. The crowd gasped. Lu is truly bold, murmured the students. A spirited young man, if not conventionally handsome. What do you mean? I am unworthy? Do you truly have feelings for Chen Yanqing? Jiang Boyang questioned. Why bring others into this? Lu Wan replied. Do we have an engagement? Would anyone believe such a tale? Why would the Lu family choose to ally with you? For your esteemed lineage? Or perhaps your volatile temperament, which is just what I seek in someone to create daily chaos? Or is it your lackluster academic performance that makes you stand out among your peers? If I were to choose a fiancé, you would be the last on my list. I am not a fool, nor do I accept refuse. Gasps echoed around the room. Lu was indeed audacious in her declarations. Whispers spread among the onlookers, though the local bully's reputation kept them from offending him too openly. To be fair, Jiang Boyang did possess a prestigious background, but when compared to Lu, he fell slightly short. He was undeniably attractive, drawing admiration from many, yet his temperament left much to be desired. Although he was considered a campus heartthrob, his academic performance had ample room for improvement. The more one contemplated, the more improbable their engagement seemed. While many girls admired Jiang Boyang, Lu garnered affection from both genders, and her popularity was on par with the school's bully. Not only was she striking, but her amiable nature endeared her to all. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, one should not solely judge a partner by their appearance. What if there were tendencies toward domestic violence or peculiar habits? Others nodded in agreement, affirming the improbability of their engagement. It was likely a case of misinformation. Otherwise, how could there have been no whispers when Lu first transferred? The crowd turned their attention to Jiang Boyang, astonished to discover that even the campus heartthrob could engage in such antics. Yet if the target were Lu, it was somewhat understandable. Who wouldn't he want to make contact with her? Still, the audacity was remarkable. Jiang Boyang approached, attempting to grasp her arm.
Lu Wan,
he exclaimed, feeling as though his lungs might burst, a headache beginning to throb. What did these gazes imply? Did they think he spoke falsely on purpose? Lu Wan stepped back lightly, evading his grasp. Do not approach me. We are not close, and I fear I may have an allergic reaction to you. Su Yao admired Lu's poise. Jiang Boyang appeared positively furious. The confrontation had not escalated into violence, yet the tension was palpable. Somehow, this is oddly satisfying, Lin Yan remarked, biting her lip as she turned to Lu Wan. Your words are excessively harsh. Can academic performance truly define one's worth? Jiang Boyang's academic performance may not be remarkable, yet it does not diminish his worth as an individual. Lin Yan interjected, you can't say that. Lu Wan replied, wait, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please mute yourself. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Yan's face gradually flushed, her chest rising and falling slightly as she spoke with palpable emotion. Having wealth does not mean one is always right. You criticize his grades, but what about your own? Are yours exemplary? Lu Wan retorted, certainly much better than his. Lin Yan challenged, very well, let us make a wager. The monthly exam is approaching. If I outperform you, you must apologize to Jiang Boyang. If you surpass me, I shall comply with any demand you make. Jiang Boyang, observing Lin Yan standing before him, furrowed his brow internally. Although she was defending him, he felt somewhat offended at the notion of gambling over academic results with someone who struggled in their studies. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Moreover, what right did she have to stand up for Jiang Boyang? This was perplexing behavior. Someone recognized Lin Yan and whispered, Isn't she that charitable student from class 4? To be accepted into this school and receive support from the board, a charitable student must have undergone rigorous selection and must excel academically. Though Lu Wan was undeniably attractive, she might not necessarily excel in comparison. Thus, it seemed that this woman was rather cunning, presenting a facade of fairness while leveraging her strengths against another's weaknesses. Lu Wan could easily disregard her. Calmly observing Lin Yinyan, Lu Wan felt a sense of confusion. She considered herself quite indifferent, disinterested in competing with others, and sought to avoid the hassle of proving herself, having already distanced herself from these two. Yet, why did they keep approaching her? Raising an eyebrow, Lu Wan inquired, "You say I can make any request? Pray tell, what can you offer me?" The crowd murmured, feeling inexplicably intrigued. Lin Yinyan bit her lip, "Aside from money, anything will do. Are you too afraid?" The crowd reacted, "How cunning." They were eager to support Lu Wan and were willing to offer financial backing as well. This woman was bound to gain an advantage. They too wished to challenge Lu Wan. Lu Wan nodded. "If you're insistent, very well, but if you lose, you shall clean the corridors for 3 months." Lin Yinyan exhaled in relief. "Agreed, it's a deal." Jiang Boyang frowned and remarked to Lin Yinyan, "This matter does not concern you. You need not involve yourself." Lin Yinyan lowered her gaze, her voice soft. "I mean no other harm. I simply wish to assist you. After all, you've helped me greatly, and if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had this misunderstanding with Lu Wan." The sincerity and humility on the girl's face made Jiang Boyang reflect on their time together. He had not been overly dismissive. He understood that Lin Yinyan worked diligently in her studies, and her grades were commendable, likely surpassing those of Lu Wan. If this could lead to Lu Wan's apology, that would indeed be a positive outcome. Ultimately, he decided to let it go, as it wasn't his affair. "Do as you wish," he stated, rising to leave. As he passed Lu Wan, he cast a lingering glance in her direction, while Lu Wan deliberately chose to ignore his gaze. After everyone had departed, Lu Wan picked up the unfinished glass of iced cola from the table, casting a regretful glance at the last 2 bites of steak on the plate. Such a pity. It had grown cold and appeared quite tough. Those wretched nuisances. Oh, her steak. Word of the incident spread like wildfire among the onlookers, and within half an hour, numerous students were already aware of it. Today, Lu remained as charming as ever. Even in defeat, her allure was unscathed. Harry, observing the unusually silent Su Yao since the moment the bet was mentioned, could not help but inquire, "What's the matter? Have you suddenly lost your voice?" The usually spirited youth's sudden quietness was rather disconcerting. Su Yao scratched his head and replied slowly, "I truly did not expect this." "Harry." Su Yao frowned slightly, recalling how Lu Wan had nearly driven several science teachers to madness during her time at Ning County No. 1 High School. After Lu transferred, those teachers had resumed their desperate antics, as if performing on stage. Lu Wan's math teacher now felt compelled to scold a few times before each class. After all, how could such a promising student simply vanish? He criticized Lu Wan for her lack of loyalty. Moreover, she had not only left but had also participated in the midterm exam before doing so, leaving the second-place student trailing by several dozen points, creating a significant gap. Was this not a deliberate provocation? It was infuriating. Upon hearing the girl's suggestion, Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. How could anyone propose a comparison of grades with Lu Wan? It was utterly surreal. His silence stemmed from sheer astonishment. Su Yao slumped onto the table, intending to rest his eyes for a moment. He believed that after a meal, one was even more suited for slumber. The incessant chatter around him was increasingly irritating, prompting him to shut his eyes tighter. "Nian Nian, don't be nervous. This month's exam will surely go well," the class monitor reassured. "Indeed, if you're worried, we can study together at the school library tonight. I'll help you review," chimed another voice. "Regardless, we support you. You are truly brave." Lin Yan responded. "Thank you all for comforting me. Although I have confidence, I still wish to do my utmost." At the mention of his name, Su Yao lifted his head from the table, unable to restrain himself from frowning and exclaiming, "Who are you talking about? Are you all trying to get yourselves in trouble? Can you stop buzzing in my ear?" The others. "So you weren't sleeping after all." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback and softly said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. A few classmates merely wished to console me. It was not intentional." Yu Shuai pursed his lips and retorted, "Su Yao, you cannot take out your frustration on others just because you're unhappy about Lu Wan's impending loss in the bet." Lin Yan shook her head and told Yu Shuai, "Let it be. Don't say any more." Su Yao chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the group. What a bunch of fools. This was one of his rare declarative statements, devoid of profanity. The discussions among them nearly evoked laughter from him. What a ridiculous situation. They might as well settle it with a brawl against Luan. A few boys suddenly grew indignant but dared not voice their anger, especially since Su Yao had the audacity to challenge Jiang Boyang. Forget it. There's no need to argue with a lunatic. Lin Yan bit her lip, noticing that Su Yao harbored feelings for Luan, which explained his unwavering support for her. Su Yao typically did not pay much attention to himself, and given his cold demeanor, she suspected that Luan might have said something. The surroundings grew quiet, and Su Yao adjusted his position, preparing to resume his slumber when his phone began to vibrate once more. Cursing under his breath, he was momentarily silenced upon seeing the caller ID displaying Old Zhang. Reluctantly, he sat up to answer the call. Su Yao, there's still a month until summer break. I don't know for now. You little rascal. Are you trying to fool me? The attitude from the other end gradually spiraled into chaos, prompting Su Yao to decisively end the call. Awakened twice, he lost all desire to return to sleep. Old Zhang was a teacher at Ning County No. 1 High School, serving as Luan's mathematics instructor as well as the grade's academic director. That old man was truly something else, both rustic and eccentric. He always carried around an oversized water bottle, staunchly refusing to spend 2 yuan on buying water outside. He was the first to arrive at school and the last to leave, often pressing his face against the window, startling anyone who happened to pass by. Old Zhang had been at odds with Luan for over a year. He was dissatisfied with her lack of seriousness, as she would leave right after class and never attended voluntary evening study sessions or weekend tutorials. However, Luan's academic prowess was undeniable. She consistently excelled, much to Old Zhang's chagrin, who would increase the difficulty of his assignments in response. That little rascal, I refused to believe it. When Luan finally protested, asking if he could solve the problems he assigned within the hour, he retorted, "Come on then, here's my pen." Thus, their rivalry began. Through their ongoing confrontations, Old Zhang discovered Luan's remarkable talent in mathematics. She could devise solutions to his deliberately convoluted problems. It would be a shame for such a promising student not to participate in competitions. Yet, Ning County No. 1 High School focused solely on college entrance exams, neglecting the realm of competitions. To truly compete, one must possess innate talent and undergo specialized training from esteemed instructors. Aware that Luan lacked such resources, the miserly Old Zhang begrudgingly decided to fund her attendance at classes in the city. Before they left, he intended to have Luan sign an agreement to commit fully. However, Luan declined, citing a lack of time due to her weekend job and a disinterest in his proposal. Old Zhang did not anticipate that this little rascal would be so obstinate. It was his one moment of generosity, and yet he faced rejection. Their rivalry intensified. Old Zhang labeled Luan as an unambitious brat, oblivious to the gravity of her situation, while Luan retorted that he was a cantankerous old man, only complicating her already busy life. Eventually, Luan transferred schools, leading to Old Zhang's lengthy tirade. Knowing that Su Yao had a good relationship with Luan, he occasionally sought Su Yao's assistance. As a struggling student, Su Yao found it difficult to process such attention. At the time, Old Zhang disdainfully remarked, "Who needs her to care about me? Not necessary." Su Yao dismissed it, but a few days later, Old Zhang texted him, asking, "Didn't you say you would bring Luan to see me? When might that be?" Su Yao understood well that the old man held a favorable view of Luan. In Ning County, a scholarship that initially amounted to merely 1,000 per semester was significantly elevated to 7,000, thanks to the school's outreach to distinguished alumni for donations. This initiative aligns with the vision of Old Zhang, and Luan consistently clinches the top position in her studies. Su Yao is well aware that Luan would never utilize that sum for attending classes. She resolutely resolves her own matters without burdening others. However, should she encounter insurmountable challenges, she would not hesitate to seek assistance, demonstrating a pragmatic approach rather than stubbornly shouldering everything alone. Su Yao recollects 3 instances where Luan did indeed reach out for help, the first being when her foster father insisted she withdraw from school. The third when her foster mother passed away, rendering her unable to cope alone. As for the second occasion, ever since Su Yao entered junior high, she had been quite the troublemaker, but that particular incident truly instilled fear in her. Even after several years, the memory still evokes trepidation. In the afternoon, the school's official WeChat account, as anticipated, released a new update. The students had long foreseen this and eagerly awaited a platform to publicly discuss and digest the unfolding drama. Within less than an hour, hundreds of comments had already flooded in. The post detailed a wager between the charity student Lin Yan and Luan. With the upcoming monthly exam serving as the stakes, Should Luan lose, she would publicly apologize to Jiang Boyang, while the charity student would be tasked with cleaning the corridors for 3 months in the event of her defeat. Hua Manjiazu. It's a sure bet. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Zhu Bao Sanduo. The charity student has the upper hand, considering the school's scholarship students are held to academic standards. I don't care. I'm rooting for President Liu. Why does Lin Yinyan always challenge President Liu? Is she seeking attention? Nanan. I support Lin Yinyan. She's quite commendable for standing up for her friends. Qingsen, it's easy for you to say that. When has the school bully ever needed someone to step in for them? Jean Tang. President Liu is not being clever. Nevertheless, I still adore her. Yangguang Beiho. I've seen Lin Yinyan. She truly is adorable. Isua. I scrolled through the comments and noticed that those defending Lin Yinyan are all male. To be frank, I'm quite annoyed by her. Harry perused the comments and then looked up to say, it seems everyone is quite gossipy. President Liu, can I trust what Su Yao says? Although he shared a desk with Lu Wan and attended the same classes, the specifics of the situation were beyond his understanding as an underperforming student. Lu Wan, no problem. Harry, well, that makes sense. With only a week until the monthly exam, many of Lu Wan's acquaintances, aware of the wager, sent her encouraging notes, urging her to remain calm and assuring her that losing was inconsequential, merely a matter of a verbal apology. You won't lose anything. You still look great, President Liu. Zhao Yihong, having come across this update, turned to Qin Yinqing beside him and inquired, President, who do you think will win?
Luan.
No way. Everyone says Lin Yinyan has a better chance. You must be mistaken. Qin Yinqing, I choose Luan. Zhao Yihong, that's biased. Is it simply because you know her? Qin Yinqing, exactly, which is why I will always choose her. Zhao Yihong, President, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Lin Yinyan dedicated herself wholeheartedly to preparing for the exam, studying late into the night. Within the confines of the school, there were occasional instances where individuals attempted to dampen her spirits, yet she remained unfazed, viewing them as a form of resilience training, patiently awaiting the release of her examination results, confident that all would soon come to a close. The week passed swiftly, and before she knew it, the day of the monthly examination arrived. This was the first examination for Lu Wan and Lin Yanyan since their transfer.
Su Yao was also part of this.
Albeit everyone tacitly agreed to temporarily disregard the spirited lad, who clearly seemed to be a mere filler. The school had randomly assigned students from various classes to different examination rooms. Lu Wan found herself in the second examination room, and, as fate would have it, a classmate sat beside her. In the morning they were to take the comprehensive science exam. Yu Shuai, noticing Lu Wan's gaze, discreetly shielded his paper with his hand. Lu Wan thought to herself, is this necessary? The exam hadn't even commenced. The proctor merely distributed the answer sheets in advance for the candidates to write their names. Exasperated, she mused, what are you hiding? Are you some clandestine operative who cannot be seen? In a hushed tone, she teasingly remarked, what's the matter? Afraid I might copy you? Yu Shuai, with a feigned look of righteousness, retorted, abandon that thought. I would rather perish than assist you in cheating. Lu Wan, frustrated, replied, for heaven's sake. Why would I want to lower my own accuracy by looking at yours? She understood that this fellow was merely a tool at the service of the female protagonist, but his dedication was rather excessive. A classmate nearby, upon completing a question, instinctively shielded their work with their hand, akin to a hen protecting her chicks. Lu Wan found their behavior rather absurd and wondered if they were not exhausted from such vigilance. Did the left side of their face bear the word cheat while the right side bore integrity? If they insisted on this, she could not simply acquiesce. With a mischievous glint, Lu Wan elongated her neck, feigning interest in her neighbor's paper while leisurely tackling her own questions, occasionally reminding her neighbor to maintain a tighter guard. Consequently, the neighboring student remained in a heightened state of alert, contorted in an ergonomically unfit position while attempting to complete the exam. This elaborate charade, of course, hindered their focus on the test. The comprehensive science exam was extensive and posed a fair level of difficulty. Even as Lu Wan completed her paper with 20 minutes remaining, her neighbor had yet to finish 2 major questions by the time the submission bell rang. After such a vigorous performance, the outcome was less than stellar. Yu Shuai emerged from the examination room, utterly bewildered, as though he had just awakened from a dream. It was crucial to note that the final 2 major questions carried over 20 points. Failing to answer them meant his total score would be at least 20 points lower than his peers, undoubtedly resulting in a decline in his ranking. He turned to glare at the instigator, indignantly exclaiming, Lu Wan, you did this on purpose. Lu Wan replied nonchalantly, and what of it? The proctor didn't say anything, and the exam didn't require us to remain perfectly still. Is it so wrong to stretch my neck a bit? Yu Shuai was left speechless. Lu Wan, with one hand in her pocket, whistled and teased. For the next exams, you should continue shielding your paper like that. I guarantee you won't finish any of them. Yu Shuai, exasperated, exclaimed, "This person is truly insufferable." He hastily moved forward, intent on confronting her regarding her antics. Unexpectedly, Lu Wan, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, causing those behind her to nearly collide with her. She suppressed her smile, adopting a serious demeanor as she inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Yu Shu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the tales of her prowess in previous altercations. The words he had prepared faltered on his tongue. He stood there, lost in thought. Lu Wan gazed down at him, asserting, "Classmate Tool, since you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave." Standing at 177 centimeters. Her height was notably above average even among boys, and this classmate was certainly shorter than she. Yu Shu thought to himself, "Indeed, she is deliberately provoking me. She possesses none of Lin Yan Yan's charm." As the afternoon exam commenced, Yu Shu initially attempted to shield his paper, but as time slipped away, he abandoned that effort entirely. During the subsequent assessments, he resigned himself to honesty. Lu Wan shrugged, reflecting that had she anticipated this outcome, she would have acted differently. How foolish. Exams at Shangda High School were typically crafted by the teachers, with an almost 100 college admission rate each year. While many students gained admission to prestigious institutions, including Tsinghua and Peking University, others were accepted into esteemed foreign universities, including Ivy League schools. The teachers' examination papers, while grounded in the curriculum, diverged significantly from the examination style at Lu Wan's previous school. Professor Lu, aware of his daughter's monthly examination, took it upon himself to ensure her well-being. He approached, took her backpack, and assisted her to her seat, gently massaging her shoulders as he reassured, "Once the exam is over, let it be. Do not dwell on it." Lu Wan responded with a non-committal sound. Beside her, Lu Bu scoffed, "This is quite exaggerated. You make it sound like a battlefield. When I had exams, you never offered me such comfort." Professor Lu retorted, "Be quiet. Today is your sister's exam. Do you have not a single kind word to say? Share some auspicious sentiments." Lu Bu replied, "What do you mean by auspicious words? Am I a hotel greeter? Is this how you regard the dreams of countless young girls?" Under Professor Lu's watchful gaze, Lu Bu half-heartedly uttered, "Wishing you a triumphant start, outshining the competition." In truth, Lu Wan had previously mentioned that her academic performance was commendable. However, at Shangda High School, each class housed a significant number of top scholars. The institution not only admitted students from the city, but also from both domestic and international locations. The disparity between the high achievers and those of average performance was stark. Nevertheless, even the average students often found their way into reputable universities through various means. The top-tier students were indeed remarkable, with several emerging as provincial top scorers in recent years. Thus, despite Lu Wan's strong academic record, the educational resources of her former school in the county were significantly different from those at her current institution, likely resulting in an adjustment period. Observing Lu Wan, who was focused on her meal, Lu Bu empathized with her situation. He contemplated and remarked, "You may have ranked among the top at your previous school, but at this new one, you might find yourself in the lower middle tier. There will certainly be an adjustment period, but you will acclimatize over time." "I experienced the same," Lu Wan asserted. "Not me. I will strive for first place." "We are not the same," Lu Bu cautioned. "All right, just don't speak too confidently. You might find yourself in tears later." It was rare for him to offer words of comfort, yet he was surprised to find Lu Wan truly steadfast in her resolve. Lu Bu is regarded as intelligent among his peers, possessing a learning ability that likely surpasses that of 80 of his contemporaries. However, when compared to his father's students, who are extraordinary talents with a minuscule probability of being top scorers or competition medalists, and some who even advanced to university at the tender age of 15, the disparity becomes evident. His overall abilities are commendable, and with the aid of recommendation letters penned by his father's esteemed friends, he secured admission to Stanford University. Yet, upon arrival, he soon realized that the true challenges were just beginning. Each day was filled with relentless assignments and research papers, and the Asian students around him were exceptionally diligent and astute. Lu Bu, who considered himself merely average in intelligence, felt like an underachiever among them. Consequently, he resolved to withdraw from Stanford and venture into the entertainment industry. Having studied Latin dance, achieved a level 8 proficiency in violin, secured second place in shooting competitions, and ranked in amateur skiing. Lu Buyu's talents, while seemingly inconsequential for a science and engineering student, proved advantageous in the entertainment realm. His dance training endowed him with exceptional physical coordination. 7 years of violin practice enriched his theoretical knowledge of music, facilitating his foray into recording. His well-developed athleticism allowed him to endure the rigors of demanding work, even participating in various physically intensive variety shows. Equipped with numerous commendable attributes, Lu Buyu was swiftly dubbed a natural star upon his debut. While his popularity surged, he also faced skepticism and criticism. It wasn't until the year before last that he accepted a script for a military-themed film. The entertainment industry comprises both light and arduous tasks, and Lu Buyu chose the latter, which entailed significant hardships. He endured several weeks of continuous shooting in an indoor studio under near 50-degree conditions, clad in long sleeves and pants, persevering despite the lack of even basic facilities like public restrooms. Since his debut, he had primarily portrayed roles of affluent young men, but for this particular role as a tough guy, he shaved his head, startling many of his detractors. Although he could not be compared to professional actors, he certainly eclipsed other idols, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of popularity. Even the male forums that had previously targeted him saw a marked improvement in sentiment, with members expressing surprise at Lu Buyu's depth, acknowledging that he was more than just a pretty face. His fans showered him with praise for his dedication and resilience. Although he remained oblivious to this perception, filming proved to be significantly less taxing than research. During his time at Stanford, he often endured 3 sleepless nights a week, inundated with complex data that left his mind reeling. Being an idol was undeniably simpler than grappling with mathematics and the sciences. Observing Lu Wan, who was voraciously consuming food, Lu Buyu mused that at least he had a good attitude, a strength in itself. The monthly examinations spanned 2 days, with the weekend following the completion of the tests. Teachers would diligently grade the papers during the break, and the results would be distributed in class after the respective subjects resumed. However, a long-standing school tradition dictated that a ranking list of the top 100 students would be posted in the announcement area after each monthly exam. On Monday morning, Lu Wan departed 20 minutes earlier than usual, eager and anxious to discover her ranking for the first time. Upon her arrival, she found several students already gathered in front of the announcement board, awaiting the teacher responsible for posting the results. "Lu Wan, are you here to check your ranking too?" Su Rao inquired with a smile. Are you?" Lu Wan replied. Su Rao. "Indeed, however. I did not come to observe my own standing but rather to witness your ranking. I firmly believe you will make it onto the list. By the way, do you think I am being too nosy?" Lu Wan shrugged. "Of course not. Thank you for believing in me." The surrounding classmates, initially surprised, suddenly understood. This was the reason for Su Rao's presence here, as her grades had always remained stable. Perhaps it was the sight of Lu Wan and Su Rao together that caused the number of students passing by and pausing to await the rankings to triple. Many were curious about the outcome of the bet between Lu Wan and Lin Yanyan, eager to be the first to learn the juicy details. Others, familiar faces, approached to greet them. "Lu, are you here to await the results? Don't be anxious. I'm not particularly fond of top students. I prefer those who are lively and interesting. All that aside, your mindset is admirable. It's not easy being a top student, as they can often be rather dull. You're doing wonderfully." Lu Wan, "All right then, as long as you're happy." 5 minutes later, Lin Yanyan and Yu Shuai arrived at the notice board. Yu Shuai glanced at Lu Wan, then turned to Lin Yanyan and said, "Don't be nervous. We've compared answers, and your score will undoubtedly place you in the top 100. It was truly vexing that Lu Wan had underperformed in her first 2 subjects, which would likely drop her at least 30 places this time. "Thank you. I owe you one this time." Lin Yanyan nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Wan, feeling a bit relieved. In fact, she was quite confident. Moreover, she had already prepared what she would say to Lu Wan after the teacher posted the rankings. She firmly believed that grades do not define a person, whereas Lu Wan held an opposing view. Yet, even by her standards, she, with better grades, had triumphed. She intended to clarify this before all her classmates and also compel Lu Wan to apologize to Jiang Boyang. A young teacher approached with a large poster, and the awaiting students turned their attention to him, the atmosphere growing inexplicably tense. The teacher, while applying solid glue to the bulletin board, smiled and said, "So many of you are waiting today. It's wonderful to see your concern for your results." He spoke as he carefully affixed the poster, smoothing it down meticulously. The collective student body. It was not solely about their own scores. The rankings were posted from the bottom up, obscured at the top, and Lin Yanyan and Yu Shuai simultaneously held their breath, peering at the revealed portion. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96. Their gazes halted at the number 85. It was remarkably close to their estimations. Lin Yan had achieved an impressive score of 85, placing her among the top of the year. This guaranteed her victory in the bet, and a splendid one at that. It is noteworthy that only top students could secure a place within the top 100. The young teacher finally smoothed down the corners, stepping back to reveal the complete list. First place, Chen Yanqing. Second place, Su Rao. Third place, Luan. The font for the top 3 names was notably larger than the others, making them stand out prominently. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into silence, broken only by the sound of gasps. In a moment of treachery, when the esteemed Lu was burdened by academic concerns, those who intended to exploit the opportunity with their gentle overtures were left utterly bewildered. With gifts and soothing words prepared, what was presented instead? One must ponder. Which high school student does not harbor an admiration for academic excellence? I adore the top scholars, and I hope they cherish me in return. Yet, one must acknowledge that Chen Yanqing and Su Rao have long held the positions of first and second place, unwavering in their dominance. Was it not stated that Luan's previous school and the current curriculum differed? Clearly, something must have gone awry. Song Qianqian appeared perplexed. She had envisioned that once the results were released, she would propose tutoring Luan, thereby fostering a closer connection. Instead, she found herself in 8th place, while Luan secured a commendable 3rd position. Farewell. The scores of the top 2 academic prodigies consistently soared above their peers, far outpacing the other scholars. Yet Luan was merely 3 points shy of the 2nd place. Lu, do you have anything to say? Before Luan could respond, the arriving Su interjected.
What?
I cannot believe my eyes. Luan, you did not achieve 1st place. Ha ha, today is your day indeed. The crowd echoed in disbelief. Today is your day. What does that even mean? In that moment, they seemed to lose their grasp on their own language. This today represented a tomorrow that many could never attain. And to rank among the top few required more than mere effort. Intellect, too, has its limits. All eyes turned to Luan, who was casually enjoying a lollipop. Lu, you ought to speak up. Earlier, she had been inundated with breakfast offerings from both male and female classmates. Although she had already eaten, receiving breakfast from others was not a significant issue. It could easily be avoided to prevent waste. At most, she could accept one more meal, but she chose to reject all. Ultimately, Su Rao handed her a lollipop, allowing her to claim her mouth was occupied, effectively dismissing the eager classmates who approached her. With the lollipop in her mouth, Luan gazed at the leaderboard and sincerely exclaimed, "Wow, everyone is so impressive." The top of the list was filled with remarkable scores, all exceptional talents. Her new school was indeed teeming with hidden gems, which was quite exhilarating. She did not feel regret over not achieving 1st place. Rather, she found the experience refreshing, inexplicably ignited with a competitive spirit. Perhaps next time, she could aim for the top. The crowd murmured, "This is not what we wanted to hear." No, no, no. And Lu, what qualifications do you have to say such things from 3rd place? Just leave, will you? But not too far, we do miss you. Lin Yan could scarcely believe Luan had attained 3rd place. After all, Su, who had maintained a close friendship with Lu before their school transfer, rarely completed assignments. Given their proximity, how could their academic performance diverge so drastically? The first thought that flashed through her mind was that there must be some sort of error. Yet, the leaderboard clearly displayed Luan's name. In every grade, it is improbable to find individuals bearing identical names. At Shangda High School, those who rank within the top 100 in monthly exams are undoubtedly academic prodigies. However, distinctions exist even among the average scholars, elite scholars, and academic deities. The top 3 positions are occupied by unattainable academic deities, revered from a distance, while the 4th to 10th ranks consist of formidable elite scholars, whose positions are seldom challenged. The ranks from 10th to 40th are filled with commendable scholars, whose standings fluctuate frequently amidst fierce competition. Those ranked from 40th to 70th are well-rounded scholars without any discernible weaknesses. Beyond the 70th rank, the differences become less pronounced, resembling a competitive banquet where everyone vies for their position. Lin Yan's achievement of securing a spot within the top 100 as a charity student is commendable. She, like Luan, transitioned from a county town in the south, adapting to a new curriculum that diverges from her previous studies. Nevertheless, the core concepts of high school education remain largely unchanged, especially in the sciences, thus minimizing any significant impact. At her former school, Lin Yan consistently ranked among the top 3 students in her grade. She is aware that her new school is incomparable to her previous one, and her aspiration is to make it onto the list of the top 100, a goal she is satisfied with. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that Luan had secured the third position. She never anticipated losing the bet, realizing there existed such a considerable gap between their ranks. With her thoughts muddled, she found herself unprepared for this unforeseen scenario, feeling an unsettling sense of unreality, as if her feet were not firmly planted on the ground. Lu, come, please deliver a speech for those who made it into the top 3. Song Qian raised her hand, striking a pose as if conducting an interview. The tardy Harry muttered, "This is utterly unethical, denying others even the slightest opportunity to shine, yet I find it rather enjoyable." He proceeded to pull out his phone to record, seeking motivation for himself in the future. Luan, lollipop in mouth, gazed at her name displayed above. "One must strive for excellence in learning. I wish to ascend further if possible." Su Rao surpassed her by 3 points. Yet the first-place student, Chen Yanqing, outshone her by a staggering 20 points. Previously, Luan had maintained a significant lead over the second-place contender by several dozen points. This was an unprecedented situation. Intriguingly, her competitive spirit ignited fervently. Su Yao scoffed, "I see you are feeling rather unsettled. Not securing the first position has surely vexed you, leading you to deem the third place as unsatisfactory." The crowd responded with a collective gasp. "Please, for the love of all that is good, spare us your words." Was he not insulting Luan, but rather all present? Su Yao had ranked at the bottom of his class before transferring and now found himself in a similar predicament. Evidently, he perceived little difference in the new school, aside from an abundance of pretentiousness and eccentric individuals. Luan, disinterested in casting a glance at Su Yao, calmly stated, "Everyone, please disperse. Class is about to commence."
No.
"Lu, you won the bet with the charity student." A girl bit her lip, remaining silent. Under the scrutiny of all, Luan approached Lin Yan, halting only when she reached her side. Yu Shu wore a wary expression, pondering what her intentions might be. Was she about to publicly belittle Lin Yan in front of their classmates? He spoke up first. "Yan has been working diligently these days, hardly taking any proper rest. Unlike you all, she has to work part-time at the convenience store every weekend, balancing her studies while earning money. You people simply do not understand." Luan replied, "Oh, so you don't need a part-time job. What rank did you achieve?" Yu Shuai stammered. Luan glanced at the rankings. "Oh, 78th place. Fortunately, you managed to block me during the exam. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently referenced your answers and ended up scoring only in the 80s. Laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates. "Lu, you are truly humorous. Well, it seems fortunate. Otherwise, I might have lost the bet." Yu Shuai, who managed to become the class monitor of Class 4, was known for his good temper and patience. He had decent rapport with his classmates, facilitating harmony among them. The homeroom teacher had tasked him with looking after the transfer student, but he seemed to be overly attentive to Lin Yan. His own ranking had dropped 20 places compared to last time. Yu Shuai's face turned pale. Yet he could not utter a word. The day after the exam, to ensure he could concentrate on answering questions, he had specifically approached the invigilator beforehand, expressing concerns that Luan might plagiarize his and other students' answers and needed close monitoring. The invigilator, who was usually a substitute teacher, took Yu Shuai's words seriously. During the math exam, while Yu Shuai was still tackling the fill-in-the-blank questions, Luan had already progressed to the second problem-solving question. The invigilator stood by for 10 minutes. Although not a math teacher, he could distinguish between careless scribbling and earnest effort. By the time Yu Shuai completed the fill-in-the-blank section, Luan had finished the third problem-solving question. The invigilator, bemused yet intrigued, continued to observe Luan's work. Her thought process was clear, and even her draft paper was neatly organized. Though he could not comprehend the content, it was indeed a pleasure to behold. This student was evidently quite capable. Why would she need to plagiarize others' answers? After the exam, the invigilator approached Yu Shuai, saying, "How dare you play pranks on the teacher? This will not be tolerated again." Yu Shuai felt something was amiss, suspecting that the invigilator favored Luan for some reason. Now, with the results released showing Luan outperforming him in every subject, it was no wonder the invigilator had made such comments that day. Luan turned to Lin Yan, who pondered for a moment before saying, "For the next 3 months, make sure the corridor is kept clean." The boys standing behind Lin Yan looked utterly shocked and incredulous. "Is that really necessary? Doesn't the school have janitors? Once is enough, and 3 months is excessive." Harry interjected, "If the punishment for losing the bet doesn't count, then it loses all its significance." This bet was initiated by Lin Yan herself with Lu. Perhaps she would be quite happy to clean the corridor. You don't understand. So refrain from disrupting others' arrangements. Sue glared at the effeminate boy, who would be happy to clean the corridor. You are truly something else, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Lin Yen Yen took a deep breath, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. I will do it if this is what Luan wants to see. Luan replied, no. No, this is the consequence of your loss. It is not what I wish to see that drives you to do this. The sight of the girl with tear-filled eyes was indeed heart-wrenching. Is this truly an affront? A boy murmured softly. Luan turned her gaze towards the speaker in the crowd. Upon meeting his eyes, he promptly fell silent. Luan wished to steer clear of any association with the so-called kiss-fish, as it was always he who sought her out, leading to countless troubles and a waste of time. She lowered her head and asked Lin Yen Yen, do you think I am bullying you? Lin Yen Yen remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, biting her lip to suppress her emotions. The delicate yet resolute demeanor elicited further sympathy and indignation from several boys who were close to her. Luan was indeed crossing the line. A smile nearly escaped Luan's lips. She had neither the time nor the inclination to create chaos. With the monthly exams merely a prelude to the impending final assessments, she extended her hand and, without warning, pressed Lin Yen Yen against the bulletin board. Although Luan's strength was modest, the bulletin board was inherently unstable, causing Lin Yen Yen's back to collide with it, producing a resounding thud. The dramatic display left everyone in shock. Let me make myself clear, she declared. This is what I call bullying, understand? Only now can you claim that I am bullying her. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. I am not familiar with this classmate. She has always been the one to provoke me, inserting herself into matters that are none of her concern. With a pause, Luan looked down at Lin Yen Yen and added, do you truly wish to force me to expel you? Lin Yen Yen's face drained of color, her eyes wide with disbelief directed at Luan. Though she disapproved of the entitled demeanor exhibited by certain students at the school, she had fought hard to be here and had no desire to leave. Lin Yen Yen spoke haltingly. Classmate Lin Wan, I have never targeted you. Have I offended you in some way? I believe there must be a misunderstanding between us. If you do not wish to be expelled, then study diligently and fulfill your obligations to the school after graduation. The charity program chosen by Shangda offered full tuition waivers and additional assistance, which would continue to support impoverished students' college expenses. In the narrative, Lin Yen Yen had failed to uphold her end of the contract, causing a scandal with Jiang Boyang, leading the school board to cancel the charity initiative for various reasons. Lin Yen Yen was the first and indeed the only beneficiary of the program. Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she replied, I will certainly do so. Luan chuckled softly. I hope you live up to your word.
Luan.
You are going too far, said Yu Shuai. If it were you, could you fulfill that? Of course I can, Luan asserted. If given the opportunity to attend Shangda and access the finest educational resources for free, she would be more than willing to honor the contract. It was not merely a matter of contractual obligation. Lin Yen Yen's breach had deprived other impoverished students of potential educational opportunities through the program. Not everyone is afforded multiple chances. Few can empathize, yet Luan could, understanding the preciousness of such an opportunity. Her words resonated with conviction, her stance unwavering, silencing those who initially doubted her resolve as a privileged girl speaking, without understanding hardship. When Luan was in the 5th grade, her adoptive mother was incredibly resourceful, selling pancakes in the morning, braised dishes at night, cold noodles in the summer, and roasted sweet potatoes in the winter. Diligence in work can yield substantial financial rewards, yet it often demands relentless effort, leaving one with little respite. Without such earnings, the support for a drunken man's indulgences within a 10-kilometer radius remains unattainable.
Luan,
a student at an isolated elementary school, faced ostracism from her entire class due to her unique skill of slaughtering chickens. If she refused to comply, they threatened to deny her the opportunity to continue her education. Thus, Luan found herself squatting at the entrance, executing the chickens, their desperate flails leaving her splattered in blood on her first attempt. A few girls from her class happened by and witnessed the scene. The young girls, accustomed to a sheltered life, deemed Luan's actions cruel, speculating that such a penchant for violence could lead to more sinister deeds in the future. As rumors spread, Luan became increasingly isolated. Not only the girls, but also many boys ceased to engage with her. Reflecting on the situation later, she recognized the normalcy in their reactions. For most children were cherished at home, and the act of killing a chicken seemed abhorrent. Nevertheless, as a child herself, the experience was profoundly painful. After the chickens were slaughtered, her adoptive father still forbade her from attending school, insisting it was a waste of time compared to helping her adoptive mother earn more money. Her adoptive mother's words held no weight. She was met with violence and verbal abuse, having no voice in her own life. Eventually, Luan would come to understand this as a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome. The teachers, aware of her plight, were furious yet powerless, unable to reason with someone so irrational. Disregarding the principles of compulsory education, a teacher nearing retirement, moved by Luan's circumstances, offered her refuge in her home for a few days to escape the turmoil. Each day after school, Luan's adoptive father would wait at the gate, but her classmates banded together to shield her, allowing her to blend into the crowd and escape unnoticed for several consecutive days. In elementary school, the distinction between boys and girls was stark, with even the closest of classmates drawing lines to assert their positions. However, upon entering junior high, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Handsome boys became a rare commodity, and Luan lamented her youthful ignorance for missing opportunities with them. How many handsome boys could one encounter in a lifetime? The missed chances weighed heavily on her. As the conversation progressed, she reminded her peers of their agreement to clean the corridor. Should they believe her to be unlikable, they were free to avoid her, thus sparing her time, whether intentionally or not. After all, they truly could not afford to provoke her. To her astonishment, her counterpart reacted unexpectedly, their expression shifting rapidly, leaving them utterly speechless. The boys who had previously crowded around her now fell silent. Once Luan departed, those lingering classmates eagerly engaged in animated discussions about her. My goodness, everything she does seems to captivate me. Even her silence draws me in, one remarked. I want to wager on who will fall first. If I lose, I'll arrange a wall slam immediately. Another chimed in, eager to gamble as well. The group turned their gaze toward Lin Yinyan, who had just lost a bet. Envy brewed among them. This woman, regardless of her other qualities, seemed to be playing a cunning game against Luan. How could they have overlooked this? It was maddening. Lin Yinyan's face betrayed a myriad of emotions as she instinctively stepped back, nodding in acknowledgement before retreating hastily. The scrutinizing gazes from all around made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Uninformed passers-by in the early morning were startled by the students gathered before the bulletin board. This group of individuals was making a clucking noise akin to that of chickens. Even if it were the announcement of results, such exuberance seemed rather excessive. You are truly remarkable, exclaimed a boy in the front row, turning his head with an expression of admiration. Sue remarked with pride, not only did we secure third place, but Lu is about to overshadow the previous first place holder. That fellow named Chun something. He harbored a dislike for the pretty boy. The two shared identical math scores, yet in English. The other had triumphed over her by 3 points, and in science by 2 points. These discrepancies were negligible. However, the crux of the matter lay in Chen Yinqing's Chinese score of 140. Luan's score in the same subject was merely 126, a full 14 points less, which accounted for the overall difference. Luan, perplexed, inquired, how could Chen Yinqing attain such a high score in Chinese? Su Rao seemed to have scored 136 as well. The boy in the front row replied with an air of nonchalance, there's nothing impossible about it. The male deity can achieve anything. He has never scored below 130 in Chinese, with his best being 143. On that occasion, he answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly, received full marks for translation, yet lost 2 points on the essay, 1 point for language and literature, and 4 points on 3 reading comprehension passages. His prowess is almost inhuman. Luan responded, only 2 points deducted for the essay? I would love to see his paper to understand how he achieved that. While she did not particularly struggle in any subject, a good performance in Chinese generally yielded around 130 points. How did he manage it? Luan was filled with questions. The boy in the front row chuckled softly. No need to ask. The difference between man and deity is simply insurmountable. Luan sighed. Harry glanced at the returned exam papers. His face clouded with dismay as he lamented, it's too difficult. English is exceedingly challenging. Luan's voice was soft. Aren't you British? How could you not pass English? Harry replied, please, Lu, I was born and raised in China. If my father discovers my score, he will undoubtedly lose his temper and accuse me of forgetting my roots. English is just too hard. After expressing his frustrations, Harry pulled out his phone, ready to check for any new gossip. As expected, enthusiastic bystanders had promptly submitted accounts of the morning's events to the public account. Today marked the release of the monthly exam results, bringing joy to some and despair to others. Few could concentrate during the early self-study session. Luan from Class 4 ranked third in the monthly exam, while the charity student ranked over 80. The latter lost a bet and must clean the corridor for 3 months. Is Lou handsome today? Absolutely stunning. 2333. My Lou is truly versatile. Such outstanding results. The aura of a domineering CEO is present. 0. The exhibition board is where the fairy tale of this goddess began. I nearly passed out from bliss. Madame Lou. Lou is both handsome and beautiful. Having her is akin to possessing both a wife and a husband. What a treasure. Easily offended. She's straight, okay? I admire Lou, the goddess. Perpetually sleepy. If she liked women, that would be ideal. If she prefers men, then I am a man. Fireworks. I used to only like handsome guys, but now it seems Lou is perfect in every way. It must be my lack of effort. Perched on the wall. How I loathe that charity student. Why does she constantly seek attention, making me want to place a bet too? Leaves of the tree. It should be blamed on Zhao Yan, as she took the first step down a troublesome path. Must one truly offend my esteemed General Lou to elicit a leg-dangling encounter? Is it necessary to wager a bet to experience a wall-dangling moment? Lost in contemplation. Zhao Yan perused the public account, thoroughly incensed. Since discovering that Lu Wan was a bit unhinged, she had refrained from provoking her, wishing to avoid public humiliation. More vexing than Lu Wan's third place in the exam was the audacity of comparing her to Lin Yan Yan. Zhao Yan discerned Lin Yan Yan's tactics. Though the number of boys surrounding her was few, their loyalty was unwavering. When boys confessed their feelings to Lin Yan Yan, she would express her reluctance with a tinge of guilt, only to later console and praise them for their virtues. The other girls at school, hailing from affluent backgrounds, tended to exhibit a touch of arrogance, yet Lin Yan Yan, with her gentle and attentive demeanor, stood out remarkably. Curiously, she effortlessly befriended all the boys who faced rejection, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. Each boy believed that Lin Yan Yan held no special affection for the others, and thus they endeavored even harder. Zhao Yan, possessing a keen self-awareness, still looked down upon Lin Yan Yan. How could they even be compared? It was utterly infuriating. Harry skimmed through the comments, all filled with eager individuals ready to cross boundaries. He glanced at his deskmate, questioning whether this was truly acceptable. Lu Wan had merely expressed a casual desire to review others' exam papers, yet after Su Yao made a trip to the boys' restroom, the situation drastically shifted. Given Su Yao's good rapport with Lu Wan, it was only natural for others to inquire upon seeing him. By the second period, rumors began to circulate. Su Yao's exact words were, "My General Lu will inevitably achieve first place. The top 2 should wisely submit their papers for our General Lu's perusal. Why else would they overshadow her, particularly in language arts?" Such brazen words, through repeated retelling, morphed into, "General Lu intends to trample Su Rao underfoot and Chen Yanqing with her other foot. Henceforth, all examination papers must be reviewed by her, and she will tutor the other 2. Everyone was astounded, yet found no fault in the statements. After all, Lu Wan had secured third place, only 2 ranks away from the top. Although Chen Yanqing was formidable, anything was possible. General Lu's declaration was undeniably assertive, yet it inexplicably stirred a sense of fervor. Such bold proclamations were not uttered by just anyone. Unbeknownst to them, a strange admiration blossomed. The classmates regarded Lu Wan with newfound respect. Indeed, General Lu was no ordinary figure. Upon learning of these rumors, Lu Wan wished to reprimand Su Yao for his loose tongue. During the third period break, Su Rao approached. In the corridor, Su Rao inquired earnestly, "Lu Wan, I have heard you intend to trample me and assist in reviewing my exam paper?" Lu Wan responded, seemingly flustered. Su Rao, noticing her distress, chuckled and added, "I was merely jesting. I know you are curious about my superior performance. Here, I have brought my answer sheet for you." Lu Wan hesitantly accepted it, replying, "Thank you, you are truly kind." Su Rao sighed. "Do you genuinely believe I am kind?" Lu Wan replied, "Of course. Who would think otherwise?" Su Rao embodied the essence of a radiant goddess, possessing beauty, a delightful personality, eloquence in debate, and skills in skateboarding, dancing, and playing the piano. Su Rao participated in a speech competition focused on environmental protection last year, earning second place. The materials she gathered during her preparation profoundly moved her. Since then, she has made a concerted effort to utilize public transportation whenever possible, opting for dining in rather than takeout, and avoiding plastic bags in favor of eco-friendly alternatives. She does not impose her standards on others, instead choosing to hold herself accountable. This girl, perhaps, has reached a level of commitment that few can aspire to even after several lifetimes. Consequently, her popularity among the female students at school is exceptionally high. The classmates from Class 4 were quite surprised at Su Rao's visit. Given the vicious rumors circulating, many anticipated a confrontation, but to their astonishment, the atmosphere was remarkably cordial. The news of the second-ranked student seeking out the third-ranked student spread quickly, further fueled by earlier whispers about Lu Wan's intent to surpass the top 2 students, creating quite a buzz. In Class 1, Zhao Yihong looked up from his phone and relayed the gossip sent by Class 4, frowning as he remarked, "Lu Wan is being rather arrogant, isn't she?" Su Rao didn't even seem upset. Zhao Yihong added, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Chen Yinqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "It is somewhat inappropriate. I should handle it personally." Zhao Yihong was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is his house collapsing again? Idol, why must you do this? Hello, could you please call for Luan? Chen Yinqing repeated his request twice until the girl in question snapped back to reality. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her mind raced. Oh my goodness. Why is my crush here? Why is he calling for Luan? Luan glanced at the top student in the corridor, then stood up and walked out. The students in the back rows instantly erupted in excitement, more agitated than when Su Rao had arrived. What a divine spectacle. A confrontation was imminent. Chen Yinqing looked at Luan and asked, "I heard you plan to surpass me?"
Luan replied, "No."
Here we go again. She felt the urge to silence that big mouth of Su. Chen Yinqing remarked, "Though your request is rather peculiar if you insist. It's not entirely out of the question." He then shifted his foot forward slightly, indicating that she could proceed. Luan, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, quickly responded,
No, I didn't mean it that way."
Consequently, Chen Yinqing handed her the neatly folded answer sheet, saying, "Here you go. After you've read it, feel free to offer suggestions."
Ah.
All right, thank you. How did things take such an unexpected turn? However, since she had received the test paper, she certainly wanted to see what a mere 2-point deduction looked like. Upon opening it, Luan was momentarily stunned. The handwriting was so immaculate it resembled a printed font. The elegant and stylish small script, with each stroke of ink evenly applied, left no room for errors or smudging throughout the entire piece. It could easily serve as a template for calligraphy practice. How was such artistry achieved? The entire essay was a visual delight, akin to a form of enjoyment, compelling the grading teacher to read every single word rather than merely viewing it as a task. The content was exceptionally outstanding. Not only did she feel inclined to award full marks herself, but after reviewing each sentence, Luan concluded that even a 2-point deduction seemed excessive. From every perspective, it appeared nearly impossible to have written it any better. Luan was thoroughly convinced. Indeed, she was formidable. Students from the last 3 rows gathered around, recalling how Chen Yinqing's Chinese exam paper had previously been widely circulated as a template, with each student possessing a copy that many girls cherished. However, this was the authentic work. After perusing it, one could only marvel at the distinction between the divine and the mortal. The idol was truly meant to be revered from afar. Throughout the morning, Luan successfully collected the top 2 exam papers in her grade. After school, as she gazed at the papers on her desk, she fell into deep contemplation. Harry sensed something amiss. Could those around him have noticed as well? What thoughts occupied her mind? Luan's gaze gradually solidified with determination. "I do have thoughts. My classmates are so supportive. I too shall strive for such high scores. I can do it." Observing the exam papers of others, she could hardly contain her fierce, competitive spirit. Harry remarked, "Steel strong woman, I bid you farewell." Luan carefully tucked away the 2 papers, preparing to return them later with gratitude. It was destined to be an eventful day. During the lunch break, the public account released 2 updates along with a statement. The first was about the morning's gossip. Su Rao and Chen Yinqing were spotted outside Luan's classroom corridor. One might have expected a fierce battle akin to the 3 kingdoms, but instead, it was a contest between Xiao Qiao and Sun Quan vying for Liu Bei. Our Liu is indeed charming, skillfully attracting both boys and girls. Onlookers could only sigh at how those with excellent grades and good looks naturally gravitated towards one another. The second was a love wall post. My former and current partners are at odds, yet my ex and current partner maintain an amicable relationship. I profess my affection for my current partner, who is not only attractive but also talented and kind-hearted. May our love endure.
Upon seeing this,
many expressed their disbelief at the blatant implications. Your current partner is Lu Wan, your ex is Chen Yinqing, and your former ex is Jiang Boyang? Truly, you are a remarkable individual, exceedingly exceptional. However, news of Jiang Boyang had been notably scarce lately. Lastly, the administrator's statement read, "Since the inception of this public account, It has served multiple purposes: a love wall, gossip hub, emotional support, unofficial announcements, and communication platform. We thank our classmates for their continued support.
Today,
A new regulation has been instituted. A maximum of 2 messages from the same individual will be posted daily to avoid spamming. It was evident whom this regulation was intended for. The public account administrator was also perplexed, noting that all 5 posts today were related to Luan, including the carefully selected love wall segment. If this continued, would the account transform into a fan club solely for Luan? Moreover, as an emotionless conduit, it was increasingly challenging to remain rational, especially when considering that such numerous submissions did not seem exaggerated. Each one held merit. Luan was indeed quite charming. Action must be taken. While the onlookers felt a tinge of disappointment, they expressed understanding for the long-term sustainability and diversity of the public account. With the alteration of its regulations, Luan's allure was firmly established. Strangely, the collective curiosity about Luan had evolved into fervent enthusiasm. Skilled in combat yet possessing a fiery temper, she typically exudes a gentle demeanor. An academic prodigy with striking looks and long legs, she is, moreover, a cherished heiress, rendering these attributes all the more remarkable. Lin Yan has been keenly attentive to the public's opinions today, eager to discern how others perceive the wager between herself and Luan. Initially, there were comments that indeed cut deep. However, the spotlight soon shifted solely to Luan. While Lin Yan felt a sense of relief, she was also enveloped in a bittersweet melancholy. Yu Shuai noticed his deskmate's distractedness throughout the morning, having caught her daydreaming several times during class. Unable to restrain himself, he offered, "This matter has passed. There's no need for you to dwell on it. I will assist you with the cleanup in the corridor." "No, I do not wish to trouble you. Nor do I want you to be the subject of gossip among classmates," she replied, her voice faltering. She continued, albeit faintly, "Everyone seems to adore Luan. It is to be expected given her esteemed background and numerous friends. Am I truly that inferior in comparison?" Yu Shuai hastily reassured her, "Actually not at all." Just then, Su Yao, who had been resting on his desk, stirred awake and interjected, "Indeed, you are quite lacking. You cannot be compared to Lu, Mississippi." Lin Yan's expression faltered. "Su Yao, do you harbor a dislike for me?" Su Yao responded bluntly, "If you are asking about the comparison with Luan, I must speak candidly. If you merely seek compliments, then be forthright instead of soliciting opinions." Lin Yan remained silent. Yu Shuai added, "You cannot be compared to Luan, and it has nothing to do with wealth or popularity. Luan has spent years becoming who she is. How could this dejected girl possibly measure up?" Lin Yan felt tears welling up, yet Su Yao seemed oblivious to her distress, as he continued. "Having a group of boys chattering around you, disturbing my rest with their incessant banter, filled with nothing but boastful drivel. Aren't you tired of it? I'm on the verge of nightmares listening to it." He sighed. "I truly detest pretentious individuals." Though it was lunchtime, many students remained in the classroom.
Su Yao,
With his loud voice, required no effort to project. Everyone could hear him clearly. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the two in question. Lin Yan's voice trembled. "I'm sorry." Su Yao replied, "Do not say sorry. Just refrain from pestering and disturbing my sleep next time. Or it will be futile to say anything at all." With that, he turned away, pausing to flash a bright smile. "Come on, Luan. Let us go for a meal." Throughout, Su Yao remained unaware of the weight of his words. The three exited the classroom. Hallie shrugged. Su Yao's candor was not entirely a detriment, as he had found amusement in the exchange. "What do you think of Lin Yan?"
Su Yao replied.
"Her grades are commendable, she is beautiful, and she's fine overall, but her incessant chatter can be bothersome. I do not dislike her. Rather, it is the boys surrounding her that irritate me." Lin Yan embodies the archetype of the pure-hearted girl adored by boys. Yet her appeal primarily resonates with ordinary straight men, excluding those like Su Yao, who are somewhat oblivious. "Harry, I have already informed the cleaning lady responsible for our corridor that Lin Yan is in charge of the cleaning for the past 3 months and that she must not interfere, as this is Lin's practical activity, which requires daily reporting. Interference would disrupt Lin's plans." He spoke with utmost seriousness, and the cleaning lady assured him she would not interfere. "Do you truly despise her?"
Su Yao inquired.
Harry rolled his eyes inwardly. After all, Su had just embarrassed Lin in public and still dared to speak of her. Moreover, isn't it quite normal to honor a bet? He is merely safeguarding the integrity of their agreement. "Harry, though I may be a bit harsh, I believe I possess a certain charm in my demeanor, do I not? I simply cannot abide those who engage in whispered gossip, feigning innocence. yet subtly vie for the affections of men that belong to me. Su Yao shivered, rubbing her arms to dispel the chill, and quickly moved to the other side of Luan. Why must this person always behave so erratically? Luan, well, I suppose I should just contemplate what to have for lunch. As she sat down and prepared to eat, Harry reminded her to look behind. How peculiar. Did this individual not make their entrance accompanied by a narrative? Lately, the commentary seemed to have vanished, leaving her unprepared. Jiang Boyang wore a complex expression. Do you have nothing to say to me? Luan, engage in fewer fights and disputes, smile more and worry less. Jiang Boyang. Luan, study diligently, think critically, avoid plagiarism, and excel in exams. Jiang Boyang glared fiercely at her. She must be doing this on purpose. She knows full well of my poor grades and chooses to say such things. My matters with you have nothing to do with Lin Yinyan. 3 months of cleaning is quite excessive, Jiang Boyang stated. I refuse, and you have no standing here. Jiang Boyang. Luan, your eyes are quite red. Please maintain your distance. I would rather not catch any contagious afflictions from you. Hygiene is paramount in the cafeteria. This is one of those classic scenes in novels where the male and female leads argue, and Jiang Boyang gazes at Lin Yinyan with crimson eyes. Is it truly possible? However, one should focus on observing Lin Yinyan rather than fixating on her. It indeed affects one's appetite. Jiang Boyang felt a surge of anger rising within. The curious glances from those around began to multiply, and hushed discussions commenced. I must say, the school bully pales in comparison to Luan. I believe the ideal school bully should be like Luan, strong in fights and excellent in academics, without any shortcomings. Times have changed. Poor academic performance is truly a liability. I concur. Luan exudes a stronger presence. Jiang seems rather unreasonable. Jiang Boyang, infuriated, stumbled slightly, kicked the chair in front of her with force, and stormed away with a glum expression. Luan did not even glance up, continuing her meal undisturbed. As for the academic underperformers, they are to be disregarded, and one cannot even voice discontent. Truly, one cannot afford to provoke them. Li Daoyuan and 2 of his friends happened to be in the cafeteria as well. They witnessed the entire scene. Luan's infamous debut was when she had bested the 3 of them in an alley, leaving them utterly defeated. Who could possibly harbor fondness for someone who has laid them low? However, they were unable to retaliate against Luan, thus harboring their resentment in silence. Later, they realized that even the school bully did not hold sway in Luan's presence. Upon this revelation, they found the humiliation of their own defeat to be rather trivial. Li Daoyuan contemplated and suggested, I believe Luan has a promising future. Why not recognize her as our leader? Wu Yu concurred. I think that's a splendid idea. Let's follow her. Wang Jiahe, who had been dragged along against his will, rolled his eyes and frowned. Don't involve me. I still need to focus on my studies. The other 2 looked at him with exasperation. Is this how you want to live? Have you no sense of camaraderie? Li Daoyuan declared, you all wait here. I shall ascertain her intentions. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Yu eagerly inquired, what did she say? Li Daoyuan replied. She asked if I had watched too many gangster films. Wu Yu remarked, to be fair, those films are indeed entertaining. Li Daoyuan continued, she warned me that if I uttered any more nonsensical remarks, she would give me a head massage. Is that a good thing? A foot massage with a shoe? Li Daoyuan's expression was one of mixed emotions. The other 2 responded with incredulity. Wang Jiahe sighed, I knew it. Studying can be quite enjoyable. You just don't understand. The last time he was beaten by Luan, he tearfully vowed to improve from second to last place, promising to devote himself to his studies without distractions. For the past half-month, Wang Jiahe had immersed himself in his studies, fearing retribution. At first, it was a struggle, but he eventually found a sense of fulfillment in his routine, losing interest in gaming and idleness. He participated infrequently in group activities. Although he did not achieve the desired ranking in the monthly exam, his progress was significant, earning him praise from his teacher. His parents' attitude towards him improved considerably, and even his classmates began to encourage him. Li Daoyuan asked, what are you talking about? Wang Jiahe replied, studying is truly enjoyable, and I find Luan to be quite kind and gentle. The other 2 exchanged glances, as if to say, this is not the same person who cried after being beaten. Wang Jiahe added, last time, I mustered the courage to ask her for help with a math problem, and she surprisingly obliged. Although I didn't understand even after 4 explanations, that was my own fault for not studying diligently before. The other 2 exclaimed, could you please stop emphasizing studying? Wang Jiahe insisted, at our age, we should be learning, not just from textbooks but also acquiring other useful knowledge. I haven't decided what to focus on yet, so for now, I will concentrate on my studies. Who knows, I might transform from a poor student into an average one. The other two were taken aback. Wang Jia continued, I genuinely regret my past choices. To avoid future regrets, I must strive for improvement. Lu Wan mentioned she appreciates good grades, which means I initially lacked the qualifications. The other two were incredulous. Wang Jia, embarrassed, said, I really can't discuss this with you anymore. I need to study. Once his companions departed, the two remaining exchanged knowing glances. Do not underestimate the depth of this broth, for it has indeed simmered to a rich essence. Wu Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring, what classes do we have this afternoon? One can only wonder if I will be able to comprehend them. Li Daoyuan replied, no, they are merely aiming to thrive better under the leadership of the boss. What kind of development is this? After a brief contemplation, he said, this afternoon, it seems we have English class. As Lu Wan stepped into the living room, her gaze fell upon Lu Buyu, who was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. She found herself puzzled. Had this fellow been working so little recently? He seemed to spend all his time at home. Lu Buyu turned his head, lowering the volume of the television. The monthly exam results must be out, right? How did you fare? Lu Wan replied, third place. Lu Buyu retorted, is that the third place of your group, or the overall third from the bottom? TSK. Sounds like reality has dealt you a harsh blow. Out of pity for you, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Setting her backpack down, Lu Wan approached him. Crossing her arms as she looked at him, it's the third in the entire grade, counting from the top. We are not the same. You should feel sorry for yourself.
Lu Buyu répondait, impossible.
Wake up. It's normal to care about face, but don't let your lies stray too far from reality. Lu Wan affectionately ruffled the messy hair atop his head. Don't believe it? That's understandable, I suppose. In 2 years, when I'm in university, you will be the one with the lowest educational attainment in the family. It's only natural to find that hard to accept. But precisely because of this, you must remain vigilant and make good use of that underwhelming little brain of yours. Sharing a boyfriend. Lu Buyu exclaimed, what? You cannot be serious. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. And Lu Wan, what tone is that when you speak to your elder brother? Sharing a boyfriend? Is that what you call me behind my back? Lu Buyu's eyes blazed with indignation.
Lu Wan.
Are you tired of living? Don't think for a moment that I want to retaliate. With an impassive expression, Lu Wan continued to tug at his hair. Oh, come on. Lu Buyu lifted his head, conjuring an image of Lu Wan, who could eat an apple without a knife, viciously tearing it apart with her teeth. What kind of man would resort to physical conflict with you? As your brother, I will naturally not hold grudges. His tone softened, evidently recalibrating his strategy to outwit her instead. Stop tugging at me. Do you take me for a dog? Lu Buyu's most recent hairstyle was long hair cascading near his shoulders, adorned with 3 or 4 waves. His hair was longer than Lu Wan's. His skin was fair, devoid of any visible blemishes, and his long hair, far from greasy, imparted an artistic aura that accentuated his distinguished demeanor. The Lu family's inherited superior jawline prevented him from appearing overly effeminate. His usual short hair complemented him quite well. Lu Buyu exclaimed, you have gone too far. Lu Wan smiled at him. I am the ugliest in the family, while you are the dimmest. However, there's a chance I might become more attractive in the future, while your intellect will only decline at your age. Sharing a boyfriend. Lu Buyu was indeed quite handsome, and thus Lu Wan made no rebuttal to her claim of being the ugliest in the family. She awaited the exam results, which were due today. The satisfaction of revenge. Lu Buyu collected his thoughts. He could not refute her earlier statements, but he would not accept such a nickname. It was an affront to his character. What did sharing a boyfriend even mean? If it were to be stated, it should be the national boyfriend. Lu Buyu has been voted the most desired boyfriend by women for 3 consecutive years, earning the title of the nation's sweetheart. Lu Wan remarked, sharing signifies collective ownership of an item. For instance, shared power banks and bicycles allow for communal usage through payment, much like you. Lu Buyu interjected, raising her voice. I am not. Lu Wan retorted, oh, you are even less practical than a shared power bank, at least that can be utilized after spending money. Your fans spend significantly more yet rarely get to see you. Your flashy persona is less useful than a power bank. Her former classmates, who often lamented their financial struggles, would go to great lengths to purchase various merchandise and support items, swiftly transforming from frugal individuals into enthusiastic patrons. Lu Buyu exclaimed, I could truly faint from frustration, yet I cannot compete with her in words or strength. Lu Wan advised, why not employ that not-so-bright little brain of yours? Strive to be a person of wisdom. Upon hearing commotion from downstairs, Professor Lu hurriedly made his way from his study. What is happening? Lu Buyu. Have you been bullying your sister again? Are you itching for a slipper? Lu Buyu replied, no, it is my sister who is bullying me. I require psychological counseling. Lu Wan, with a playful smile, said, Daddy, my monthly exam results are out. Oh, I see. If you did not perform well, it signifies ample room for improvement. I will always support your efforts, he responded. Lu Wan announced, there is indeed room for improvement. I ranked third in the grade. Professor Lu paused for 2 seconds, before erupting in jubilant disbelief. Really? As expected of my daughter. You are incredible. Having always been top of his class, Professor Lu quickly embraced the situation, thinking, after all, she is my daughter. Is this not entirely normal? He had skipped grades as a science prodigy, while his wife had also ranked second in the city during her college entrance examination. Lu Buyu, however, seemed rather mediocre, struggling to comprehend calculus in middle school. Thankfully, their daughter had inherited the intelligence of both parents. As Professor Lu reviewed Lu Wan's report card, he swiftly adjusted his perspective, cheerfully noting, a total score of 282 in the comprehensive sciences is somewhat low, with 18 points deducted across the 3 subjects being a bit excessive. After dinner, I will help you review the exam papers. Lu Wan replied, the comprehensive sciences are fairly acceptable, but I lost more points in Chinese, scoring only 126. The top student in the grade surpassed me by more than 10 points. Professor Lu responded, this weekend, when you visit my research institute, there are several sisters there who are top scorers in the humanities, with Chinese scores exceeding 140. You can engage with them. I am sure they will have much to discuss with you. He could hardly contain his excitement, eager to boast about his precious daughter to all his colleagues and students. Lu Wan agreed, great, I want to go. Lu Buyu interjected. It seemed as though he could no longer comprehend the situation. What did it mean that a score of 282 was somewhat low, or that a score of 126 was unsatisfactory? Was Lu Wan attending the same high school he understood? Lu Buyu exclaimed, wait, Daddy, why have you never invited me to your research institute? I am your son too. Professor Lu replied nonchalantly, what could you possibly do there? Do you not dislike physics and chemistry? Lu Buyu insisted, that's not true. I can engage in other activities. Professor Lu pondered for a moment and remarked, the Research Institute is a solemn place. We do not require performances from the art troupe for consolation. What is your purpose here? Lu Buyu responded, am I only here to sing and dance? I am an idol, not an art troupe member, although the nature may be somewhat similar. Lu Buyu felt a complex array of emotions during the meal, observing Lu Wan's expression, which was difficult to articulate. Professor Lu inquired, Wan, have you contemplated what major you wish to pursue in the future? Would you like to work in my research institute? Lu Wan replied, I haven't decided yet. Lu Buyu interjected, excuse me, does he not count as part of this family? And what is this nonsense about having a shared family goal of writing papers together? Is this discrimination against him? The ecological chain of the Lu family included Zhao, Lu Wan, Lu Banian, the turtle raised by Lu Wan, and the pitiable Lu Buyu. After their meal, the father and daughter ascended to the study on the 2nd floor, intending to have a meaningful conversation. Professor Lu was delighted, as he could now discuss work and research topics with his daughter. Lu Wan was happy, for she cherished learning. Meanwhile, Lu Buyu sat in silence, resting his chin on his hand. As Professor Lu took a few steps, he turned to his son and said, please bring a fruit platter upstairs. Your sister will want a late-night snack. Lu Buyu replied, why me? Professor Lu retorted, can you not even handle such simple tasks? Slicing fruit does not require much of your intellect. It should not be a problem. Lu Buyu thought to himself, as a dream for millions of young girls. I should not exist at the bottom of this family. I must resist. Yet, under their scrutiny, he simply said, all right, I understand, I will prepare it. Ultimately, he bore the burden alone, succumbing to the force of circumstance. Boss, I need to discuss something with you, the manager's voice emerged. Following the suggestions of the studio staff, they also purchased a gift. Lu Buyu succinctly responded, speak. It is about a newcomer from the collaborating company. They wish for you to help elevate her popularity. Although she is just starting out, she possesses commendable qualities and is an academic achiever. Lu Buyu inquired, oh, an academic achiever? Can she rank in the top 3 for the entire year? Can she score 282 in comprehensive science? If so, I will support her. The manager replied, are you joking? She is an art student, and scoring over 400 in the college entrance examination is already impressive. Of course, she cannot. Lu Buyu dismissed her, saying, then she is not an academic achiever. Her persona does not align. I will not support her. I am hanging up. Cut it out with this academic achiever persona. Did anyone say anything when I dropped out of Stanford? The manager, seeing the call ended, was left with a multitude of questions. If you choose not to support her, it is not a significant issue, as nurturing newcomers often comes with challenges. However, what kind of excuse is this? Because she cannot rank in the top 3? Because she cannot score 282? That seems excessively harsh. If this gets out, it could create animosity between both parties. Recently, the boss's emotional swings had been considerable, resembling a woman experiencing her monthly cycle for 25 days. Lu Wan, having just changed her shoes and prepared to leave, was called back by someone behind her. Lu Buyu approached slowly, one hand in his pocket. Since the gift was ready, it needed to be delivered. He tucked the box under her arm and said, "This is for you, a must-have for a strong man." Lu Wan replied, "Have you chosen today to be a day of mourning? I can certainly accommodate you." Lu Buyu strategically took a step back and urged, "Hurry up, stop chattering, or you'll be late." Lu Wan casually tucked the small box into her backpack, shot him a glare, and then exited. Upon arriving at the classroom to fetch her books, the box slipped out as she reached for them. And she suddenly recalled the incident. Fixating on the box, she wondered if that guy intended to prank her. Indeed, it was a plausible thought. Harry also noticed the box and, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Wow, President Liu, you bought a bracelet?" "A bracelet?" Lu Wan untied the ribbon, revealing a delicate bracelet nestled within the velvet box. She took it out. It appeared quite exquisite. Several small four-leaf clovers adorned with a golden chain were embellished with a circle of tiny diamonds, glistening beautifully. Her mood lifted. If it was merely a gift, then she could overlook the comment about it being an essential item for a real man. Harry paused. "Who gave this to you?" This was a limited edition bracelet, likely worth nearly 100,000, and Lu Wan would hardly buy such a thing for herself. "It was a gift from my brother. For the sake of the bracelet." She would temporarily acknowledge Lu Buyu's relationship. Harry interjected, "You never mentioned having a brother." Lu Wan replied, "Oh, you never asked." Besides, their usual bickering left little room for her to share anything about that insufferable fellow. Harry's eyes sparkled momentarily at the mention of President Liu's brother. "Does that mean he is?" Lu Wan interrupted, "Not a macho man, but rather a straight man." The light in Harry's eyes dimmed. "Oh, I see." By the end of the morning, the entire class was aware that Lu Wan had received a beautiful bracelet. Although she claimed it was a gift from her brother, the term brother was inherently ambiguous and didn't necessarily imply a blood relation. One only needed to observe those on the streets calling each other sister and brother to understand that. Some even sought out Su Yao for an interview, given his recent closeness to Lu Wan. After pondering, Su Yao said, "Lu Wan does have a brother. But she mentioned that he is quite annoying, so it definitely wasn't him who gave her the bracelet." Putting aside others, his own sense of crisis was profound. Su Yao was not fond of studying. During the high school entrance exams, Lu Wan had caught him studying for half a month, which allowed him to achieve scores that were not too dismal, enabling him to pay his way into the first high school. Lu Wan expressed an affinity for good grades, which made him a bit anxious. Though Lu Wan had previously urged him to study diligently, the encouragement from a brother and the expectations from a girl were altogether different. The air was thick with suspicion as everyone speculated about the identity of the thoughtful gift-giver. Zhao Yan was somewhat taken aback upon learning this. Lu Wan had not mentioned Lu Buyu, leading her to believe that their relationship was strained. After all, no matter how much she tried to please Lu Buyu in the past, it had yielded no results. However, today's revelations suggested otherwise. Yet, she would keep her thoughts to herself. With so many things in hand, it was inconvenient to do her homework. She carefully stored the bracelet and sent Lu Buyu a WeChat message. "Thank you." A few seconds later, she added a barrage of blackened little figures. Lu Wan. That guy is still insufferable. After the monthly exams concluded, the atmosphere at the school relaxed considerably. This Wednesday's club day was even more vibrant than usual, a much-anticipated annual event that students eagerly awaited. In a bid to outshine one another, various clubs had commenced preparations 2 months in advance. As Lu Wan pushed the door open, she found several members of the skateboarding club engrossed in menu planning. Though lacking creativity, it was certainly straightforward. Harry stifled a yawn and remarked with a lackluster tone, "I don't think this will suffice. To my knowledge, 3 clubs are selling sushi and the competition is fierce. Surely we cannot rely on Lu and Su Rao's charms to attract customers. We might as well sell handshake vouchers instead. Sushi is easy to prepare, but achieving a standout flavor is quite challenging. The products from their club barely reach the level of being palatable." After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Wan asked, Is it permissible to sell anything? Do we get to keep the earnings for ourselves? Of course, you can keep the profits. Do you have any good ideas? Club President Tang Tang scratched his head in thought. Upon hearing that the profits were hers to keep, Lu Wan's interest peaked. Since sushi is so common, perhaps we could opt for something more unique? Song Qianqian chimed in, I've considered that, but nothing suitable came to mind. How about selling homemade butter cookies? Lu Wan replied, no, that's still too ordinary. I believe we could set up a stall selling sugar paintings. That would be entertaining. The members glanced at one another, puzzled. Sugar paintings? What is that? Song Qianqian quickly responded, oh, I know about that. I've looked into related courses. The others exchanged glances and ultimately sought assistance from Baidu, finally grasping what sugar paintings entailed. It indeed appeared to be manageable. All that was required was a small pot to heat sugar continuously and a spoon. By scooping the heated sugar syrup with a small spoon and creating designs on an oiled marble or stainless steel board, one could wait for it to cool and solidify before attaching wooden sticks and lifting the finished product with a spatula. The person in the instructional video executed the process with remarkable fluidity, yet it was clearly a task that seemed easy to observe, but difficult to master. Tang Tang suggested, we should find students with artistic backgrounds to practice. It sounds quite refreshing. Su Yao snapped her fingers and said, no need. Lu Wan can make sugar paintings. She sometimes lends a hand. Lu Wan could only create simple animals, names, and flowers. However, her less educated foster mother could craft intricate designs of phoenixes, dragons, and even three-dimensional sugar flower baskets. Song Qianqian exclaimed, Lu Wan, that's quite impressive. Su Yao added, what is so special about drawing with a spoon? Lu Wan's culinary skills are excellent. She can even toss a pan while dancing and grilling meat. Enough already. You can stop there, Lu Wan interrupted, clearly annoyed. Why bring up my past? Su Yao shrugged, but it was unfortunate that Lu Wan rarely took the time to prepare a proper meal, often settling for a simple fried rice dish. Harry seized upon the key point. What do you mean by dancing while grilling meat? Lu Wan replied, it's nothing significant. When the barbecue restaurant owner made the suggestion, I outright refused. It seemed too tacky. If my classmates saw me, I wouldn't be able to hold my head high. Even a half salary increase wouldn't tempt me. I have my principles. The owner of the barbecue restaurant tripled the salaries, and Lu Wanyun, joyfully donning sunglasses, began to dance and grill meat at the entrance alongside several colleagues. Her striking appearance and well-proportioned figure, combined with her rhythmic movements, indeed attracted a considerable number of customers. The owner's investment in wages proved fruitful. A young man, who had previously fought Lu Wanyun and was sent to a juvenile detention center for theft, upon his release, was taken aback by her transformation into an energetic individual. He was instantly filled with doubt about the world around him. In just over 2 years, had even the school bully fallen to such a state? It seemed improbable. After a brief discussion, Lu Wanyun's proposal was readily accepted by the others. This time we are bound for great fortune. President Lu will lead us to success. Exiting the skateboarding club, Lu Wanyun cheerfully declared, we are going to strike it rich. I'll sell sugar paintings for 25 each. If I can sell 300, that amounts to 7 or 8,000. The cost is minimal, essentially pure profit. Over a decade ago, her adoptive mother sold sugar paintings for merely 2 yuan each, which had risen to 15 last year. Su Yao interjected, aren't you wealthy now? Why still pursue profit? Lu Wanyun replied, no amount of wealth can deter me from earning more. By the way, you can sell stir sugar for 5 yuan each. Stir sugar, made primarily from maltose, is prepared in small containers sprinkled with sesame seeds, offering a delightful flavor. When sold, it is skewered with 2 long bamboo sticks and twisted into a ball, resembling a lollipop. In her childhood, Lu Wanyun sold it for just a few dimes. And last year, vendors near the school raised the price to 2 yuan, resulting in booming business. Although the taste was rather ordinary and did not align with modern health preferences for lower sugar intake, the novelty attracted those unfamiliar with it, while nostalgia appealed to those who had seen it before. Su Yao remarked, you are truly something else. The skateboarding club members marveled at Lu Wanyun's multitude of skills, even seeking her advice for the club. This individual, however, seemed solely focused on profit, embodying the role of a merry merchant. As school concluded, Su Yao questioned, do you have any other matters to attend to? To which Su Yao replied, I won't tell you, you'll find out in due time. With that, he took his leave. Lu Wanyun refrained from pressing further, waving goodbye. Actually, I like you, Su Yao suddenly blurted out after taking a few steps away. Damn it, you have a mother complex, he added. Lu Wanyun felt akin to Su Yao's mother, believing it essential that she fulfill this nurturing role. After all, a father would not provide such attentiveness. Friends teased Lu Wanyun, calling her Su Yao's mother. In their companionship, it was Lu Wanyun who cooked, made decisions, and did the work. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you expect me to do everything? Lu Wanyun inquired. Su Yao retorted. That's not the case. Damn it, it's not. He approached the sports field, where several tall boys were vigorously running on the rubber track, representing the athletic team. Su Yao walked straight to the coach standing nearby, and, after coming to a halt, stated plainly, Coach, I want to play basketball, and I wish to train in sports. Have you thought this through? The coach asked. The coach scrutinized the student before him. This transfer student had caught his attention last week during basketball practice. He displayed considerable potential. With a robust physique and excellent athleticism, coupled with unremarkable academic performance, he could certainly pursue a path in sports at university. However, when the coach initially proposed this, the student had declined, stating he would simply join the basketball team and forego serious athletic training. The coach had suggested that he take a week to contemplate his decision, and, to his surprise, the student indeed changed his mind. Su Yao, having just graduated from middle school, had not yet entered high school. That summer, during the graduation exams, he experienced a growth spurt of 3 centimeters, followed by an impressive 10-centimeter increase in his first year of high school. Once overweight, he had slimmed down and developed a fitness routine. In total, there were only 6 athletes in the entire high school, all of whom stood out remarkably, and Su Yao, despite lacking systematic training, had achieved scores in many events that surpassed 2 of those students, indicating his vast potential. Yes, I've made up my mind, he said. To be honest, he had not yet determined what he wanted to do in the future. But he decided to set a goal for now, and see if he could achieve it. He could not afford to drift through life aimlessly. He had consulted a map and noted the proximity of Tsinghua University and Beijing Sport University. They were mere kilometers apart, easily reachable on foot. His schedule was entirely flexible. Lu Wan spent several days gathering the necessary tools. These were all commonplace items, not difficult to find. Su Rao assisted by drawing a spinning wheel adorned with various candy designs, where customers could not specify what they would receive. They would accept whatever the wheel presented. Suddenly, someone gasped, prompting everyone to turn and look. Today, Su Rao was not in her school uniform. She wore a black velvet dress with white lace trim at the collar and cuffs, enhancing her youthful sweetness. Adorning her head was a red headband, and on her feet were red Mary Jane shoes. Her fair skin, slender neck, and delicate features framed by dark hair and red lips created an enchanting presence. She seemed to radiate an aura that set her apart from those around her. Even in her school uniform, she was striking. Today, she was simply captivating. The school mandated uniforms year-round, but exceptionally talented students were awarded with a day of free dress, a highly coveted privilege that allowed them to express their individuality. This was Su Rao's first time utilizing this privilege, and she greeted the curious gazes around her with a smile. Many boys were momentarily entranced, unable to respond immediately, while the girls were equally affected, as they too appreciated beauty. Su Rao gracefully approached Lu Wan and asked with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Ready," he replied. "Your dress is beautiful." "How beautiful?" she inquired playfully. Lu Wan pondered for a moment before sincerely stating, "Like Snow White." Su Rao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink, resembling the natural blush of youth. "You have a unique way of complimenting." "But this is indeed a compliment for me, right?" "Of course," Lu Wan affirmed. "I have always thought Snow White was stunning, truly the most beautiful." In the animated films of her childhood, Snow White was depicted with skin as white as snow, rosy lips and raven black hair, crowned with a red headband, exquisite in every aspect. Su Rao lowered her gaze before lifting her head to look at Lu Wan with a bright expression.
Thank you for the compliment, she said.
The surrounding male classmates gasped. The goddess of today seemed to radiate an irresistible charm. If it were anyone else smiling at Lu Wan, they would likely clutch their hearts and faint from sheer happiness. She was the epitome of a princess, both stunning and obedient, with a personality equally captivating. Once she spoke, it felt impossible to refuse any of her requests. Truly, one could be willing to bow down and grant her wishes, even though the goddess would never demand such things. When the skateboarding club arrived at the stadium, the atmosphere grew lively. The sugar painting booth captured the attention of many students, who found it quite novel. With Su Rao standing nearby, the allure doubled. Within just 20 minutes, a throng had gathered in front of the skateboarding club's booth, leading to a queue as supplies began to dwindle. In the intervals of waiting, Su Yao seized the opportunity to promote his goods. After all, the sugar paintings could be sold with just a twist of a bamboo skewer. Many students, while waiting, would purchase one as well. Priced at 5 yuan, they were quite affordable, and a single small bucket could yield several hundred servings. potentially generating at least 4,000 yuan, truly a lucrative venture. Su Yao couldn't help but marvel at Lu Wan's innate talent for making money. Although Lu Wan was not a professional sugar painter and could only create simple designs that sufficed for the occasion, as the sushi offered by other booths was equally amateurish. Initially, she stumbled a bit and took over 10 minutes to complete her first piece, but after the fifth one, she became quite adept. Students leaving with their sugar paintings attracted new customers. Throughout the morning, while other club booths languished, the skateboarding club thrived with a steady stream of visitors. Eventually, the owners of neighboring booths came over to join the spectacle. Many students even pulled out their phones to search for and enroll in weekend classes to learn to create sugar paintings like Lu Wan's, skills worthy of a goddess. In recent years, various obscure interest classes had emerged in the city, covering arts such as pottery and carving, though attendance was typically low. Nonetheless, there are some who showed interest. The students at school were a hidden treasure trove of talents. Skills in instruments, golf, and equestrianism were not uncommon. But none had mastered sugar painting like Lu Wan, making it all the more intriguing to everyone. Su Yao remarked, "Lu, I just overheard someone from another club say they want to learn sugar painting and set up their own booth next year." Song Qianqian couldn't help but roll her eyes. What nonsense! How shameless! They're actually stealing our idea. Lu Wan remained composed. "It's no concern. Next year, we'll sell pancakes instead." Her foster mother had been selling pancakes at the school gate for years, during the 2 hours when students arrived. Lu Wan didn't boast, but she could confidently say her pancakes were better than 60 of the street vendors. Tang Tang, the president of the skateboarding club, chuckled and couldn't resist asking, "Lu Wan, are you serious? Can you really make pancakes?" Making pancakes involved a bit of hassle with the tools, but they would figure it out later. It wasn't until next year, after all. Lu Wan continued to work diligently on her sugar paintings, her expression focused, while the onlookers watched with great interest. Uncertain whether to admire the sugar paintings or the artist behind them, I found both captivating. Tang Tang held her breath for several seconds before inquiring, "As a young lady, how do you possess such an array of peculiar talents? Woodworking, sugar painting, and even pancake flipping? These are indeed rather niche skills." Lu Wan replied, "These are quite advantageous. They can also be profitable. While other classmates showcase their talents, I have acquired skills for survival. There's always a way out. Although this small business is labor-intensive, the income is remarkably substantial." As the noon break approached, Lu Wan stood and called out to the several classmates still in line, "The lunch break is temporarily closed. Please return this afternoon. I shall treat you to some sugar candy as compensation. My apologies." Upon hearing that the owner would treat them to sweets, even those who were initially disgruntled about the closure were appeased. They happily departed with candy in hand. Lu Wan certainly had an acumen for business. As she tidied her tools, she mentally calculated her earnings from the morning when the light before her suddenly dimmed. Lifting her gaze, she saw Chen Yinqing. "I'm late. I see you've already closed," Chen Yinqing remarked. Lu Wan smiled. "Indeed, we are closed, but as friends, I can make you one extra without charge." "Oh, thank you," Chen Yinqing replied. Lu Wan continued, "No need for a spinning wheel. Just tell me what design you would like. And thank you for lending me the exam paper last time." Chen Yinqing stated, "With your skills, anything is possible." Having received much praise from customers that morning, Lu Wan felt a surge of confidence and decided to take on a more challenging design. She crafted a flying dragon. The girl's expression was earnest, fully focused on the task at hand. 10 minutes later, Lu Wan presented the completed sugar painting, affixed with a bamboo stick. "You should be able to recognize this as a dragon, right?" Receiving it, Chen Yinqing remarked lightly, "It's quite vivid, though perhaps a bit overweight." Lu Wan sighed, realizing that upon closer inspection, it resembled a fuzzy caterpillar. Chen Yinqing took a small bite out of the sugar painting. "It's sweet." Lu Wan replied, "Yes. It is somewhat sweet, but indulging occasionally isn't harmful." Chen Yinqing smiled but said nothing further. It wasn't the candy that was sweet, it was her. Nearby classmates, still lingering, glanced over curiously. "What's happening? Even the school heartthrob is here buying sugar paintings?" The skateboard club had certainly stolen the spotlight this year. Everyone resolved to master this skill. In the months that followed, enrollment in the city's sugar painting workshop surged, multiplying several times over from previous years. At that moment, Chen Yinqing held the whimsical sugar painting, appearing less aloof than usual, which made her even more captivating. Passers-by couldn't tear their gaze away. Lu Wan swiftly tidied her items and bid farewell to Chen Yinqing. "I'm off now. Enjoy your browsing." "Okay," came the response. The presence of that handsome youth stirred a sense of threat within him. "Hey, Lu Wan, you wouldn't be so tasteless as to have a crush on that guy, would you?"
Sushopicili quaidit.
Are you out of your mind? Have you taken your medication? Oh, I'll take it later. He sighed in relief.
Today.
The drama club had lost all attention to the skateboard club. In comparison to Lu Wan, she felt considerably overshadowed. Zhao Yan's emotions were profoundly intricate. Years ago, due to the Zhao family circumstances, the 2-year-old Lu Wan went missing, prompting them to offer a daughter as compensation. Regrettably, the third Miss Zhao scorned this proposal, deeming it absurd, and thus, Zhao Yan, rejected, was taken under the guardianship of the eldest Zhao. During festive occasions, when the Zhao family wished to visit the third Miss Zhao, they were invariably turned away, except for little Zhao Yan. Zhao Jianing and Lu Banian, observing the child who was merely a few years old, akin in age to Shushu, felt their hearts ache but could not bear to be excessively harsh. They would still provide her with red envelopes during the New Year celebrations, ensuring she was not sent away, allowing her to linger for half a day. Zhao Yan had visited the Lu family several times, where she had glimpsed the room prepared for Lu Wan. Even in her absence, a space remained for her in the household. Zhao Yan harbored a fervent desire to reside in that room and often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if her aunt and uncle were her true parents. That couple appeared so amiable, in stark contrast to her own adoptive parents, who were strict and neurotic. The grievances she suffered in silence were known only to her. Zhao Yan had always envied Lu Wan, and she was astonished to discover that her elegant uncle was actually the brother of Lu Jinya. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wan had transformed into the esteemed young lady of the Lu family. This revelation was not only unexpected for her, but also incited envy among the Zhao family, who had long dismissed the humble suitor. Now, they no longer had the opportunity to curry favor. Zhao Yan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nonetheless, she relied on her identity as Lu Buyu's sister to gather numerous friends around her. Lu Wan, however, had no intention of disclosing her relationship with Lu Buyu. Yet, even so, she remained the center of attention. But such a simple declaration was far from easy. By 3 p.m, the syrup Lu Wan had prepared had been entirely used up, compelling her to conclude her stall earlier than planned. The skateboarding association no longer held sole prominence, as neighboring stalls began to generate sales. After finishing her tasks, Lu Wan intended to explore the surroundings and immerse herself in the lively atmosphere.
Su Yao,
noticing that the other party was about to depart, hastily passed the small bucket to someone nearby and quickly followed after. Hey, Lu Wan. Have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? Lu Wan replied, What are you talking about? Did your game level up? It's that I like you. Lu Wan halted, turning her face to respond, Son, your affection for me is tantamount to incest. Su Yao retorted, What the hell? Incest? This time, Su Yao was resolute, blocking her path. I'm serious. I may have had 2 girlfriends before, but you know they don't count. I'm still a virgin. I believe we are exceptionally compatible. How about we get a marriage certificate when we reach the legal age in a few years? I am fully prepared for this. You can't say this to other girls. They'd think you're a rogue. Su Yao insisted. It's not just anyone. It's you. We are so familiar with each other, and I'm being earnest. Lu Wan admonished, Stop being foolish. What are you thinking about every day? Just because I'm willing to accommodate you doesn't mean you can propose marriage. Does that even make sense? Besides, we are merely 17. What's the point of marrying? Su Yao attempted to defend himself, but was unexpectedly interrupted. Su Rao, who had been following closely behind Lu Wan, had overheard their exchange. She had long known that Lu Wan and Su Yao had been acquainted for many years, and their bond appeared quite profound. Upon hearing Su's intention to marry Lu Wan, Su Rao was taken aback. However, upon reflection, given that this fellow dared to make such a declaration, she felt emboldened to speak her mind as well. In a hushed tone, Su Rao inquired, Am I disturbing you, Lu Wan? Do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Lu Wan, eager to extricate herself from her current situation, readily agreed, nodding, Yes, let us converse over there. Having satiated their hunger, their minds now clear, they stepped out of the gymnasium, strolling along the rubber track. Su Rao remarked, So many classmates are watching you. Lu Wan replied, Not really. I believe they are watching you. After a brief chuckle, Su Rao continued, Although I am rewarded with casual dress days each month, I prefer not to stand out. Hence I still wear my uniform. Lu Wan acknowledged, I am aware, you are quite understated. Su Rao shared, My mother and I have always had a close relationship, often discussing everything. This morning, upon seeing me in this dress, she asked if I suddenly dressed up because I liked someone. Lu Wan responded, You must have a wonderful family dynamic. No wonder you have such a pleasant temperament. She found herself somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of youthful affection. Su Rao recounted. I told her there is someone I really like, and she expressed great interest, wanting to see a picture of the person. Luan, following the thread of conversation, asked, Oh, did you show her? Su Rao shook her head and hesitated for a few moments before confessing, I told her it was a girl. Luan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of alarm surfacing despite her usual composure.
Su Rao posed.
Her decisive nature wrestling with the turmoil she had felt for the past 2 weeks since discovering Luan's gender. After hearing Su's earlier words, she felt a newfound determination. The competitive spirit inherent to young women surged within her. She would not concede easily. After all, the other party did not conform to Luan's typical preferences. Thus, Luan, might I request a few photographs of you? Luan, somewhat bewildered, reflected that while many young girls had professed their feelings for her in the past, this situation felt entirely different, as they had always assumed she was a boy. The afternoon light was gentle, and standing in the sun, Su Rao resembled a fairy. She was truly wonderful, lacking any flaws. Yet they were friends. Before Luan could fully process her thoughts, Su burst forth, seizing Luan's arm and pulling her away without a second thought. Su's previous conversation had remained unfinished, as he intended to follow the two and continue speaking after Su Rao departed. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. He regretted ever underestimating her. He had thought her to be rather naive. Last time, he even invited her to ride on a tricycle. He felt a wave of regret wash over him. With a serious expression, Su questioned, Tell me honestly, do you prefer large breasts or well-defined pectorals? Luan, incredulous, retorted, Have you lost your mind? Su declared, I knew you wouldn't favor large breasts. After all, you don't possess them yourself. Let me tell you, that girl is the type who quietly achieves great things. Do not get involved with her, or you may find yourself entangled. By the way, I have something else to share with you. I fear you might think me unambitious, but I have begun training in sports. This way, I can score significantly fewer points in the college entrance exam and perhaps still enroll in the school next yours. Luan pondered for a moment before replying, That sounds splendid. Su Yao. Therefore, you should choose me. My progress has been substantial, and you have witnessed my determination. However, your advancement ought to be for your own sake. Su Yao paused, scrutinizing Luan earnestly. Tell me, between Su Rao and me, who do you think is better? Who would you choose? Are you out of your mind? I am not choosing anyone. Why should I? Su Yao pondered. Wait, you don't have feelings for Jiang Boyang?
Do you?
After all, you two have interacted quite a bit, and it's possible your mind has been clouded. Luan. Noticing the silence from the other side, Su Yao grew anxious. Do you genuinely like him? I will go confront him right now and show you how he looks after being beaten up. Luan's mind was in disarray. This exceeded her capacity to handle. She resolved to take a step back. A message from Harry arrived. Luan opened WeChat and saw Harry's text. After she left, Su Yao encountered Jiang Boyang, and their conversation was far from cordial. They nearly came to blows. Fortunately, the teacher arrived swiftly, preventing the situation from escalating. However, that was not the most significant issue. It was unclear who spread the rumor that Su Yao was resentful because Luan had feelings for Jiang Boyang, prompting her to seek trouble. Jiang Boyang had boldly declared, Of course, Luan likes me. The engagement can be annulled or reinstated. Now, it circulated that Luan harbors affection for Jiang Boyang. Initially, many found it hard to believe, given the antagonism between the two. Thankfully, Su Rao, who had a good relationship with Luan and belonged to the same club, clarified the matter, preventing the rumor from spreading further. After all, Su Rao was a revered figure, and her words held weight. Her exact words were, Luan has stated that she prefers those who excel academically. Only 2 individuals in the entire grade surpass her in grades. Thus the rumor shall cease with the wise. Upon reading this, Luan sent a series of question marks in response. After nurturing this for so long, it's finally backfiring. So, how do you choose? I choose studying. I am still merely a high school student, a child. There are no children at 177. Studying and dating are not mutually exclusive. Many families arrange engagements during university. Then I shall have some entertainment to look forward to. Get lost. Luan closed the chat with Harry. She scrolled through her messages and noticed several classmates had reached out. Both Su Rao and Su Yao had messaged her. Su Rao, Luan, you mentioned you like those who perform better academically, yet Jiang Boyang and Su Yao do not fit that description. Su Yao, since you don't fancy Jiang Boyang, why not give me a chance? We might just be a perfect match, considering we know each other so well. There were still over a dozen messages, which Luan found tedious to read. If this were any ordinary girl, it could be deemed harassment. Luan ignored Su Rao's message and deleted Su Yao from her friend list. She then opened a friend request. I heard you like me? I am Jiang Boyang. We can talk.
Talk.
Not a chance. Luan promptly declined the request. What nonsense was this? She had no desire to converse. She merely wished to obliterate the other party. Luan set her phone aside and completed 2 comprehensive science exam papers, finally regaining her composure. The next day, upon arriving at the classroom, a male classmate in the front row cautiously turned around and asked, Do you like Jiang Boyang?
Luan, no.
Then who do you like? Luan extracted an apple from her backpack, effortlessly splitting it in half with her hands, and smiled as she inquired, Do you eat apples? Harry, while gazing into the mirror, asked, Have you given it any thought? Luan replied, I need not contemplate anything. Early romance is simply inappropriate. Harry shrugged. Just wait and see. There are plenty of early romances at school, as long as they are not excessive and do not disrupt studies or life. The teachers tend not to intervene. Moreover, the teachers are subtly indulging in the gossip, watching as the pig from your class engages with the cabbage from his. However, the teachers often receive information belatedly. It is possible that the pig has changed several cabbages and the cabbage has sought out new pigs. Yet they still believe it to be the original pair. Harry's prophetic words soon proved accurate. Merely half a day had passed when Luan began to feel something amiss. Su Yao seemed to be running back during every break, and at noon, Su Rao approached her, inviting her to the cafeteria, mentioning 2 tickets for a concert and asking if she wished to attend. Luan harbored no thoughts other than her studies. Jiang Boyang deliberately strolled down the corridor of Class 4 twice, glancing in with apparent intent, an action that seemed entirely out of place and bewildering. Jiang Boyang himself was quite conflicted. He still held no affection for Luan, yet reflecting on his mother's words. He considered that a union with the other party could yield benefits, thus he could endure. Furthermore, Luan was not entirely displeasing. Her temperament could simply use some refinement. Luan, gazing out at the pie chart, pondered aloud, If I were to confront him, would it dispel the tangled rumors? Harry replied, I doubt it. You can't just beat him into the hospital, can you? And what if he gets injured and blames you, demanding responsibility? Luan conceded, that makes sense. Perhaps I should refrain from entangling myself with others. Harry added, primarily, you do not have anyone you fancy. Luan retorted, what do you mean? You can manage everything, but you cannot control who others might like. If there were someone of interest, it would surely be different with your current unattached status. It is only natural for others to strive for competition. After a brief pause, Harry continued, moreover, your relationship with Su Rao has always been amicable. You wouldn't want to sever ties too harshly, would you? After all, Su Rao is indeed quite remarkable. As for that foolishly straightforward boy, it would be futile to push him away. He tends to be overly optimistic. As it stood, both Su Rao and Su Yao exhibited considerable determination and were equally matched. Suddenly engaging in a rivalry, Luan asked, Are you implying that they would restrain themselves if they knew I had someone I liked? Harry paused, taken aback by her interpretation, then whistled, You make a fair point, but do not hastily designate an arbitrary individual. It would come across as insincere and could lead to unfavorable consequences. Luan regarded Harry, contemplating the feasibility of this approach. Harry, noticing her scrutiny, shyly chuckled, Actually, I could play along, but let me be clear. If this is merely a fade, I might not resist the temptation to betray you later. Are you amenable to that? Luan clarified, I was not referring to you. Harry sighed in relief. That is reassuring, for I tend to be rather reckless. And I fear my persuasive abilities might falter. Besides, I am quite apprehensive about being dragged into this. The adorable little panda would endure considerable distress. At that moment, Luan's phone vibrated. Luan absent-mindedly glanced at her phone, where a message from Chen Yinqing awaited her. Unlike others who indulged in gossip, her writing was commendable, albeit occasionally marred by carelessness, lacking the neatness of her peers. Fixating on Chen Yinqing's profile picture, Luan mused that amidst the chaos of idle chatter, this classmate was a refreshing anomaly. She raised her head and lowered her voice, inquiring, What do you think of Chen Yinqing? His grades surpass Su Rao's, and he is quite amiable. How would it be if I expressed my fondness for him? Could I feign pursuing him, perhaps to collaborate on something? Hallie replied, Lu, why do you perceive Chen Yinqing as particularly amiable? What has led you to this misconception? Hallie continued, From the moment I first laid eyes on you, it was evident you were no ordinary person, but this is rather bold. An idol, indeed. Luan responded, right? The more I contemplate it, the more feasible it seems. Provided this fellow is willing to assist me. Hallie cautioned, not quite. While Chen Yinqing may command attention, you must understand that should he utter a desire for sweet romance, a queue of admirers would stretch from the school building to the main entrance. Luan retorted, now that is an exaggeration. The total number of girls in our school doesn't even compare. Hallie sighed, do you genuinely believe it is solely girls? That it is restricted to our school? That it is limited to students? Let me confess, I too would wish to join that line, clutching a ticket for love. What if my turn were to come? Even if it were all a pretense, it would still be worth it, a dream worth waking up to. Luan conceded, perhaps they would soon lose interest, their enthusiasm waning and no longer gravitating towards me. Hallie interjected, you truly overthink things. Frustrated by the complications, Luan abruptly conceived the idea of seeking a shield. However, upon calming her thoughts, she perceived it as impractical, potentially complicating matters further. Thus, she decided to abandon the notion, contemplating its revival only when faced with a dead end. Luan had arranged to meet Chen Yinqing after school to return his Chinese test paper. Standing in the corridor, she spotted an approaching figure. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the individual walked against the light, obscuring their features, their tall silhouette bathed in an orange halo. Even in shadow, Luan recognized him instantly, extending the paper with a grateful, thank you. You already expressed your gratitude yesterday, he replied. The classmate's demeanor was gentle, inviting dialogue. And Luan shifted the topic, asking, do you have a girlfriend? No, Chen Yinqing replied succinctly, his gaze fixed on her. Seemingly offhand, he queried, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Luan shrugged, of course not. I'm still in high school and not involved in such matters. When might you be able to? Chen Yinqing's tone was light, laced with amusement. Luan pondered seriously, at least when I turn 18, right? Chen Yinqing responded, oh, then I shall consider it at 19, as I am a year older than you. Luan's expression shifted to one of surprise, taken aback by his remark. Yet she realized she had missed the essence of his statement. Cautiously, she inquired, have you heard about my situation? Chen Yinqing objectively observed, your life is quite vibrant and colorful. As the topic reached this point, Luan began to stir with curiosity. She looked at Chen Yinqing and inquired further. I've heard that many people are pursuing you? Huh. But none are as fervent as those chasing after you. What is the rush?
Do share.
Luan continued. You must allow me to pursue you. No, rather, pretend to let me pursue you. I'll declare to the world that you are my ideal type, and others will naturally retreat, for you are truly exceptional. Remarkably exceptional. Upon hearing the first half of Luan's statement, Chen Yinqing's heart skipped a beat. But it was only after the latter half that she comprehended the implication. I see. That is certainly not feasible. It is sheer folly, Chen Yinqing replied nonchalantly. Why, isn't it? You don't currently have a girlfriend, do you? Chen Yinqing placed her right hand on Luan's shoulder and gazed earnestly into her eyes. Emotions are a serious matter, significant for everyone. One cannot jest about such things. Very well then, let's pretend I never brought it up, Luan replied, somewhat disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, she found her suggestion rather absurd. Moreover, as long as the other party expressed a desire for a sweet romance, the line of competitors would stretch from the classroom building to the school gate. Although Chen Yinqing served as an excellent pretext, others had no obligation to indulge in her deception. Recognizing that this path was unfeasible, Luan decided not to dwell on it any longer. She waved goodbye to Chen and turned to walk toward the school gate. Chen Yinqing remained stationary in the corridor, observing the retreating figure of the girl from above. Luan had truly underestimated the vitality of youth. As for Su Yao, he seemed resigned to his fate, his 3-year-old intellect utterly incapable of managing the situation, leaving him with no choice but to occasionally resort to forceful measures. His catchphrase was swiftly morphing into, have you considered taking the plunge with me in a few years? Su Rao, once a paragon of restraint, had become quite proactive under Su Yao's encouragement, frequently visiting class 4 to seek out Luan. Meanwhile, the onlookers, eager for drama, wished for the situation to escalate further. Su Yao, supported by the boys from the basketball team, proclaimed that his connection with Luan was one of childhood sweethearts. What does it mean to be childhood sweethearts? It surely differs from others. If they had the same opportunity, they would certainly act upon it. Furthermore, both Luan and Su Rao were goddesses in their own right. Su Yao had at least made some progress, while Su Rao remained single. Su Rao's friends and other girls held a different view, believing that a goddess could do no wrong. If they were as extraordinary as Su Rao, they too would pursue her, Two goddesses together would be a perfect match. Who needs an ordinary suitor? This pairing would resonate explosively, with the support of their allies. Luwan's week unfolded in utter chaos. Deep down, Luwan was vaguely aware that Su Yao likely did not genuinely harbor feelings for her. After so many years of camaraderie, the notion felt somewhat far-fetched. Oftentimes, males are more petty than females, yet they feign magnanimity, harboring their thoughts in silence. Initially, his demeanor had been peculiar, even avoiding her presence. It was only after Luwan had intentionally distanced herself from him that Su Yao returned to his former self. Jealousy is a universal human trait. It transcends romantic love, extending even to friendship and familial bonds. Su Yao's two previous girlfriends had been nothing short of playful entanglements. Others pursued him, and he acquiesced, only to cast her aside, even losing his temper when she incessantly called and texted him. He truly exemplified a cad. Su Yao had once jokingly remarked to Luwan that he would never seek a wife, as it was too troublesome. Instead, they could simply coexist. He even lamented that if Luwan were a girl, it would be perfect, as she could join him in gaming without being bothersome. At that time, Luwan had told him to keep his distance. Now, as Luwan reflected, she realized Su Yao had always been rather clingy. Acknowledging her femininity and perhaps believing that having a girl who understood his gaming passion and complimented him in other aspects was an ideal match. After all, who pursues a girl only to propose marriage at the outset? This fool was indeed alarming, likely spurred by the competitive atmosphere among their classmates, feeling emboldened by their familiarity. Luwan had driven off this insufferable Su Yao, and just as she turned, she spotted Su Rao entering. This one was certainly not to be scolded. Su Rao smiled and said, "Luwan, I have a dance competition this Saturday at the City Youth Palace. Will you come watch me? Afterwards, we can have dinner together." Luwan replied, "No, I have plans that day." Su Rao paused and asked, "Who are you meeting?" Luwan hesitated.
Su Rao continued.
"You promised me before that you would come to watch the competition. I am only free that afternoon." After a moment of contemplation, Luwan responded, "It's unnecessary. This doesn't seem like you." Su Rao's voice was gentle, yet her tone was resolute. "No, this is me. If I don't take the initiative, I will lose and regret it." Luwan countered, "You weren't like this before. You're different from Su Yao." "I know, but I choose to be this way. Compared to him, I am quite conservative," Su Rao replied. Throughout her life, Su Rao had always been the exemplary child, garnering the attention of all the parents and peers around her, never giving her own parents any cause for concern. However, now, spurred by Su Yao, she realized she had been far too understated. Losing would undoubtedly frustrate her, especially since that muscular brute did not fit Luwan's criteria for a partner. Luwan said, "Why compare yourself to him? You are wonderful just as you are." Su Rao responded, "I know I am exceptional. I can claim the title of best debater, win first prize in dance, and even excel in speech competitions. Aside from my academic performance being second, I can achieve excellence in everything else. If I like someone, of course, I must strive for it." Luwan remarked, "Why does that sound increasingly skewed? I don't even know where to begin countering that. You were once quite gentle, but now you seem so assertive." Su Rao asserted, "I have a competition on Saturday and I also have equestrian and French classes on Sunday. So Saturday is the only time I can meet you. Since you promised before, we shall meet regardless." Luwan replied, "I had initially planned to finish my second year and then study abroad. Think about it. Whether you want to join me overseas or have me stay here with you, both options are feasible. We can remain good friends." Luwan added, "Isn't it too much for you to be so proactive? Well, I shall take my leave now.
See you on Saturday."
After Su Rao departed, Su Yao approached with a sense of urgency, stating, "You may not wish to marry me, yet I can provide you with cover. Simply claim that you are with me, and Su Rao will cease his pursuit." Luwan retorted, "What kind of absurdity is this? Do you truly believe I would allow you to assist me, especially when you seem intent on courting disaster? Are you not afraid I might retaliate?"
Su Yao deeply.
"As long as you are with me, I shall not interfere. You may do as you please. Get lost." Luwan had initially hoped that things would improve in a few days, but it became increasingly evident that matters were deteriorating. Although Su Yao had recently transferred, many students were drawn to his muscular physique, cheering him on. As for Su Rao, he required no introduction. Luwan had thought seeking a pretense was ludicrous. Yet witnessing the escalating tension between these two individuals compelled her to persuade Chen Yinqing to assist her. This was the most efficient approach, once she found someone she cherished. These two inexplicably feuding classmates would surely relent. When Chen Yinqing spotted Lu Wan standing in the corridor, he inquired, "Are you looking for me?" Lu Wan nodded vigorously, pulling him along. "Come with me. I have something to discuss. Brother, I am in dire need of your assistance. Should you help me with this significant matter? Feel free to call upon me whenever you require aid in the future. It shall be a fair exchange." Chen Yinqing pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "But I have no need for your assistance at present. Not now, perhaps, but who knows what the future holds. We should support one another." Chen Yinqing playfully tapped Lu Wan's forehead with his index finger. "Is this not foolish? I have already indicated that such a course of action is inadvisable. Do you truly believe that by claiming to pursue me, they will abandon their intentions? I assure you they will not." Lu Wan insisted. "Why not?" "Unless you declare that we are in a relationship and I am your boyfriend, only then might they reconsider out of moral considerations." Chen Yanqing's voice was soft yet unexpectedly persuasive. After a moment of internal conflict, Lu Wan decisively resolved to proceed with the plan. "Very well. Let us inform others that we are together." Chen Yanqing shook his head. "I merely used that as an example. I never agreed to your proposition. Such a notion seems impractical. Do not act on a whim. Please, I implore you." Chen Yanqing remained resolute, unwavering in his stance. The more he resisted, the more Lu Wan perceived him as principled and trustworthy. "Look, since you do not have a girlfriend, you could help me, and in doing so, experience what it feels like to have one. Just like your name suggests, seize the youth. Something should be enjoyed while one is young. Foolishness. You cannot simply change names at will. Follow my lead. I am Chen Yanqing." Lu Wan found herself inspired by his conviction. "Chen Yanqing. Chen Yanqing," he echoed. "Chen Yanqing." His gaze was earnest, a smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth. "My mother's given name is Qingqing. Chen Yanqing was bestowed by my father, and it carries profound significance. The men in my family take love seriously. My parents have always shared a strong bond, and my grandparents seldom quarrel, as they believe in seeing each other daily." Lu Wan replied, "Oh, I see. My apologies." Chen Yanqing stated, "I cannot acquiesce to your request, nor can I provide you with an escape." Lu Wan's head drooped in disappointment. This matter cannot simply be resolved by placing a knife to the other person's throat and demanding, "Pretend to be my boyfriend." If it were that straightforward, life would be considerably easier. Chen Yanqing observed the despondent demeanor of the other party and, unable to restrain herself, gently placed her hand upon their head. "Take some time to think it over." After Lu Wan departed, Chen Yanqing glanced at her hand, which had just touched the other's head. Fortunately, the other did not persist in their pleas. She nearly faltered, which required immense composure. Before long, Saturday arrived. Zhao Jianing, taking a break from work, noticed that her daughter had been cooped up in her room all morning, prompting her to knock on the door with concern. "Shoo shoo, darling. Why don't you come out for some fresh air? Mother wishes to see you." Lu Wan opened the door, feeling a bit sheepish. "I was engrossed in something and lost track of time. Come downstairs. I've made juice, and you ought to take a break. Your father is here too." Zhao Jianing affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. The formidable CEO Zhao, renowned for her decisiveness in the marketplace, transformed into a loving mother at home. Reluctantly, Lu Wan descended the stairs, immediately spotting the rogue sprawled lazily on the sofa. Lu Buyu wore shorts, revealing a pair of long, straight, and fair legs, akin to a vibrant beacon. Even a man would find it difficult to avert his gaze from those legs. Lu Buyu turned her head, casting a fleeting glance.
"Huh?
Are you a weirdo? It's one thing to study at school, but doing homework at home? Is this truly addictive?" Lu Wan barely uttered a word before being interrupted. Professor Lu leaped up and delivered a playful tap to her head. "How dare you speak to your sister that way?" "Ouch, that hurts," Lu Buyu exclaimed, shielding her head. "Old man, have you lost your mind? I was merely reminding her to balance work and rest. Why do you hit me again? How is it that the one who always gets hurt is you?" Professor Lu retorted. "I see that your education is lacking, which explains your inability to articulate properly. Father, why must you subject me to both physical and psychological warfare? In this loveless world, in this unloving family." Lu Buyu yearned to defend herself, having at least gained admission to Stanford. However, in her father's eyes, that accomplishment seemed rather insignificant. Despite studying abroad for several years, her English vocabulary was still inferior to that of her father. During her freshman year, when her father visited her university for a meeting, he managed to converse fluently in French with her French roommate and in Russian with her Russian roommate, leaving her utterly astonished and questioning whether her father was speaking ill of her in various languages. Lu Buyu, cradling her head, fell silent. Such is the tenacity of a student struggling academically. Zhao Jianing shook her head, bemused that her grown child still behaved like a child. In the past, her brother had been more anxious about their sister than anyone else. Now, his concern remained, but his tendency to speak carelessly was an unchangeable flaw. Although Liu Banian often lamented his son's academic performance, he had mostly allowed him the freedom to pursue his interests rather than pressuring him to excel. If he did not wish to study, he need not force himself. 5 years ago, Liu Biu dropped out to enter the entertainment industry. Many assumed that Professor Liu, the scholarly figure, would vehemently oppose this decision. To their surprise, he merely stated that his child had reached adulthood and possessed the right to dictate their own life, acknowledging his inability to intervene. While disappointment was inevitable, he chose not to interfere. Lu Wan cast a disinterested glance at Liu Biu, who deserved the consequences he faced, and turned towards the kitchen to fetch some juice. How had this fellow managed to grow up unscathed? It baffled her that countless young girls found him appealing. It was a daily conundrum. Zhao Jianing placed a fruit platter in front of her daughter, reminding her that consuming more fruits in the summer was beneficial. By the way, a classmate of yours just called the house, asking me to remind you not to be late. You have a meeting arranged at the Youth Palace this afternoon. Lu Wan sighed, acknowledging that the inevitable had arrived. Merely avoiding the situation would not render it non-existent. She had previously shared her home number with Su Rao for ease of communication. Noticing her daughter's silence, Zhao Jianing continued with a smile. It's Su Rao. Weren't you supposed to attend her dance competition this afternoon? Finish your fruit and head out. Don't spend the weekends cooped up at home. A little exploration would do you good. You know her?
Lu Wan asked.
Of course. She hosted an event for the municipal government last year. She's quite remarkable, excelling in every aspect. After a pause, Zhao Jianing added, naturally our Shu is also wonderful, which is why she is such an outstanding friend. 20 minutes later, Lu Wan had changed and was prepared to leave. She had promised Su Rao she would attend the competition last month, and since the reminder call had come, it would be inexcusable to back out now. Professor Liu handed her a sunshade while advising, Wan, the sun is fierce today. You should take this with you. Liu Biu interjected with a scoff. Cool kids don't need sunshades. We fear no sunlight. His words were met with the familiar sound of his father's playful reprimand.
Ouch.
That hurts. Old man, I'm going to report you for domestic violence. Zhao Jianing sighed, noticing that her brother had been particularly attentive at home lately. Each time his sister appeared, he seemed to hover around her to assert his presence, albeit in a misguided manner. It was hardly deserving of sympathy considering he had provoked the situation. She felt a sense of responsibility for her children's missteps, especially since it was she whom the Zhao family had originally intended to confront. Professor Liu reflected on his negligence, regretting that he had not accompanied his daughter that day. Liu Biu had never voiced his regrets, but he had often lamented walking away and not keeping a watchful eye on his sister all those years ago. Thankfully, those days were behind them. Lu Wan stepped out into the sunlight, holding the sunshade. The subway was crowded on weekends, but fortunately, the destination was only 10 stops away, requiring merely 20 minutes. Due to the competition, the traffic outside the Youth Palace was 5 times busier than usual. Passers-by could hear the music emanating from the venue, signaling the lively atmosphere even without entering. Lu Wan paused, taken aback as she spotted a boy ahead. What are you doing here? Chen Yanqing replied, just like you. Here to watch the performance. All right then, Lu Wan responded, feeling a sense of unease since she recalled her previous mention of Su Rao inviting her to the competition. Yet this classmate had not said a word at the time. The two walked in side by side. As they entered, Song Qianqian spotted Lu Wan and greeted her with a smile. Lu, why did you arrive so late? However, it is often better to seize the moment than to arrive early. Soon, Su Rao would take the stage, and she had already gone backstage to prepare for her appearance. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yanqing was spotted, and with a gasp, she exclaimed, Ah, President, you have arrived. The students from Shangda Middle School turned their attention toward her, astonished by Chen Yanqing's presence. To their surprise, she had come along with Lu Wan. How had they ended up together? With some time remaining before Su Rao's performance, Song Qianqian took out her phone, glancing at Lu Wan while typing a message. The school's official account had a higher frequency of updates over the weekend. As the campus goddess, one of the announcements was regarding her participation in the competition today. This was hardly surprising, for it was a well-known fact that Su Rao would always secure first place in any event she participated in. The key point was that Lu Wan would be attending the competition. The number of students supporting the Lu-Su pairing was nearly equal. After all, Lu was ever so versatile. There was always something to appreciate. Daily, there were posts proclaiming, Lu Wan comes to see the goddess Su compete. Lu-Su is serving up sugar. As the comments flowed, "Master, please turn off the lights. I only yield to Su Rao when she defeats me. The charming yet cunning prince, and the dashing school bully. How could my handsome Lu be the one to yield? It is precisely Lu's handsomeness that makes this pairing delightful. I declare Lu Su to be a locked pairing. The goddess is not to be trifled with." "I don't agree. I have my hopes set on Su Yao. The childhood friend will never bow to your malicious forces. Let us get ready to rumble. Hurry and start the fight." Su Yao, while playing basketball, received a call from his close friend who urged him to keep an eye on Lu Wan and return Su Rao to everyone. "Don't worry, I'm on my way," Su Yao replied confidently. The dancer, with flowing sleeves and a graceful long skirt, captivated Lu Wan, who had only intended to observe casually but found Su Rao to be quite remarkable. Even as an outsider, she could discern the strength of this performer. The audience's applause after the performance attested to this fact. Once Su Rao changed back into her clothes, the host announced her score, which was undoubtedly the highest so far and would likely remain unsurpassed. Song Qianqian exclaimed, "Goddess, you are incredible. Many were asking which school you attend and your name." Tang Tang added, "First place is secured." Su Rao smiled modestly. "It's all right. What do you think, Lu Wan?" Lu Wan responded candidly, "You are very strong." In competitions of this caliber, not only is there prestige, but securing first place can also lead to special recruitment by universities. Excellence in any field can break the rules. However, Su Rao did not require such special consideration, as her academic achievements were sufficient for admission to any esteemed institution in the country. Once again, the classmates attending the competition marveled at her prowess, for she appeared to have no weaknesses. Seeing Chen Yanqing was somewhat unexpected for Su Rao, but she paid it little mind. Turning to Lu Wan with a smile, she invited, "Let me treat you to a drink, and everyone else should join us too." Chen Yanqing, speaking in a calm tone, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to receive an award later? Your parents just arrived and are seated in the second row, far right." Su Rao was momentarily taken aback as she strained to glance to her right, where she indeed spotted her parents engaged in conversation with other parents nearby. A sense of surprise washed over her. How had they arrived? She had clearly expressed that she could manage on her own. Nevertheless, since her parents were present, she felt compelled to approach them. She raised her head and inquired, "Lu Wan, would you like to join me? My parents are familiar with you. After all, you ranked third right after transferring schools." Lu Wan replied, "If this were before, I would have certainly accepted, but now it feels somewhat peculiar." Other classmates chimed in with curiosity. "Is it really that thrilling? Are we already meeting parents?" Noticing Lu Wan's silence, Su Rao hesitated for a couple of seconds before asking, "Could you come to my house as a guest tomorrow?" Contrary to her outward demeanor, she possessed an inherently assertive personality. Once she made a decision, she would strive to achieve it and would not easily concede. Lu Wan responded, "I feel a bit shy." Su Rao chuckled lightly, having anticipated this reply. She continued, "May I visit your home instead? When I called today, it was your aunt who answered, and she invited me to come over." Lu Wan hesitated, and Su Rao tactfully countered, "It's not just me. Everyone wants to come and play with you, right, classmates?" The peers nearby nodded eagerly in agreement, expressing their desire to visit Lu Wan. Unable to decline any further, Lu Wan pondered briefly, realizing it would be impractical for an entire group to descend upon her home. Thus, she relented, saying, "All right." She thought it was likely just a casual suggestion. However, she would soon find herself quite mistaken, realizing her naivety. Su Rao smiled brightly. "Then I shall go find my parents." Chen Yanqing interjected, "You go ahead. I'll invite her for you while they enjoy their drinks." The other classmates were bewildered. Was Chen Yanqing truly offering to treat them to beverages? The mere thought made them want to burst into laughter. Was today a stroke of luck? 10 minutes later, the group arrived at a nearby beverage shop. The others had already ordered their drinks, and with the limited seating on the first floor, they ascended to the second floor, which afforded them greater privacy for conversation. Lu Wan remained in a quandary, not over what to decide, but rather contemplating the apparent closeness between Chen Yanqing and Su Rao, which struck her as rather excessive. Chen Yanqing asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine. How about some milk tea?" 7 parts sweet sounds good. I enjoy that level of sweetness, and it suits you well, Chen Yanqing said with a calm demeanor. "That works," Lu Wan replied, though her mind was elsewhere. The young lady at the counter, striving to suppress her overwhelming excitement, smiled as she inquired, "It should be 7 parts sugar, right?" This handsome gentleman certainly knew how to charm. It was simply too much. She felt her cheeks flush. Was this dashing young man with a somewhat cool demeanor truly as composed as he appeared? Goodness, she found it difficult to decide whom to root for. knowing that either way, she would be grinning like a proud aunt. Luan was lost in her thoughts as she accepted the drink from the attendant. Turning her face towards Chen Yanqing, she said, I need to talk to you. All right, let's step outside, Chen Yanqing replied.
Okay.
After exchanging pleasantries with her parents, Su Rao prepared to seek out Luan. As she walked to the back row, she unexpectedly spotted Su Yao hurrying toward her. Su Yao had just learned from others that Luan had gone to the nearby beverage shop and, upon raising her head, she caught sight of Su Rao. As two individuals locked eyes, Su Yao, without uttering a word, hastily bolted towards the exit, eager to catch a glimpse of Luan first. Su Rao, taken aback, thought, has this fellow lost his mind? She quickly pursued him. The two arrived at the beverage shop, only to find no trace of Luan.
Where is she? Su Yao inquired.
The students seated on the second floor remained oblivious to their companion's departure, immersed in fantasies of a delightful conversation with Luan and Chen Yanqing upon their arrival. A few classmates exchanged bewildered glances, collectively asking, where is she? When did she leave?
Sono dai Rao Presedon.
Oh, she must have left with Chen Yanqing just moments ago, Song Nianyan replied. Su Yao and Su Rao exchanged a silent glance, sensing something amiss. Upon exiting the beverage shop, Luan straightforwardly asked, You're quite close to Su Rao. Aren't you? Indeed. And you know her parents? Have you known each other since childhood? Yes, what of it? Chen Yanqing replied with an air of nonchalance. Luan's suspicions were once again validated, prompting her to inquire further. So, did you invite her parents? One could say that. Knowing I wished to visit, her parents accompanied her, Chen Yanqing explained. Luan regarded him thoughtfully and asked, Do you honestly have feelings for her? Although she posed the question, she was already quite certain of her assumption. Why would you think that? Chen Yanqing responded, still basking in the exhilaration of having uncovered a secret. If you weren't interested, what would prompt you to visit her today? Don't be shy. If you like someone, you must pursue them. With your good looks and excellent academic performance, there's no girl who wouldn't be fond of you. So go ahead and chase after her. Once those two are together, it will no longer concern you. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Yanqing asked, Do you genuinely believe I am so remarkable? That no girl would find me unappealing? Luan confidently assured him, Absolutely. Even someone with my strong willpower nearly lost control. Alas. You have your heart set on someone else. You and Su Rao are a perfect match. The school's goddess and god, a match made in heaven. I am rooting for you. So, hurry up. A true man should not hesitate. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Chen Yanqing replied, Then you need not lament. Luan. Chen Yanqing, Su Rao is my cousin. A look of confusion washed over Luan's face as she instinctively questioned her own hearing. Chen Yanqing added, We are cousins. You must refrain from spreading falsehoods. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? This twist is rather substantial. Chen Yanqing clarified. I came to watch my cousin compete, and I brought my aunt and uncle along. That is quite normal, isn't it? While a few classmates were aware of their cousin relationship, the number was scant. It was not information meant for widespread dissemination. Are you truly not jesting?
Child.
Do you have an abundance of questions? No. Children have countless exclamations of disbelief. How is it possible that no one informed her that the school's goddess and god are actually cousins? Well, your family genes must be exceptional, Luan remarked, her astonishment momentarily overwhelming her intellect. Chen Yanqing found the person lost in thought quite endearing. She playfully placed her drink upon his forehead. Silly, isn't it? Is this how you take your leave? Luan, in a moment of desperation, queried, If I choose not to depart, could you assist me with this favor? Did I not come to your rescue today? Luan continued, You merely provided a temporary reprieve. Why not be a true benefactor and offer me a lasting solution? After all, Su Rao is your cousin, and as her elder brother, you bear some responsibility. Chen Yanqing's eyes, dark as ink, reflected her disbelief. Nonsense. Why not say that I have a responsibility towards you? Oh, then should the divine be accountable for me? Chen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat as she silently gazed at the girl before her, suddenly feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Luan waved her hand dismissively and turned away. She had no fondness for sugary beverages, yet in the summer, holding one was quite refreshing. Luan raised her hand, mimicking the earlier gesture, placing it upon her forehead, and found it rather delightful. Did she truly comprehend her own words? Luan, blissfully unaware, nearly lost her composure. Fortunately, only she possessed such an ability. When Su Yao and Su Rao arrived, they found Chen Yanqing standing alone. Where is everyone? Su Yao inquired, evidently uninterested in idle chatter. The two individuals exchanged glances. Su Yao frowned, sensing something amiss. I have a feeling something is off. This fellow is up to no good. Though Su Rao had changed into casual attire, her stage makeup remained intact, with sparkles at the corners of her eyes reflecting the sunlight, giving her gaze a shimmering allure that attracted the attention of many passers-by. She chuckled softly. Do you really believe everyone is like you? Su Rao seldom encountered individuals she respected, yet she acknowledged that Chen Yinqing surpassed her in prowess. The mere presence of the latter made her feel capable of achieving greater heights, as if her potential had been infinitely elevated. What do you know? I can't be bothered to explain. Save your breath. You'll never outmatch me. You should take your own advice. Your confidence is rather excessive. What business is it of yours? I have known Lu Wan for over a decade. Can you compare? Indeed, you share a mother-son bond spanning over 10 years. Do be quiet. With a scoff, the two engaged in a quarrel, drawing the curious gazes of bystanders. Just then, a young couple strolled by. The husband chuckled. Look at today as couples. They bicker at the slightest provocation, though it seems the girls are the fiercer debaters. The wife, unfazed, replied, Aren't two young couples just meant to squabble? Youth is indeed wonderful. Su Yao and Su Rao exchanged glances, both detecting disdain in the other's eyes. Who would consider them a couple? How absurd. They simultaneously huffed and turned in opposite directions. The content covered in high school textbooks is rather limited, and Luan had recently taken to self-studying French. The school offered language electives, with the greatest number opting for French and Japanese. However, the course had been underway for over a year, and she struggled to keep pace. Japanese had its geographical advantages, while French was a major language for international communication. Luan opted for the latter, as her father spoke French fluently, allowing her to seek his guidance at home. Lu Bainan was a versatile academic prodigy, proficient in 4 languages, and their home boasted numerous towering bookshelves, all filled with his tomes, each of which he had perused. Luan considered herself a diligent learner, yet she found the fundamentals of French rather perplexing. The weekend presented a splendid opportunity for her to immerse herself in study, free from unexpected interruptions. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Luan approached and opened it. In the hallway stood Zhao Jianing, smiling as she looked at her daughter. My dear, have you forgotten that you invited your classmates over to play? Luan replied, bewildered. Huh? Really? Hurry and change your clothes. There are over 10 classmates here, both boys and girls. It seems our family has cultivated quite a circle of friends, Zhao Jianing urged. Still in a daze, Luan changed out of her pajamas and made her way downstairs. The living room was filled with a dozen guests. The house was spacious enough for everyone to find a place to stand. Oh, you all came? Luan exclaimed. Inded, Su Rao responded. Didn't we ask you yesterday? You said it was all right, so we thought we would surprise you with a visit today. Luan retorted. Surprise is one thing, astonishment is guaranteed. Lu's parents exchanged glances, unfazed by the gathering. After all, there had been occasions in the past when a group of classmates visited Lu Buyu. It was common for both boys and girls to join, as Lu Buyu had always been the belle of the school, well-liked by all. Furthermore, Professor Lu had once been suspected of being adored by students solely for his looks rather than his professional prowess. His wife, Zhao Jianing, had also never lacked admirers throughout her life. Thus, the family remained composed, save for Luan, who was utterly bewildered. To avoid disturbing the children, Lu's parents decided to step out for a date, leaving Luan alone in the house. Song Qianqian surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Mr. Lu, your home is incredibly comfortable. With so many bookshelves, it resembles a quaint library. Luan replied, All of this belongs to my father. Tang Tang chuckled. What do they say? A tiger's father does not raise a dog of a daughter. No wonder you excel in your studies.
Wow.
There's even a photo of Lu Buyu on the wall. Luan, are you a fan of his? A girl inquired. Luan thought, isn't that obvious? That guy is unbelievably narcissistic, hanging a 2-meter portrait in the living room. However, the monochrome scheme does lend it an artistic flair, making it less obtrusive. Luan was keen to keep her connection to the self-absorbed individual under wraps, as it would undoubtedly lead to complications. That's fantastic. I never imagined Mr. Lu shares a favorite idol with me. We must have so much in common. Song Qianqian exclaimed. Her brother is indeed impressive. As a devoted fan, she could share plenty of material with Mr. Lu. Their bond will surely deepen. Luan thought, well, it's fine, I suppose. Guests must be treated as such, and after pondering, she asked, would you like some water?
Sure.
Su Rao replied. 3 minutes later, each person held a bottle of mineral water, resembling a tourist group. Luan guided her guests through a tour of the house, and as they circled back, a classmate pointed out that someone appeared to be moving around inside. Luan froze for a moment, quickly realizing who it was. Lu Buyu had not gone out today. The fellow must have just awoken. She absolutely cannot allow her classmates to see Lu Buyu, or it would undoubtedly shatter her tranquil campus life, which is already chaotic enough. You all stay here and do not move. I will check. Luan exclaimed, hurrying inside. Lu Buyu, having just roused from slumber, yawned and remarked, "Why does it sound like there are so many people around? Quickly go upstairs. Do not come out. You must not let my classmates see you, or you'll be in serious trouble." Luan insisted. "What on earth are you talking about?" Lu Buyu responded, a bit bewildered. Move, move, move. We must leave immediately." Luan urged, pushing him along. Su Rao, feeling uneasy, decided to venture in for a look. As she walked inside, she called out, "Luan, are you alright? I'm coming in." With Su Rao stepping into the living room, Lu Buyu would inevitably be seen if he went upstairs. Indeed. Their peaceful campus life must not be disrupted. Absolutely not. Luan, quick-witted and nimble, seized a motorcycle helmet from a nearby shelf and swiftly placed it atop Lu Buyu's head. As Lu Buyu reached up to remove the helmet, Luan warned, "What are you doing? If you dare to take it off in front of my classmates, I will not share my apples with you ever again." Su Rao, witnessing the two in the living room, was utterly dumbfounded. Why is he wearing a helmet indoors? How peculiar. Oh, this is a worker I hired to tend to the plants in my home. His face has recently become sensitive to sunlight and must be shielded completely. Luan explained. Is that the standard for landscape workers nowadays? Su Rao inquired. Luan glanced back at Lu Buyu, who was clad in a loose short-sleeved shirt and shorts that reached mid-thigh, revealing two long, snow-white legs that would incite envy among women. The sight was rather indecorous. Because he has a partnership with our community property management, he dresses casually when he comes, Luan elaborated. I wasn't referring to the attire, Su Rao said. Though we can't see his face, he must be nearly 190 centimeters tall, and his physique is quite impressive. Do landscape workers have such high standards? He could easily consider modeling.
Lu Buyu, dunning di almet, syuklad mukingi.
You think hiding my face will suffice? I will be discovered sooner or later. I am a top influencer. Su Rao mused. Though I can't see his face, his laughter is quite pleasant. I am a bit curious about what he looks like. Luan urged Su Rao towards the exit. Do not mind him. Come on, I will show you around.
Alright, I suppose, Su Rao conceded.
Though it felt slightly amiss. She reminded herself that she was there to have fun with Luan, just as Luan had pushed her a couple of steps. A group of classmates waiting outside surged in. Everyone's gaze fell upon the peculiar figure in the room wearing a helmet, an utterly jarring sight. Luan felt a pang of dread. Song Qianqian exclaimed, Wow, who is that? Why is he still wearing a helmet indoors? Not only was he wearing a helmet, but he was also in extremely short shorts, provoking envy among the female classmates. Su Rao replied, This is the worker Luan has at home for plant aesthetics. Song Qianqian, incredulous, remarked, No way, do workers really look this good? Which company are you from, handsome? Could you leave your contact information? I would like to invite you to my home, and may I see your face? Luan replied, His face has an allergy and cannot be exposed to light. And besides, he is fully booked for the latter half of the year. Now, Xiaoyu, hurry outside to trim the lawn. Go on. Lu Buyu rolled his eyes, chuckling as he walked out. What does that mean? Is he really that unsightly? A group of classmates murmured. This worker is quite peculiar. Tang Tang hesitated before suggesting. While I admit he has a good physique, I recommend you find another worker. He seems a bit off mentally. Others nodded in agreement. All right, I will consider it. Luan replied, unsure of what to say, and then handed each person a bottle of mineral water. Since there is no sun today, how about we go for a run around the lake? This community is situated by the lakeside, with the lake not being small, and a lap around it measures 11 kilometers. Professor Lu runs half or a full lap around the lake every morning, believing that exercise can spark inspiration, and Luan occasionally joins him. Running around the lake? Are you serious?
Huh.
Why the sudden suggestion? Observing her classmates' reactions, Luan felt their surprise was rather delightful. Indeed. Let us go for a run around the lake. Grab your mineral water. We are going now. Everyone was taken aback. Is President Lu joking? Is she serious? Luan had already stepped out of the house, compelling the others to follow suit. In the yard, Lu Buyu indeed found a large pair of shears meant for trimming greenery. Seething with anger, and having nothing else to do, he began working, hacking at a few low shrubs until they resembled something quite tragic. As Luan emerged with a crowd of people, Lu Buyu quickly approached. Song Qianqian looked at the man before her, furrowing her brow. The more I think about it, the more it feels off. He looks very familiar. Lu Buyu raised an eyebrow, his expression stern. You realize now, don't you? He recognized this girl, having seen her several times at the airport. She was a fan from his fan station. Artists often remember fans who consistently follow them, and their impressions of those carrying equipment are even more profound. This girl had a keychain from his merchandise, of which only 5,000 were made. Only the most devoted fans would possess one. Indeed, she must have recognized my figure and voice. But what a fake fan, realizing it only now. Humph. Song Qianqian whispered, Really, have you seen the recently wanted murder? Tall and slender could it be? As she finished her sentence, all the classmates took a step back, eyeing the man warily. Lu Buyu. What on earth? Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall the suspect from the wanted notice. There is indeed a resemblance, Tang Tang said softly. Everyone, be careful. Is there something wrong with President Liu? Oh my goodness? Lu Buyu was nearly furious. You actually think I am a criminal? Well, these guys usually call me brother. Every frame of my brother is flawless. He possesses a radiant beauty that is nothing short of exquisite. Yet, his allure extends beyond mere physical appearance. Even if his face were obscured, I could still recognize him by his charisma. But is it merely idle talk? How could one fail to recognize his voice? What a fantasy for countless young girls. He pales in comparison to a shared power bank. Faux fans. Hollow flattery. These emotional fraudsters. Lu Buyu was on the verge of fainting from frustration. There will come a time when you all regret this. Luan cleared her throat. No, I've seen his face. He's merely covering it today due to allergies. There's no need for concern. Now let us go for a run. Song Qianqian remarked, Director Liu, you are exceedingly magnanimous. Just look at him. His attitude is unacceptable, and his professional capabilities are lacking as well. Look at how he has left your yard in disarray. If it were me, I would certainly file a complaint. Indeed, it is quite unacceptable. Go ahead and complain, Luan replied. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should leave. If the conversation continued, Lu Buyu would undoubtedly explode with anger. After everyone departed, Lu Buyu removed his helmet. He shouted loudly while lying on the sofa, then rolled around in frustration several times. It was truly infuriating. A group of classmates assumed Luan was merely speaking whimsically about running around the lake. It seemed far-fetched. At most, they thought they would take a leisurely stroll by the lakeside, which still sounded quite pleasant. Little did they know, Luan was serious and had them line up in preparation. She assured them that they would eventually complete the run, as it would only take 3 hours to walk the course. She would wait for everyone at the finish line. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, Luan had already set off. Reluctantly, they decided to follow her. Interacting with their goddess seemed worthwhile, and the prospect of being cared for was rather appealing. In truth, they were overestimating their abilities. Within 5 minutes, Luan had vanished from sight. These students typically engaged in vigorous exercise only during physical education classes, and they could barely manage the 800-meter test without gasping for breath, let alone running around the lake. The boys struggled significantly, while the girls were utterly overwhelmed, nearly on the verge of tears. Su Rao, who studied dance and had better stamina than many, abandoned the effort after 10 minutes. It was the weekend, and the visiting classmates had dressed with care, with the girls applying light makeup. After 10 minutes of running, their faces were flushed, and their hairstyles were in disarray. How could they allow someone they admired to see them like this? They had no time to hide. Thus, they decided against meeting at the finish line and hurriedly took taxis to retreat. Su Rao stood by the roadside, gasping for air. It was rather amusing. Despite the unexpected turn of events, she was determined not to give up. Chun Yinqing, standing on the rooftop with binoculars, gazed at the road by the lake. Indeed, Luan's idea of running a marathon with her classmates was commendable. He felt a sense of relief. Luan reached the finish line and waited for about 20 minutes without anyone arriving, so she took out her phone to inquire about their whereabouts. She shrugged her shoulders and sighed in relief as she strolled leisurely back home. As expected, the lakeside run was quite suitable. Just before she reached her doorstep, she encountered Chun Yinqing standing by the roadside. Luan was not surprised in the least. After all, he lived in the same building, and they had met previously when she found a wig. Chun Yinqing does not usually reside here. This house belongs to his grandfather and has been largely unoccupied throughout the year. However, he is likely to visit more frequently in the near future. He tossed a drink to someone, and Luan caught the can of Red Bull, opened it, and took a sip. Thank you, she said. Chun Yanqing remarked. I noticed you running with the group earlier. Quite impressive. You seem to be quite popular. You are more popular than I am, Lu Wan replied, momentarily pausing before adding. If you were willing to assist me, there wouldn't be so many complications. Understanding Su Rao's stubborn nature, she said, All right, I will consider it. Lu Wan recognized that he was merely brushing her off. By the time he finished contemplating, the opportunity would have long passed. She chose not to pursue the conversation further and waved her hand as she continued walking ahead. Upon entering the hall, Lu Wan noticed a companion seated on the sofa, their expression decidedly unpleasant.
What do you mean by this?
You are being excessively unreasonable today. Lu Buyu stood up. Suppressing her unease, Lu Wan calmly inquired. How am I being unreasonable? I merely suggested you avoid being seen by my classmates for the time being. Isn't that quite reasonable? That does not justify your actions of shoving a helmet over my face. I have nothing to hide. Come now, stop making a fuss. You routinely leave your house fully equipped with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask to evade recognition and potential trouble. Am I not entitled to be concerned that my classmates might recognize you, which could lead to complications for me? Lu Buyu was momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Look, don't take it to heart. It's not that you cannot be seen, it's merely a necessity to maintain a low profile as a public figure. I'm not targeting you specifically, just be reasonable. Is that so? Perhaps it is? The more he contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Why should he be the one to maintain a low profile? I refuse to comply. Lu Buyu pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. After a prolonged search, he finally located the Weibo account of Lu Wan's classmate who had attended today. It was a modest personal account with a lukewarm following of 120,000 fans. Upon seeing the praises on their homepage, Lu Buyu was infuriated to the point of laughter. Fake fans.
He scoffed.
Lu Wan, if you are concerned about your classmates discovering this, I shall follow your classmate. Using his own Weibo account with 70 million followers, Lu Buyu followed the handsome Yu Guo's account. Within 3 minutes, he realized he had been removed as a follower. Not overthinking it, he assumed it was a system glitch and followed again, only to be removed once more within a minute. After a third attempt, he was removed in mere seconds. Achieving a triple kill, Lu Buyu was certain this was no mere technological malfunction. But why was this happening? This was his fan account. He clicked on their profile and sent a message with just a question mark. Could it be that he was too exhausted from the lakeside run and was now indulging in daydreams? Upon seeing the profile picture, he remained convinced it was a high-quality imitation. However, upon entering the profile, he gasped, this was indeed the real person. With her heart racing with excitement, she unfollowed the account. In fact, she unfollowed 3 times in rapid succession, marking one of the pinnacle moments of her life. When she received a message from Lu Buyu, Song Qianqian was overwhelmed with excitement to the point of nearly fainting, feeling as though the air around her had thinned. However, before losing consciousness, she still had some words to express. I shall do everything for my brother. Please, dear brother, refrain from contacting fans privately. If you follow me, it may upset the sisters from other platforms. I am not a stalker. After reading the message, Lu Buyu sent back 2 question marks. Your capriciousness will provide opportunities for rival fans and detractors. It will also keep the anti-troll and review control groups occupied for a week. Please walk your path alone. Engage more and share more selfies. This message, however, never left her device, for he had been blocked. Yes, blocked. They exchanged glances, both feeling a touch of awkwardness. Lu Buyu cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and feigned nonchalance. Professor Lu inquired, where is Wan Wan? Has her classmate left? Yes, she has. Upon learning that Lu Wan had taken her classmate for a jog around the lake, the couple chuckled. Although the manner was somewhat peculiar, they were not surprised in the slightest. Over a decade ago, when Lu Buyu was still in middle school, more than 20 classmates had visited their home. After all, he was the most handsome in the family and had always been the school belle. The siblings shared this trait. The couple remained baffled that Lu Buyu's emotional intelligence could qualify him as an idol. As for the visitors seeking Lu Wan's company, both boys and girls, that was no concern. They were all classmates. It didn't necessarily imply anything more. The entertainment industry is rather open-minded, and the couple had privately speculated about their son's orientation. Of course, this was later clarified. They believed that Lu Wan was too young and should ideally wait until after 30 to marry. Yet, at 17, one could argue she was either still young or not so young anymore. In just a year, she would be an adult. Age is not the sole measure of maturity. If one can take responsibility for oneself and those around them, then being 15 can be considered adulthood, while being 30 may not hold the same weight if one cannot. They were not overly liberal but loved their daughter wholeheartedly and trusted one another. Luwan's joy and happiness always took precedence. The family's calm demeanor left Luwan, who was initially torn over whether to seek help, feeling even more confused. Was this really not a significant issue? After lounging idly for half an hour, Lu Buyu unexpectedly found himself trending. Lu Buyu, please distance yourself from fans' private lives. Lu Buyu's official fan club compiled his activities from the afternoon and posted them on Weibo. The content was engaging, laced with humor and accompanied by images, turning it into a festive occasion for fans. Isn't my brother just adorable? The top-tier star had followed his personal account thrice, only to be removed each time. The post's popularity soared. Bystanders smiled knowingly, finding it amusing, and many began to take an interest. Fans thought, even if my brother is occasionally silly, he's still charming. Let the praise flow. Detractors looked on disdainfully. Look, he hasn't appeared for a month and still trends? Well, I begrudgingly admit this topic has some merit, better than before. Rivals were astounded. Is Lu Buyu's team this formidable? They really struck gold with this timing. How did we not see it? Truly cunning. Under the scrutiny of all, the topic quickly climbed to the top. Lu Buyu, cradling his phone, felt no joy whatsoever. Moments ago, the agent called, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Who could possibly rival your level of attention? Even during your hiatus, you still managed to secure the top spot." This certainly must provoke envy among artists who have invested in trending searches today. What thoughts might those releasing new dramas or songs entertain? Surely, they cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Lu Buyu, irked, ended the call abruptly. He certainly did not seek such scrutiny. Did he not care for his reputation? Luwan, like her peers, was equally vexing. The notion of a national boyfriend, his treatment hardly surpassed that of a shared power bank. Faux fans. Perhaps he should consider distributing power banks as merchandise in the future. Lu Buyu felt significantly agitated by the trending topic. He was determined to prove to everyone that, aside from the fake fans, he indeed possessed numerous genuine admirers. His agent, Xiao Zhang, was nearly moved to tears. The boss had finally concluded his vacation. The studio could resume operations. Early the next day, Xiao Zhang arrived to report on the itinerary arranged for the past 3 days. As he recited the details, Lu Buyu listened while enjoying his breakfast. The more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss, prompting him to interrupt. "Boss, you're quite the jokester. It's not a matter of the capable doing more work. You've been on a month-long break, so the initial days are understandably piled with tasks, but it will ease up afterward. The top-tier stars may be untroubled, yet their agents face immense pressure. Countless individuals aspire to replace Lu Buyu." Luwan descended the stairs with a backpack in one hand. As she approached the last 6 or 7 steps, she grew weary of descending one step at a time, and with a confident leap, she gracefully landed at the bottom. The agent happened to witness this spectacle, eyes wide with astonishment. Such long legs, and to land with merely a slight bend of the knees for shock absorption? What agility! Xiao Zhang turned to ask, "Boss, is that your sister?" After all, her tranquil appearance at this hour left little room for doubt. Lu Buyu replied, "Indeed, a formidable woman." Upon hearing this, Luwan glanced over, remarking, "Be a decent person and refrain from speaking carelessly, young man." Under the pressure of her formidable presence, Lu Buyu fell silent. Xiao Zhang was even more astonished, since when had the boss become so agreeable? He had heard Lu Buyu mention his sister a few times, but this was his first encounter with her. Turning back, Xiao Zhang exclaimed, "Boss, your sister is impressive. Does she have any interest in debuting? I could guide her." Lu Buyu scoffed. With her skills? It would be a challenge to find male actors for her to work with. I suspect she could only be a specialty actress. For instance, in the Condor Heroes, she could play the eagle, but, alas, eagles are not an everyday occurrence. Hey, if you're looking to meet your end, just say so. Luwan retorted, tossing her backpack toward him. High school backpacks are indeed heavy artillery, crashing onto the dining table with a resounding thud. Lu Buyu inhaled sharply, slowly responding, "What are you doing?" "I was merely jesting." Luwan approached, retrieving her backpack and snagging a few slices of toast as breakfast. "Then I'll make a jest as well. If you ascertain the day of your demise, please inform me, and I shall ensure it comes to pass." Lu Buyu. Xiao Zhang, with an expression of sheer astonishment, exclaimed, "Goodness, Yugo, is your sister truly that formidable? The young heroine possesses extraordinary skills."
Luwan replied, "Well said, boss."
It's no wonder you don't mention your sister. She's even more striking than you. I believe, should I sign her, she would undoubtedly rise to fame. This combination of charisma and prowess is quite en vogue lately. Fans are equally impressive, appealing to both genders. He is quite confident in elevating her status. Lu Buyu interjected. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Perhaps it's best for you to steer clear of the entertainment industry. Oh, the circle is somewhat chaotic. Not particularly suitable for girls. Yet, with you and me providing protection, there should be no cause for concern, Xiao Zhang replied enthusiastically. Outside, Xiao Zhang is now referred to as Zhang Zong and Brother Zhang, a prominent agent in the industry, enjoying considerable prestige. However, he has been Lu Buyu's manager since his university days, when he was a novice, thus he will always be seen as Xiao Zhang in this context. Lu Buyu remarked. Am I to be concerned for her? Xiao Zhang queried. What do you mean? Lu Buyu continued. Oh, if you were to witness how she eats an apple, you would understand. His concern stemmed from the fear that she might be too aggressive, potentially injuring overly eager male actors and producers, which could lead to complications. The crux is that if she were to entice a male idol, she would possess ample leverage to pursue her desires. The manager looked perplexed, pondering the significance of eating an apple. Apples are delicious and nutritious. I enjoy them. Lu Buyu, noticing the confusion, picked up an apple, tossed it lightly, and then threw it toward Xiao Zhang. Taking 2 steps back, Xiao Zhang barely caught the apple, with a bewildered expression asking, What's this, Yuga? Are you treating me to fruit? No need, I'm not hungry, I've already had breakfast. Lu Buyu retorted, Consider it my invitation. Here, attempt to split this apple with your bare hands before consuming it. Xiao Zhang responded. Lu Buyu added, Or a pear would suffice.
That fellow always eats them this way.
Each time he does, he faces a threat. Xiao Zhang, undeterred, insisted, That's quite impressive. But I still believe your sister is well suited for the entertainment industry, given her remarkable skills. Lu Buyu acknowledged, Oh, she excels academically, having ranked 3rd in her grade shortly after transferring. Xiao Zhang paused. Your sister performs that well in her studies? It seems unlikely she would debut like you. Lu Buyu retorted, Are you capable of conversing? At least I managed to get into Stanford. However, having dropped out long ago, he added, Let us refrain from mentioning Stanford. It may give others the impression you are boasting. Lu Buyu continued, With such academic prowess, it would indeed be a pity for her to enter the entertainment industry. Lu Buyu mused, Is this even coherent? Fake fans and phony agents always appear in pairs. This is quite a challenge. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang recalled a fortnight ago, when a familiar company requested Lu Buyu as assistance in promoting a newcomer. The newcomer had appealing attributes, marketed as a top student. However, Lu Buyu had declined, stating that if they were not among the top 3 in their grade and scored below 270 in comprehensive science, they could hardly be considered a top student. Since they did not fit that description, he opted not to represent them, seeking a different excuse instead. At present, Lu Buyu cannot be dismissed as merely speaking without thought. He possesses concrete references. It is simply that the references have proven remarkably adept. Lu Buyu remarked, Forget it, I have no desire to expose her to the public eye. After all, she is still a student. She likely does not wish for that either. Xiao Zhang shrugged and suggested, All right then. But there is an intriguing variety show that has extended an invitation to you. Perhaps you might consider it? This would also allow for an observation of their academic lives. The 4 guests hail from diverse age groups and backgrounds. Although young, Lu Buyu has spent his formative years studying abroad, resulting in a collision of different paradigms. The abundance of students in public schools poses challenges for filming, hence the location is set at the exquisite and less populated Shangda Private School, which happens to be the institution attended by Lu Buyu's sister. Xiao Zhang believes this variety show is quite suitable, boasting a skilled production team, robust platform support, and a generous compensation offer, all while imparting a positive and meaningful impact, despite being a variety program. Notably, Lu Buyu is not required to participate throughout the entire duration. As a guest star, his commitment would only entail 1 or 2 days of recording, though his boss only completed a year of university. His educational background surpasses that of many contemporaries in the industry. After all, numerous idol groups begin training at the tender ages of 13 or 14, with many not having completed their compulsory education. It is indeed challenging for the production team to secure popular young guests. But Lu Buyu possesses an air of a diligent student, making him quite fitting for the role. I will not go. He instantly declined. Yet Lu Buyu, feeling slightly swayed, contemplated, Well, perhaps I shall attend. The thought of Lu Wan potentially speaking ill of him stirred a mix of emotions within him. On Sunday evening, Luan diligently engaged with her introductory French studies. Outside, the night had enveloped the community, with only a few households illuminated. It was only then that she prepared for bed. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, she awoke, her eyes heavy with fatigue due to insufficient sleep. A male classmate in the front turned to her, remarking, "You seem rather listless this early, secretly studying behind everyone's back. How cunning of you." Luan retorted, "Secretly?" The glasses-wearing gentleman's comments frequently incited her urge to retaliate. Surrounded by curious classmates, they leaned in to discern whether Luan was indeed studying in secret, given her seemingly lackadaisical demeanor in school. The expressions of those preparing to glean knowledge were nothing short of astonishment. What audacious words! Truly, you are Zhang Halley. How can one drive on such a dreadful road? Without warning, the metaphorical wheels of fate struck her squarely in the face. Luan, clutching her forehead, raised her voice. "I was studying last night. I was reading. Reading." Her exclamation drew the attention of over half the class, who turned to her with expressions of shock.
Goodness.
Even President Liu is working so hard? What right do we, the underachievers, have to partake? The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly shifted to one of tension. Yu Shuai, sensing the change, quickly reassured her, "You are doing wonderfully, do not overthink it." Lin Yinyan chuckled softly, expressing, "I did not think much of it. I merely feel a tinge of envy for her, as she seems to carry no burdens. Well, I was just letting my thoughts wander. You need not worry." Yu Shuai felt a profound sense of emotion. Nian was truly kind-hearted. Looking over at Luan, who evidently had everything, yet still chose to target Lin Yinyan, whose circumstances were far less fortunate, he reflected, "You always consider others." Nian smiled and shook her head, choosing not to respond further as she continued to jot down vocabulary. Observing her demeanor, Yu Shuai and several boys nearby grew increasingly discontent. After losing a bet last time, they had deemed a mere symbolic sweeping of the corridor sufficient, yet Lin Yinyan had diligently swept for half a month. They had attempted to seek justice from Luan several times, only to be halted by Lin Yinyan, who insisted on accepting the consequences of their wager, leaving them no choice but to relent. The thought of Lin Yinyan balancing her studies, work, and the additional burden of cleaning the corridor pained Yu Shuai's heart. Luan was truly excessive. The school had hired cleaning staff. What benefit did this serve her? As the week commenced, the countdown to the final exams began. Rather than competing with others, Luan chose to compete with herself. This raised a question. Having ranked third previously, the only way for someone to surpass her would be to achieve either second or first place. Chun Yinqing and Su Rao were perennial first and second, yet Luan was on a formidable path, having closely trailed second place by mere points last time. This upcoming final examination would undoubtedly be a clash of titans.
Just the thought of it was exhilarating.
In high school, who wasn't a scholar at heart? Everyone recognized Luan's prowess and diligence, showering her with praise. For the past half-month, Su Yao and Su Rao had been at odds. But Luan had refrained from escalating matters, opting instead to avoid confrontation. After all, Su Yao was thick-skinned and resilient. No amount of scolding or striking would deter her. The other was a girl. It would be unseemly to resort to physicality. Su Yao had experienced 2 baffling romances and observed many around her engaging in relationships. She found interactions with girls too troublesome, preferring the comfort of camaraderie with her brothers, where shared interests and gaming offered a carefree existence. Upon learning that Luan was female, Su Yao felt that this was fortuitously aligned with her own disposition. Su Rao was drawn to handsome individuals, regardless of gender. Her preference was solely for those who were attractive. These two were not inherently so unruly. Their collision had sparked a reciprocal provocation that evolved into an inadvertent encouragement. Ultimately, this resulted in an overly vivacious atmosphere. At noon in the cafeteria, the two encountered each other once more. Luan declared, "Let bygones be bygones. From today onward, I shall concentrate on preparing for the final exams. No one shall waste my time." The underlying message was clear, otherwise, she would not hesitate to sever ties. They were well aware that while Luan was typically gentle and placid, her boundaries were not to be crossed. One must never provoke her ire. Harry whistled, exclaiming, "Lu, you leave me breathless. When will I find someone as fierce as you?" Luan retorted, "You should really be quiet." Harry replied, "You're so annoying. Have some sympathy for me, a tall and awkward creature." His ex-boyfriends were shorter than him. It was quite unfortunate, despite his endearing nature. His height made it difficult to find a partner, leaving him only with the option of a formidable companion. In an era where slender figures were prevalent, Truly handsome individuals were scarce, let alone those with a fierce disposition. His adorable little panda is quite the challenge. Luan found herself bewildered by yet another trivial piece of knowledge. When it came to someone like Harry, Luan truly felt helpless and could only concede defeat. In recent days, the atmosphere at school had settled, and Luan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she could finally focus on her studies. Yet, she was still too young. On the third day, a new challenge emerged. However, did the other party actually agree? Amidst their astonishment, they began to waver. After all, Lu Buyu was a top-tier celebrity, and the business quotes were exorbitant. The director never anticipated that, during their hesitation over the price, Lu Buyu would voluntarily offer to reduce it, slashing it by 50%. Even before the recording commenced, it seemed as if a hit was already guaranteed. With their star artist being so nonchalant, manager Xiao Zhang felt the need to oversee matters closely. With a top-tier celebrity participating, the viewership base for this variety show was assured. Originally, this show was not a primary focus and was likely to be aired on an online platform. However, with Lu Buyu's involvement, it could now secure prime time on television. He single-handedly transformed this show into a significant annual project for the station. The production team felt they had struck gold, suddenly blessed by the favor of fortune. The director was ecstatic, as a fine steed had finally encountered a worthy rider. Manager Xiao Zhang remained indifferent, suggesting that the so-called top-tier selection was merely an excuse to intrude upon his sister's school life, driven by a sense of morbid curiosity. There was no need for excessive interpretation. The preliminary preparations had been meticulously completed, and after signing the contract, recording was set to commence on the third day. At 7:30 in the morning, Lu Buyu arrived at the office of Shangda High School. Accompanying him to Class 4 of the second year was a female artist he did not recognize. Her name was Gao Ying, a third-tier artist who had debuted in a girl group and starred in 2 web dramas. When considering this variety show, she had deliberated for quite some time. Although the opportunity was commendable for her standing, she had not completed junior high and feared that her educational background would become a focal point of discussion upon airing. Ultimately, after consulting with her manager, Gowing decided that any attention was preferable to obscurity, so she accepted the role. Previously, she had only glimpsed Lu Buyu from a distance in the backstage area, surrounded by admirers. This was her first time seeing her idol up close, which felt surreal. The homeroom teacher, observing the 2-star transfer students, nervously instructed, "You two wait outside the classroom for a moment. I'll be right over. By the way, let the class monitor guide you." Yu Shuai happened to be in the office and was designated to escort the two. He too felt quite nervous, as the allure of celebrities was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. On their way to the classroom, Gao Ying cheerfully inquired, "By the way, little class monitor, is there anything we should be aware of?" Yu Shuai shook his head, his ears turning red. Gao Ying, pleased with her own charm, asked with a smile, "Are the classmates easy to get along with?" At that moment, without the cameras rolling, Yu Shuai contemplated and replied, "Most of them are quite friendly. There are a few you can simply ignore."
Who are the few?
Gao Ying pressed with a laugh. Lu Buyu interjected. "It wouldn't be Lu Wan, would it?" Yu Shuai widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the man before him. How could he possibly know? Lu Buyu chuckled, extending his hand to pat the other's shoulder. "My friend, I perceive a remarkable potential within you. You have discerned the essence of the matter." Gao Ying looked utterly bewildered. She had merely intended to tease the young man, showcasing her allure, yet it seemed Lu Buyu was entirely oblivious to her intentions. Did he know the students of the school? Had he done his homework in advance? The team of a top-tier celebrity truly possessed remarkable prowess, even being familiar with the names of the local troublemakers. However, she was indifferent. It mattered not to her who came. Lu Wan's sole desire was to focus on her studies. Her phone vibrated, notifying her of a message from Professor Lu sent to the family group chat. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed 2-star students being escorted into the classroom by the homeroom teacher, one of whom bore an exceedingly familiar face. For a fleeting moment, Lu Wan thought she might be dreaming. Yet the resounding chorus of gasps and screams from her classmates confirmed that this nightmare had indeed manifested into reality. The Lu family group chat was initiated by Zhao Jianing, comprising 6 members, her own family of 4, along with Lu Wan's uncle and cousin. The group bore a simple name: the Big Family, the Old Lu Clan. Invincible Beautiful Girl's father finally sent the family's divine beast away. It's been a month, and he hasn't even gone to work as a celebrity. He just loiters around a house making my head spin. The divine beast left home at 6 this morning, ha ha ha. Invincible Beautiful Girl. Yes, you sent him away. And the divine beast has come to me. Invincible Beautiful Girl's father. Is this the family chat? My apologies. I thought it was a private conversation with my daughter. Lu Buyu was perusing the self-introduction notes on his phone when he stumbled upon those messages. Lu family as precious treasure. He. Lu Buyu glanced at Lu Wan below the podium, amused. He had caught her in the act. Indeed, they were speaking ill of him. Most beautiful Zhao. Overbearingly charismatic uncle. Indolent cousin. Oh, what a blunder. In such a brief span, he had seen it all. It seemed fate had sealed this moment. The homeroom teacher whispered a reminder. Lu, you may introduce yourself. He had never been one to idolize celebrities, having no interest in the entertainment industry. Yet this man was undeniably handsome, his complexion fair and flawless. It was no wonder he garnered so much admiration. The homeroom teacher, a staunch science enthusiast, found it hard not to admire this face. The classmates in the classroom were utterly enchanted. The girls stared, unable to tear their eyes away. And those with less resistance blushed deeply. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Buyu. I am 25 years old, an atypical audit student, and I hope to enjoy a pleasant time with all of you. Although he was not particularly old, he possessed a youthful demeanor, having intentionally donned a sailor shirt paired with light blue jeans today, enhancing his youthful appearance. Even though he was several years older, he blended seamlessly among the high school students. Lu Buyu had a strikingly fair complexion, his skin seemingly devoid of any blemish. Comparatively, not just the boys but many girls felt a sense of inadequacy. Lu Wan thought, this guy, at his age, attending high school, even had the audacity to judge the school beauty. After waiting for another transfer student to finish her self-introduction, the class teacher announced, "We warmly welcome our new classmates." Gowing then requested, "Could you please arrange our seating, teacher? To avoid disturbing others, it would be best if we sat at the back row. Ideally, we would be desk mates, so we can capture moments of our joint study for future promotion." The company encouraged her to seize opportunities. And although Lu Buyu's fans were notoriously fierce, any connection made would garner attention and discussions within the entertainment industry. Unfazed by such matters, Lu Buyu remained oblivious. While her astute manager, Xiao Zhang, was well aware of Gao Ying's past questionable dealings. Xiao Zhang had cautioned Lu Buyu to maintain a distance, warning her that Gao Ying might be a troublemaker. Despite Lu Buyu's polished image, donning gold-rimmed glasses that exuded a scholarly charm, she was, at heart, quite naive and sheltered, having grown up in comfort and privilege. Xiao Zhang had discreetly hinted to Gao Ying's manager that their artists were of different generations, suggesting that Gao Ying could even refer to Lu Buyu as teacher. If any misconduct occurred, they should not blame him for exposing the other's questionable history, as he intended to sever ties completely. If the artist appeared too sweet, he would have to play the villain. Just as the teacher was about to suggest seating the two new students in the last spots of the third and fourth groups, Lu Buyu interjected. "Excuse me, teacher. May I inquire who the top student in class is?" The majority of the class turned in unison to glance at the last student in the third group. Undoubtedly, it was Lu Zong. There was a mix of envy towards both Lu Zong and Lu Buyu. Feigning compliance with the collective gaze, Lu Buyu smiled and said, "Teacher, I wish to find a good role model and sit next to the student with the best grades. Would that be permissible?" However, she was already assigned a desk mate, which posed a dilemma for the teacher. Observing her classmate Harry, Lu Buyu asked, "That handsome boy with blue eyes, may I borrow your desk mate for a few days?" Harry replied, "Of course, I can move back a row." He could not refuse such a striking individual, even if he was not as popular. The teacher acquiesced. "All right then. Lu Buyu, you will sit with Lu Wan, and Gowing will sit with Harry for now." Lu Buyu pressed her lips together, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Within 5 minutes, the two transfer students settled into their seats. To avoid disrupting the normal flow of classes, a camera was installed in the classroom, alongside a fixed-position filming teacher. Noticing the star student sitting at the desk, the filming teacher granted them several additional shots. Turning to her neighbor, Lu Buyu casually remarked, "You seem a bit reserved, but regardless, I hope we can get along well, and I would appreciate your assistance." The surrounding classmates gasped. Her voice was melodious, and there was a hint of coyness in her tone. Truly, she possessed an extraordinary charm befitting a star. Lu Wan remained silent, realizing that profanity was prohibited at school, and thus found no further words to express. This fool had made a sudden appearance without a word of greeting, clearly intending to provoke her. Why was she targeting her? After finally achieving a semblance of peace in her life, this was truly unbearable. Gowing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that she was not seated in the same row as Lu Buyu. The classmate beside him appeared rather handsome, while her own desk mate was somewhat difficult to describe. Observing that the girl sitting next to Lu Buyu showed no intention of engaging him in conversation, Gowing spoke up. Classmate, Lu Ger is speaking to you. Lu Wan wore a solemn expression. However, I am not particularly inclined to converse with him. In fact, I wish I could strangle him. Harry shrugged and clarified. Our Lu Zong is not much of a talker. That's the depth of a scholar. Gowing remained unimpressed. Lu Zong? Harry responded, Lu Zong is quite different from us. However, much like you, I am, in both appearance and essence, a mediocre student. Gowing felt somewhat insulted. Harry maintained a smile, gazing innocently and sincerely at her. His new desk mate seemed a bit pretentious, but that was trivial. Though she might be cuter, she could also be more pretentious. Chapter 39, Error Correction, diverged greatly from her expectations. She had yet to devise a plan for what to do next when the mathematics teacher entered, clutching a stack of papers, and announced with a smile that there would be a surprise test today. Gowing was taken aback. She had always despised mathematics, as her poor academic performance had led her to pursue a career in stardom. Why, then, must she tackle math problems after her debut? Panic engulfed her. The test was overwhelmingly daunting, leaving her devoid of thoughts. The paper was terrifying, consisting of a 50-minute exam with no multiple-choice questions, only 10 fill-in-the-blank items, and 3 problem-solving questions. There was no room for luck. A score of 0 was inevitable. Who could possibly accept that? Gowing racked her brain, unable to comprehend the questions, and turned her gaze to her desk mate. Harry lifted his head. You see, I am of no help. I cannot solve them either. Gowing found this hard to believe, as the boy had been scribbling on his draft paper moments ago. Sensing her skepticism, Harry held up the draft paper, revealing a lively drawing of a turtle. As a student, do you really not understand mathematics? She inquired. I possess knowledge in many areas, but mathematics is not within my purview, he replied. Harry could sing, dance the Latin, paint, and excel in artistic and romantic pursuits, yet he loathed mathematics. The two exchanged glances, their impressions of one another improving slightly, united by a shared camaraderie as underachievers. Thus, they turned their attention to the front row, where Lu Buyu sat. Gowing was aware that Lu Buyu had withdrawn from Stanford, implying that he had been an exceptional student in high school. Although Lu Buyu's academic performance in high school was not outstanding, it was certainly not abysmal. The crucial point was that the curricula differed between domestic and international institutions. He had graduated high school 7 or 8 years prior, and had forgotten much of what he once knew. Lu Buyu found himself in turmoil, pondering whether mathematics in domestic high schools had become so arduous. He could only manage a few fill-in-the-blank questions, with no confidence in their accuracy. And he was utterly at a loss for the problem-solving questions. Struggling, he cast a hesitant glance at the paper of his desk mate on the right. Lu Wan noticed his gaze. Having just completed the last question, she neatly folded her test paper and tucked it into her book. As they awaited the team leader's arrival to collect the assignments, Lu Buyu exclaimed, "This is simply astonishing. Can you truly manage this?" With a bit of time to spare, Lu Wan began to review French vocabulary, diligently utilizing every fragment of time for study, hoping to catch up with the elective courses at their prestigious school, where tuition was exorbitant. Frustrated, Lu Buyu thought, if you want to let me see, I'll just have to figure it out myself. However, mathematics was not a matter of mere determination. After yet another failed attempt, Lu Buyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, what do you mean? Just lend me a glance for reference. It's merely a class test, it doesn't need to be too strict. Lu Wan, her eyes unyielding, dismissed him with indifference. 5 minutes later, feeling utterly defeated, Lu Buyu pleaded, please let me take a look. I'm a celebrity. It's quite embarrassing for my many fans to know I can only score so low. Do I have no dignity left? Can I call you Big Brother?
Ludaje.
Say something. Lu Wan retorted. Serves you right. Who told you to come here and disturb me when you have nothing better to do? She grabbed a piece of paper, scribbling a series of formulas, impatiently sliding it over to him. These were mathematical formulas relevant for the test, and having completed high school, Lu Buyu managed to solve most of the fill-in-the-blank questions after much mental exertion, even attempting a challenging problem. After merely 2 hours, he found the experience exceedingly dull. Participating in a variety show felt akin to seeking mischief when one was merely satiated. Mathematics was daunting. Being an idol seemed far preferable, and tackling tests was no match for the allure of stardom. Lu Wan was utterly insufferable. Noticing Lu Buyu had written extensively on his paper, Gowing, seated diagonally behind him, felt a sense of urgency not to submit a blank sheet and implored, Teacher Lu, may I borrow your notes for reference? Lu Buyu, having toiled and exhausted countless brain cells to arrive at his conclusions, was reluctant to part with them. He tossed the formula sheet he had given Luan to her, saying, "Figure it out yourself." Gowing stared at the formulas, utterly bewildered. She couldn't comprehend them and wondered, what is this? Is this truly mathematics? Why are there so many English letters interspersed? This is quite unfair. Just an hour earlier, she had been eager to showcase her skills. But now she felt thoroughly defeated by the mathematics exam. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the pristine test paper, as she realized she couldn't solve a single problem and had no sense of direction. At only 20, it was quite normal for a young woman to lose control of her emotions. The camera operator, while feeling a mix of pity and amusement, couldn't resist capturing a few extra shots. Luan, with her cold demeanor as she memorized vocabulary, contrasted sharply with the distraught Gowing, creating a scene of delightful absurdity on screen. Harry was at a loss for words. He had initially believed this female star to be of noble stature, only to discover her to be a stubborn bronze. If she cried now, what would she resort to later? With a kind heart, Harry offered her a pack of tissues. Gowing took a moment to wipe her tears, her voice tinged with discontent as she asked, "Aren't you going to comfort me?" Harry let out a whistle. "This afternoon, there's a physics quiz, and later tonight, a spelling test with 100 words. Gao Ying's sobs intensified. Initially, she regarded the short-haired girl beside Lu Buyu as merely academically proficient, believing that good grades did not equate to everything. Yet her perspective shifted. That girl was truly remarkable. As the bell rang, the group leader collected the exam papers, leaving Gowing with her blank sheet, heavy with tears. Zhao Yan had been observing Lu Buyu since his arrival, startled by his presence and his apparent intention to sit next to Luan. What was his true motive? The classmates were unaware of the relationship between Lu Buyu and Luan, yet they recognized his familial connection to Zhao Yan. During the break, a crowd gathered around Zhao Yan's desk. "Did you recommend him to hold the event at our school? Can we get his autograph? I feel too shy to ask you to help." Maintaining a stiff smile, Zhao Yan had been promoting her close relationship with Lu Buyu at school, ensuring the other girls rallied around her, supporting her every decision. Uncertain of Lu Buyu's character, she feared he might publicly dismiss their acquaintance, leaving her to salvage her dignity. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Yet with her classmates watching, she steeled herself and approached Lu Buyu's desk. She paused before him, striving to adopt a casual tone. "Brother, you're here." Lu Buyu responded with a faint, "If there's anything inconvenient for you, please let me know."
All right.
She had genuinely feared he might ignore her. Their exchanges were few, yet they constituted some form of interaction, drawing envy from all the girls in the class, save for Luan, who simply wished to cast her aside. Lin Yan turned around to glance at Lu Buyu in the back row. She had seen him star in a television drama. He was a very popular celebrity. He was Zhao Yan's cousin and had specifically chosen to sit with Luan. Perhaps it was just her misfortune. Lin Yan sighed, wishing she too had such an impressive cousin. Although her grades did not match Luan's, she had at least secured a place within the top 100. Helping classmates was certainly within her capabilities. How splendid it would be to have a star as her desk mate. Yu Shu followed the gaze of the girls beside him, looking back and reflecting. It's peculiar that those two celebrities are sitting with Harry and Luan. It feels rather odd. Lin Yan replied, though it may be inappropriate to say. "I share your sentiment." Yu Shu sighed. "I think I should talk to the homeroom teacher later, to ensure it doesn't tarnish our class's reputation. Luan has a short temper, and Harry is rather eccentric." Pausing momentarily, he added with a smile, Nian, your temperament is so amiable. Sitting with you would be no trouble at all." Lin Yan felt a stir in her heart and softly replied, "That's not necessarily true. Any other classmates would be fine. It's just that Harry and Luan have such distinct personalities. I worry I won't be able to assist those two celebrities effectively, especially with cameras around. There may even be more stars joining us." Shangda, as a private elite high school, hosts many students from affluent families, each possessing a wealth of experience. Yet, a star is a star, and Lu Buyu remains distinctly himself. While she can maintain her composure in the presence of the former, she finds herself utterly entranced by the latter. Luan sits in the classroom, surrounded by a throng of spectators in the corridor during the break, their clamorous chatter painfully assaulting her eardrums. "Oh my goodness! It's Lu Buyu. He shares a desk with Luan. I wish I could be Luan." The envy of the classmates in Class 4 is palpable as two stunning individuals sit side by side. When Luan steps out to the restroom, the nearby girls continue their excited discussion. "Did you see Lu Buyu? Yes, even taller and more handsome in person. His face is so delicate. Oh, I feel unworthy. He's in class 4, sharing a desk with Lu Wan. One can only imagine the conversations exchanged between these two exceptionally attractive people. I know what they're talking about. You're so handsome. No, you're handsome too. One girl laments, my girlfriend and her boyfriend are desk mates. If only I could sit between them, I would be blissfully overwhelmed. Everywhere feels like a grand fan meeting, and the school's public account has updated with 20 posts today, 17 of which feature Lu Buyu. Lu Wan concedes, genuinely recognizing the extent of this fellow's fame. It is no wonder the girls are exhilarated, after all. They share a boyfriend, not through a screen, but in the flesh, alive. Lu Wan is immensely grateful she has not disclosed her connection to Lu Buyu, otherwise the ensuing month would be bereft of any study, a hindrance to her ambition of achieving the top rank in her grade. The morning's final class is physics. Before the bell rings, the physics teacher assigns homework, instructing the class representative to distribute a self-prepared test paper. He emphasizes that it must be completed and submitted before the end of the school day. The paper is not overly extensive, primarily focusing on reinforcing recently learned concepts, and can be completed in approximately 35 minutes. Lu Wan works swiftly, finishing the assignment during the 2 breaks, despite her uncertainties about the material. She cannot simply neglect to submit her homework. She reaches forward, nudging the top student in front of her, and, with an eager expression, inquires, "Hey, could I borrow your homework to copy?" "Not a chance," the top student replies, turning back. "Wow, you're heartless," Huang remarks. Harry, unperturbed, usually scribbles through his assignments, too indifferent to copy from Lu Wan. As an international student, his competition is not with the vast number of students preparing for college entrance exams, but with those overseas aspiring to study in China. Thus, the threshold for his university admission is relatively low. Furthermore, he can consider pursuing art, ensuring he has ample options for higher education, maintaining a remarkably steady mindset. Lu Buyu labors over his physics paper from noon until the afternoon, acutely aware of the receding hairline. He completes it through a mix of guessing and deduction. Primarily, he observes Lu Wan breezing through her work with ease, igniting his competitive spirit, compelling him to confront the challenge head-on, as an elder brother should. Huang casts a pitiful glance towards Lu Buyu in the diagonal front row. Lamenting, "Lu, could I possibly reference your homework?" "Sure, but if you get it wrong, don't blame me," Lu Buyu replies, exhibiting a blatant lack of responsibility. Huang humbly accepts the test paper, assuring, "I want to hold you accountable, and I trust you. Harry, let us place our assignments in the center, and we shall copy them together." He is unconcerned with right or wrong, primarily seeking to glean inspiration from the exemplary work of others, hoping to share in their fortune. Lu Wan, engrossed in her studies, found amusement in the banter of the 3. She shook her head and chuckled, realizing that one dared to show his work while the other 2 were bold enough to copy it. Lu Wan had cast a brief glance at his assignment, noting that his accuracy was less than 30%. Yet, he still managed to finish with a smug expression. Lu Buyu, noticing her laughter, proudly inquired, "What is so amusing? Are you surprised by my brilliance?" Lu Wan replied, "Not at all. I merely believe that indeed, fools tend to lead happier lives. This fellow is truly a stunning imbecile." Lu Buyu retorted, "If you say that, then I shall publicly call you my sister." Lu Wan remained unfazed by the threat. She shared with Lu Buyu a video of the viral coffin dance, suggesting, "You might find this useful very soon." After viewing it, Lu Buyu frowned and asked, "What on earth is this for? I have no need for such nonsense." Lu Wan's voice was calm. "You are mistaken. Whether this nonsense is needed or not is not for you to decide, but rather for me." Lu Buyu. This guy is utterly insufferable. The couple from the Lu family found themselves at a loss. Their eldest son had lazed around for a month, and upon finally returning to work, they joyfully sent him off, only to find him harassing their daughter at school again. They could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Lu Buyu seemed particularly attached to his sister, despite their daily bickering and playful quarrels, which often escalated from the first floor to the 3rd and back down again. The physical exertion ensured he needed no additional exercise. Thus, a few scuffles were a worthwhile trade-off. Lu Buyu yawned. "Today has truly exhausted me." "Serves you right," Lu Wan replied, having finished her meal and preparing to study upstairs. Rising, she leaned over the table, looking down at him and warned, "Your mischief is of no concern to me, but I must caution you. Should it affect my studies, you will face dire consequences." Lu Buyu raised his voice. "Did you all hear that? She is threatening me. Is this reasonable?" Zhao Jianing interjected, "Sister is working hard. You cannot compare. With exams approaching, the pressure is immense, so do not add to her troubles." Professor Lu remarked, My goodness, how old are you? I simply cannot comprehend. Luan responded with a light chuckle. Lu Buyu. Farewell to this utterly unwelcoming home. How is Luan struggling with her studies? He observed her completing her assignments with effortless grace, while he himself felt as though he had endured great suffering, losing countless brain cells throughout the day. The next morning, after finishing breakfast and preparing to leave, Luan was called back by Lu Buyu. Why not accompany me to school? It's on the way, and my company has arranged for transportation. Luan scrutinized him from head to toe before slowly replying, No need, I will take the subway. Clad in a white shirt and trousers, his school uniform suited him perfectly, resembling a handsome high school heartthrob. Luan sighed. Perhaps we should exchange uniforms. You should wear a schoolgirl's skirt, then you would truly be the belle of the school. Today, Luan donned her school uniform skirt. She found trousers to be far more convenient, yet for various reasons, she chose to wear a skirt once a week. This way, she could convey to the uninformed girls that she was not a boy, thus discouraging any reckless advances. Consequently, aside from the dashing Lu Zong, there existed a limited edition of skirt-clad Wan Mei for 4 days each month. Students at Shangda High School had begun to decipher this pattern. Typically, it would be on Fridays, as school dismissed at 4 in the afternoon. The limited edition of Wan Mei's long legs was, without a doubt, a spectacle that could captivate any admirer. Many girls expressed that they could be fierce as well. Others remarked, although not fierce, they too could radiate a charming aura. Lu Buyu surveyed Luan, commenting, You appear rather effeminate today. Luan took a deep breath and patiently replied, I'll head out first. Please wait half an hour after I leave before you follow. Lu Buyu acquiesced. The camera teacher observed the scene through the lens. Yesterday, Lu Buyu's desk mate was clad in trousers, which did not stand out. Today, however, upon switching to a skirt, a harmonious aesthetic emerged. Indeed, Lu Buyu was a rising star. He had chosen a classmate who was exceptionally photogenic, and their presence in the same frame was pleasing to the eye. They bore a resemblance, yet were distinctly different in style, sharing somewhat similar jawlines. However, the studious classmate maintained an aloof demeanor, showing little regard for the popular student. Lu Buyu endured a challenging morning, pondering whether the academic demands of high school in the country were always so arduous. He felt his intellect was barely sufficient to keep up. Gowing was on the verge of tears. At noon, as school let out, Lu Buyu intended to rest on the shuttle bus when he was halted by the class leader from class 4. It's like this. The homeroom teacher asked me to check if you need any assistance, Mr. Lu, Yu Shuai inquired. You can just call me by my name. After all, we are classmates now. Thank you, but I can manage for the time being, Lu Buyu replied. Have you found anything inconvenient?
Yu Shuai asked.
Not really, everything is fine. Lu Buyu responded. Yu Shuai was somewhat taken aback. This star, despite his fame, exhibited no airs. After a moment's thought, he queried, What about your desk mate? She has a bit of a temper. Have you two had any conflicts? Lu Buyu candidly admitted, There have been a few frictions, but they can be resolved. Yu Shuai sighed in relief, realizing his assumptions were correct. Then, how about I help you request a seat change with the teacher? Would that be acceptable? Yu Shuai suggested with a smile. That won't be necessary. Things are quite good as they are. And I've just begun to get accustomed to my new desk mate. Constantly switching wouldn't be ideal, Lu Buyu replied. Not at all.
Yes, you.
I can arrange for someone with a much better temperament, Yu Shuai insisted. Lu Buyu discerned that Yu Shuai seemed to have quite an opinion about Luan. From recent observations, Luan was immensely popular at school, with both boys and girls vying to give her gifts or strike up conversations. It was rare to encounter someone so uniquely captivating. Lu Buyu chuckled and asked, So, you're aware of my desk mate's temper? Of course, Yu Shuai replied. Of course? I would love to hear more. Please, enlighten me. Yu Shuai hesitated for a moment, but seeing the other party's eager expression, he pondered for 2 seconds and, in a low voice with a serious demeanor, remarked, Luan is not very united with her classmates, and when provoked, she can resort to violence. That was that. He had known it all along, and the revelation held no novelty. Lu Buyu responded, Do elaborate, what else? Yu Shuai was taken aback. What kind of response was that? Clearly, they were accustomed to the complexities of the world. Lu Buyu's eyes sparkled with a beguiling charm. To gain the other's trust, Yu Shuai racked his brain before continuing. You've seen for yourself. She is quite popular at school, being the daughter of the Lu family. However, I believe her character does not merit such admiration. She is simply unworthy of her popularity. Lu Buyu's expression shifted slightly, and with an inscrutable demeanor, he inquired, Unworthy? Yu Shuai nodded, gesturing towards Lin Yinyan, who was cleaning outside. With a sigh, he remarked, that classmate comes from a modest background but is exceptionally hardworking and kind. The last time, in an attempt to assist others, she lost a bet to Lu Wan, who then forced her to clean the corridors 3 months, a full 3 months. Lu Buyu observed, it seems you harbor quite a bit of discontent toward her. Your emotions appear rather heightened. Yu Shuai had suppressed his feelings for far too long, especially since he had been unable to assist the classmate he admired, Lin Yinyan, who had to endure cleaning the corridors each morning and noon, facing the scrutiny of passing classmates. Now that he had opened up, he spoke with a complex expression. In truth, I envy her. If I possessed such power and influence, I would never bully my classmates. Before him stood a star, perhaps capable of offering some assistance in advising Lu Wan. Lu Buyu interjected, I find your words preposterous. With a sense of exasperation, he observed Yu Shuai's overly sentimental demeanor. Yu Shuai, bewildered, replied, Huh? He looked up to find that the smile had vanished from Lu Buyu's face. Listening to your nonsense, how can you even consider being class president? Although one could not deduce every detail from the few words exchanged, Lu Buyu had spent a month with Lu Wan, and even if he did not fully comprehend her, he had grasped at least 70% of her character. There was no familial bias in their interactions, judging by Lu Wan's usual harshness when dealing with him. She leaned towards direct confrontation, eschewing the subtleties of intrigue. Lu Buyu had thrived in the tumultuous and ambition-driven entertainment industry for 5 years, having successfully ascended to the upper echelons of the food chain. There were certain matters he deemed beneath him, yet he was far from oblivious. The notion that a boy would envy Lu Wan was utterly ludicrous, a testament to his ignorance of the myriad complexities surrounding her life. Lu Buyu longed to challenge him, asking whether he envied her being abducted before she turned 2, encountering a pair of unhinged adoptive parents, and being forced to live as a boy for 17 years. Or perhaps he envied her childhood of scarcity, which led to her voracious appetite, despite contemporary health philosophies advocating for moderation. Lu Wan would always eat until completely sated before setting down her chopsticks. Or was it her years of hard labor, her palms calloused and her hands adorned with scars, starkly different from those of her peers, even the boys? The more Lu Buyu contemplated, the angrier he became, almost wishing to strike this foolish, nonsensical individual. It was absurd for a man to covet another's daughter, a notion so outrageous it seemed unfathomable to utter aloud. Is it merely because Lu Wan appears different from the other girls? How shallow of you! Lu Buyu thought to himself, utterly exasperated and unwilling to engage in reasoning. Yu Shuai, in a state of confusion, asked, May I inquire what you mean? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Buyu's expression darkened. I feel unwell just seeing you. Isn't it customary to fulfill a bet when one loses? No one else has complained, so why do you feel the need to take a stand? What gives you the right? Are you the world's policeman? Yu Shuai was taken aback by the reprimand, momentarily at a loss for words. He had believed that his sincere approach would garner Lu Buyu's support. How had the winds shifted so abruptly? Lu Buyu shifted his gaze to the girl outside who was cleaning. Lin Yanyan, was it? She could not distance herself from this. Ordinary students could be overlooked, but this one was a charity student. What does it mean to be a charity student? It signifies that the school board uses funds earned from other students to subsidize her. Perhaps a significant portion of that funding originated from the Lu family, especially since Lu Jinya made a substantial donation just before Lu Wan transferred schools. Lu Buyu found it absurdly infuriating that she would use the Lu family's money while maligning Lu Wan. It was utterly unjustifiable. It would be better to revoke the charity student status altogether to avoid further complications. Lu Buyu fixed a cold stare on the person before him. I ask you now, have you spoken such words about others as well?
No, came the response.
Very well. You have just saved your own skin. Harry, noticing that the celebrity seemed inclined to converse with Yu Shuai, hurried over to eavesdrop. He held a strong dislike for Yu Shuai, who trailed behind Lin Yanyan, and it was evident that Yu Shuai bore a clear disdain for him and for Mr. Lu. It was palpable, so why should he feel any affection for him? Harry feared that the bespectacled boy might say something foolish, and to his dismay, his suspicions were confirmed. This wretched creature was quietly stirring up trouble. How dare he slander Mr. Lu? Lu Buyu was a star. If such accusations gained traction and were broadcast, it would be disastrous. The current online community is terrifying. The adorable panda staunchly rejects any form of cyberbullying. If anyone insults him online, he simply blocks them. He could hardly believe that this scoundrel had overlooked such implications. It was clearly deliberate. Fortunately, the celebrity was astute enough to defend Mr. Lu. How infuriating for you. My Mr. Lu possesses boundless prowess.
Yu Shuai protested.
I haven't said anything. He still failed to grasp where he had erred. After all, Lin Yan was genuinely pitiable in his eyes. It was the indifferent classmates who were truly cold-hearted. Lu Bu retorted, "You are the model student of the year? I shall report you. You are unworthy of such a title." Yu Shuai's face paled, shaken to his core. He stubbornly replied, "What gives you the right to do this? You have no authority." The girl had cast several glances in their direction, quietly listening. Since she had not come forth to clarify, he saw no reason to approach her either. Lin Yan rested one hand on her waist while the other dragged on the ground. Her figure, naturally slender and delicate, now exuded an even more ethereal quality, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. The passing boys could not help but steal glances at her. Suddenly, the light around her dimmed, and a pair of men's shoes came into her line of sight. Lin Yan recognized those shoes, and upon realizing who they belonged to, her heart skipped a beat. What could he possibly want from her? Had Yu Shuai said something? Was Zhao Bu hoping to sit together as classmates, or did he simply feel pity for her? The mere thought sent shivers down Lin Yan's spine, causing her ears to flush with warmth. If you do not wish to partake, no one will force you. You may simply withdraw from the school. Yu Shuai hurriedly intervened. Yan didn't mean it like that. Please do not misunderstand her. Lu Bu scoffed, "You speak nonsense. Her silence is complicity, and that only encourages you to be even more reckless." Lin Yan's eyes widened, tears welling up in her gaze. The ultimatum was clear. If you refuse to comply, you may leave this institution. Your choices are your own. And do not involve others. The bluntness of Lu Bu's words hung heavy in the air. Without waiting for a retort, he turned and descended the stairs. The onlooker, Harry, felt a rush of exhilaration. After the star's departure, he could not help but stand up, raising his fist in triumph. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Who was he to jeopardize his status as a model student? Seeing Harry's elation only prompted further remarks. "Zhang Harry, what do you mean by that?" Harry shrugged. "What's wrong? Is smiling now a crime? Just because you lack the courage to argue with the star, you come to bother me?" Yu Shuai raised his voice. "Nonsense." Harry covered his ears. "Please don't shout. I fear the barking of dogs. Are you unwell? It's quite enough to look at you." Harry shrugged, bemused by the absurdity of it all. He winked and smiled. "Even though you insult me, who knows if your heart truly reflects your words? Perhaps you can't get enough of me." Yu Shuai. "Ah, but if that were truly the case, it would be terrifying. I'd rather you just insult me." Harry, relishing the moment, savored the sight of Yu Shuai's frustration and departed joyfully. Lin Yan cast a complex gaze toward Yu Shuai. She wished for his assistance, but certainly not in this manner. Thankfully, only Harry had been nearby. Otherwise, she would have been utterly humiliated. Yu Shuai moved his lips, whispering, "I'm sorry." Lin Yan felt a twinge of displeasure but shook her head. "You should not blame yourself. I know you have my best interests at heart." Lu Bu, affected by the encounter, lost his appetite. However, it mattered little. After all, stars should not be expected to dine at every meal. Exiting the academic building, he felt compelled to see what that infuriating character was up to. Luan had just emerged from the school canteen, the recent warm weather prompting her to hold a sweet cone. Indulging in a sweet treat after a summer meal was pure bliss. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly shoved her from behind, causing her hand to tremble, and a generous dollop of cream tumbled to the ground. The cleaning lady had just swept through, laughing heartily as she disposed of it. Everything transpired so swiftly that she barely had time to mourn this abrupt farewell. Luan glanced at the bare ice cream cone in her hand and turned to ask ominously, "Are you so impatient with life?" Lu Bu replied, "Don't be angry. You should be grateful to me. Eating that would make you gain weight. Look at your face, it's even puffier than mine." Luan retorted, "Puffy, my foot. That's my apple-like cheeks. A feature unique to young girls. Don't speak without understanding. Stay away from me, or I want to be polite." Lu Bu exclaimed, "You are truly heartless. I came all this way to find you." Nearby, classmates erupted in laughter. It seemed the superstar and Lu were particularly well matched. If Lu Bu were too close to other girls, others might entertain certain thoughts. But with Luan, it was entirely different. Could it be that our Lu is not handsome? He is certainly qualified. The filming teacher found this amusing and captured the moment on camera. Indeed, among the 3 groups of 6 guests invited this time, Lu Bu performed the best. As expected of a top star, though costly, he offered significant value. This variety show not only filmed the stars' daily learning but also their various interactions with classmates. Being celebrities, the classmates and teachers found it challenging to maintain an ordinary demeanor. However, Luan was different. She interacted with her desk mate effortlessly. Typically adored, this top star faced disdain from her academically brilliant desk mate in various respects. After all, school was primarily about studying, and in Luan's eyes, the brilliance of a star held no sway. To her, he was merely a fool who couldn't study. Though occasionally, driven by a sudden act of kindness or sheer annoyance, she would lend a hand to her desk mate. Lu Bu, like a big boy, would press forward to assert his presence when others ignored him. Though somewhat bothersome, it was mostly humorous. Who would have thought the idol had such a side? Lu Buyu exuded youthful energy, blending seamlessly among the students in his school uniform. His face could overshadow even the most glamorous female stars in the entertainment industry. During their collaborative projects, female artists dared not release any press materials, fearing backlash from competitors or trolls who would use images of the male and female leads together to publicly humiliate them. He possessed skin more radiant than many female artists, and his features were exquisitely refined. Without comparison, there was no harm. Yet, Luan was genuinely youthful, and the two of them belonged to different types, each possessing their own allure. Luan devoured the ice cream cone in a matter of moments. Regardless of whether cameras were rolling, she could not hold back. At that moment, she had to eliminate him. The school was vast, offering numerous escape routes. Sensing trouble, Lu Buyu took flight, and the two dashed off like the wind for several meters, barely escaping. Archery was not a compulsory subject in physical education, falling into the category of electives alongside golf and tennis. The school boasted both a golf course and an archery range. Lu Buyu had once secured second place in the World Youth Archery Championships, gaining entry to the school under the title of an athlete. The production team believed the aura of the star should not diminish entirely. They had to ensure he showcased his charm. Lu Buyu's assistant, perceptive as ever, brought over the bow reserved exclusively for his boss. It was a beautifully crafted longbow, appearing light yet demanding a formidable draw weight of 40 pounds. In recent days, Lu Buyu had been remarkably approachable, devoid of any airs, prompting his classmates to eagerly test their prowess against his bow. 3 students attempted to draw it, all failing. When Su Yao stepped forward for a 4th attempt, with a smile, Lu Buyu handed the bow over, jesting, "Just be careful not to break it." Initially dismissive, Su Yao soon found himself struggling, managing only a slight draw with 3 fingers. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he decided to pass the bow to Luan. "Lu Zong, why don't you give it a try?" Su Yao intended to convey that the bowstring was particularly challenging to pull back, rather than implying any weakness in his own strength. To his astonishment, Luan effortlessly drew the bow, maintaining a steady control, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Su Yao was taken aback. He knew Luan was strong, but this was rather extraordinary. Harry exclaimed, "Lu Zong is handsome. I'm even more smitten today." All the classmates echoed, "Indeed. Lu Zong is handsome." Initially expecting that no one could draw the bow, Lu Buyu was equally stunned and, after a moment's thought, inquired, "How could you draw the bow without prior practice?" Luan replied, "I observed your thumb and bowstring positioning during your demonstration. It doesn't seem too difficult, merely a matter of familiarity." The boys in class, despite their strength, had failed due to improper technique and incorrect muscle engagement. Luan had noticed this when the second student struggled, subsequently researching the correct method to draw a bow. She indeed possessed considerable strength. Lu Buyu's composure began to waver. He had intended to remain low-key and not flaunt his abilities, but those thoughts were quickly forgotten. He shot 5 arrows consecutively, 3 of which struck the target's bullseye, and he finally exhaled in relief. See, brother is still impressive. Archery, being a niche sport, was unfamiliar to many, leading to an eruption of applause. Why not give archery a try? Luan picked up a 20-pound bow, deciding to give it a shot. Standing tall, she drew the bow with grace, squinting as she aimed for the bullseye, only to miss all 5 arrows entirely. Unfazed, she maintained her composure, acknowledging that this was merely routine, given her lack of prior training. Although she had just researched archery techniques, the gap between theory and practice remained significant. Lu Buyu crossed his arms, taunting, "Why not plead with me? If you ask nicely, I might teach you." Luan retorted, "Oh, that's unnecessary." Other classmates chimed in, "Can I plead? Handsome, take a look at me." Despite Luan not asking, Lu Buyu willingly offered guidance, confident in his expertise as a previous archery champion. He succinctly conveyed the essence of the technique, and Luan grasped it swiftly. Though still a novice, after several attempts, she could at least manage to hit the target. Naturally, other classmates also sought coaching. Archery remained a niche sport in the country, and even with a school archery range, few had ever participated, with only a handful truly proficient. Do not fret, Nian Nian. Many of your classmates are struggling as well, Yu Shuai reassured her. She felt disheartened, questioning whether she was inferior in every regard. The more she tried, the more anxious she became, and that anxiety only hindered her progress. When the coach approached, he gently took the bow from Lin Nian Nian's hands. You cannot control this safely. There is no need to rush for success. Even if you do not master it today, it is perfectly acceptable. After all, girls have a natural physical disadvantage compared to boys. Lin Nian Nian remained silent, unconsciously glancing at Luan. The coach followed her gaze, yet casually remarked, Luan shows remarkable talent, performing better than many boys in our class. There is no need for you to compare yourself to her. Lin Nian Nian replied, No, I am not comparing myself to her. The coach chuckled lightly. Very well then. Focus on practicing within your limits, and ensure you do not injure yourself. Yes, I understand, she affirmed. After Lu Buyu guided Lu Wan through her archery practice, her confidence was restored. You see, your brother is quite handsome. Since this was an elective, the scheduling was quite flexible. Upon exiting the archery hall, Su Yao asked, Lu Wan, would you like to join me for a game of basketball? The two had played together in middle school, but Lu Wan had been too occupied with studies and work in high school. The school basketball team seemed to be in training, divided into two squads, engaging in a spirited match. The surrounding students erupted in cheers from time to time. Many boys were enthusiastic about basketball, even if they did not play well. They greatly enjoyed watching. Lu Buyu, tall and a former member of the high school basketball team, had seldom played since his debut, primarily due to a lack of companions and time constraints. Let us go. I, too, wish to witness this spectacle of athleticism, Harry suggested. How about you, Lu Zong? All right. Let us go, Lu Wan replied. Harry whistled, clearly delighted at the prospect of watching skilled athletes play. If every day were a festival, the thrill would diminish. Not to mention the toll it would take on one's health. Having been invited several times, Lu Wan was rather indifferent. After a moment's reflection, she decided that since she had no other plans, joining in the fun would be acceptable, especially since Lu Buyu was eager to participate. After all, she had learned a valuable skill in archery this afternoon. She resolved to be generous about it. Lu Wan intended to sit on the sidelines and observe, but Su Yao had other plans, pulling her into the center of the court. You can play. Do not hesitate. Why would you shy away? Lu Wan shrugged, smiling as she replied, Isn't this inappropriate? You boys are playing. What purpose do I serve here? Although she had changed out of her skirt due to the archery lesson, she still felt out of place. Come now, do not be so modest. I do not regard you as merely a girl, Su Yao insisted. That is quite excessive. Lu Wan protested. Su Yao raised his voice, seeking the audience's opinion. Lu Zong thinks it is inappropriate. What do you all think? The basketball team chimed in. Of course it is appropriate. The spectators outside echoed their enthusiasm. Absolutely. Lu Zong should join in. Go for it, Wan Mei. Su Yao, undeterred by the escalating excitement, cheerfully added, Lu Zong used to play exceptionally well. Who wants to see her? The crowd's fervor remained unabated. Come on, Lu Zong. Show us what you've got. Lu Wan cast a glance at Su Yao, realizing that there was no point in further resistance. She decided to indulge in a bit of playful competition. Girls tend to mature faster than boys, and by middle school, Lu Wan was already taller than most of her male peers, making her a key player in every class basketball match. Her height and long limbs gave her an edge, enabling her to excel in the sport, outperforming the majority of girls and even many boys. As she approached, she deftly flicked the ball with her foot and caught it with her hand. This singular motion was enough to reveal her exceptional skill, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wan declared, I'll just take a casual shot and then step down so you all can continue playing. All right, let us see it. The boys from the school basketball team were eager to participate, viewing this as a delightful opportunity. Lu Wan dribbled the ball swiftly, navigating past her opponents. Although she took the game seriously, a smile lingered on her face, infectious enough to captivate not only the onlookers, but also the defenders attempting to block her shots. A girl who was both beautiful and skilled at basketball was an irresistible allure for athletes. She was practically a goddess. Even if she was someone they could not easily pursue, they were determined to increase their visibility in her presence. As Lu Wan approached with the ball, the basketball team members were elated, unable to genuinely confront her with all their might. Logically, Lu Wan's skills were inferior to theirs. Yet this was not a formal competition. Though the boys were straightforward, they were not foolish. They understood that annoying her could result in her not wanting to play again, which would be a loss for them. Luwon's skills were indeed impressive. As soon as the defense slackened even slightly, she would effortlessly maneuver past her opponents. Her movements fluid and graceful. The crowd erupted in cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Harry whistled, realizing that if Luwon joined the basketball team, sponsorships would likely soar. Suddenly, a girl's high-pitched voice drew the attention of all the students. Once the initial shout was made, the spectators outside began to cheer excitedly. Harry covered his ears, exasperated. Are these fools competing to see who can yell the loudest, thinking the prize is Luwon? If that were the case, he would have brought a loudspeaker. As Luwon approached the final player, she seized the moment, holding the ball with both hands, bending her knees slightly before jumping upward, and releasing the ball with a flick of her wrist. Just as the basketball seemed destined for the hoop, a sudden hand swatted it away. Lu Buyu landed gracefully on the ground, gazing at Luwon with a smug expression. Sorry, but you didn't make it past me. Everyone gasped in disbelief. What are you doing, boyfriend? How can you block my wife's shot? Luwon shrugged, surprisingly unfazed. So close. But it's fine, you all continue playing. I'll just watch from the sidelines. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Song Chantian exclaimed, I envy those guys on the basketball team. What's it like to be tackled by Luwon? Coach, is it too late for me to learn basketball? Harry sighed. Realizing that Luwon's decision to not continue playing today was wise, it spared the students' voices and protected his eardrums. Luwon stepped off the court, accepting a bottle of water from an unknown hand, sipping it while intently observing the boys playing basketball. To her surprise, Lu Buyu proved to be more than just a pretty face. His performance was quite remarkable. His features were exquisitely refined, yet did not appear effeminate, largely due to his tall stature and impressive physique. During the halftime break, the atmosphere finally settled into a calm. Lu Buyu, drenched in sweat, felt exhilarated, unable to recall the last time he had played so vigorously. His opponents were commendable and did not ease up on him simply because he was a star. The cameraman was also pleased with the footage, capturing the vitality of youth. Luwon's desk mate was truly a gem. He wagered that once aired, this girl would garner significant attention. Her effortless charm and vivacity would draw everyone's gaze. It was worth noting that Luwon interacted with both boys and girls with a natural ease. As halftime progressed, a commotion arose, indicating the arrival of new individuals. Turning, Luwon spotted Chen Yinqing approaching, accompanied by a girl she had never seen before, who sported a pair of adorable pigtails. Harry, an avid gossip enthusiast, was eager to share. That girl's name is Jizi, a transfer student from Japan, part of a prominent financial family. She has been quite attached to Chen Yinqing lately. Chen Yinqing, with his icy demeanor, naturally deterred others from getting too close. However, Jizi was different. After expressing her affection for him, she persistently followed the idol, addressing him with an endearing Yinqing-koan. Given that she was a short-term exchange student, her presence was not a cause for concern among their peers, as it was understood that she would not be around for long. Jizi, aware of Chen Yinqing's single status, became even more proactive. Luwon, taken aback by this revelation, pondered why so many were enamored with Chen Yinqing. Observing his expression, she noted he did not seem particularly pleased. Harry remarked, Isn't that obvious? Luwon lowered her voice. Then, why doesn't he accept? We could both serve as each other's decoys, assisting one another. Harry hesitated. Well, there's that possibility. Luwon questioned, Does he find me unsuitable? This notion struck her as improbable. Perhaps he simply deemed it inappropriate. What makes it inappropriate? I believe it is quite suitable. Harry chuckled. You needn't take it to heart. Alternatively, you could proactively showcase your strengths. After contemplating, Luwon recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity. Aside from the audacious Su Yao and the determined Su Rao, many others frequently approached her with confessions, regardless of gender. If two classmates each required 15 minutes to express their feelings, that amounted to half an hour wasted. However, Luwon could not dismiss them with a mere sentence. For these individuals, perhaps those 15 minutes were significant, as it might have taken them considerable courage to approach her. While she remained resolute in her refusals, her tone could not be overly harsh. If the confessor were a girl, clarity sufficed. There was no need to reduce someone to tears, and she found it difficult to be so unkind. Luwon possessed a gentle temperament and a friendly disposition, prompting her classmates, who had previously hesitated, to enthusiastically express their feelings. Regardless of whether President Lu would reciprocate, they believed that confessing would spare them future regrets. Spending half an hour daily turning down others accumulated to 3 to 4 hours a week. and ultimately 16 hours a month, time that could have been devoted to memorizing hundreds of vocabulary phrases. It was decidedly impractical. Rising to her feet, Luan realized it was time to showcase her talent: basketball. During the halftime break, she made her way onto the court to request another round of play. It took her mere minutes to maneuver past her opponents, perfectly timed with the intermission. The basketball team readily agreed to her proposition, and as she re-entered the game, excitement surged among the spectators. Receiving the tossed ball, Luan scanned the area and spotted Chen Yinqing. Flashing a smile, she declared, "It is time to reveal my true prowess." This time, her dribbling was even more vigorous than before. Fueled by determination, she swiftly approached the last defender. When Lu Buyu attempted to snatch the ball, Luan deftly sidestepped. Neither player yielded, resulting in a collision. Driven by her competitive spirit, Luan managed to push Lu Buyu back a step, inadvertently causing her to trip over Su Yao, who was positioned behind her. In an unexpected tumble, both fell to the ground. Luan, undeterred by the mishap, seized the opportunity to leap and shoot. A three-pointer. The crowd erupted in cheers. With a triumphant glance towards Chen Yinqing, Luan inquired, "What do you think? Am I not impressive?" Harry, covering his face in disbelief, murmured, "Goodness. This is not how one showcases their strengths, nor in this manner." Lu Buyu clutched her shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness. Is she a powerhouse? Such strength." Su Yao, pinned beneath, lamented, "Did you just realize this? Her forceful play has garnered protests in the past. And could you please get off me? My ribs are about to break." Harry surveyed the two sprawled on the ground, bemused by the sight of a superstar perched atop an oblivious lad. He clicked his tongue, remarking, "Oh, you two. What a truly unfortunate position. I cannot wish you well, as fierce individuals seldom find happiness together." The atmosphere grew tense as the audience murmured in response. Luan then tossed the ball to another player and approached Chen Yinqing with a smile, asking, "So, what do you think?" Jizi bowed slightly to Chen Yinqing, apologizing. "I must confess, I have only just realized that you are not quite my type. I am truly sorry, but we are simply not a match." The crowd responded with confusion. Jizi, blushing and glancing at Luan, sweetly remarked, "I adore your type, Wanjun. Just before your game, we interacted, didn't we? Your gaze captivated me entirely." Luan, taken aback, stammered, "Wait, I was looking at Chen Yinqing." The crowd was left bewildered. How could the allure of the male idol possibly be overshadowed by President Liu? Were admirers actually swayed on the spot? Harry interjected, "Allow me to correct you. Miss Shizi, you should refer to her as Wan-san, not Wanjun, as she, like you, is a lady." Although he felt a pang of sympathy, the truth remained undeniable. Jizi was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Luan from head to toe. After a few seconds of internal conflict, she contemplated expressing her indifference. However, Harry preempted her. Straightforwardly, "Lu is an unyielding woman. You might as well give up, Jizi." Harry shrugged, casting a silent glance at Luan. "This is truly unfortunate. Just look at what you've done, Lu. Are you attempting to divert the situation? Your method of assisting your crush is rather peculiar." The onlookers were utterly bewildered, their heads spinning in every direction: left, right, center, left again. Luan, Chen Yinqing, and the unexpected arrival of a dazzling supercar, Harry. The rapidity of their head turns could undoubtedly remedy any chronic neck ailment. Song Qianqian remarked, "While we ought to maintain a friendly attitude towards exchange students, Jizi, your greed is rather excessive." The crowd nodded in agreement. It was indeed outrageous. The exchange student had expressed affection towards Chen Yinqing, and everyone tolerated it. Considering the exchange period was merely a week, just endure, and it would pass. After all, the other party was both adorable and charming. However, how could one express affection towards Chen Yinqing and then turn around to say such things to Lu? Jizi, you monopolize this advantage. No matter how cute or soft you are, we cannot condone this. It's a matter of principle. You cannot set such a poor precedent. Jizi involuntarily stepped back, the gazes of her classmates feeling somewhat intimidating. Why did they seem so frightening? Luan face-bombed. No, she truly did not mean it that way. Chen Yinqing maintained a calm demeanor, his voice steady as he said, "Luan, I happen to have something to discuss with you." With that, he turned and exited the court. Oh, this was not a place to linger. Luan hurriedly followed suit. Jizi tilted her head, her twin tails swaying as she observed the departing figures, puzzled. Why did Yinqing and Wan leave? Are they a couple? Whoa. A close friend of Jizi quickly covered the naive girl's mouth. "You mustn't speak carelessly, even if you are an exchange student. If those two were indeed a couple, how many hearts would be shattered? How many girls would endure the agony of double heartbreak? Who could withstand such a blow? Jizi looked up to find the expressions of the circle of onlookers noticeably altered. She ceased her struggles against her friend's hand covering her mouth. The classmates suddenly appeared unfriendly, a hint of fear creeping in. Lu Wan chased after Chen Yinqing, joining him beside the court, only to find him suppressing laughter. Fine, if you wish to laugh. Then laugh, Lu Wan conceded, surrendering to the moment. Chen Yinqing commented, no, Lu Wan was remarkable just now. Her skills were impressive, and everyone adored her. Lu Wan shrugged. I would be a fool to believe you. Nonetheless, while many may admire you, I am undoubtedly the one who cherishes you the most. Chen Yinqing halted, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Lu Wan, I thought we could assist each other? Now you are dismissing it. Lu Wan abandoned the notion. It was her desire to avoid complications that had led her to contemplate such a straightforward solution. However, if the other party was unwilling, then so be it. Chen Yinqing. He had previously found Lu Wan's carefree nature endearing, but now it had begun to vex him. Noticing that he was silently staring at her, Lu Wan graciously patted Chen Yinqing on the shoulder. After a few moments of confusion, Chen Yinqing hurriedly caught up with her. A hint of urgency in his voice as he asked, wait, you don't intend to find someone else to pretend to be your boyfriend, do you? Lu Wan shrugged. What on earth are you thinking? Certainly not. At the very least, they must have grades comparable to mine, and we need to get along. Am I really that indiscriminate? Among the top 10 students in their grade, 6 were boys, 3 of whom already had girlfriends, while 2 others seemed to prioritize their studies above all else. It appeared that only Chen Yinqing was suitable, and he alone possessed the credibility for such a pretense. Though the suggestion was rather casual, she had genuinely contemplated its feasibility. Chen Yinqing looked at Lu Wan with a knowing expression. Then I must thank you for valuing me. Lu Wan waved her hand dismissively. It's just a trivial matter. I'm off now. If Lu Wan had proposed that he be her actual boyfriend rather than merely pretending, he would have readily accepted. If they were destined to be together eventually, why not expedite the process? Nonetheless, this arrangement was acceptable. Although he occasionally felt anxious about when she would realize the profound difference in his feelings for her. Lu Buyu entered the living room and spotted Lu Wan seated at the dining table. Striding towards her, he demanded, why did you just leave me behind? Classmates will notice something's amiss. Despite the cheers surrounding them, Lu Buyu felt that something was lacking. Lu Wan held no respect for her brother, let alone admiration. Did she not see the brilliance that radiated from him? It was blindingly evident. After all, he was an idol to countless young girls. Perhaps Lu Wan simply did not fit that demographic? Oh, she referred to herself as a shared power bank. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he added, I must warn you, no early romances in high school. Men are not to be trusted. Lu Wan looked up. What on earth are you going on about, Grandpa? Lu Bu thought for a moment before elaborating. There are plenty of bad women too. Please, just be quiet. Lu Wan rolled her eyes. Did he even comprehend what he was saying? She stood up and began to ascend the stairs. I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and this is your attitude? Lu Bu shouted at her retreating figure. After finishing her shower, Lu Wan emerged from the bathroom only to hear a knock at the door. Assuming it was her father delivering a late-night snack, she opened the door, only to find Lu Bu standing defiantly in the hallway, hands on his hips. Instinctively, Lu Wan attempted to shut the door, but Lu Bu quickly wedged his hand in, even managing to place a foot inside to prevent her from closing it. I need to talk to you. Let me finish. Lu Wan replied, then speak. I've thought it through carefully. If you want a date, that's fine. But you are still a minor. Lu Bu brought his fingers together, then touched the tips of his left and right hands, saying, at most, you can hold hands. But no kissing or anything else, understand? There was no other option. Their 2 elders were far too lax about such matters, leaving him, the older brother, to issue the necessary warnings. After all, young people's tastes were quite eclectic nowadays. It astonished him how popular this guy was at school. Lu Wan shot him a dark look and retorted, are you trying to get yourself killed?
Get out now.
Can this fellow not behave normally? Day after day. The door slammed shut with a bang. Without Lu Wan providing him with reference answers, Lu Bu could only rely on himself, living each day as it came. Who could have imagined that the top idol kept his room lit until the late hours, furrowed brows seemingly dedicated to completing assignments? On the following morning, at the dining table, Lu Bu appeared somewhat weary, having not slept well due to his studies. His attention had been diverted by other matters the previous day. And only after a night's rest did he recall that there were a few unusual classmates in Lu Wan's class. That charitable student in your class. Do you have a conflict with them? If you find it inappropriate, I can petition the school board to withdraw this charitable initiative, Lu Buyu stated calmly. Having enjoyed a privileged upbringing with all reasonable support from his parents, he had always been confident and bold in his assertions. In Lu Buyu's eyes, Lu Genia's substantial donation to the school this year was sufficient to upgrade most classroom facilities, clearly made to enhance Lu Wan's experience at school. Hence, it was not unreasonable for him to make such a request. Lu Wan replied, "There's no need for that. While Lin Yinyan may not be outright bad, she can certainly be annoying. However, the opportunity for her to attend as a transfer student was hard won, and educational opportunities are vital for everyone." Lu Buyu retorted, "You're quite magnanimous, aren't you?" While enjoying some fruit, Lu Wan responded, "Not exactly. Since she accepted the charitable program, she must fulfill the contract and work in her registered location for the required duration after graduation. I will ensure that she adheres to this." Lu Buyu was somewhat taken aback. "You're unconcerned about her continuing at school, yet you're monitoring where others will work in the future?" Lu Wan replied with a serene expression, "Because she annoys me." "That seems fair enough," Lu Buyu conceded. Lu Wan then stood up. "I'll be heading out now. You can leave in half an hour. We'll split our paths and arrive at school 20 minutes apart. Dare you to find fault with me?" Lu Buyu remarked. "I'm convinced of your charm." Occasionally, Lu Wan pondered whether she was somewhat peculiar compared to other girls. She turned her gaze towards Harry and asked candidly, "Am I not very lovable?" Harry replied, "Not at all. Miss Lu, your serious inquiry brings an endearing contrast that is quite delightful." "You're right," Lu Wan nodded, quickly dispelling her doubts. Harry leaned in, looking at Lu Wan earnestly. "Though your charm differs from many girls, in Class 4, I am the most adorable, and you could definitely take second place." "Different kinds of lovability? What does that mean?" Lu Wan contemplated, realizing that Harry had more shared topics with her than she did with other girls. Besides being an exceptional friend, he had become a confidant. In recent days during lunch breaks, Harry and several girls from the class often laughed and chatted, creating a peculiar atmosphere. She had always been curious, and now reflecting on it, perhaps that was what different meant. When Lu Wan finally inquired, Harry informed her they were discussing games. As an avid gamer, Harry also helped Lu Wan download the game Money and Wild Men. This is a romantic strategy card game where one interacts with several attractive gentlemen. Lu Wan, driven by curiosity, began to ponder this peculiar scenario, though she found herself utterly bewildered. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Buyu spotted Lu Wan, her brow furrowed in concentration as she played the game. He leaned in for a closer look, astonished, and inquired, "Cool dude, you still play this?" "Be quiet," Lu Wan retorted. "Wait, you're sitting next to such a handsome guy. Yet you bury yourself in this game, neglecting me. Is that reasonable?" "What do you know? Games are different from reality," Lu Wan replied. "You could easily consider me a virtual character," Lu Buyu countered. The surrounding classmates gasped, stunned by the boldness of the handsome boy's remark. How could anyone withstand such a statement? Lu Wan disregarded the commotion. Although the game was undeniably strange, she was intrigued by its immense allure and wished to understand it better. He raised his hand, questioning, "Am I not more appealing than these paper figures?" Standing at a height of 190 centimeters, Lu Buyu stretched his arms high. The camera teacher promptly adjusted the lens, announcing, "Here we go." The top influencer and his desk made her at it again. Ratings are soaring. Unable to reach, Lu Wan seized the fabric of his shirt, vowing she hadn't exerted much force. Yet, with a sharp sound, a piece of the fabric tore away, revealing a significant expanse of his chest. His shirt had unexpectedly transformed into a revealing garment. "That was not intentional. Is the quality of the school uniform that poor?" Lu Wan exclaimed. The other students reacted with shock, murmuring, "Though it's not ideal, I still wish to take a closer look." The camera teacher gasped, "Can we even air this?" The popular figure, Harry, covered his face, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, Lu, you could spend money on card draws. But this is a bit too hasty." Indeed, the allure of a man drawn from a mobile game could not compare to the real thing. "Thank you, Lu." One must admit, the star's physique was impeccably managed. Not only did he possess well-defined muscles, but his skin appeared remarkably supple too. "My apologies, I didn't mean to," Lu Wan said, feeling awkward as she attempted to readjust the torn fabric, only for it to slip down again after a few moments. She tried once more, yet it slid off yet again.
"Ah."
Lu Buyu frowned at Lu Wan, then lowered his gaze to his exposed chest. Silently, he let his raised hand fall. "Don't move around. Everything is already exposed," she admonished. "Can't you see what is showing?" The onlookers felt their hearts race, their eyes capturing the scene unfolding before them. The national heartthrob was flawless. Every aspect was beyond reproach. The air was thick with hormones. His muscular physique was undeniably captivating. It was clear why Lu was so popular. She constantly sought ways to provide enjoyment for everyone. After 4 futile attempts to readjust the fabric, Lu Wan finally surrendered, deciding to find something to temporarily cover him. The classroom was quite chilly, and she recalled that Harry had a coat he used for warmth during naps. "Harry, may I borrow your coat?" "No problem. You've secured such a significant benefit for us. What could you possibly want?" Harry's desk resembled a treasure trove, and after rummaging through a mirror, a waist pouch, a spray, sunglasses, and a myriad of other items, Lu Wan finally procured a coat. She couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, he was a refined young man, far more so than herself. "Put this on," Lu Wan said as she approached him with the garment. Lu Bu stepped back, averting her gaze, and huffed, "No, I've already been seen. I don't have anything to hide." Lu Wan was taken aback. What a perplexing statement. The classroom is a sacred space. It is inappropriate for you to expose yourself so brazenly.
Come on, just wear it.
"No, I won tea. Keep your distance." What on earth is happening? Even in broad daylight, there are lawless individuals who would gaze upon the owner S form? Oh, but wait. The cameraman and the surrounding classmates appear utterly unfazed. The cameraman stifled a laugh, saying, "Teacher Lu is just joking with her desk mate. She raised her phone high on purpose. And in the scuffle for it, things turned out this way." The assistant exclaimed, "I can hardly believe this is something a 25-year-old man would do." The cameraman added, "It's not that the clothes are torn. Lu Wan was simply trying to drape a coat over Teacher Lu, but he refused." The assistant exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Are you 3 years old? Wake up." Lu Bu remained stubborn, refusing to wear the coat, leaving Lu Wan with no choice but to acquiesce. Since he bore no concern for his image, what could she do? Fortunately, he sat in the second-to-last row, making him less conspicuous. She prepared to stack a few more books on his desk to shield him from view, lest the teacher be startled upon entering. Clueless about how to comfort him, the assistant beside her grew anxious. This could lead to serious trouble. The assistant, aware that Lu Bu and Lu Wan were siblings but that their relationship remained undisclosed, rushed forward and said, "Sister, Lu Wan, I have a few words to share with you." That was close. He almost let it slip. Lu Wan stood up and followed him into the corridor. The assistant looked earnestly at the girl before him and implored, "Please. You must persuade the boss to be mindful of his image." Lu Wan replied, "I've tried. It was utterly futile." The assistant clasped his hands together and bowed. "Regardless of the method, I beseech you. On behalf of the entire studio, I thank you." Lu Bu had always been vigilant about his image since his debut, avoiding scandals and negative press. Adversaries and critics, unable to find any valid points to exploit, resorted to rumors, claiming his abundant resources were due to being adored and supported by wealthy patrons because of his stunning appearance in women's attire. Indeed, Lu Bu looked astonishingly beautiful in women's clothing, even trending on social media. Though the rumor was baseless, it caught on due to its speculative nature, and the studio had to exert considerable effort to quell it. Lu Bu had not signed with a management agency, yet as a top-tier star, he had a dedicated team of over 30 individuals managing his schedule. With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Wan had no choice but to agree to ensure Lu Bu maintained an impeccable image, no matter what. After all, she cannot distance herself from this matter. Is it merely about appeasing others? What could possibly be wrong? Lu Wanyan asserted firmly, "Where have I done right? I am entirely in the wrong." Lu Bu retorted, "Are you a bull? Such strength." Lu Wan replied, "I apologize, I am indeed a bull." Lu Bu stared at her for a while before asking irritably, "Then what am I to you?" "You are my elder brother." "Oh, what kind of elder brother am I?" he pressed, recalling how she had previously refused to acknowledge it. Lu Wan resolutely declared, "You are undoubtedly my mighty elder brother." The surrounding classmates could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter. This was quite a diversion. Lu Wan realized her slip of the tongue and quickly corrected herself. "You are my dashing and exceptionally intelligent elder brother." Lu Bu humbly replied, "I don't deserve such praise." "No, you truly are. So put on your clothes. You will be even more handsome. No one can compare." I look good whether I wear them or not." Lu Bu did not oppose, and Lu Wan hurriedly draped the garment over him. Yes, hurry and wear it. I would even call you grandfather." "That is unnecessary." This time, the superstar did not shy away, but instead extended his arm, allowing Lu Wan to assist him in putting it on. The nearby classmates were in fits of laughter. It was the first time they witnessed such an earnest Lu Wan, as well as an emotionally expressive top-tier celebrity. After Lu Buyu adjusted his clothing, he bent down to sniff. "What scent is this?" "The fragrance of a virgin, mine," replied Harry. The other classmates reacted with disbelief. "Truly, you are the extraordinary Zhang Harry." Seizing every opportunity to hit the road, Lu Buyu rolled his eyes. "Is this your milky scent, you little rascal?" He identified the fragrance as the Heiress Terra perfume, one he rather liked, far from unpleasant. Lu Wan, half-heartedly yet earnestly, replied, "Indeed, indeed, whatever my elder brother says is right." The classmates were laughing so much their faces began to ache. The filming instructor had yet to turn off the camera. Contemplating, he could edit out the revealing shots of Lu Buyu or blur them, yet the other segments could certainly be utilized. Moreover, it would surely spark discussion. Earlier, upon hearing the assistant call Lu Wan's sister, he had an epiphany. Lu Wan's initiative to call Lu Buyu elder brother made the idea even clearer. In a variety show of this nature, such a dynamic felt far more natural than contrived drama. How fortuitous that they both share the surname Lu. Despite their differing appearances and styles, they bore a striking resemblance in their jawlines. To say they are siblings indeed carries a certain fate. Crucially, the interaction between Lu Buyu and Lu Wan was evidently distinct from his interactions with others. As a top-tier celebrity, Lu Buyu usually exuded grace and gentlemanly demeanor, treating the other girls in class with politeness. However, whenever Lu Wan was present, he could not resist teasing her. Their exchanges swiftly escalated to banter. Ultimately, Lu Wan would threaten to treat him to an apple. They transformed into the quintessential plastic siblings, always ready for a playful quarrel. Yet, despite this, bystanders perceived their relationship as exceptionally good. After all, one can truly let go only in the presence of familiar and trusted individuals, speaking without excessive reservations. Lu Buyu, in his peculiar manner, is entirely himself around Lu Wan, whereas in front of their classmates, he remains an idol, exuding charm on the basketball court and displaying remarkable skill in archery, his visage flawless from every angle. Indeed, being a national heartthrob, he possesses an undeniable allure. It is only Lu Wan who does not regard him as a superstar. Her classmates lack such fortitude. The cameraman, increasingly convinced of this notion, plans to propose during the meeting that the Lu siblings become the focal point of their promotional efforts. The quotidian interactions of these seemingly plastic siblings, devoid of any warmth, are bound to captivate a vast audience. Most importantly, Lu Wan excels academically and possesses a carefree disposition, which undoubtedly endears her to viewers. Observing the popularity Lu Buyu enjoys at school offers a glimpse into this reality. Even if the Lu siblings are not biologically related, they are destined for great success. After a long wait, the anticipated day has finally arrived. Is this individual unable to secure other work? Why must he come to her school? Following the incident involving ripped clothing, Lu Wan has taken to calling him Big Brother in recent days. However, her eye rolls remain plentiful. As Lu Buyu and Gao Ying conclude their recording, the class hosts a farewell gathering, having studied together for a week. Harry initially expected his desk mate to cause some trouble, but was surprised to find her preoccupied with her assignments, often in tears, her mind elsewhere. Alas, how dull and pitiable. A few classmates were selected to bid farewell to the special transfer student. Naturally, Lu Wan, as the desk mate of a top-tier celebrity, was included in this list. With little to say, she officially wished the two a bright future. Today, as they bid farewell to the revered figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Lu Buyu sighed, his tone fluctuating, "But I will miss you, Lu Wan. Thank you for your care, and I apologize for the distraction to your studies." Why has he suddenly adopted such a sentimental tone? Has he begun to speak more genuinely? Lu Wan regarded him with suspicion, feeling quite out of her element. Lu Buyu continued, "You should consume fewer snacks. It's alarming how much a girl like you eats, especially spicy sticks and chips. You're quite tall, slender enough, but if you were stocky, it would be less appealing, and that trend seems to be emerging." Lu Wan rolled her eyes. You needn't worry. My weight and body fat are within normal limits." Lu Buyu shrugged, persistently advising, "I say this for your own good. Although you may not be overweight, your temperament is poor, and you are neither gentle nor beautiful. Nonetheless, you are still my little sister. Unpleasant truths are often unwelcome, and young girls seldom wish to hear them. Even if you are not temporarily overweight, you have cavities." Lu Wan gasped, "You're talking nonsense." Lu Buyu replied, "Haven't you noticed? Little sister, you have a black cavity in your right tooth. It stands to reason with your eating habits. It would be surprising if you didn't have dental issues." Feeling guilty, Lu Wan was taken aback, realizing he might have a point. She borrowed a mirror from Harry, hoping to confirm whether she indeed had a cavity. Luan opened her mouth and looked around, puzzled by the apparent absence of a wormhole. Lu Buyu swiftly tossed a handful of paper balls hidden in his hand into her mouth, erupting into laughter. Luan spat out the paper balls with a contemptuous sound, glaring at the instigator. Lu Buyu, you are doomed today. The man, sensing the threat of death, took off running. He was quite experienced. Every time Luan called him by both his name and surname, it signaled impending doom. The assistant beside them was left speechless. It was the last day, and yet the boss still felt the need to be mischievous. Was it for the thrill of living on the edge of danger? If he truly got beaten, he would deserve no sympathy. Sighing, the assistant resolved to express gratitude towards Luan, as this 300-month-old big baby was indeed difficult to manage. Fuming with anger, Luan chased after him, shouting, "You bastard, stop right there." "I won't," he retorted. With long legs and excellent physical fitness, he had a remarkable short-distance burst of speed, gaining an early lead of 7 or 8 meters. As school let out, many students filled the area, forcing Luan to be cautious not to collide with her peers, making her pursuit of the fugitive all the more challenging. Her head throbbed with frustration, and by the time she reached the second floor, that scoundrel had already exited the building. The cameraman hurried to follow, sensing a rise in viewership and trending topics. Realizing she could not catch up, Luan decided to abandon the chase. Leaning over the railing, she shouted at Lu Buyu's retreating figure, "You scoundrel. I won't let you off the hook for that shared power bank. Clean your neck and wait for me." Angered further by her thoughts, she genuinely contemplated removing her shoe and throwing it at him. Reason prevailed, however, and she restrained herself. Nearby students turned their attention to the source of the commotion. "Isn't that Luan?" they murmured. Looking back at the already distant figure, they wondered if it was indeed Lu Buyu. Are those two at it again? This same scene had played out several times that week, and the classmates had grown accustomed to it. One could only say that Lu's temper was indeed explosive, and when provoked, she was unyielding. The other, too, was vivacious to the point of recklessness, testing the limits of danger without the slightest awareness of his celebrity status. Since the last incident involving torn clothing, every student in Class 4, regardless of gender, had become Lu Buyu's fervent admirer. They could hardly contain their eagerness for another clash. Hoping for more torn garments to witness, leaning casually against the car seat, he asked nonchalantly, "Why did you arrive so late?" The assistant replied, "This is not about me being slow. It's about you being too fast. You vanished in the blink of an eye. Honestly, if there were a celebrity sports event, you would surely excel in the running category." "Let's discuss that later." The assistant sighed in relief. "We won't be coming to school tomorrow, so you need not fear a beating." Lu Buyu retorted, "What are you talking about? Am I afraid of her? A good man does not fight with a woman." The assistant nodded. "Once you engage, you'll realize you cannot win. Are you willing to forfeit your reward?" Lu Buyu pondered for a moment before articulating, You do possess some merit in your argument. Regardless of the adage that a good man should not quarrel with a woman, when one has the upper hand over a younger sister, one must seize the opportunity. Alas, it appears that I have missed my chance and now find myself at a disadvantage." The assistant interjected, as the agent had meticulously arranged a packed schedule for the upcoming week, with Lu Buyu flying across the nation. His remuneration was the highest, and given the allure of his segment, it consumed the majority of his time. After a month of rest, the elder brother was finally back in action. The dynamics of brother-sister relationships seemed peculiar. If they were not truly related, why the fuss? It felt odd. Was she perhaps trying to leech off her brother's fame? That young woman seemed intent on exploiting the sibling dynamic to amass followers and gain attention. How absurd. Their fanbase was notoriously discerning. Should there be any ill intentions, she would have no one to blame but herself. Of course, she was not the sole one with such sentiments. Many starstruck girls who followed her on Weibo harbored similar feelings towards the Lu siblings. 10 minutes later, Lu Buyu's deskmate made her debut on camera, instantly captivating viewers' attention. Was this girl truly an ordinary person? She was strikingly attractive, ranking third in the entire year. Impressive indeed, a true academic prodigy. She did not seem like the type to stir trouble. Her first impression was swiftly overturned, prompting her to observe further. After 40 minutes, she discerned that this girl possessed a certain depth, exuding an air of wisdom, appearing even more astute than her idol. An hour later, after finishing the variety show, Su Danlei was overwhelmed with excitement. She had tuned in for the sake of the brother, yet unexpectedly found herself enchanted by the girl's expressive eye rolls. Lu Buyu's deskmate was undeniably captivating. Ms. Su promptly took to Weibo, declaring, "Everyone, go watch Let Us Go to School." The Lu siblings are simply delightful. I would gladly pay to watch 100 episodes of their daily interactions. Instead of shipping romance, let us embrace the fraternal bond.
Goodness.
My face mask nearly cracked from laughter. Coincidentally, it was the weekend and many viewers, having enjoyed the show, eagerly recommended it to those around them. The first lesson, featuring a surprise quiz, effectively captured the audience's attention. The female guest paired with Lu Buyu, visibly distressed over her exam paper, was both pitiable and amusing. Ultimately, she predictably scored a 0, receiving consolation from her handsome deskmate. We still have 100 English words to learn tonight. The female artist's tears flowed even more profusely. Though her screen time was limited, the enthusiasm of this kind-hearted youth left a strong impression on viewers. Meanwhile, Lu Buyu's scholarly deskmate, though somewhat aloof, was undeniably photogenic while tackling the exam. Her tough exterior belied a soft heart, as she ultimately provided Lu Buyu with essential formulas that would aid him. It was neither cheating nor entirely altruistic. With a flurry of skillful maneuvers, the graduate Lu Buyu managed to secure a commendable score of 25 points. Even the fans were taken aback. Their usually glamorous idol revealed himself to be a rather mischievous young man. Surprisingly endearing. However, Lu Buyu did possess a penchant for playfulness that was somewhat exaggerated, yet his handsome visage made it tolerable. It was entirely normal for a studious deskmate to roll her eyes at him. Initially resistant to being bound, the fans swiftly took to the official Weibo account to express their apologies and gratitude. It was merely a misunderstanding. The younger sister truly is a treasure. My brother is just a 3-year-old child. I hope Sister Lu Wan can manage him well. Sister Lu Wan is both remarkable and charming. Have you truly never considered debuting? I would undoubtedly support you. I inexplicably find myself drawn to the scholarly younger sister. The bond between socialist siblings is simply delightful. Lu Wan is so impressive. Balancing her studies while caring for her brother, it must be exhausting. If it gets overwhelming, a little discipline wouldn't hurt. The Lu siblings are unstoppable. Heaven owes me a brother and a sister. What divine siblings are these? I adore the sister's fiery temperament. Seeing you go get a beating is somewhat satisfying. Lu Buyu, slightly concerned, asked her assistant, will the audience accept this? Should I post a Weibo message to speak on Lu Wan's behalf? I fear my fans may put her in a difficult position. With her notorious temper, it's uncertain if she can rein it in. It seems she must handle this herself. The assistant, who had already viewed the preview, shook her head vigorously. No need. It's unnecessary. Lu Buyu chuckled. How can it be unnecessary? While she was indeed excessive, who can blame me for being kind? I suspect that after a few more episodes, switching allegiances is a distinct possibility. Lu Buyu. The assistant continued, they even said that even if they hit you, it wouldn't matter. They would never speak ill of the sister. They encouraged her to express herself freely, just to avoid hitting the head, as it might be foolish. Lu Buyu, who asked them to apologize. What do you mean, just avoid hitting the head? Is this even rational? These so-called fans. Within 3 hours of airing Let's Go to School, the viewership soared to 60 million. The premiere effortlessly topped both the video platform's click and trending topic charts. By 8 o'clock, the platform went live, and by 10, it had begun to dominate several trending searches. Let's Go to School, Lu Buyu, the ironclad man. The Lu siblings are hilarious, and Gaoing crying over exams. Lu Mingjia, a working professional, sought lighthearted television or variety shows to unwind during her weekend leisure. Upon encountering the trending topic, Let's Go to School on Weibo, she wondered what it was all about. What could possibly be entertaining about school? Driven by curiosity, she tuned into the program. 5 minutes turned into an hour, and she found herself unable to change the channel as the preview captivated her. Even her mother, who often preferred melodramatic series, did not demand the remote. Instead, she watched with rapt attention, her face adorned with a maternal smile. This is quite stingy. What else with the title Let's Go to School? It should be called Let Us Go to the Delightful Experience. Indeed, it was delightful. This program was profoundly healing. The stars fumbling over their assignments and their interactions with classmates were both amusing and heartwarming. The show catered to all ages, maintaining a relaxed style while occasionally inspiring viewers. The family, typically uninterested in celebrity culture, found themselves unexpectedly charmed by the talented Lu Wan. Her mother remarked that a shorter haircut is easier to manage. And it's a good thing this child possesses a steady demeanor and a commendable attitude toward her studies. It's no wonder her grades are excellent. To create a contrasting effect, The cameraman captured the tearful gowing and the furrowed brow of Lu Buyu, yet the lens predominantly lingered on Lu Wan. Observing Lu Wan diligently immersed in her studies was a sight of serene efficiency and tranquility. Even the scrap paper bearing her calculations was impeccably arranged. Unlike her male celebrity deskmate, whose notes appeared as if they were hastily scattered like soldiers in formation, Lu Wan's approach to academics was nothing short of exemplary. The reputation of Shangda High School is quite notable, with a plethora of academically gifted students, making it unsurprising that she ranks third among them, a true scholar among scholars. In the program, Lu Buyu approached her to seek clarification on a mathematical problem. This segment was widely circulated by numerous film and television bloggers. Aptly titled, A Scholar's Guide to Acing Finals Without Failing. As the exam season approached, it garnered an impressive 30,000 shares. In the video, Lu Wan calmly elucidated the problem to Lu Buyu. This problem necessitates deriving the original function first. Based on the more intricate components of the function, we can employ the derivative formula to infer the form of the original function. Once deduced, we differentiate it. Typically, it relates to the function in the problem by a constant factor. Simply multiply the guessed function by the corresponding constant. Do you understand? Lu Buyu responded, not at all. Is this within the high school curriculum? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wan candidly replied, I'm not entirely sure, perhaps? Lu Buyu was left speechless, and the audience, equally bewildered, could only express their astonishment without words, recognizing the impressive yet perplexing nature of her explanation. Later analysis revealed that the question was exceedingly advanced for high school students, as the mathematics teacher had omitted crucial parts of the problem. The method Lu Wan described would only be encountered in university-level mathematics. A true academic prodigy, she was nothing short of remarkable. The sibling rivalry continued unabated. In the 3-minute teaser, Lu Wan was seen in her school uniform, much to everyone's surprise, appearing somewhat docile in her skirt. Her hair, slightly long at the front, could not be styled into a ponytail at the back. Instead, she fashioned a small top knot reminiscent of Harry Potter, ensuring her vision remained unobstructed while studying. This hairstyle was not a daily occurrence, but rather dependent on her mood. When her hair was pulled back, it revealed her full forehead and expressive eyes. Though her demeanor was somewhat cool and aloof when she wasn't smiling, her charming dimples shone through, making her smile infectious. In the teaser, Lu Wan, dressed in a skirt and sporting her small top knot, emerged from the cafeteria with an ice cream cone in hand, exuding an undeniable youthful exuberance. It was a delightful sight that could evoke an affectionate smile, transforming viewers into devoted fans in an instant. Unfortunately, Lu Buyu was still up to mischief, approaching from afar with evident intent to stir trouble. However, the scene abruptly cut off, leaving countless questions hanging in the air. Viewers were left curious about what antics Lu Buyu might engage in next. The barrage of comments during the teaser escalated rapidly. Is that a girl group leg?
No.
It's a supermodel leg, comical. Such legs should not be concealed by pants. It's a disservice to them. I adore Lu Buyu. My parents are particularly fond of Lu Wan. Our entire family has become fans of one person. We are all Lu Wan's devoted admirers. My father reprimanded me, stating that if only my grades were as commendable as my sister's, I too could sit beside Lu Buyu in class, leaving me with no retort. The sight of hair tied up and a skirt worn is undeniably adorable, evoking a smile akin to that of an affectionate aunt. I have already embraced the joys of motherhood without any pain. As a devoted fan, I urge my sister to focus on her studies first. Entering the entertainment industry can wait. Harry, my classmate, is quite handsome. Is he not the campus heartthrob at Shangda? A fellow student passing by solemnly declared that Harry had enrolled himself in the campus bell competition. Harry is indeed quite distinctive. After watching the preview, the audience was filled with new discontent, questioning why they must wait until next week to see the full feature, before the official release of Going to School Together. The teaser and trailers alone have garnered over 100 million views, astonishing all of Lu Wan's former close friends. However, this may be for the best. Otherwise, even if she exerted effort to explain, no one would believe her and would assume she was merely fabricating tales. The messages in her friend group exploded, prompting Lu Wan to create a group with her former acquaintances to clarify everything at once, sparing her the trouble of explaining individually. The fact that she is a girl is undeniable, and acceptance is a must, whether one likes it or not. Once the group was established, messages flooded in.
Vanier.
Wow, you actually wore a skirt to avoid us? Yes, it must be the boss. There's a mole on the tip of the nose, exactly in the same spot. It's just a coincidence that we share the same name and look alike. Surely the mole's position can't be the same too? Did you perhaps take a trip to Thailand? Were you coerced? Or did you wish to go? I've lost my mind. I can't believe I find the boss's legs quite appealing. The messages continued to race by. Su Yao, upon receiving the notifications, requested to join the group. Luan considered that his assistance in clarification might be beneficial, so she approved his request. Luan is indeed a girl. I'm pursuing her, he. Everyone responded. Well, that's impressive. Luan face-bombed and promptly removed Su Yao from the group. This guy was truly something else. He initially intended to observe the advanced school and discover what lessons could be learned. He never anticipated encountering Luan in a skirt. His expectations had plummeted. The director of education, both shocked and frustrated, pulled out his phone to call Su Yao. Just as Su Yao was expelled from the group and left speechless, he despondently replied, "Everything you think is correct. Everything you perceive is the truth." With that, he hung up. The director of education was left bewildered. Mathematics is a precise science, and as a veteran math teacher for decades, Oldley began to wonder if this world might sometimes be overly chaotic. The performance for the latter half of the year is guaranteed. I want to go. Do I seem like an old father raising children? I am still a dashing young man, Lu Buyu replied. Xiao Zhang suppressed a laugh. That's not quite it. We are discussing business. Besides the 2 new female hygiene products, there are also children's medications we wish for you to endorse. Children? Xiao Zhang cleared his throat and stated earnestly, the manufacturers believe you embody a child-friendly image that kids will adore. What on earth is this? Lu Buyu exclaimed, promptly blocking those manufacturers. Xiao Zhang stifled a laugh and nodded, assuring that he would handle the situation himself. He had not anticipated that Lu Buyu, as a top-tier celebrity, would one day benefit from his sister's popularity. Neither he, as her manager, nor the detractors and rival fans had foreseen this. Recently, Lu Buyu's actions seemed out of character. After fans consecutively unfollowed him 3 times, a related Weibo post skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. His team truly demonstrated remarkable prowess. In the entertainment industry, a romantic relationship for a popular artist could spell disaster, and controversy was strictly off-limits. However, the bond between siblings was an entirely different matter. This perspective was exceptionally ingenious. How had they not considered it before? Yet, to replicate this strategy, where could they find a sisterly character that would attract fans? After all, synergy was essential for achieving remarkable results. The resources at the top tier of the entertainment world were limited. Only when Lu Buyu was brought down could others ascend to snatch endorsements and opportunities. It was akin to battling monsters. Only when one fell could the spoils be claimed by others. Numerous rising entertainment companies were closely monitoring the situation. Even if Lu Buyu had committed no wrongdoing, they would fabricate a scandal to undermine him. Fortunately, his academically gifted desk mate would wear a dress in the next episode. Unlike this one where her gender-neutral attire had not stirred fan discontent. After all, Lu Buyu was merely 25 years old, and they were not blood siblings. They could steer public opinion towards a more ambiguous narrative. The day the first episode aired coincided with the final exams at Shangda High School. Luan had eagerly awaited this moment, fully prepared yet uncertain if she could secure the top spot. According to last week's preview, she would be wearing a dress this time. Indeed, in the episode, Luan's appearance in a dress evoked a sense of her blossoming into young womanhood. Lu Buyu, ever the mischief maker, purposely patted his sister's shoulder from behind with such force that it caused her hand to tremble, sending her ice cream cone tumbling to the ground. One could almost feel her heart break through the screen. Not just bystanders, but even fans were incensed, wishing they could buy her 10 ice cream cones in compensation. Finally, Lu Buyu's fans understood. It was no wonder he exuded youthful charm. He was simply a mischievous child. One could hardly blame his sister for rolling her eyes. Any sibling would be infuriated by such antics. Yet, alas, as he was their beloved idol, forgiveness was the only option. The audience anticipated that Lu Buyu's segment would feature numerous scenes of Luan in her dress, while devoted fans prepared for her character development. The key was that Luan's popularity at school was undeniably high. Her prowess in basketball was nothing short of impressive. After all, who could resist a girl who could play ball? Woo-woo. Wanmei has decisively taken down her devoted fans. Few have emerged unscathed. Goodbye. I've transformed from a nurturing fan to a girlfriend fan. This is utterly chaotic. No wonder classmates call her Sister Lu. She's even more dashing than her brother. I shall also refer to her as Sister Lu. Brother Yu, can you not be mischievous for a single day? Thank you, Sister Lu, for tolerating your brother. Meanwhile, in front of the screen, the black fans and rival supporters preparing to stir trouble wore expressions of confusion. What was this trajectory? However, Luan in a dress was not as captivating as her basketball prowess. After the premiere of the first episode, numerous companies sought to contact Luan. Some aimed to sign her, recognizing her potential and burgeoning connection with the audience, which could indeed lead to her rise in fame. Others, however, harbored ulterior motives, wishing to exploit her for personal gain. Yet, these individuals, before even making contact, were met with stern warnings. Who dares to covet the ideas of the young mistress of the Liu family? Biao truly believed these individuals had grown overly audacious. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Liu Jinye remained unperturbed, demonstrating his commanding presence regardless of the season. The warned individuals were left astounded, as they had not anticipated such a turn of events. After all, Luan did not fit the typical image of a pampered heiress. Among the few in the know, opinions shifted, and many began to view Liu Buyu as a cunning strategist. Not only did he capitalize on the Liu siblings' prominence, but he may have also endeared himself to the young mistress of the Liu family. It is evident that those destined for greatness possess depths beyond measure, often investing far more than others. Liu Buyu's studio was indeed a haven of talent, exemplified by his agent, Xiao Zhang, who, though seemingly affable, possessed a profound depth of character. This narrative reached Xiao Zhang's ears, leaving him incredulous as he turned to gaze at his artist in astonishment. Even when apart, the sibling duo could engage in daily banter. During a brief styling break, Liu Buyu, lollipop in mouth and brow furrowed, sent a message. The topmost being his own. No matter what you say about me, I will bounce back. He followed this with a barrage of bomb emojis. You are doomed, he proclaimed. Xiao Zhang's expression was one of complexity. He hesitated to speak ill of his boss, only to remark that his own Yugo was hardly the archetype of a villainous character. The critics and rivals had grossly overestimated them, truly overestimated. He was unworthy, and his Yugo was equally unworthy. Indeed, utterly unworthy. With the end of the final exams, the new academic year would usher in their senior year after a 2-month hiatus. Unlike Ning County No. 1 High School, Shangda High School never organized supplementary classes during the holidays. Luan contemplated how to spend her summer break. After all, this summer, she was not required to work, granting her full autonomy over her time. Harry reached out, linking arms with Luan. President Liu, let us celebrate the conclusion of exams with a dinner. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. The guys from the skateboarding club will join, along with a few classmates from our class. Let us go.
All right then. Luan,
being quite easygoing and with no plans for the evening, prepared her backpack and exited the classroom, only to find Lin Yan tidying the hallway. Yu Shuai stood nearby. Watching, he had attempted several times to snatch the broom away, but he knew Lin Yan would never acquiesce, for she was far too stubborn. This onlooker was not alone. He was joined by Jiang Boyang, who had not been seen in quite some time. Jiang Boyang had come to find Lin Yan, knowing she had nowhere to go during the summer. He recommended her for a job at a hotel owned by a friend, assuring her that he had already made arrangements. The pay was substantial, with meals and accommodation provided, and the work was light. He would also be able to look out for her should anything arise. Jiang Boyang observed Lu Wan's momentary astonishment, his expression a tapestry of complexity. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Lu Wan, you see, Lin Yan has been tidying up for over a month. Since the semester is concluding, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Lu Wan responded with evident perplexity. For our sake, please, Chu Chong interjected with a smile. Chu Chong, a steadfast companion of Jiang Boyang, happened to be present that day. The tea house where Lin Yan sought employment was owned by his family, a notable establishment in the campus setting. Su Yao's words were too brash, provoking an immediate ire in Jiang Boyang. Shut your mouth. This is none of your concern. Lu Wan, with a measured tone, remarked. Surely I am entitled to voice my opinion. I found Su Yao's words to be quite astute. The others were taken aback, exclaiming in admiration for Lu Wan. She was aware that Lin Yan had recently rekindled her connection with Jiang Boyang. There were whispers that Lin Yan felt guilt, believing her actions had led to the dissolution of the engagement between the Jiang and Liu families. Lin Yan had consistently encouraged Jiang Boyang to clarify matters with Lu Wan, hoping to alleviate her own sense of remorse. However, Jiang Boyang was thoroughly exasperated. How could he possibly reconcile with Lu Wan? Their mutual disdain had long been established. A month prior, rumors had circulated that Lu Wan was not accepting Su Yao and Su Rao due to harboring feelings for another. This speculation amused Jiang Boyang, for the thought of Lu Wan taking the initiative to mend their rift was intriguing, and given various factors, he might be inclined to entertain such a notion. Yet, To his astonishment, fresh rumors emerged the next day, with Luan vehemently denying any connection, even suggesting she would rather become a nun than associate with him. This infuriated Jiang Boyang. Was this how one speaks? He didn't consider himself inferior. Lin Yanyan urged him to reconcile with Luan, but Jiang Boyang was resolute in his refusal. Nevertheless, Lin Yanyan persisted in her efforts, leading to increased interactions between the two. Although they frequently met, their conversations gradually shifted away from Luan. Each time Lin Yanyan mentioned her, Jiang Boyang would erupt in anger, prompting her to refrain from further discussion. As she withdrew the topic, their rapport began to deepen. Luan felt a surge of frustration. Could these two truly serve as catalysts for their own relationship? She had no interest in either of them, preferring to maintain her distance from their entanglements. With her life already burdened with numerous concerns, she saw no reason to squander time on their trivialities. However, should they seek to instigate conflict, that would be intolerable. With an icy demeanor, Luan declared, "I have made a wager with Lin Yanyan that has nothing to do with anyone else. No one is entitled to interfere. I am stating this clearly. The agreement stands for 3 months, 90 days. Any extension is unacceptable, but even a single day less is non-negotiable. Do not quarrel on my account." Lin Yanyan's expression soured, and hesitatingly, she turned to Luan, asking Luan, "Have I offended you in any way?" Luan replied curtly, "Let us not dwell on this. Who proposed the wager first? Are you now seeking to retract it?"
"No," came the reply.
"It is for the best that there is nothing amiss. Your gambling with me has offended my sensibilities. I wish to impart a crucial lesson. One must embody the spirit of contractual obligation. Promises must be honored and commitments fulfilled." Lin Yanyan spoke with a brusque tone, to which Luan replied, "If you believe my words to be true, then adherence to the contract is imperative. Should you renege, I possess means to ensure compliance." Lin Yanyan interjected, her irritation palpable. Jiang Boyan questioned Luan's intentions. "Why do you trouble her?" Luan, obstructing Su Yao's advance, smiled and stated, "If it were not for your desperate need for attention, I would not even deign to acknowledge your existence. Do not presume too much." Pausing, Luan's demeanor shifted. Her voice turned icy. "Your melodrama holds no relevance to me. Do not let it interfere with my affairs, or I shall ensure you regret it. When I truly decide to make your lives difficult, you will come to realize the depths of my temperament." Lin Yanyan retorted, "Lu, your mere presence irks me. I shall clean your space." Luan cut her off. Yu Shuai glared at Luan, exclaiming, "Your words are utterly excessive." Luan chuckled. "You need not be so devoted to your role as a sycophant or a mere plot device.
"What?"
Perhaps a moment of self-reflection could save you. I find myself quite content and self-reliant." Yu Shuai furrowed his brow, muttering softly after Luan departed, "I do not comprehend her. She is quite mad." Jiang Boyan clenched his fists, then gradually relaxed. Lin Yanyan approached and grasped his arm. "Let it be. Do not provoke her. I wish to avoid such conflict." Although the school day had ended, most students lingered, tidying their belongings. The earlier scene merely underscored Luan's formidable presence. Typically, her temper is quite amiable, devoid of any pretentiousness, leading many to forget she is the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. However, should she desire it, what could possibly stand in her way? Onlookers maintained a facade of calm, yet who could discern the thoughts racing through their minds? "I am capable. Please hold me accountable." Perhaps Luan's brilliance overshadowed others, for it seemed an eternity since Jiang Boyang's name had graced their conversations. Numerous students harbored notions of a gathering before the holiday, and nearby restaurants were teeming with SH&D uniforms. Their spontaneous outing, however, found them without seating, compelling them to venture further to a barbecue establishment. Harry had discovered a highly recommended venue online, merely a 10-minute taxi ride away. The group of 12 divided into 3 taxis. Luan, Harry, and Su Yao shared one vehicle. In the cab, Su Yao, visibly disgruntled, exclaimed, "I should have confronted that fellow. Why did you stop me, Luan?" "I was not preventing you. I merely deemed it a hassle to expend energy on such a worthless adversary." Su Yao chuckled, feeling soothed by her words. It truly was not worth it. Upon their arrival at the barbecue restaurant, the group settled into 2 tables. After placing their orders, nightfall enveloped them. The establishment, though modestly adorned, exuded an enticing aroma. With no classes the following day, Harry ordered a pitcher of beer. Those who could partake were encouraged to drink, while others could enjoy milk without pressure. The boys, having imbibed, began to share jokes to amuse the girls in their company. Luan eagerly exclaimed, "Let me share a story as well." Su Yao felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Perhaps that's not necessary."
Su Rao interjected. Why not?
Luwan, please do share. I wish to hear it, and so does everyone else. The entire table of classmates nodded in agreement, eager to lend their support. Then I shall narrate a tale about barbecues, Luwan declared, clearing her throat. Su Yao covered his face, sensing an ominous foreboding. One night, outside a barbecue restaurant, a little calf knelt down and lamented, "Mother, your demise was most tragic. Humans have slaughtered you, and now roast your flesh." A small rat, emerging from the sewer, kicked the calf aside and scolded, "Get lost. That's my father." The table fell silent, taken aback. "Lu, you've gone too far." Those freshly served beef skewers and steaks suddenly lost their allure, someone remarked. Su Yao rolled his eyes. "I knew it. I knew it." Luwan had numerous stories of this nature, and she felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of the other party suddenly launching into another tale, having developed a psychological shadow from past experiences. As the table discussed their summer plans, some intending to learn new skills, others wishing to travel, Luwan listened attentively, taking mental notes for her own summer reference. A man in a hat and mask approached, and Luwan instantly recognized him. Lu Buyu sat beside Luwan and greeted the group in a hushed tone. "Hello, classmates." Before anyone could react, he quickly added, "Keep it low-key." The classmates managed to suppress their excitement, refraining from shrieking. It was utterly unexpected that Lu Buyu, having finished recording, would come to mingle. Was he here to see Luwan? After all, their relationship was, well, complicated. "What brings you here?" Luwan asked, having not seen him for half a month, though her previous irritation had subsided. "I happen to have some free time," he replied. He had seen Harry's post on social media about dining here just half an hour ago and, knowing the restaurant and being in the vicinity, decided to drop by. Luwan refrained from further inquiries. However, with Lu Buyu present, the frequency of conversation at the table increased. As time passed, it became evident that they needed to wrap up. Lu Buyu excused himself first. Luwan parted ways with her classmates, turning the corner, only to find Lu Buyu waiting there. He inquired, "Where are you headed now?" "Not far. The subway entrance is just ahead. It's the weekend, so traffic will be congested." "It's faster for me to take the subway," Luwan replied. "Shall I accompany you to the subway?" he asked. "Fine if you insist. But do not remove your mask and keep a distance from me." The two walked down the road for a few minutes, passing a CAF when suddenly a plump corgi dashed out. The dog, with its leash still attached, followed them for several meters, presumably with its owner close by. Lu Buyu scooped the corgi up and called out to Luwan, "Look, this dog's expression when it sees food resembles yours." "Where's the resemblance?" Luwan retorted. "The face and body are quite similar," he insisted. "Please do have some decorum," she replied. However, there was indeed a slight resemblance. "Hold the dog. I'll take a picture of you both," she suggested. Lu Buyu continued to analyze how much the dog resembled Luwan when a couple burst out from a nearby shop. "Why have you taken my dog away? Are you thieves? Someone has stolen a dog." The boy's loud accusations drew the attention of those around him. Luwan pondered, why on earth would this fellow embrace someone else's dog, only to be caught in the act? Such behavior bears a striking resemblance to that of a criminal. It is not about facial features, but rather an aura. Deep down, Luwan harbored doubts. Since Luwan was present, could the masked individual be? Lu Buyu, do you and your brother engage in private play? My heavens! I've encountered a real-life figure. The girl exclaimed in shock, astonished that the sibling bond she idolized was indeed genuine. Do these two maintain contact outside of public view? Luwan thought. It's too late. Why must Lu Buyu stir up trouble? On this weekend, a multitude had gathered, forming a crowd that was rapidly approaching. Luwan had witnessed videos of Lu Buyu being pursued. It seemed to happen on the way to the airport, with a throng behind him resembling a dark cloud, akin to a stampede. The video also featured numerous male fans vociferously chanting Lu Buyu's name to the point of vocal strain, which was quite bewildering. Many passers-by were neither fans of Lu Buyu nor familiar with him, yet they joined the chase simply for the excitement, which was rather alarming. Luwan had been astounded upon viewing it. She certainly did not wish to experience such chaos firsthand, fearing she might be trampled. This fellow was practically a human bomb. And if they were cornered here, it would spell disaster. Although she had been recognized first, if Lu Buyu did not disdainfully embrace her like a wealthy lady with a dog, none of this would transpire. What was so peculiar? The dog had a commonplace visage. Its face resembled hers, wide-eyed and slightly agape, similar to many others. If they lingered for another 10 seconds, escape would be impossible today. This situation was serious. The two were encircled, with an unclear mass of people pushing forward. A stampede could very well occur. This was no joking matter. They could easily be taken away on the spot. Tomorrow, the headlines might read, Lu's siblings trampled to the ground, public mourns. Luan glanced at the keys the girl was holding, her voice urgent. Did you unlock the electric scooter?
Yes.
The young girl looked at the nearby pink vehicle. May I borrow your scooter? I'll return a new one to this location at this time tomorrow. The young lady, taken aback, remained silent, and Luan, not waiting for a response, snatched the keys from her hand. She winked at the girl. Thanks, sister, I'm in a bind. If you didn't have a boyfriend, I'd offer you Lu Buyu as your own. Lu Buyu interjected. I'll drive. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Luan had already inserted the key into the ignition. Hurry, get in. Lu Buyu hesitated for a moment before climbing aboard. I'll hold on tight. Lu Buyu, visibly anxious, asked, Can you even drive? Don't mess this up. Luan remained silent, flooring the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward, causing Lu Buyu to lose his balance and bump his nose against the back of the person in front of him. His features twisted in anguish as he exclaimed, Are you made of cement? You're so rigid. Enough with the idle chatter, or you'll discover that my fists are even harder. Luan's voice drifted away on the wind. This was not a main road. The traffic was sparse. Ahead, two individuals were cycling, while a dense crowd followed behind, running. The throng of pursuers grew ever larger. It's Lu Buyu. Lu Buyu. Lu Buyu. Don't leave. Minutes later, not only were there runners, but cyclists and even electric scooters joined the chase, followed by taxis. Luan conceded, this fellow was indeed a top-tier celebrity, his popularity rivaling that of currency itself. Lu Buyu pulled out his phone, swiftly retrieving a nearby map. He was experienced with such situations. Take the small path ahead, then turn right. You'd best not make a mistake. With a swift maneuver, Luan directed the electric scooter onto the narrow path. After the exit, turn left, then continue straight ahead, Lu Buyu instructed, while Luan focused intently on pedaling, with Lu Buyu guiding her via the map. 5 minutes later, the horde of pursuers had been left behind, though a few on electric scooters continued their fervent chase. Luan rolled her eyes inwardly at the frantic efforts of these individuals, as if Lu Buyu owed them millions. Could you speed up a bit? Are you capable of it? Lu Buyu urged. Dear Lord, what do you expect me to do? This is the fastest I can go. The electric scooter could not possibly outpace motorcycles and taxis. These people were reckless. If this continued, it could end badly. She needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, both she and the pursuers would be in peril. The current fans were truly fanatical, or perhaps they were merely idle individuals with too much time on their hands. Is there anywhere nearby to hide? Luan inquired. There's a clothing wholesale market up ahead. It operates until midnight and hasn't closed yet, Lu Buyu replied. Then let us head there. 10 minutes later, the chasing crowd, upon seeing the little scooter parked outside the clothing plaza, rushed in search of Lu Buyu. Eager to locate him, they fixated on the men nearby. A few merely glanced at the two fashionable ladies who brushed past before swiftly averting their gaze. This was a wholesale market, where many shops employed fitting models to showcase the garments for the purchasing proprietors. Thus, it was not surprising to see tall, stylish women. Although wearing sunglasses indoors seemed somewhat peculiar, perhaps a stylistic choice. After changing their appearances, Luan and Lu Buyu boldly exited the wholesale market. Earlier, Luan had discovered a shop selling masquerade props and costumes, where she purchased 2 outfits and 2 wigs from the proprietor. They even borrowed some lipstick. The duo took 5 minutes to completely transform their looks. Luan left her backpack at the shop, explaining that she was in a hurry to attend a masquerade and would return for it the following day. The shopkeeper, uninterested in celebrity culture and not recognizing Lu Buyu, agreed to hold onto the backpack, pleased with the swift transaction and the absence of haggling. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Luan urged Lu Buyu to hasten her movements. She mounted the small sheep, while Lu Buyu settled into the rear seat. Just then, 2 men passed by, pausing to gaze at the 2 fashionable ladies, whispering among themselves. I prefer the blonde at the back. No, the red-haired one in front is quite captivating as well. Their legs are remarkably long. Even for fitting models, these 2 have legs that are excessively long. They are straight and fair, especially the beauty in the back seat. Her long legs seemed ill-suited for the electric scooter. One of the men whistled. Hey there, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. The blonde beauty turned to look, retorting, get lost. The coarse voice of the man sent a shiver through the 2 would-be suitors, their expressions shifting dramatically. No wonder she's so tall. Turns out she's a trans woman. A trans woman? No thanks, I'm not into that, it's too much for me. Lu Bu shot back. You're the one who's a trans woman. Your entire family must be as well. Lu Wan rolled her eyes, twisting the throttle to its maximum, leaving the two men behind. They sped along the road, with Lu Bu brushing the hem of her skirt that fluttered in the wind. As a woman riding a scooter in a skirt, can't you keep it down? It's south all over the place. Lu Wan replied, I'm riding. Where would I put my hand to hold down the skirt? If you're not afraid of dying, I could manage with one hand.
No, no, no.
Even if your life is worthless, mine is not the same. I'm truly scared of you. Fine, I'll hold it down for you. 20 minutes later, assured that no one was following, Lu Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Bu helped keep her skirt in check, but she herself wasn't overly concerned. If it blew up, so be it. A vehicle passed by, deliberately slowing down to let the little sheep catch up. The man in the back seat rolled down the window and hollered, Hey there, beautiful. Your legs are stunning. Want to join me for a ride? Lu Wan rolled her eyes. Lu Bu's allure was indeed far greater than her own skirt. Lu Bu snapped, Get lost. Don't just admire my legs. I have more beneath this skirt than you. Wow. Why does that sound like a man's voice? Are you a trans woman? I don't mind. Would you like to join me? Lu Wan was utterly speechless. She made a sharp turn to shake them off. The little sheep carried the two of them along, but the indicator light warned that the battery was low. Lu Wan parked the scooter at the roadside and then exerted herself to push it onto the sidewalk before turning to her companion. Remember to have someone come to take the scooter away and also to retrieve my backpack. Tomorrow, I'll gift the owner of the little sheep a new one as a token of gratitude. Lu Bu responded with a simple, oh, in their haste. They hadn't given much thought to their attire. Lu Bu's golden curls and white dress echoed the classic silhouette of Marilyn Monroe, while Lu Wan's red curls and dress evoked the image of Ariel, the Little Mermaid. Both were popular characters, yet Lu Bu's ensemble stood out more prominently. Her elongated face, despite her height and lack of curves, bore no sense of incongruity. The two of them appeared slightly out of place, drawing the gazes of passers-by. Feeling overheated, Lu Bu casually removed her wig, revealing a buzz cut underneath. As the passers-by admired the beauty before them, a sudden look of terror washed over their faces. Initially believing they were two uniquely charismatic women, they soon realized that they were, in fact, two men donned in women's attire. Lu Wan sighed in exasperation. Could you not act so bizarrely? Wear your wig properly. Do you not fear being recognized? Lu Bu, wishing to avoid further exposure, hastily adjusted his wig, lamenting. This is the first time I've found myself in such a predicament. What did you expect? Am I not in the same boat? This cursed dress. As he spoke, Lu Wan retrieved his phone and, without warning, snapped a photo of him, saving it for posterity. Lu Wan remarked, Did you not take a photo of me last time? The one where I had an egg-shaped hairstyle? I have not forgotten. A gentleman avenges himself 2 months later. Lu Bu retorted, Delete that immediately. I am a celebrity. I will offer you 100,000. Lu Wan replied, I refuse. You had better not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall sell this photo to the media, and it will undoubtedly fetch more than 100,000. Lu Bu was taken aback. Is this even a reasonable conversation? You intend to sell it to the media? You claim you do not idolize anyone. Do confess, were you not once an admirer of mine? Lu Wan shot back, You are overthinking. Even if I were an admirer, I would not favor someone like you. If I were to be duplicitous, who else could I possibly admire? How could I be fond of you, a mere portable charger? After a brief pause, Lu Wan added, In truth, I quite admire Ling He. I find him rather handsome and quite manly. Could you possibly procure a signature for me? Lu Bu nearly scoffed, but upon seeing Lu Wan's earnest expression, he was taken aback. Do you even understand what true masculinity is? Ling He is merely a pretty boy. What merits does he possess? You wish for a signature? How ambitious. No woman could tolerate her beloved idol being disparaged, and Lu Wan was no exception. Despite being a rather laid-back fan, by what right do you dismiss others as pretty boys when your own complexion is even fairer? That is different. I possess substance. Forgive me, but I have failed to see it. Lu Bu was on the verge of losing his composure, hands on his hips as he glared at Lu Wan. In any case, you must delete that photo this instant. Lu Wan shrugged, pocketing his phone, evidently unwilling to comply with his demands. You are being unreasonable. Ignoring him, Lu Wan strode to the roadside and hailed a taxi. With this delay, it was now 10 o'clock at night. The taxi came to a halt, and Lu Bu hesitated for a moment before coldly entering the vehicle. The driver had observed the two women from a distance. Both were tall, dressed in peculiar attire, yet possessed commendable figures. At this hour, standing by the roadside in such garb inevitably invited speculation. The driver inquired, "Sisters, are you heading to work?" Lu Buyu, brimming with frustration, coldly replied, "Just drive. Focus on the road and refrain from unnecessary chatter." The driver, startled by the deep voice, quickly silenced his thoughts and drove attentively. Luan mused, "This fellow, dressed as he is today and speaking in such a gruff manner, has undoubtedly left countless men psychologically scarred." As the taxi approached the residential complex, Lu Buyu rolled down the car window, revealing himself as a resident of the community, requesting the gatekeeper to grant passage. The management of the community was stringent, allowing only homeowners to enter freely. Upon seeing Lu Buyu, elegantly attired in a dress, the security guard's expression transformed into one of alarm. Such an appearance was quite startling. Had he not known Lu Buyu's gender, he might have been tempted. As they arrived at the doorstep, Luan hesitated before entering. Noticing the time, he stood at the entrance with a teacup in hand, sipping tea while waiting. When he spotted two approaching figures, a sense of vigilance arose within Lu Boyan. As they drew closer, and he recognized the two individuals, the typically gentle professor, Lu could not contain himself and spat out his tea. Were these his children? Luan and Lu Buyu? Luan, quick on her feet, managed to duck just in time, causing Professor Lu to douse Lu Buyu with tea. Lu Buyu wiped his face, wearing an expression of disillusionment, and asked, "Well, old man, are you surprised?" Zhao Jianing, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house. Lu Buyu exclaimed, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? This outfit was chosen by Luan."
Ah?
Luan interrupted, "Stop yelling, my head hurts." She shrugged, "I'll wash my face and change clothes, then I'll come down." Unaware of his own appearance, Lu Buyu only knew it must be quite deceptive. When he gazed into the mirror, he was rendered speechless. No wonder Luan insisted he keep the sunglasses on while they were out, claiming it would prevent recognition, much to the gatekeeper's evident shock.
Luan.
"What did you put on my eyelids?" Lu Buyu rushed forward in a frenzy. "Stop shouting. It was just a lipstick," Luan replied. "I saw a makeup tutorial suggesting that lipstick can double as eyeshadow and blush, so I thought I'd give it a try. Turns out, it was misleading." This experimentation led her to realize it was not suitable, hence she only applied it to Lu Buyu, sparing herself. He resembled a nonconformist Marilyn Monroe. Just as Lu Buyu was about to retort, his phone rang, shattering the silence. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his agent, Xiao Zhang. "What's the reason for your call at this late hour?" "Oh my goodness, you're trending. You and your sister are trending together. It's reported that you were spotted shopping privately tonight, and after being recognized, you sped away on an electric scooter with your sister, evading fans." Lu Buyu replied, "That is not true." "Not true?" Xiao Zhang retorted, "Isn't that you in the video? I wasn't the one speeding with Luan. It was that crazy woman driving the car, and she was the one who sped away." Xiao Zhang was bewildered. "Wait, does it really matter who was driving?" He was exasperated, realizing Lu Buyu was missing the point. "You have no idea how reckless that woman is. She drives like a maniac. It nearly scared me to death." "All right then," Xiao Zhang conceded. "It seems relying on you during such matters is futile. Let the studio handle it." In reality, celebrities being encountered in private circumstances were not particularly sensational news. Numerous videos and photos from that evening had already surfaced online, albeit all blurry. Netizens' comments predominantly reflect their admiration for the close bond between the siblings. It is conceivable that Lu Buyu genuinely regards Luan as a sister. The profession of an artist inherently demands a degree of sacrifice concerning personal life. However, as Luan is a private individual, it is imperative that she does not attract excessive attention. Therefore, issuing a statement is indeed necessary. Xiao Zhang appears quite confident, asserting that even if the two were to meet privately, it would not pose any issue, especially since numerous classmates were present today. Moreover, should it come to that, he possesses a trump card, the certainty that they are indeed biological siblings. There is no need to disclose this information at present. One day, he shall wield this card to silence the critics. Lu Buyu's studio released a statement before midnight. In succinct terms, the message was not overly grave, emphasizing the desire not to disturb his sister and her classmates' normal lives, while clarifying that many classmates were gathered today to celebrate the conclusion of their final exams. Accompanying the statement were photographs capturing the group at a barbecue restaurant. Lu Buyu's attire and hat matched those in the videos that had circulated. As the clock approached midnight, online activity remained vibrant, with the combination of top-tier celebrities and popular variety shows garnering over 30,000 comments in less than 10 minutes. Having watched the video, I hold no other thoughts, merely envy that dog, which was embraced by both brother Yu and sister Wan. Envious of the dog. I truly wish to cease being human. To the charming individual above, I'll offer you $5 to delete that comment and let me post. Lu Buyu is undoubtedly bored, seeking attention. Some comments are quite absurd. If brother Yu doesn't maintain contact with his sister, you deem him hypocritical, yet if their relationship flourishes, you devise new ways to criticize? Certain individuals truly can be contrary. To disparage brother Yu is one matter, but to malign his private sister is intolerable. Do these critics not realize they cannot compare to her in looks, academic performance, or charm? Is jealousy truly so consuming? Thank goodness exams concluded today, otherwise, if my sister were affected, I would unleash my wrath upon you all. My sister will undoubtedly excel. A scholarly sister radiates brilliance. I am utterly enchanted. The sibling bond of socialism. Please maintain such a harmonious relationship. Following this Weibo post, the official Weibo account of Let's Go to School also shared it, expressing a supportive stance, hoping to provide students with personal space. This was shared with the sentiment that the sister is destined to succeed in her exams. Observers, who had initially been mere onlookers, began to fervently share their wishes for good fortune. Regardless of its efficacy, they decided to share first and hope for the best. Lu Bu lifted his gaze from his phone and remarked, "Now, everyone awaits your final exam results. Do you feel confident?" Lu Wan crossed her arms, stating, "Not particularly confident, but I believe I can secure at least third place." Lu Bu replied, "This person must be doing it on purpose." Lu Wan shifted the topic, smiling as she said, "Honestly, I really like Ling He. Could you help me get his autograph? He is incredibly handsome." Lu Bu retorted, "Are your eyes functioning properly? How could he possibly be more handsome than I?" With a cold smirk, Lu Bu continued, "Since you admire Ling He so much, how about I take you to meet him?" Lu Wan's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Is that possible? Just remember to call me." To which Lu Bu quipped, "In your dreams, you'll get a quicker response that way." Lu Bu concluded his remarks and stood up, striding directly towards the exit. Due to the day's news, his studio was working overtime, primarily to prevent marketing accounts from exploiting the situation. Not only were they working late, but they also faced the soul-searching question from their boss, who possesses more charm, myself or Ling He? This was a question that would undoubtedly yield the correct answer from everyone. To be fair, it was indeed a truth. While Ling He was a popular member of his boy band, the combined popularity of his group paled in comparison to Lu Buyu's. Over the past year, Ling He's fame had surged considerably, barely securing a spot in the limelight, but it was worth noting that popularity fluctuated yearly, and Lu Buyu remained an unshakable top-tier star. In every conceivable comparison, their boss outshone him. Lu Buyu considered the responses from the studio staff to be quite reasonable, attributing the challenge to Lu Wan's lack of aesthetic judgment. He felt compelled to prove himself. It wasn't just Ling He. Few in the entire entertainment industry could rival him. During the summer, Lu Wan found herself with ample free time. Recently, she contemplated acquiring new skills and signed up for a plethora of free masterclass trial sessions online. Each day, she attended a class, filling her week with activities, and most importantly, it cost her nothing. Lu Buyu inquired about her location and arranged for an assistant to pick her up. Initially hesitant to accept, she changed her mind upon learning that Ling He would be among the guests for the recording. In the television station's backstage area, after completing his styling, Lu Buyu's gaze frequently drifted towards Ling He, who, frankly, appeared rather unremarkable. Ling He, feeling somewhat anxious, timidly asked, "Teacher Lu, do you have anything to say?" Lu Buyu replied, "Some say you are far more handsome than I." Ling He, flustered, responded, "That is not true. I cannot accept such praise from you, Teacher Lu." Acknowledging Lu Buyu's seniority and status as a first-tier artist, he felt he could not measure up. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Buyu added, "Could you possibly give me an autograph photo?" Ling He, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, stood and bowed, exclaiming, "Please, Teacher Lu, do not say such things. I do not deserve it." Despite Ling He's considerable popularity as a member of a boy band, his resources were inevitably limited. It was rumored that the television station was inviting Ling He solely due to Lu Buyu's recommendation. Having navigated the industry for 5 years, a single word from Lu Buyu could carry more weight than an entire week of efforts from his manager. However, a puzzling question arose. How could Lu Buyu suddenly extend his support to Ling He, given that they had never met before? In the unpredictable world of entertainment, bizarre occurrences were commonplace, and the manager had conceived a bold idea. Truthfully, if Lu Buyu were to continue to support Ling He, it would elevate not only him but also his entire boy band. No, it would propel them several levels higher. Ling He, feeling quite bashful, handed the autographed photo to Lu Buyu, his discomfort palpable. Lu Buyu, however, remained silent, simply instructing his assistant to keep the photo safe. Lu Wan, seated among the audience, kept her gaze fixated on Ling He. Unfortunately, the majority of the girls present were fervently calling out Lu Buyu's name. After the recording concluded, Lu Buyu instructed his assistant to bring Lu Wan to the backstage area. He had his own private lounge, thus avoiding the need to mingle with other artists. Lu Buyu, so how is it? After seeing up close today, has your visual impairment been cured? I am far more handsome than Ling He. Lu Wan, Ling He is so handsome. He was amazing at the opening. I think I like him even more now. Lu Buyu, look at your lack of ambition. What is so remarkable about singing and dancing? I've performed at the Spring Festival Gala. Huh. It's just that I had no arrangements today, otherwise. He wouldn't have had a chance, after all. I must give opportunities to the younger generation. Lu Wan hee. What does that mocking smile mean? Lu Buyu, somewhat irritated, replied. What do you know? If so, tell me what you want to hear, and I'll sing it for you now. Lu Wan thought for a moment and said, I want to hear Drunken Butterfly. Lu Buyu, Lu Wan added, the version.
Who can sing that?
Ling He can't either. Pausing briefly, Lu Buyu turned to his assistant and asked him to call Ling He over to confirm this point. Ling He's legs trembled slightly. After all, Lu Buyu was his idol before his debut. Moreover, his senior was simply too handsome. His charisma was undeniable. Truly a top star. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Ling He forced himself to calm down and, as he spoke, noticed a girl in the room. He had seen Let Us Go to School and recognized Lu Wan. Lu Buyu cleared his throat. I'd like to hear you sing a song. Are you available now? Ling He, of course. I'd be delighted to hear your guidance. Mr. Lu. Lu Buyu got straight to the point. Sing Drunken Butterfly. Ling He was taken aback. Lu Buyu. The version really? Ling He nodded gently. I can do that. I'll begin singing now. As the song concluded, Lu Wan clapped enthusiastically. You are truly amazing, Ling He. Ling He, thank you, little sister. I've seen you on that variety show. Lu Buyu was utterly astonished. How did this guy know that song? Wasn't he quite young? All right, you may leave now. Lu Buyu waved his hand. As Ling He was about to exit, Lu Wan immediately approached. Brother, I would like an autograph. Lu Buyu, don't waste others' time. I have something for you here.
Oh, fine.
Lu Wan nodded, smiling at Ling He. Brother, you are so impressive. Lu Buyu was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Why did he call Ling He here today? Was it to embarrass himself? And why did Lu Wan call this kid brother? Lu Buyu, what kind of taste do you have? You know nothing. Even if you don't like him now, you will in 20 years. Lu Wan, uninterested in Lu Buyu, left contentedly. She had plans for the evening. Pursuing her idol could not interfere with her studies. Lu Wan became a fan of Ling He after watching his energetic dance to Drunken Butterfly, even if it was just a lively performance akin to a community dance. Every move was filled with vigor. And, how should one put it? Many find the song vulgar, but older folks don't favor the youth. They too need songs that fulfill their emotional expression. Initially indifferent to the song, Lu Wan, like all fans, found it appealing after seeing her idol perform. She thought it sounded rather lovely. Lu Buyu extended an olive branch to Ling He, not only bringing him onto a variety show but reportedly also summoning him afterward for a private conversation to offer guidance. The other members of the group were enviously aware of the esteem in which he was held by such a prominent senior. When you visited his lounge, what did he say to you? Were there any valuable suggestions? Please share with us. Ling He scratched his head and replied, Not much. He just asked me to sing a song. What song? In an instant, everyone leaned in with curiosity.
Drunken Butterfly.
There was a brief pause before Ling He added. The version. The male group members responded with surprise, although it sounds quite absurd, since it was Lu Buyu's suggestion. It must hold significance. That very afternoon, the entire male group was rehearsing the song. How could I possibly escape this flowery world? It turns out I am but a drunken butterfly. When the manager came for a routine visit, she was utterly astonished. Drunken Butterfly? That's my mother's favorite song. Are you all from the 60s? It must be different from what Annie listens to. Yes, but this is the version, the male members countered. The manager felt a wave of dizziness. The company positioned them as an idol boy band, not a square dance ensemble. What sort of aesthetics did Lu Buyu possess? Was it intentional? Lu Wan spent over 10 days listening to all the trial classes available online before she finally chose French and introductory programming, although there were learning videos online to observe. As a frugal person, she meticulously compared and discovered that attending classes was far more efficient. Face-to-face courses allowed for interaction with classmates, fostering mutual advancement. and any questions could be posed to the teacher at any time. Moreover, learning under a reliable instructor naturally yielded greater results than self-study. Luwon enrolled in an adult class, which was not inexpensive, and many of her classmates were students from prestigious universities, including renowned international institutions. This week, the programming class at the training school invited a leading industry expert to teach, which required an additional fee. Luwon reluctantly swiped her card. Noticing the immense talent in her class ignited her competitive spirit once more. Luwon was the most popular student at the training school, especially since that variety show was immensely successful. Being young and intelligent, everyone was eager to befriend this bright classmate. During weekends when the training school was closed, Luwon would stay home and discuss new ideas for projects with her father, Professor Lu. His recent goal was for them to co-author a paper once she entered university. In the world of high achievers, Lu Buyu felt somewhat out of place. However, he could still lend a hand by occasionally showing his face, slicing fruits, or serving tea. At home, the superstar held no authority, taking over household duties when the help clocked out. Don't you feel exhausted? You study every day. Can your mind keep up? Are you some sort of prodigy? Lu Buyu frowned as he observed her descending the stairs. Luwon responded nonchalantly. You seem to have an empty mind every day. I don't think you're a prodigy either. How could she possibly feel fatigued? During elementary school, she often found herself doing half of her homework, too famished to concentrate, only to guzzle water to satiate her hunger. In high school, she had to expend a considerable amount of energy contemplating how to earn a living. Yet now, all she needed to do was study, a life she had long desired. Each day was filled with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Buyu, having endured a myriad of emotional wounds, had retreated into complete solitude. Luwon ventured to the entrance of the community to meet Su Yao. After the holidays, the two had only met twice. Su Yao had a busy schedule filled with sports training during the summer. Their encounters were fleeting, managing only to share a bottle of cola on the roadside before parting ways. Today, Su Yao mentioned she had something for her and had come over specially. This marked the first time Su Yao was visiting her home, and Luwon had greeted the security guard. However, an issue arose, as the guard was adamant about not allowing Su Yao to enter, insisting she confirm her identity in person. At first, Luwon was puzzled, until she spotted Su Yao standing by the roadside and realized that the security guard's refusal was rooted in a sense of responsibility. Su Yao's skin had darkened several shades from the sun, and she wore a tank top, her exposed arms gleaming with a sun-kissed sheen, carrying an array of bags. She resembled a delivery person. The community enforced strict regulations to ensure the privacy of its residents, typically prohibiting delivery personnel from entering. Luwon approached to claim Su Yao, smiling as she asked, "Why did you bring so many things?" Su Yao raised an eyebrow. "Stop nagging. It's not like you can't eat. Let's go. Do you need help?" "No need, I have plenty of strength." Luwon shrugged, leading the way with empty hands. Su Yao, being rather outspoken, was still oblivious to her relationship with Lu Buyu. Luwon had never brought it up and Su Yao had not noticed. Su Yao replied, "Quit nagging. I won't curse in front of your family." Naturally, she wanted to make a good impression. 10 minutes later, after placing her items down, Su Yao spotted Lu Buyu emerging in shorts, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What is he doing here?" She turned to Luwon and asked, "Didn't I tell you?" Luwon responded, "No, you only mentioned your dad and brother were home. Not that there were guests." Pausing, Su Yao frowned. "I remember you saying your brother is quite childish and boring. Should I warn him for you?" Luwon supported her forehead, realizing she had overestimated Su Yao's intelligence. Su Yao continued, "I've seen plenty of those annoying rich kids. Since he's your brother, you can't afford to make things too awkward, but don't worry, I'll intimidate him for you." After saying this, she commended herself, thinking, "I am indeed a thoughtful man." Lu Buyu was taken aback. So this is how Luwon describes me? In Luwon's mind, was she really just a childish shared power bank? Lu Buyu's composure shattered. With a dark expression, he glared at Su Yao. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome." Su Yao retorted, "Aren't you here too?" We're all guests. Who's more distinguished?" Lu Buyu felt a wave of dizziness. Did this person lack common sense? He articulated each word with precision. "My name and Luwon's are listed on the same household registration book."
Su Yao.
Without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "How shameless of you. I will only share a household registration book with her in the future." Lu Buyu felt a surge of frustration. As if he were conversing with a brick wall. Was this fellow attempting to be humorous? Was it all deliberate? Luwon, unable to tolerate the absurdity, interjected, "Lu Buyu is my brother, by blood, sharing the same household registration."
Su Yao responde, "Ah."
Lu Buyu added. And you think you could share a household registration with Luan? Even Harry would be a more suitable match. Su Yao grew somewhat anxious. Come on. There's no need to say that, Harry? Lu Buyu snorted disdainfully, his impression of Harry being rather flamboyant. He was aware that Luan was well liked at school. After all, his older brother was a top influencer, and it was only natural that his sister would possess some popularity too. As exams approached, Luan declared that no one should disturb her studies, leading Su Yao and Su Rao to agree on a temporary truce. Harry, unperturbed, remarked that Su Yao was like Guo'erjia's Qi Pin, exceedingly beautiful yet foolish. How could she possibly compete with Niuguolu's Su Rao? Subsequently, Su Rao approached her studies with unprecedented fervor, determined not to be outdone by Luan. With Su Rao's reduced presence, Su Yao found her opportunities to assert herself dwindling. At that moment, the straightforward Lu Buyu was taken aback by Harry's analogy and asked, "Then who am I?" Harry replied, "You, brother, you are the infinite resurrection version of Xiaodong Chun. No matter how reckless, you won't perish, rest assured." Lu Buyu inquired further, "And you?" Harry playfully shot a glance at Lu Buyu. "Oh, I am obviously an adorable little panda. That's quite evident." Lu Buyu was utterly astonished, realizing for the first time the generational gap he had with the younger crowd. Who were these characters surrounding Luan? Was it truly acceptable? At that moment, Su Yao felt similarly astounded. How could Lu Buyu suggest that Harry was superior to him? "Brother, I apologize, I didn't realize we were joking." Lu Buyu replied, "Keep your distance. I don't want to catch your foolishness." Su Yao responded, "Enough already. Don't mock each other. You two should have plenty in common. Why are you arguing?" Su Yao and Lu Buyu both felt offended. Luan announced, "I need to head out soon. You two get along well. By the way, Su Yao, please thank your mother for me. I will visit her in a few days." The items Su Yao brought today were mostly flavorful pickled vegetables made by his mother, which Luan had loved since childhood. "Where are you going? Isn't today the weekend? Have you made plans?" Lu Buyu asked, frowning. Luan replied, "I have plans with Harry precisely because it's the weekend. He has invited me several times.
And it would be rude to decline.
Besides, I would like to go out and change my mood. After all, Harry is quite the fun person." Su Yao widened her eyes. "Luan, don't be foolish. Your brother merely mentioned it casually, and you actually intend to meet Harry?" Lu Buyu looked on warily. "When did you start taking my words so seriously? A muscular man and a completely unsuitable match." Luan rolled her eyes, remarking, "Harry and I had made plans long ago. Although the brain constitutes merely 2 of the body weight, both of you are rather tall. I implore you to employ some common sense. After all, theoretically, the less one utilizes their brain, the more brain cells perish, leading to a vicious cycle." Su Yao and Lu Buyu were profoundly offended. Upon arriving at their meeting spot, Luan waited for 2 minutes before spotting Harry approaching. During the summer, when school was not in session, Harry had dyed his hair a striking blue-gray and meticulously groomed his eyebrows. He adorned himself with cross earrings and sported a pair of rose-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose, complementing his floral shirt, shorts, and limited-edition sneakers. His overall appearance was exceedingly eye-catching, embodying the essence of a fashionable young man, albeit slightly slimmer than before. He certainly turned heads. Luan was somewhat taken aback. "Why are you dressed like that today? You look like a flamboyant peacock." Harry adjusted his sunglasses, replying, "I should be the one asking you, Lu. Why did you venture out in your pajamas? While your looks are impressive, you shouldn't squander them." Luan glanced down to see that she was wearing an old outfit discarded by Lu Buyu from his middle school days. Since it was merely lying around and looked relatively fresh, she couldn't be bothered to purchase new clothes. Moreover, this attire was comfortable and more practical than a skirt, preventing unwanted attention on the subway. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black athletic shorts, she protested, "This hardly resembles pajamas." Harry chuckled heartily. "Well, you can pull it off, but I'll be singing your praises to my friends. Their expectations are quite high." Luan shrugged. "You didn't inform me that others would be joining us." "Not to worry. After all, we will be dining later in the evening. Let us take a stroll first," Harry suggested. "All right, I'd like to visit a stationery store." Harry laughed, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "That can wait. Accompany me to check out the new arrivals in the shop. Perhaps there is something suitable for you, Lu. If you fancy it, I could gift it to you." Luan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "No need. I brought my card, and I can afford my own purchases." Harry erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. Passers-by cast curious glances at the handsome young man and the short-haired girl, wondering what they were discussing that elicited such joy. However, both were undeniably attractive. Luan's hair had grown longer, And while some occasionally mistook her for a boy due to her height, her attire was rather neutral. Nevertheless, with her longer hair, she leaned slightly more towards a feminine appearance. "What's so funny?" Luan inquired. Harry's lips curled upwards uncontrollably. "Oh, nothing. Lu, you're just too adorable. I dread the thought of introducing you to the numerous students from Shangda at the music restaurant we're heading to." "Thank you for the compliment. You are quite charming yourself," Luan replied. Thus, two excessively adorable individuals set forth on their shopping excursion. Harry paused to ask, "How has your summer been? I heard you've been busy with classes at the training center?" "Not too bad. By the way, Su Yao is coming over to my house today," Luan mentioned. "Does he know that Lu Buyu is your brother now?" Harry inquired. "Yes, he does." Harry shrugged. That fellow must have been utterly astounded. In truth, he had already surmised it the very next day. It was merely a pretense of ignorance in the presence of Lu Buyu. Naturally, Su Rao had surmised the truth. As for Su Yao, this naive and foolishly handsome man was blissfully unaware, which was quite understandable. Harry pondered what kind of attire he should procure for Luan, something stylish or something exquisite. It was absurd. He had always been the one receiving gifts from men. Yet now he willingly pursued the opportunity to offer one himself. He even feared that President Lu might decline his gesture. If the rumors held any truth, the descendants of the Lu family would indeed possess shares in the Lu group. Calculating the implications, if he were to marry President Lu, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a domineering wife. In the circles of high society, he would certainly flaunt his status, observing others through his elegantly refined nostrils. The prospect was exhilarating. Having completed his shopping, Harry arranged for the familiar merchant to deliver the items directly to his home, as he did not wish to carry them himself for the time being. Luan had no particular desires for purchases. She was genuinely astonished that a boy like Harry enjoyed shopping so much. "You usually wear a uniform at school. Will you even have the opportunity to wear all these clothes?" Harry dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. "Why wouldn't I? Summer has just begun. Each piece I wear out or showcase to friends, or even photograph, fulfills its purpose and swiftly becomes an old garment." Luan was taken aback. "Is that truly the case?" "That's rather shocking." After a brief exploration, Harry finally selected an appropriate outfit for Luan and handed it to her. "I believe this would suit you splendidly. I wish to see you try it on." Luan replied, "I don't think I need it. I don't buy clothes." Harry playfully tugged at her arm. "Please, indulge me just this once. It's my birthday. I really want to see. If you don't try it on, I'll have to go alone." Luan relented. "Well, I suppose I could, but it's not necessary." The sales associate chimed in with a smile. "Your taste is impeccable. With your figure, it will surely fit beautifully. You should at least try it. There's no obligation to purchase." Having accepted the refreshments and chocolates offered by the saleswoman and unable to resist the persuasion of the two, Luan took the garment to the fitting room. After donning the outfit, she glanced down, finding the top acceptable in its loose fit, though the skirt seemed rather short. After a moment of contemplation, she stepped out of the fitting room. Harry, continuing his playful demeanor, exclaimed, "You're out just in time. I found a pair of shoes for you. Why not try them on with the outfit?" Luan protested. "That's unnecessary." The saleswoman encouraged her with a sweet smile. "Just give it a try. This is our new collection. With your beautiful legs, it will undoubtedly look remarkable." Luan conceded. "All right, I suppose I'll give it a try." The saleswoman's voice was soft and persuasive, making refusal nearly impossible. Harry possessed a keen sense of aesthetics. He was studying fashion design and intended to pursue a degree in the arts. He quite enjoyed seeing Luan in skirts, as she often wore pants, which concealed her long legs unfairly. Nevertheless, President Lu must maintain her striking elegance, so he envisioned her in a chic, functional style. The black short-sleeved work jacket is paired with a matching pleated skirt, which reaches mid-thigh. The skirt's dark hue and slightly rigid fabric diminish any sense of sweetness, creating an appearance that is both beautiful and stylish. The knee-high boots designed by Luan are striking, instantly capturing attention. However, they are quite discerning regarding leg shapes, amplifying every flaw, thus making it challenging to wear them attractively. When Luan dons these boots, they seem almost tailor-made, rendering her utterly captivating within moments. Even high-end brands can falter with such boots if mismatched. Overly sensual attire can inadvertently evoke an inexplicable sense of vulgarity. Yet, Luan's ensemble embodies a functional casual aesthetic, with the sturdy fabric of her clothing accentuating the boots' design. This harmonious combination avoids any sense of awkwardness or peculiarity. Luan stands up in the boots and queries, "Does this seem a bit odd?" The sales assistant, incredulous, replies, How could it be odd? This outfit, along with those shoes, seems custom-made for you. I swear. I've never seen anyone wear something so beautifully. Luwan, somewhat skeptical, retorts, I assume you tell every customer that? The sales assistant admits, well, yes, for the sake of sales I often do, but today, I am genuinely sincere. At this hour, the store is not crowded, and other sales staff gather around. Your figure is truly remarkable, one comments. Indeed, especially in this outfit, which highlights your long legs and slender waist. You're stunning, you should definitely purchase it. No one else wears it as beautifully as you do. Luwan responds, you must have undergone training on how to flatter. You've truly piqued my interest. Another chimes in, no, you've misunderstood the point. Do you not realize your own allure? Luwan glances at herself in the mirror and says, I think I'll change back. Oh no, I'll gift it to you. Harry interjects with a smile. Luwan replies, no need. She can easily surmise that this establishment is not inexpensive, akin to legalized robbery. Harry approaches Luwan and, without warning, tears off the price tag while adjusting her clothing, holding it up for Luwan to see. Now you must buy it. The tag has been removed, and returns are not accepted. Wear it as a gift for my birthday, which only comes once a year. That's preposterous, Luwan retorts, taking the tag from Harry's hand and glancing at the price. Feeling a bit dizzy, she turns to the sales assistant and asks, is it absolutely necessary to buy it? Yes, indeed, since the tag has been removed. The assistant replies with a smile. Luwan sighs. Well, I'll pay for it myself. Harry, don't do that again. She retrieves her card and hands it over. Harry blinks innocently. All right, I acknowledge my mistake. Although taken aback, Luwan is not one to dwell on grievances. She lets it slide. Today is also Harry's birthday. And despite his tendency for exaggeration, he has always treated her well. Luwan quips, that's my money. Harry laughs, Lu, saying that seems a bit off. For the upcoming final exam, do you believe you can place in the top 3? Although the results have yet to be released, he continues, this will conclude our agreement. Shangda awards 6,000 yuan scholarships to each of the top 3 students annually, with the top 30 also receiving monetary rewards, likely a few thousand. The students of Shangda, apart from various second-generation elites, also recruit from the general populace, even establishing substantial scholarships to attract exceptional talents. However, in the past 2 years, the top 2 spots have been claimed by the affluent Chen Yinqing and Su Rao. Rumor has it that a significant scholarship was offered, and indeed, Luwan has accepted many. She somewhat resigned herself to the fact that purchasing this attire was merely a transaction. Alas, she felt she had fallen from grace. Harry remarked, Lu, when dressing, it suffices to have only one highlight. That is what exudes sophistication. Lu Bu glanced at Harry's sunglasses, necklace, headband, and rings, and couldn't help but retort. You seem to be the exception. Harry replied, how dreadfully unfair. That is merely because I aspire to be the brightest star in the night sky. I must be seen at first glance. Luwan sighed. Well, as long as it brings you joy. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Luwan felt a wave of discomfort, as numerous eyes lingered on her. She glanced at the leg chain adorning her ankle, feeling that it was rather inappropriate. Perhaps we should remove this trinket, she suggested. Harry objected. No, I insist on having a highlight. Your legs are simply too lovely, perfectly suited for a leg chain. It accentuates your best features, he added. In truth, he wished to wear one himself, but alas, short pants were not flattering for a boy. He felt like a monster. Harry sighed, pondering that Luwan was overthinking. After all, it was merely the city center on a weekend. The streets were alive with flamboyant individuals, each striving to outshine the other. He himself had left home at 8 that morning to visit the salon. Being a handsome man requires considerable effort. It is no small feat to descend from the heavens as a fairy. Though Luwan's attire was not particularly low-key, it was certainly within the realm of normalcy. The music restaurant they had reserved was nearby, discreetly positioned, and without Harry's guidance, she would likely have never found it. The establishment was nestled within an alley, its understated sign only visible upon entering. As she stepped inside, the design evoked the sensation of traversing a tunnel, creating the illusion of instant transportation. After passing through a corridor strewn with petals, the space opened up before her. Despite her attempts to dismiss the stares she had received, Luwan now felt uneasy once more. The sparkling adornment on her leg seemed particularly inappropriate. Reaching the end of the corridor, she hesitated, touching the chain on her leg.
Though you resemble a streetwalker.
Will the police apprehend me? She mused, feeling somewhat deceived by Harry. The salesgirl at the previous shop had excessively praised her appearance, which she suspected was merely commercial flattery aimed at extracting money. Admittedly, she found it perplexing how, in recent years, It had become fashionable to adorn oneself with accessories on the neck and thigh. Observing other girls dressed similarly seemed tolerable, but when it came to her own attire, Luan felt it was amiss. She harbored serious doubts about how others perceived her, worrying that they viewed her as a cross-dresser. Harry interjected, "You do not." However, before Luan could continue, Harry nudged someone from behind. Today was Harry's birthday, and he had invited numerous friends, thereby booking the entire restaurant. The venue was already adorned with an abundance of crystal chandeliers and fresh flowers, setting the stage for an exuberant atmosphere. The birthday celebration was set to commence at 8 o'clock, and there were merely 5 minutes remaining, with most guests already having arrived. Luan stumbled slightly before steadying herself and straightening up. "Why did you push me?" "Hello, everyone," Harry exclaimed. Upon hearing his voice, the men and women chatting in the cafe turned their attention towards him, first glancing at Harry before finally fixing their gaze on the girl beside him. "Well," Harry whistled. Although CEO Lu was quite handsome at school, his style appealed to a more straightforward aesthetic, akin to a walking tool. Today, however, she exuded a beauty and commanding presence that resonated with the tastes of his adjacent circle. Unfortunately, she remained firmly in the realm of the straight-laced. Since she couldn't fulfill his desires, let us all share in this disappointment. Come, friends, let us collectively ponder the meaning of life. As Harry scanned the room, he paused for a second upon spotting Chen Yinqing. "Oh, what brings the male deity here? His presence seems quite significant." He glanced at Luan, sensing that Chen Yinqing's appearances were rather frequent whenever she was around. He found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Perhaps, if the stunning yet foolish Qi Pin was a contender, then this was indeed the enduring Chen Yuan? After all, CEO Lu had once contemplated portraying a couple with her, primarily due to Chen Yinqing's impressive academic achievements. Is academic prowess truly remarkable? Harry, a self-proclaimed underachiever, reflected and conceded. Well, indeed, it is quite impressive. A pang of jealousy stirred within him. Chen Yinqing engaged in conversation with others, rarely attending such gatherings. A few days prior, Harry had sent out an electronic invitation, and upon realizing Luan would be present, he hesitated but ultimately decided to attend. Initially, Chen Yinqing did not recognize the girl in the dress as Luan and paid little heed, but upon clarity, he was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the same Luan with whom I discussed robotic circuitry issues online yesterday?" The students from Shangda High School were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Never would they have imagined that CEO Lu could be so flamboyant in private. "Wow, this style is rather impressive. I could totally get behind it. I'd give my life for you." Song Qianqian sighed. "Oh, how I wish to be the little crystal on CEO Lu's ankle. I adore long legs. Those legs seem to exist in my heart." CEO Lu could debut in a girl group. No, her aura is more suited to a height of 2 meters 8. Tang Tang interjected, "You better shut up. I'm about to drool." Song Qianqian fell silent. Tang Tang sighed, envying the girls who, as fellow females, could express their thoughts so freely. The once dashing CEO Lu, perceived by him as slightly distant, seemed more approachable only when she donned a dress every Friday. Yet today, he found himself experiencing a rush of excitement. What a strange phenomenon. After all, this fluttering feeling would be futile. The competition was fierce, and he suspected he wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries before being overshadowed by others. The crowd was equally astonished. Harry, of all people, was acquainted with such a stunning and charismatic girl, yet had never introduced her to everyone before. Wait, she did seem somewhat familiar. Classmate, with such beauty and flair. You certainly don't need a brilliant mind. Currently, Harry had no boyfriend, and many had requested to celebrate his birthday with him, but all invitations had been declined. It suddenly dawned on him that choosing this girl could entirely compensate for his lack of a partner. Luan. They're all approaching you. Harry, oh. But I must remind you, I fear half of them are here for you. Their intentions are questionable. Although the attention has been stolen, Harry is unbothered. After all, it was he who selected President Lu's attire, a testament to his discerning taste. Moreover, President Lu accompanied him, adding to his prestige. Luan. That can't be true. Although she is dressed rather provocatively, they are not the police. They are overstepping their bounds. The guests gathered around, greeting the birthday celebrant, and then eagerly turned their phones towards Luan. Shall we add the beautiful lady on WeChat? Harry turned his head, half joking yet half serious, and said, President Lu, you must not give them your WeChat. Today is my birthday. I cannot allow them to divert their attention to you and eclipse my moment. Luano. Then I want to add them. The crowd. Harry wore a cheerful smile, but inside he was seething. How dare this group of so-called friends make advances towards President Liu right in front of him? Did they think him oblivious?
Ha!
Friends can come and go, but there is only one President Liu. The two of them walked over to take their seats, and Harry cheerfully inquired, President Liu, what would you like to drink? Luan, just plain water, I suppose. In a mere 30 seconds, 5 or 6 cups filled with water were presented. The individuals holding the cups looked at Luan with fervent admiration. Luan. Harry's friends were indeed very enthusiastic. Harry extended his hand, playfully swatting away the hands reaching out to Luan. Step aside, you lot. Do not fawn over my President Liu. He had a few choice words he was determined to express today. Harry summoned a waiter to bring a bottle of water. With him on high alert, no one was going to succeed on this day. He had brought President Liu along to showcase and inspire envy, not to let these fellows flirt with her. They had no idea what they were up against. Who were they to compare themselves to him? Of course, Harry believed Chen Yanqing was worthy. But Pure Yuan and President Liu had no chemistry and were quickly ruled out. A 3-tiered birthday cake, adorned with candles, was wheeled to the center of the stage. This was a fondant cake, featuring a charming little fairy modeled after Harry, exquisitely crafted. Harry turned to those beside him and invited, President Liu, will you accompany me to cut the cake? A man at the right table laughed and said, Harry, are you mistaken? Calling someone else beautiful lady sounds odd for President Liu. She should be called Little Cutie. Pausing, he raised an eyebrow at Luan, right, Little Cutie? Luan. She was at a loss for words. The students from Shangda Middle School. Where did this audacious man come from? Harry, his irritation was palpable. Harry shot the man a glare and pulled Luan to the center stage. Today marked his 18th birthday, and after a moment of contemplation, he made a wish, knowing he would never lack for excitement in life. He slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and blew out the candles. The light illuminated him, casting him as a delicate and charming little prince. The guests below began to cheer. Social kisses were a customary gesture for Harry. His father, a warm-hearted Frenchman, had influenced him greatly. Half of those present had been kissed by him. Luan was taken aback. Although she was not accustomed to it, she thought, well, it wasn't he such a big deal after all. After all, Harry was a Frenchman, and their customs differed from those of her homeland. They were indeed good friends. When Harry noticed Luan's lack of opposition, he was elated and prepared to lean in for a kiss. Suddenly, an unexpected hand covered his mouth, forcefully pushing his head aside. Harry. Stumbling back a couple of steps, he was filled with confusion, staring incredulously at the instigator. What on earth was happening? Chen Yanqing had appeared on stage at some point. After pushing Harry away, he spoke nonchalantly. All right, the candles have been blown out. Classmates, let us cut the cake. It was as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary. Shang Zhaixing exclaimed, wow, when did you get up there? That was so fast. But well done. Harry, you're quite the strategist. If this is acceptable, then everyone's birthday this month will become a day for kisses, turning them into honorary Frenchmen. The bewildered crowd murmured, is this really okay? But that guy is quite handsome. Little one, do you have many questions?
Harry.
The adorable young adult panda indeed has a plethora of astonishments. Harry's emotions were complicated. He thought, today you've gone too far, relying on my admiration for you to act so brazenly. If it were anyone else, I would have scolded them mercilessly. Chen Yanqing turned to Luan. Come on. Don't steal the spotlight from the birthday star. Harry was heartbroken. What a splendid opportunity. Yet, he resigned himself to the unpredictable nature of life and decided to wear a smile. Chen Yanqing cast a deep glance at Luan. Your outfit today. Chen Yanqing added. It startled me, causing my heart rate to become unbalanced. Little Chen, there's no need to be so honest. Luan replied, I've noticed you're quite straightforward. It's fine with me, but don't act like that with other girls. Although she was a straight woman, it didn't prevent her from disliking others who were straight. She didn't care what other girls thought. After a pause, Chen Yanqing continued, if the person I like says they don't want to rush into a relationship, I can wait for her. Luan did not ponder deeply on his words. All right, you're right. Who told you to be so handsome? It was surprising that he even entertained such notions. This guy was quite the enthusiast. Chen Yanqing chuckled softly, gazing earnestly at Luan. What I meant to say was, your outfit looks lovely today. Luan replied, thanks. Even if this is just friendly flattery, I'll graciously accept it. However, wearing a skirt is rather inconvenient. I have to keep my legs together when sitting. Luan had long legs, and unless she positioned them at a 45-degree angle on the ground, her knees would bump against the too-low table. However, Spreading her legs while wearing a skirt would seem uncivilized, so she could only keep them together, her soles perpendicular to the floor. This was the plight of tall girls with long legs. Every time she wore a skirt, she had to sit a bit farther from the table to make room for her legs. Harry was still occupied with cutting the cake, and with him momentarily absent, the others began to stir with anticipation. Jang Hongyu was instantly captivated by the young lady beside Harry, yet opportunities to engage in conversation eluded him. Now that the proverbial light bulb was absent, he felt compelled to seize the moment. He approached, took Harry's seat, and, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "Hello. I would like to make your acquaintance." Luan replied, "Oh, hello." Jang Hongyu, a renowned expert in charming women, noted her cool demeanor and sought to bridge the gap, saying, "Actually, I am also French. It is customary to greet with a kiss upon our first meeting." Luan responded, "That is quite unnecessary. Please do not come closer." Undeterred, Jang Hongyu, aware of Harry's sexual orientation, surmised that this enchanting lady was unlikely to be involved with him. Thus, he resolved to be even more proactive. Leaning in slightly, he smiled. "Are you afraid of me? How adorable. I promise I won't bite." Luan retorted, "No. Please don't come closer." An array of delectable dishes lay on the table, yet while others engaged in conversation, few reached for the food. However, Luan was earnestly enjoying her meal, having not yet dined. "What does it matter if I sit closer? Let us be friends. You need not be so wary of me. I am a good person." The man, having awarded himself the title of good guy, laughed heartily, finding her demeanor charming. "Really, do not approach. I am afraid of you," Luan insisted, feeling cornered. In a moment of desperation, she placed her hand beneath his chin. Clad in a dress that restricted her movement, and facing difficulty in communication, she inadvertently dislocated his jaw. With a sharp crack, Jang Hongyu felt a sudden ache. Moments later, realizing he was unable to speak, panic set in. After several futile attempts to articulate his distress, he swept a glass off the table in exasperation. The sharp sound drew the attention of many nearby. Chun Yinqing, whose parents were doctors, quickly sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Luan, what have you done to him?" Luan replied, "I told him not to come closer, but he wouldn't listen. And I accidentally dislocated his jaw." Song Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Wait, how could you?" The previously restless crowd was taken aback. They could hardly fathom that such a thing was possible. Some even felt an odd twinge in their own jaws. The onlookers exchanged glances at the dislocated Jang Hongyu, who was unable to close his mouth. They breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had refrained from drawing attention to themselves. Students from Shangda Middle School exchanged knowing looks, acknowledging Luan's reputation for never disappointing.
Now,
perhaps these oblivious individuals would understand why the tall beauty was referred to as President Liu. Chun Yinqing cast a meaningful glance at Luan before turning to the unfortunate man. "Here's what we'll do. You should head to the nearest hospital, where a doctor can assist you in resetting your jaw. It will be quick. I have acquaintances there who can facilitate your visit. I'll make sure to inform the doctor to ensure you endure a bit of discomfort during the process." Though there are no physical repercussions, the lesson learned will forever resonate within, instilling a newfound respect for the thoughts of women. "Luan, hurry and go. I've told you not to come any closer." The man, with a mouth that could not be closed, hurriedly exited the dining bar under the watchful gaze of all present. Harry remarked softly, "Lu, you are being quite excessive, yet I find myself loving you a bit more today." "Luan, no need for that." Song Qianqian, "I want to learn this too. How do you unhinge a jaw?" Luan, "While it is possible, I dare say it is not an essential skill." Chun Yinqing pondered for a moment, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, "You wouldn't use this trick on me, would you?" Luan, "I would not. And what about the others?" Tang Tang inquired hastily, revealing a hint of apprehension. Luan hesitated for a second, then sheepishly confessed, "I should not. As I have no such inclination, provided you all refrain from extending your jaws like that individual earlier." The crowd responded, "So that is how it is." At the subsequent birthday soiree, indeed, fewer approached Luan, and those who did were notably more refined. Their behavior was exemplary, refraining from frivolous banter. "Would you care to try this? May I sit a little closer? I apologize, may I have your WeChat? If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine." It felt akin to being in a cathedral, with the use of honorifics. This was the most socially conscious birthday Harry had experienced in 5 years. Even a cage of iron could not confine these water-like birds. Thankfully, Luan was as steadfast as bronze and iron. The city center remained lively deep into the night. with bustling crowds at the subway entrances, where well-dressed young men and women abounded. The youth couldn't help but marvel at the celestial beauty of this couple. The short-haired beauty exuded both fierceness and elegance. With such long legs, it was no wonder she had found an attractive boyfriend. Young women certainly enjoyed admiring beautiful women. It was not merely stunning, it was exceptional. Before the two ascended the escalator, Chen Nianqing removed her shirt, wrapping it around Luan's legs and gently tying a knot at her waist. As the escalator was lengthy and steep, passers-by below, whether intentional or not, might catch a glimpse of the skirt of the girl descending. Perhaps due to the brevity of her experience as a girl, she was rather rough around the edges. Far from the meticulousness of her counterpart. Although Chen was rather straightforward, he possessed a gentlemanly demeanor, which explained why many girls were fond of him. Chen Nianqing, the air conditioning on the subway is quite brisk. Since your legs are bare, you can return it to me once we exit. That works.